Well, thank you very much for joining me here for another night market. And we have a lot to talk about. We've got VCT 2024 Pacific about to kick off. So let's go ahead and talk right off the top with PaperX. Are you going to be full buying, fully investing into this team? Are you looking to save and wait and see how they look?
What we saw in the offseason looked pretty good. They're just trying new things. So I'm not quite at the operator level full buy, but I'm almost there.
Well, I am all in on PaperX. Full buy, 5 operators. Let's go with the whole.
Scatter my economy.
There you go. This team has proven time and time again that they will adapt, right, to whatever is thrown at them, especially the core 4 that is remaining. Obviously, something just 1 year, but he's adapted quite quickly. I mean, he was thrown right onto the stage of Pacific 2023, and he adjusted very well to become the MVP of the very inaugural season. When the dust settles, this team is going to continue to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm going to be, of course, right there with a full buy as well, because I think you'd have to be a lunatic to not back this squad. Monyet coming in, even though he didn't have the greatest display over at the AVL, they have now had way more time to further integrate him into the roster even more fully. So I think that this is still going to be a very scary team that you cannot underestimate. Well, we started off with the team that won Pacific. Let's go for the second place team this time around. It's DRX. A lot of changes.
Very, very big changes. This team, we thought they were going to stick with the whole core 5, the entire team, and they finally made these big changes that a lot of people were hoping would happen, but maybe not this specific variation.
It's pretty surprising to see them go with another young gun here with Flashback. He looks really good at times, so maybe with this tremendous amount of time they've had during the offseason, they can put it together.
But it's got to be daunting for someone like Flashback, right? You didn't get to really work with a team over a whole year through this entire grueling system to get used to playing against different opponents. So I have to wonder, as one of those academy players and one of the youngest players, how much can he prove within that first season?
I'm going to go for a bit of a half buy. Foundation is still laid for this team to continue to be at the top of Pacific. It's just, does it all come together in time for kickoff?
Speaking of young talent, we have another team who made some very big changes, bringing up 2 players that used to be on their academy roster. It's ZETA Division from Japan.
Yeah, and I think that this is one of the most anticipated teams coming into the season. We've seen some glimpses from them back at Red Bull Homeground. It seemed like there was a lot of potential there, so I'm curious to see how they look, how ready they're going to be coming out on stage for the kickoff of VCT Pacific.
I'm gonna save on this roster. I think what we can all agree are the 3 best players on ZETA coming in: Sugar, Zero, Depp, and Laz. I mean, that is a very solid foundation to build around. So you've got like these superstars coming onto this team. It's just, is the coaching staff going to be able to get them prepared and in time, especially for this kickoff? I think it's a tough task. And that's bringing in Carlau from Brazil. This guy working with Furia for a long time, having pretty good success over there, a strong FPS region, now bringing his talents over to Japan. This is something that I think ZETA really hit the nail on the head with.
And I think all of this, breathing a lot of fresh air, having these rookies who, at least during the offseason, showed some confidence to make their own plays, had some really crispy aim in certain rounds, I think I'm going to buy into this team.
Something still needs to be done for them to be able to go beyond, because we saw them get over to champions, and then we saw the struggles, much like another team that has been making some overarching changes, which is T1.
I'm going full buy. I am going full buy on T1. Just right off the rip, no holding back. They bring in Rossi, so he brings this really positive mental attitude, but he fits in nicely. He's playing off his teammates really, really well. Yeah, and also Izu playing so well in Japan previously, in Challengers Japan, just absolutely dominating that region for a long time, and now coming up here, getting a chance, looking good already in the Tier 1 scene.
I see him with Excurate, the drive and the hunger to prove something, and of course his operator skills we've seen can really match anyone around the world, especially in Pacific. However, that only gets you so far. You have to have a better macro strategy, a better understanding of the entire map. I think they've proven they're very good at that.
Let's talk about somebody else who was dominant in the Japanese scene last year. Jemkin, now joining RRQ.
Full buy. Just no hesitation.
That gets him. I think that I'm with you.
Bring in someone like Jemkin, who's proven that he absolutely has that factor to really overcome the odds and carry a team into victory when they need it most.
I mean, Jemkin in particular, there was no fear. When I went and talked to him, I'm like, man, you're coming in, you're playing in the T1, you know, now you're coming up to the bigger stage. He's like, yeah, okay, that's fine.
I'm glad to hear Jemkin feels that way. Another thing we should mention is it's not just Jemkin. Astreya's coming in, and he can actually call for a team, actually lead a team in communication, and he brings that structure that you need to make sure that you're on track. Also, fairly flexible player. They've announced that he's going to be one of the initiators. It should make this team a lot more free on the map.
I'm right there with you. It's one of those things where I wasn't expecting this, but then when I saw it, it started to kind of come together in my head.
I'm gonna half buy on this team. I just don't know how it's all gonna fit together. I'm a little worried, the group that they're in and with the way that things are gonna shake out, that maybe they're gonna fall just short here in the kickoff.
Okay, big changes, but there's been a couple of teams that basically revamped their entire roster, and one of them is going to be Talon Esports.
So many other faces that I would never have been able to guess. I mean, we have Governor coming in. We've got Lenny coming over from Team Secret. You've got Ban joining after his stint on T1. It's just been a wild ride for Talon.
But the rest of it are big question marks. I mean, yeah, Ban at times looked really good last year. He started out pretty slow, but as the year went on for T1, got much better. You know, is he gonna be able to replicate that success? The new coach with Frost, there's so many changes here.
For Governor, now you have to gel with 4 new players in a new region. You have to get used to playing against different styles from Pacific.
Maybe the most surprising thing here is the guy I touched on earlier, Lenny, right? He only had 1 game last year in VCT Pacific with Team Secret. Right, a very high stakes game.
I think it does speak to the level of confidence that he's going to be entering this season with. So I'm hoping that this is that redemption story. And not only am I just a stronger player, but I can also guide others to victory. There's so many unknown quantities still with Talon coming into the season that I think for me, I have to save. I have to wait and see how this team ends up looking after kickoff.
I want to pivot to another team that's made big changes. We have quite a few here. I want to go with GE. This year, I guess I'm on a half buy where I feel like there's some potential there, but can they really bring this all together in time for this year, especially for kickoff?
Okay, you're bringing in these veterans who are kind of the brains of the teams that they used to be on, right? We have Blaze King as well, who, you know, wasn't the main caller, but was always able to offer a lot in terms of how the team works. And then you have Ben Kai, of course, Russ, we mentioned, he's IGL'd tons of times in the past over in EMEA. And then all of this is surrounding Polvi, who was a tier 2 rising star back in EMEA. And I think at Convergence, we saw, okay, why some fans in EMEA said this is a pickup worth rooting for.
I'm right there with you. I think that this is a squad that could have a couple of upsets, could be very stable, but is this going to be a team that reaches for the upper echelons of the standings? That's yet to be seen.
Now, we should also mention, of course, Lightning Fast, the lone remaining member of this team, and he's another player who didn't get too many chances in 2023 to show what he had. However, despite not having too much repetition and iteration on the stage, I liked the potential that he showed in 2023.
I have a lot of faith in Big Time and Spin as the coaches to try to get these guys into place. I really like the way they talk about the game, the way they think about the game. They've got some veteran talent. They've got some players who've been there, done that.
Let's go into one that made very minimal changes. Team Secret.
We just needed, you know, some fresh firepower, a little bit more fresh perspective, and it's going to be coming with NDG. Let's talk about that player first. He used to be the 6th man on Now Esports, but didn't get to see him at Ascension. But I will say the couple matches and couple maps they played at Predator League, he looked very good, and he had some great moments to prove that he's got what it takes.
When Envy is your top player with firepower, you know, and he's not your duelist, like, how is that going to work out?
Not changing the core too much, keeping pretty much everybody together. Other than Dubstep, I don't expect that the results are going to be that different.
But by putting NDG on that Sentinel, you're now solidifying Jeremy as that main duelist. How about some of the craziest highlights that Team Secret had? It was Jeremy. I mean, the way he's able to get some of this spray control on multiple people, really lock down a site. I think this opens them up to actually have overall a bit more firepower, right? I think the sum is going to be greater than the parts this time around.
This is going to be a big test, and a lot of that is going to fall on Warbird's shoulders to try to make sure that he can have them ready, that he can have multiple, just different iterations of prep ready to go, depending on what teams they're going to be playing against.
Now let's talk about a team entirely that has a lot to prove, and they've made some sweeping changes to try to do so. It's going to be DFM, Detonation Focus Me. Obviously a very rough year. And now they're saying we want to rebuild into an entirely new 5 to try to get things going again.
I think this team's going to be better than they were last year a little bit. I think, so therefore I'm going to go like half save with them. I really think that, like, for example, May in particular, a very, very strong mechanical player in Japan. But I think there's more overall potential on this team than there was last year is the way I look at this. I'm just, again, not exactly sure how, with everybody coming together like this off of different squads, how is that all going to fit together coming into 2024?
I don't say that to be a jerk, but they didn't pick up a win. What is going to come together for DFM? Who is going to be the 5-man core?
Can you make them come together? Can you find that chemistry?
We don't know for sure, but if they can do that, if they can get those pieces into place, I really like the potential of this roster.
Let's talk about one of the other teams that was constantly hovering around the top of the standings in VCT. Let's talk about Gen G. I think one that's everybody globally is excited to see once again in Tier 1 is Lakia.
Everyone still talks about that clutch he had on Ascent, right? The Lakia zone, the Lakia moment, and then of course a very strong initiator as well to join another Korean squad, come back to home soil and try to prove himself alongside other veterans. As we saw Gen G announce themselves, he really proved himself during the trials, right? When he tried out for the team, he really said, okay, I have the mechanical skill to fit with this team.
Personally, I'm going with like a full buy on this team. I'm really excited that they can learn from what happened last year.
One of the players that we haven't really talked about yet is Munchkin, who is also on this roster, has had experience IGLing in the past, but he's also there alongside Lakia, so you have really good side calling potential between those two to come up with good adaptive ideas round over round to figure out how they're going to pick opponents apart.
And then Karon also fitting in very well. You know, he looked a little quiet for the first couple rounds, and then he started to just fire on all cylinders and say, this is why I was picked up.
So last but not least is our Ascension qualifying team, Bleed.
Straight up, the biggest thing about Bleed right now that everyone's been talking about ever since it was announced is the probably largest signing of the offseason. Ye has joined Bleed. This is a player who back in 2022 was just the best in the world. I just hope that this project ends up working out for them and that we can see the return of El Diablo.
But I will say, I'm buying into this team. Sure, it's a different team from Ascension, but the core that's remaining, scary. And then you've got Crazy Guy, who I think his IGLing was very solid. And then you're adding in two players, right? Ye and Egoist into this mix. I think it's a very solid start.
And, you know, these two players coming in, where does Bleed take off compared to their previous performance back in Ascension? But I see the potential and the strength behind this team. Maybe it's a bit of a punt, but I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna go for a buy on this.
We also have to mention the Outlaw, now in play, another long-range weapon, now
Good
with
point.
2 chances.
Oh, yeah.
Ye now has 2 shots to take down people immediately back to back. I mean, these all are things, while not proven yet, point to a buy for me for Bleed Esports.
All right, well, now that we've established that there is a lot of different variables, let's do some predictions. Our Group A teams are Global Esports, T1, ZETA, and Bleed.
I'm gonna go with T1 at least in first place.
I really like T1. I really like the stability of that team. I really like what I've seen from them so far. I like the confidence that they're bringing. I definitely expect them to be the team that comes out on top.
We can get into that one pretty quickly because honestly, I happen to agree with you both. I think that, but this is where the spiciness kind of comes into
Alright.
it, which is who is going to be that second place team going through the play-ins. I'm gonna maybe lean on the young blood coming into this one. I think I'm gonna go with Bleed. They're going to deliver on it. It needs to be right up front.
My gut is telling me ZETA right now. I hope that those lessons that they learned at the end of last year are instantly put into place at the beginning of this year, and they're able to come through and get that second place spot.
And it's really a 50-50 between ZETA and Bleed, but I lean more towards Bleed as well. They're a bit more hungry to do this all, you know, across all 5 players.
Next up is Group B. DRX, Team Secret, DFM, and Talent. I mean, it's gonna be interesting. Teams with a lot of changes.
I think that I will still go with DRX to make it out first.
But I think Team Secret definitely goes up in first here in this group. Now, whether they're able to go all the way to the finals is a whole different story, right? The not too many changes, that's what I think is going to carry them over into first place.
But for whatever reason, I'm just feeling in my gut DRX.
Okay, so we're a little split on the first place, but going into second place, we just have seen so little, and the little we saw from both DFM and Talent weren't that promising just yet. I think DRX is still stable enough to go up in second place.
Should we just say our second place prediction
Go
on
ahead.
the count of 3? Together?
Do it.
Just at the same
All right,
time?
yeah.
All right.
1, 2, 3. Team
DFM.
Secret.
DFM. Okay.
For some reason, I just really like this DFM team. Maybe I'm just such a May fanboy that I believe that he can like carry them over the line here. I think there's just too much talent on this team. If they can just kind of, you know, really buckle down, get it together, this team really has a ton of potential in my opinion.
My biggest concern, again, for Team Secret is going to be how does the prep go when they have to play multiple matches back to back to back. That's the one thing that's concerning me, but if that is something that they have tackled, then I don't think I have any cause for concern.
The last group, it's going to be the reigning winners of VCT Pacific, Paper X, and then it is Gen G and RRQ.
What we've seen from Paper X across 2023, they should, and I think they have to be, your first place prediction going out of this group.
I just have too much faith in Coach Alex. I mean, I think he's so good at getting the players to kind of believe into themselves and their own system. They're just too good, man, top to bottom.
Once again, put all of the hopium I have left in RRQ.
Wow.
Okay.
But we talked about theoretically why they should look better, a lot better than last year.
And this is where I think it gets even spicier, because you've got Paper X and Gen G remaining. We have the two inseparables of RRQ and Gen G remaining.
Okay.
And I think that we have the harder decision, so I'm going to make you go first.
That's right.
Okay, and just like it happened in the earlier groups, I think this is one where, yeah, Gen G has a lot of potential, but all 5 players on Paper X have the X factor. Not only good aim, but they're able to clutch it up when it's needed. They're able to go for these 1v2s, 1v3s, maybe even 1v5s. So that's where I'm going to give them the edge and say Paper X still goes into, you know, the potential play-ins and potential playoffs here for Kickoff.
I really think that this is the time for Texture. I think this is his moment where this is either it. Like, he's got to get it done this year, or he's just not actually that guy. He's not that duelist that we've talked about for a long time that could potentially be, you know, the superstar. I'm big on this team. There's so much firepower on this team.
I'm going to lean to RRQ. I think that they have way more solid of a foundation to build off of. I think that they've done nothing but make positive moves. I think Gen G very much have done the same exact thing, but I'm still going to go with RRQ. Who are your top 2 teams to go to our first international Masters Madrid in 2024?
I'm going with RRQ and T1.
Okay.
Okay.
I think RRQ and T1 have made sweeping improvements, and they're gonna go to an international tournament to prove that Pacific can be one of the best regions.
Okay, you're looking at me like, yeah, that's my turn. Paper X T1. I agree with you on T1. Paper X, I still think is going to be fine. It's not going to be quite that same look, I suspect, but it should be very, very similar flavor.
For me, I'm also going to go with T1. I think that T1, they've just looked so very good. I think that they have a really solid foundation, and I'm expecting that they will be able to make it over to yet another international event. The team alongside them, though, I will go against you both because I am
he can't get away from it.
I'm going to go with Team C. No, it's DRX. I'm going to go with DRX. I think that I just believe. I just have the faith. So there we have it.
Fair.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh my God, that was insane.
Swings the corner. We'll get yet another ace this weekend. Our inaugural VCT Pacific Champions. Hello, VCT fans. I'm extremely excited to introduce VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. Last year's VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting changes coming up. Here are the updates and everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024. VCT Pacific will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kickoff, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between each stage, and Champions will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in first in each group goes straight to the playoffs. The 3 teams who finish second will play in a single round robin where the winner joins the playoffs in a single elimination format. After the intense battle during VCT Pacific Kickoff, the top 2 teams will advance to VALORANT Masters Madrid. Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be split into 2 groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin. The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs and will play in a double elimination bracket. Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to VALORANT Masters Shanghai. VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against each other in their own group. Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to VALORANT Champions. Championship points are a fresh addition to the VCT ecosystem in 2024. Teams will earn championship points to qualify for VALORANT Champions at the end of the year. Teams earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage 2. They earn 3 points if they win Kickoff for Stage 1. Teams will also earn 3 points whenever they win a Masters event. The goal, ultimately, is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define their destiny in VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. We'll see you all in Seoul, South Korea.
We're here to make waves. Hello everyone and welcome to day 1 of VCT Pacific Kickoff 2024. I'm your host Jen Lee, coming to you live from Seoul, Korea, home of Pacific. Starting today, 11 of our Pacific teams will embark on their journey to be one true champion. We also had significant changes coming in through this year, inside and outside of the server. So before we dive into the action, let me walk you through the changes in 2024. First off, the schedule. This year, we're starting with VCT Pacific Kickoff. We have 2-stage International League season, 2 Masters events, and of course, Champions. With the addition of Bleed Esports, total of 11 teams are expecting a fierce competition. Next up, VALORANT's 4th International League, China. With that, the journey towards Champions now begins in 4 regions: Americas, EMEA, Pacific, and China. Through Kickoff, 2 of Pacific's best teams will punch their tickets to Masters Madrid, where top 2 teams from each region, total of 8, will battle it out against each other. Qualification for Masters Shanghai and Champions will be determined based on the performances in the international leagues. Which brings us to the Champions points. Starting this year, teams will earn 1 point for each win during league stage games. On top of that, 3 points for winning Regional Kickoff, International League, and Masters events. Teams with the highest amount of points from each league will qualify for VALORANT Champions 2024. Moving on to patch updates. Kickoff will be played in patch 8.02 and 8.03, which means Icebox is back. Woo! Well, here's a rundown on the new Icebox. First, attacker spawn. A new storage container has been added to the left side, and it's gonna block the line of sight from the attacker spawn to B2. B green. The container has been raised off the ground, which means we don't have to crouch anymore. And then we have the tube. 2 boxes have been placed by the wall, and now there's a window near the end towards the B tube. Good luck holding mid, everyone. Last but not least, snow pile. With the additional containers on the right side, this area now is a single lane path, which means the rotations will be easier to predict. And that's what's in the box, the new ice box. But we also wanted to hear from the user, so we're gonna have a special chat with ta-da! This is the president of the Korean VALORANT scene. Can you please introduce yourself? 소개 부탁드릴게요.
한국에서 이제 스트리밍을 하고 있는 스트리머 김대모라고 합니다. 반갑습니다.
Yay! This is our Korean streamer, Kim Denmo. Now, right off the bat, do you like the new Icebox?
Yeah.
What do you play on Icebox?
I play Yoru. Yoru.
That's it? Yoru, done? Only Yoru?
Yeah, only Yoru. Yeah, only Yoru.
Rate the new Icebox out of 10.
I think 0.
0?
Yeah.
Why?
Not much change.
Oh, not much change, so you give it a 0. It feels like no change has been done. Okay, well, in your opinion then, what other maps need rework?
I think Sunset.
Sunset?
Yeah.
Okay.
Balance is not so noob.
Balance is so new.
Yeah, so
okay, we need more balance in Sunset. Hear that, Riot? Well, thank you for the interview. And there are still plenty more to talk about regarding the new season, but that's not for me. That's for the guys at the desk. So over to you, Victoria.
Thank you, Jen. It's going to be a super fragalicious year at VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific. It's kickoff time where all roads lead to champions. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me I got my analyst, Will. Was that really the president of VALORANT Esports?
I mean, well, not VALORANT Esports, but VALORANT overall in Korea. For those of you who don't know, the gentleman who just interviewed, his ID is Duenmo, and he's actually part of Team IM. He's going to be playing in Challengers Korea coming up alongside the old DRX Zest. So he's been around for a bit. I'm interested to hear his opinions there. He's got some hot takes, and we'll see how those carry through for the rest of the year.
I mean, he's got that ear piercing. He definitely looks like a Euro main for sure, at least for me, you know?
But Quack, I mean, when we walked into this venue, it's Icebox theme. What do you make of the whole stadium this year?
I mean, when I woke up and I came here looking at the design of everything, it's almost like we're actually an Icebox. It's cold out, and then the design of everything just looks so cool. I almost want to pick up this gecko and go like, dude, go plant the spike. What do you mean you don't want to plant the spike? Yeah, wingman. Little homie, go. You
don't punch little homie. Oh my goodness. All right,
what do you mean you don't want to plant the spike?
All right, let's talk about that. But leave him alone. The old Arctic map is back. The question is it going to be Nice Box or Nightmare Box? We're going to look at how the teams have been doing. What do you make of this, Will? Is it going to be Nightmare or Nice or
Well,
Niceness?
this is, for one thing, this is obviously based on their past performances, like cumulative throughout. So I think certain things are kind of skewed. For instance, like Paper Rex, they're going to have high win rates on every map anyway throughout their career. So do they really prefer it or not? That's a big question. But I would say the teams who used to struggle on it, the big question is all of those teams have gone through major roster changes. Does that now enable them to take advantage of these map changes? It really comes down to the calling, in my opinion, more so than mechanical skill.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
definitely. I mean, the coaching as well, and how the new compositions can come into play. I mean, now that we've got Gecko buffs and everything as well, there could be a lot of changes.
That's right, with Wingman there who you're abusing on the desk.
Sorry.
Okay, now Icebox was not the only map with a facelift. Lotus also had some changes. Now here are the agent picks from previous pre-patch. Killjoy ranking at the highest at 88%. What kind of agents are we expecting to see on the refreshed Lotus?
Honestly, hard to say, right? I mean, Sky is definitely one of the biggest talking points that we will have so far.
Deadlock.
Will's already
Sorry,
going
something
into
was
it.
caught in my throat, yeah.
If we focus on just initiators, I do think maybe Fade could come into play a little bit because Lotus changes. There are so many more like gaps and corners that you need to clear out. Prowler could be very useful, but still, you want flashes.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be one of those maps where Sky was so dominant. Does she still remain good enough to be a solo initiator? Because with 3 sites, now not being able to go on those cooldowns and refresh those guiding lights, how much do they value, right? The actual utility of that skill versus the timings that you can have with some other agents.
Now, one more map had a little bit of a change. Breeze over in Bermuda. They can never seem to make up their mind if those halls are going to be closed or open. Well, it's open this time to make that absolutely clear. Maybe not in all regions, but it's definitely open here in Pacific. But let's talk about guns. Outlaw. Now, this is the real game changer, is the double-barreled rifle that sits between a marshal and an operator. How do you think this is going to play out with all the Pacific teams?
Well, I think the biggest thing is simply the fact that this weapon exists is a big deal, right? Because now it's a big enough of a threat against some of those eco rounds. You can't try to do something crafty with the half armor. And also, if you're in those rounds where it's like, well, we could go for a half buy and try to build up our economy, simply the idea of, well, what if they buy the Outlaw? I think that's the real threat. And then obviously we see, certain players that are going to make great use of this here in Pacific. I think we're loaded with Outlaw and Operator players here.
I mean, come on, it's Pacific. We've got so many great aimers in this region. Those 3 names that you just saw are already definitely some of them. And you can just think about the Outlaw as that option that they have. There's so many mind games that comes with this.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, how do we counter something like the Outlaw with players like Laz and Ye so strong with the Outlaw on Chamber, and now when you have this gun, this double-barreled rifle coming in, how is this going to go?
Yeah, and I mean, there's just a lot of uses for it. Hopefully we'll see it during the games as well so we can touch upon it further. But, I mean, even this team that we're seeing, right, getting ready for their first match today, they've got several players that can make good use of that weapon as well, like Xcure, like Saya player. And, of course, one of the players we mentioned everyone's been waiting for his return to Tier 1. It's Ye, alongside players like Scary. This entire roster of Bleed, very excited to see them here in the arena.
Yeah, new Bleed design jersey as well. I mean, it definitely is just one of the biggest opening matches that we will have. Outlaw, Ye could definitely use him. I mean, he's known to be that strong aimer. But yeah, that's one of the things about Ye as well, right?
That's right. I mean, this is the man that needs no introduction, but we need to introduce him anyway. Now, right now, we're looking at his 2022 Optic versus his 2023 Challenger stats right now, Will.
Yeah, and you can see a pretty big disparity. Now, I think this goes both ways. One of it is that in 2022, Ye was hailed as just absolutely the best player in the world for Valorant at the time. And then had a bit of a downfall. Now, the big question everyone has is, was that because he couldn't keep up with the meta and the skill level of all the other players? Or was it simply kind of this meta and compositional, maybe some chemistry, things like that, as he had to work with new teammates? And the big question for me is, this year, here on Bleed, this is where he proves, is the 22 Ye the real Ye, or is it going to be the 2023?
The 2023 human Ye.
Yeah, the human Ye.
No longer El Diablo. That's one thing.
Now, after 608 days,
Insane.
finally, we've seen a change on the DRX roster. That's a long time. Flashback is in, RV and Zest are out. Quack, how do you feel about this? I know how Will feels about this, but how does Quack feel about
You
this?
said finally already says so much, but I do think this is something that can give a very structured DRX a lot more flexibility. Of course, we saw Foxy9 last year. We know how strong he can be, an insane duelist, but then sometimes it just kind of goes off the cuff, and maybe sometimes you want a little bit more structure. You want someone who can control off of that. Flashback is someone who can come in to balance all of that out. That's what I think. You'll have a team that can just kind of play off of each other that much more better. Like, they can adapt to each other that better.
And my biggest hope, as you mentioned, obviously Foxy9 sometimes kind of went off on his own. The problem was his team wasn't there to support because that's not their style. Now with Flashback, hopefully they actually lean into that a bit more because both of these players are clearly very gifted mechanically.
Now this is a sibling rivalry that we are here to see, the Susantes. Jason and Kevin Susanto facing off, Paper X Forsaken and T1 X Accurate. Now Quack, Forsaken's known as one of the best players in the Valorant world, but his older brother comes in with his own street cred in the world of FPS games, doesn't he?
Huge street cred. I mean, you know that he can be such a strong offer. They played in AVL and they had such a great performance as well. They did lose to PRX though.
Yeah, but he did put up better stats than Forsaken. Right?
Okay,
I just want to point this out, okay? Obviously, small sample size for Xcure, but I think the fact that he has that confidence to say, I might be the new kid on the block in Valorant, but I know that I have the mechanical skill to keep up with everybody else. He's not backing away from any fight here in
I'm
VCT
the older
Pacific.
brother. I got that experience. Sit down, respect me, and let the game talk.
Now, last year we had 10 teams, and this year with the addition of Bleed, it brings us to a magnificent 11. I'm feeling upgrades across all teams except Paper Rex, where I'd say was more of a lateral change, equally good but different style player. Are we going to see a huge stylistic difference in this year's regional gameplay with all the roster changes?
I think the biggest thing we're going to see is much more aggression. A lot of these teams have either picked up just direct upgrades to firepower or younger players, right? That might be a little raw, but they're confident, they're eager to prove themselves, and I hope that we see more aggressive gameplay because there were some teams in Pacific that played very slowly.
Now let's look at the kickoff tree of life or death. Plains is going to have 2 teams advancing to playoffs. Then playoff is single round robin with the first and second place moving on to Madrid after kickoff. Quack, how are you feeling about how all these groups have been seeded?
I mean, well, so many of these groups just look so scary and interesting at the same time. I mean, I'm just looking at Team Secret and Talon, for example, right now. It's a bit of a toss-up, and with all those changes like that Will just mentioned, we are expecting more aggression, and I just feel, you know, you want to see some of the teams from last year improve, like TFM, for example.
Yeah, I mean, the bar is set quite low, but obviously there's a lot of room to prove, and the first match for them, not easy. But at the end of the day, obviously, all the winners go directly into the playoffs, and then you still have 3 teams from each group coming out in second place. They'll have to go through another round robin and play-ins to see who fills up that last spot for playoffs for that chance to go to Masters Madrid.
And by the time we're in playoffs, this is going to be pretty brutal with the single elim. I mean, I think we're expecting certain teams to make it through, but with that one very factor of single elim, I think things could be unpredictable.
I mean, yeah, you just play that one match in the semifinals. That determines whether you go to Madrid or not. And then, of course, you go to the finals. Now you're also fighting for those championship points. You can be the first team to get that first step towards champions, which, I mean, who knows where it's going to be, but you want those points to try to get there early.
That's the big goal at the end of the year. Who knows where it's going to be true, though, and that's just the thing. I mean, every single match counts, and that's why starting things off with this one, oh my goodness, T1 versus Bleed. I'm just riding the Bleed hype train.
Oh, wow, okay, just setting that down. Okay.
It is going to be crazy. This is an incredible first matchup. T1 has so many new players replacing their old roster. Bleed, first time here in the franchise, here in Korea with us. Now, EgoS is also stepping into Bleed. He didn't play with them last year in Ascension.
Not so much, but he was definitely a huge part of the Singaporean scene. Finished military service and then came back to it. Aim is still as sharp, and that's something that we did see from Bleed when they played at Riot 1 in Japan. But the other whole thing is just the fact that you've also got so many of these other players. T1 also having big changes.
Now, T1's made some big changes. That really changes the color of the team as well.
That's right. Now, Saya Player and Ye, they have faced off. So these 2 teams haven't faced off, you know, since Bleed has ascended, but Saya Player and Ye, they got some history.
I mean, they go way back, right? So in the year 2022, when Ye was undoubtedly the best player in the world, one of the players that was always putting up a fight, or at least trying to, and not backing away from the challenge in North America was Saya Player back on the guard. And there were several matches where people would say, okay, Saya individually can still compete against this guy. He can still at least take the 1v1 challenge. Will we see that happen again? Because the biggest question on everyone's mind is Ye still playing the same positions?
That's true. We don't really know for sure just yet, given the composition of Bleed as a team. You know, you still got Darian, who could be that chamber/duelist, and everyone else along with it as well. I mean, EgoS definitely will be kind of that sentinel for the time being. But if we look at T1 at the least, you've got Carpe now as the IGL. How does that change everything up?
I got a player with a super wide, like position there, still going. Now we mentioned the 3 player changes in the T1 player lineup. Will, how are you feeling about that?
Well, I think overall it's a good change for the long term, right? It kind of really pushes this team to be much more contact-oriented, take fights a lot more confidently, and it also seems like they've built a good atmosphere. That's what we saw at AVL. I mean, additions like Rossi, who is really in there to make sure the momentum doesn't stop. And I honestly think one of the biggest values Carpe brings as an IGL is that veterancy. He's not shaken. He's never shaken regardless of individual or team score, and I think that those 2 members are really going to keep them together. Obviously, a big part of that as well. The question for Bleed is, you don't have as much history, especially not in Valorant. So are you able to keep up with that pressure in something like a best of 3?
I mean, I think they definitely proved themselves at Ascension. You know, we were all there. We kind of saw that scary clutch for sure. But now that they are here, they still have to prove themselves. They have to prove that they can hang with the big dogs over in the international league. And while we were looking at players like Scary, maybe Ye's return, I think, Crazy Guy was one of those guys, one of those calm and collected IGLs like Carpe. I think you had a lot to say about that.
Yeah, no, I love that you brought it up because I don't think Crazy Guy gets enough credit for the success of Bleed so far. I think he's one of those ideas where you can definitely see the calling, you can feel the impact of the calling in game, and now you have a player like Ye. If that chemistry has been built up, we've got some high hopes for Bleed.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Crazy Guy is the only Vietnamese representation here in Pacific, so I think it's really exciting. Now, we're talking about Bed by Sire player and Ye. Here are some stats from the last time they both played.
Yeah, obviously, Ye's stats, they kind of went all over the place throughout his career, so take that with a grain of salt. But Saya, I think that's the real highlight of this one, is that regardless of the roster he's been on, Saya individually has always performed up to the hype and potential, and he's always had that drive. He's shown it. Now, Ye versus Saya, once again, in a very different region with different teammates. How do they line up against each other? And I also wonder, do they have maybe a little bit of beef going way back to North America?
Way back. I mean, yeah, I think the stats definitely have a little bit to say, but also just Ye's playstyle, I think, is something that could fit into Bleed's whole system really well.
Now, coaches are definitely going to have a big influence on this. T1 has also announced an addition of another coach under Autumn.
Yeah, Data has joined. I saw him in the arena as well, so clearly kind of been part of the system to prep here for kickoff. So T1, another team that's building out the coaching staff. We have some big disparities there as well.
That's right. And over on the other side, we got Lagia, who also has his long history of accolades coming from FPS games. Let's go have a chat with him now.
Thank you, guys. I'm joined by the two coaches, Autumn and Legaya. Now, first of all, Autumn, Bleed. Not a lot of tape on this team with this new roster. So expectations for today's matchup. 턴 감독님, 일단 블리드를 개막전 상대로 만나게 됐는데요. 사실 좀 베일에 쌓인 팀이라는 느낌도 들거든요. 오늘 어떤 경기 예상하시나요?
확실히 좀 많이 정보가 없는 팀이기 때문에 좀 준비하는 과정에 있어서 상대방의 이제 카운터 그런 것보다는 저희의 이제 내실을 다지는데 좀 신경을 많이 썼거든요. 근데 내실이 꽤 잘 다져졌다 생각하기 때문에 무난하게 2대0으로 이길 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. Well, yeah, there's not a lot of VODs on this new roster. So when we were getting ready for the matchup today, when we're in the preparation process, we decided to make our game more solid instead of focusing on the counter strats. And I think we came in very heavily prepped, and I think today's going to be an easy 2-0. Well, Ligaya, T1's going to be the first Pacific team you face. What are your expectations? 그러면 이제 블리드는 퍼시픽 첫 상대가 T1이 됐거든요. 오늘 어떤 경기 예상하시나요?
Our expectations are to win 2-0. I think I'm very confident in my teammates and my players. So yeah, we will do our best, have a show a good match for the viewers, everyone watching here and at home. So yeah.
일단 선수들의 기량에 있어서 굉장히 자신감 있고 또 선수들을 믿고 있기 때문에 오늘 2대0으로 승리를 가져갈 수 있을 것 같고 또 경기력 또한 좋아서 보시는 분들 그리고 응원해주시는 팬분들께 상당히 만족스러운 경기를 보여주지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. Well, today we're expecting a bloody battle of operators. Now, Autumn, Saya and XQ, both notorious operators, but man on the other side today is Ye. How much trouble do you think Ye's going to give T1 today? 일단 오늘 오퍼수 간의 대결이 기대가 되는데요. 일단 사야 선수도 그렇고 엑스큐레이트 선수도 굉장히 유명한 오퍼수잖아요. 하지만 오늘 상대는 예입니다. 충분히 맛오퍼 가능할까요?
솔직히 예이 선수는 당연히 보여줬던 게 있는 선수이기 때문에 당연히 리스펙트를 하고 있고요. 다시 이제 대신에 예이 선수가 진짜 오퍼를 쓰는지 모르겠어요, 팀에서. 근데 만약에 쓰게 된다면은 저희 두 선수 모두 다 정말 훌륭한 오퍼라고 생각하기 때문에 좋은 모습을 오늘 보여드릴 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
Well, Ye, I do respect him because he's proven himself over and over on international stages in past years as well. But I am fully confident in the X-Curate and Saya, and I'm not really sure if Ye's gonna be the one opting for Bleed. But if he is, then we're gonna have not much of a problem countering Ye's operator. Well then, Ligaya. Today, Ye. We cannot not talk about Ye because he has a big task ahead of him. What can you tell me about his current form? Would you say the trophy-winning El Diablo is back 100%? 그렇다면 오늘 예이 선수의 폼이 블리드에게도 중요할 것 같은데요. 현재 폼은 좀 어디까지 끌어올렸는지 궁금합니다. 엘 디아블로가 완전하게 돌아왔다 이렇게 봐도 될까요?
I mean, Jake is a big part of our team and very important player for us. But can I say he's back? I don't know. He has to prove himself on the stage again. He hasn't been playing in a while, so yeah, it's on him to prove that he's back as El Diablo, I guess.
일단 선수들의 기량에 있어서는 굉장히 자신감 있고 또 믿어주겠지만 사실 예이 선수가 경기를 오랜만에 뛰는 거기도 하고 그리고 무엇보다 스스로를 다시 한번 증명하면서 스스로의 폼이 올라왔다는 걸 자기 자신이 직접 증명해내야 할 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. Well then, thank you coaches and final words before today's matchup. 그러면 각오 한마디 듣고 끝내겠습니다.
첫 경기인데 되게 오랜만에 경기를 하는 느낌이에요. 이런 정규적인 경기는. 그래서 이번 첫 경기만 저희가 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 수 있다면은 아마 이번 대회뿐만 아니라 올 한 해가 되게 의미 있는 한 해가 될 것 같아서 오늘 무조건 이길 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
First match of the season, it feels like forever. It feels like months and months since we last played the officials. But if we do win this one, then it's going to motivate us so much. It's going to be such a huge confidence booster for the rest of the year. So we'll try our best to win today. Well, Ligaya?
Not much to say from my side except for everyone watching. I hope they enjoy the game and good luck to T1.
일단 보시는 분들 즐겁게 경기를 보셨으면 좋겠고요. T1도 오늘 화이팅했으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 합니다. 여기까지 어떤 감독, 레가야 감독 만나봤습니다. Well, thank you, coaches. Good luck to you both. And over to you, Victoria.
Thank you so much, Jen, Coach Legia, and Coach Autumn. Did you hear those words Legia said about Ye? That was some like tough Asian dad love.
No, but
right
I really like it. I actually really like it because he's right. It's been so long since we've seen Ye in a position to really succeed, right? Or at least try to. And instead of just kind of putting out blanket hype, I like the idea that, okay, that is the story of Ye right now. He has to prove himself in terms of his own branding. But we should note that he said, well, we're all great players, right? It's not that he doesn't have hope in the team succeeding, but is El Diablo back? That's a very high bar. So I thought it was a nice answer. I really dig it.
It's a lot of pressure. I mean, the guy has to come back and prove himself again. You know, there was that. If you look at his VLR page, honestly, like it's a bit of a red carpet. So maybe we can start seeing a little bit more green now that he's with this team. How does he fit in? How does he work off of his teammates? You know, what role is he going to play? We still don't really know which agent it's going to be. There's some speculation as to it's going to be Chamber again, or I don't know.
You got to imagine the Chamber is definitely an option, right? We're seeing it be used by a lot more teams on a lot of different maps. But also, for anyone who did watch, like Bleed put out a mini vlog kind of coming to Korea, getting ready during media days, and in there, Scary, he's doing the huddle, and he points to Darian and says, like, our best duelist. And then he goes around, right, and he calls out everyone else. So I'm starting to get an inkling that Darian moving over to duelist at Riot 1 was not a one-time thing.
I think definitely that's a possibility. Darian as a duelist, Ego as a sentinel. What's Ye gonna be? We'll find out pretty soon.
That's right. Now you can see our predictions here. It's all red.
It is all red. I'm shocked we're all aligned on
It was
this.
just Lunar New Year. So.
Yes, it is very auspicious match one happening. So we got myself, Quack, predicting a Bleed win, and William going for a T1.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is, as actually a lot of the matches are here at VCT Pacific Kickoff, I think we have some of the more closer matchups throughout all the different regions. But I just have to go off of, okay, T1 already proved to me what they're working towards at AVL during the offseason and some other tournaments as well. And they've shown growth during the offseason. Also, even though it seemed a little haphazard at first, every roster change they made during the offseason seemed to always evolve them one extra step. Now, I'm not doubting anything about Bleed, but simply we haven't seen anything, and a lot of it seems to just ride on mechanically. Yeah, mechanically, can all, not just Ye, can all of them perform up to the expectations with potential role swaps? I'm not so sure because T1 is no pushover.
Yeah, I completely agree. T1 has been continuously upgrading. We've seen this last year going through the 2023 season. As they grew throughout the season, they just performed better and better as the weeks went by. But that said, we've decided to vote for Bleed this time. I know they are the new team this year, the new kid on the block, but why did you pick Bleed for this match?
I mean, that's just the thing, you know, it's like, how can we say that, you know, we're not sure if Bleed's gonna, we saw them at Ascension, that's my main thing. I do think that T1 is also really experienced, they have grown a lot. I love what I saw at AVL, but I also really love what I saw from Bleed at Ascension. Scary with that clutch was definitely one thing. You know that there's that individual potential, but also just the fact that Ye coming into this roster, he's got that sort of smooth, controlled kind of aim, not so twitchy, not like Forsaken, for example, but that's something that fits into Bleed's playstyle with Lagia as the coach. You know, it's this very controlled, tactical, sort of smoothly flowing throughout the entire map. And then if that comes into Bleed, you know, on the defensive side or on attack, they can definitely pick things apart. They could actually throw a wrench into T1's plans.
Listen, this guy on this desk here, all the fans are always yelling at us like, you're counting off-season events as you like your progress, and he's going 6 months back to Ascension with a different roster? Are you kidding? I mean,
core players still there, Will.
Listen, we were all there, and I actually believe that this roster has a lot of hope, not just because of Ye. I actually really like the core three. Like you mentioned, it's Crazy Guy, Darion, and Scary. I think individually and in their own roles, they are very talented people. But again, it's a matter of Kickoff is so brutal. It's 1 week. Sure, groups are double elim, but again, that only gives you 2 chances to try to get into the playoffs. I just don't think it's enough time.
I mean, in terms of your predictions, how hard are you expecting T1 to win
are we starting to do like a little, is it like a 40-60, like a 70-30?
Yeah, that's right.
You know, man, in this matchup, I think it's a bit of a risk to say this, but I would lean so far as 70-30 for T1.
Okay, that's pretty high.
It is very
It's a
high.
high
Yeah, I think the safe answer would be 60-40, but that's not fun. Nobody likes that. So no half buys here. Okay, we're going for full buys.
That is, I mean, they do have a lot more experience playing franchise. And yourself?
If you're just going to go that way, I'm going to go 80-20 Mr. Sweater. Bleed wins against T1.
Wow, okay.
Because here's the thing. I mean, yes, we haven't seen, I'm talking about Ascension, but Bleed also has game tape to study up on AVL. Bleed can study up on how T1 might operate.
Hold on. If T1 brings out the same exact composition with the same exact executes, yes, you're right. I think Bleed would absolutely win. I 100% agree.
Well, let's see who the teams actually want to face off this season. We did a poll with each one of the teams and asked them, who do you want to face off this kickoff? And it's very interesting. Paper X, most teams want to face off against Paper X. Followed by DRX and RRQ.
Oh, my Kings Global Esports, they know who the true opponents are going to be this year at VCT Pacific.
It's just the one RRQ.
Viva RRQ. It is actually, I am very curious. I'd love to hear from them eventually on like
what that reason
was.
I
mean, why was that picked? Because while obviously I have high hopes for a team like RRQ, you gotta imagine that DRX and Paper X are still generally the favored ones to go to the finals, and also probably the ones that everyone's shooting for, right? Those are the teams that you want to take down to prove yourselves this year in VCT Pacific.
A lot of it, definitely. I mean, I think Paper X and DRX, there's like some sort of like intertwined fate between the two of them. They're always up against each other. Maybe Paper X has a little chip on their shoulder. They want to prove themselves by beating DRX again. But every other team right now just wanting to take down Paper X, especially a team like Bleed, for example, it's going to be a lot of pressure.
You know, DRX and Paper X both picked each other as well. It's like they can't get enough of each other.
Well, I mean, DRX, surely. I'm sure that kind of just lives rent-free in their head, right? They were close to trying to close out that finals last year at VCT Pacific, and they were not able to. They allowed the first reverse sweep to happen in Tier 1 VALORANT. I mean, that's not something that a team like DRX can live with for long, so I'm sure they want that rematch in a finals at any point this year in Pacific.
Now, we were talking a bit about the mood here in Korea, Will, with T1 on the rise. DRX has been a longtime favorite and longtime kings of Pacific, of the Korea region anyway. How's the mood now in Korea with all the Korean teams?
We're finally seeing a bit of a shift, you know? It used to be like, okay, no matter international results, we always got to hope for DRX. DRX is the only hope for Korea, et cetera, et cetera. And now, with the off-season showings and the type of roster changes they made, despite going for a more international roster, it seems a lot of Korean fans are starting to say, okay, maybe we do want to bank on T1. Maybe they are actually going in the right direction. And DRX, we kind of want to wait and see how this roster pans out, because so far, that philosophy they used to have seems to have hit a ceiling. Very good records, but it seems to be a hard cap.
Right.
So now I'm starting to see a bit of a shift to, okay, T1, I'm kind of liking what you're cooking. I haven't gotten a full taste of it yet, but I'm willing to sit and wait for the full menu to come out.
So we got to diversify our stocks in all the Korean teams, not just all in on TRX.
Oh yeah, maybe they're just all going safe. That's what it is.
Go safe.
A little sprinkle of Gen G in there as well, you know.
Got points though. I mean, T1 did perform pretty well at Masters last year. They managed to show us that, you know, they're not just this roster, you know, that T1 just suddenly put up together. They definitely have been growing a lot, so I'm very excited to see what they have this year. But we can't neglect the last Korean team here either. I think Gen G is very interesting. Meteor's definitely always someone to watch out for, but I'm very curious about, you know, how their roster has changed. You've got some new players, completely new rookies being added to the roster.
Yeah, I mean, Charon, right? Yes. Nobody knows anything about him, and continuing, that seems to just be the brand that he's going to carry on here through this year. But I will say, out of all the teams in Pacific that are relatively untested in the offseason, right? Maybe only like one match or it's kind of a show match, things like that. I actually believe Gen G has the highest potential out of all of them, right? Teams like Gen G, teams like Global Esports, I would say even Team Secret, right? Just that short event in Predator League. I would say Gen G starts off with the highest potential in terms of mechanical skill. So if they can get the chemistry together, they could surprise a lot of us here.
I think I have to agree with that. I mean, biggest potential also because they have had the biggest changes, much needed changes, I think, coming into this season. Now we have to talk about an agent that we didn't see much potential or much love, even in off season. Deadlock. Are we going to see Deadlock this year?
Listen, I know during rehearsal I said we will, that I'm very excited for it, but let's come back to reality a little bit. Probably not. I think if we do see it, it's gonna be this kind of Hail Mary card, and we're not gonna see Deadlock catch on. I'll say that. Wow. I think she still has value for a bit of a curveball pick. I actually personally believe that length buff right on the barrier mesh is actually really solid. It allows her to be much more viable on different maps. But her attacking side is still so weak that you have to play her as an initiator, which means you probably still want someone else to be able to lurk very efficiently. And then how do you juggle the comps, right? So as an agent, I think she's okay. But as a compositional value, the question mark's still there.
Yeah, the trap, the sonic sensor, that's the one that's I'm wondering about. It's still always, you know, it leaves a little bit more to be desired. But the barrier mesh and the grenade that you throw out, sorry, I'm forgetting the name. It's still something that has a lot of creativity behind it. I think there are chances where you can kind of combo it off of other utilities, or maybe you get the stun off and then the jet dashes in, which is, I know, something that Vic has done in her own games. There are a lot of things that you could still do, just maybe not yet the most viable for a pro play.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen it pop up here and there in the Challengers Leagues as well, especially in Challengers League South Asia. We've seen it pop up several times as well. So there's some value there. And like you mentioned, it's a lot of those mini set plays. It's a lot of the mini executes that you have. But again, it's like, well, who are you taking out to put in Deadlock? And that's always the question.
What kind of maps will we see her on? Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, I feel like Ascent is always one of those like classic ones where you can always just use it and have the wall up, the barrier mash to block things off. But, you know, when you think about newer additions like Icebox, how much are you really going to do?
Yeah, I mean, I think Lotus is also in the pool there.
Well, I'm hearing it's time for the official VCT Pacific Kickoff. Are you boys ready for some Pacificing?
Yes.
Yes?
We'll
Are we ready?
Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is game time. I hope you're ready over at home. Let's go, Pacific.
Put your money where your mouth is, you talking cheap. For what it's worth, you're in the back seat.
Going for the reload. What? Patty!
Got an angel to my left.
Completely and utterly confused as Ken desperately tries to defend this, and he does!
Shots fired, shots scoring. Our foes are falling.
And Smudge gets 2 quick kills, and he just gets the raid! What?
I'll never slow down.
forces them off the plant. Still trying to stick to it. It's going to be TF.
TFM out of the sight, but Anthem moved strong.
They read his position. The answer is no. He finds another. That's over the side. Buzz gets the third. Does catch that. Catches. VCT Pacific champion.
To our enemies, you see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and wait. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes. Cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all ready for me? Bring it on. Enemies all around. Ready for war now. Standing on his ground. And we will not give up the ground. Fight. Into the jungle.
Introducing the players. Last year was a warm-up. This year, they're taking over. Prestige, the pedigree. They're on a hunt for a trophy. T1! Ascension winners, a new addition to Pacific. Wherever they go, blood will be shed. They're bringing the king of hell, Bleed Esports!
Here we go. We are going into map picks and bans for the first series of today.
Oh, let's go. I am so curious what these two teams are going to bring because we've had a fairly good idea of what T1's been preferring in the offseason. No surprise that they're taking out the Icebox. You haven't really seen much of it from any of the teams. The question is, Bleed, kicking things off with some long-range battles on the new Breeze.
That's what they love to do. That's what they're good at. So the question is, can T1 really control the map enough that they block off all those tiny gaps? But now Lotus coming into play. This is a bit of a curious one because Bleed are pretty comfortable on that map too.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is a great way to kick things off for these two teams because they show the strengths for both teams on these maps. I mean, T1 was no pushover on Breeze, even at AVL. The way they're playing it, the way that Excurate was taking over space even as a Harbor, really trying to tighten up the map. My question is what's Bleed to answer to that other than just go get kills with the Operator?
I mean, that was the most obvious thing to me on these first two map picks. I was like, we're going to see a lot of Operator, Outlaw. We're going to see some Chamber ult.
That's a great way to introduce and kick off VCT Pacific, isn't it? You got to have the Outlaw. I'm hoping that we'll get to see that, but now Split as the decider. I mean, this definitely could go either way. We always say that, but this is definitely just one of those things where both teams are showing off what they are good at on their own map picks. Once it comes down to Split, though, if it does, who's gonna show up on top?
Man, I'm very curious how T1's going to look on Split because the way they were playing during the offseason, right? Taking over space one by one by going for these mini set plays, by going for the chaining of utility, that actually works a lot better on these larger maps because you can force them into one side. You can really tighten up the map by going for contact. But on Split, the moment you get contact, the round is over. So my question is what kind of composition do you have ready? I mean, is it double duelist? Because that's doable here for T1 and both sides. But it's a very different style of explosive fights because once you get contact, you're already in the site.
And especially for a team like Bleed, is it still going to be that double controller? How strong can Egoist be on this Sentinel role? Because on a map like Split, being able to get information and delay those pushes is going to be so important. We talked about those contact plays, and Bleed is a team that hopefully knows how to work against that.
I think one thing's for sure, all of us here want to see Split, because that is the one we have the most questions about at the moment. Now, like you said, Will, the question now is really, what are the agent comps are going to be like? We have so many questions about this team. Who's going to play what role? Is Ye going to be playing the Chamber Sentinel role? Is he going to be playing the Duelist?
I mean, there's rumbles of Ye spamming a lot of KO during the offseason in his own games, and obviously KO, one of those agents that has consistently been picked on Breeze if you're going for the double initiator. If you're going for double initiator at all, I think KO has to be part of that composition, but the real trade-off is it double initiator or double controller? That's always been the question when it comes to Breeze.
That's definitely one of those things on the map, but while Will gives actual and accurate analysis, I'm just going to talk about what's fun, because AVL,
are you the
T1
fun one?
Yeah, I'm the kind of fun one, because they played Yoru on Breeze during AVL. Are they going to do that again? And is that going to be effective against Bleed, or was that just kind of like a thing that they did for fun in the offseason?
Yoru's a big possibility. I mean, if you watched AVL at all during the offseason, you'll remember Forsaken's Yoru getting 6 ultimates against DRX. So, I mean, there's definitely a way. A lot of other teams have been trying it as well. I think Yoru has value. I think we're going to actually start to see Yoru be picked up a lot more often than we're used to across all the different maps, right? Things like Bind, things like Breeze, even Lotus to a certain extent. But what I saw from T1's Yoru, it didn't really convince me. Obviously,
lot, right?
yeah. There was some time since then, so obviously they could prep a lot more during that. They could really tighten up the utility. But for T1, I'd like to see something different, because while Excurit's Harbor was fine and he was using it in ways to take space and get contact, I think he could do a lot more if he was a different agent and not the Harbor.
I mean, I don't know if we're going to see ISO. I feel like Yoru is finally making his mark, or we're expecting to anyway, but do you think ISO is going to have any showings?
Maybe not so much. ISO still like really like fun to play, right? You get to shoot the orbs, you get the shields, a little bit of aim labs here and there. But still in pro play, I mean, especially on a map like Breeze, I could see you trying to push off of the contingency shield, but the undercut, the range is just, it's a little bit tough. And although he could be a really cracked aimer, what we need on a map like Breeze is a lot more map control. Viper definitely has to be in, and you need a lot more, you know, combos and set plays.
It's funny that you mentioned the limit of the skills and the range, because Breeze is actually one of those maps where I would say Reyna would provide a lot more value than ISO. Right? This is one of those maps, and we've seen it before, right? Teams who have pocket Reyna picks, they've made it work. I mean, Depp was one of them on Zeta Division in the offseason back at Riot 1, had a great showing on it against DFM. So I think Reyna, potentially a possibility, not between these two teams though. I think they are going to go fairly standard. It's just, is it double controller or double initiator in my opinion.
Now, one thing that we haven't spoken about, there are stats, but one thing that does impact a lot of the win or losses is the mood, the mental that these players are in. Do you guys get a sense, like the player room is right by our green room, do we get any sense of how they're feeling right now?
Well, so we passed by some of the T1 players actually on our way down to get ready. So this was like minutes before they had to get ready to get on stage. And I haven't seen Rossi be like this focused, right? Because obviously during the offseason, it's AVL, right? It's offseason. It's not counting towards your VCT record, but very focused, very calm and collected, not just super jovial. Obviously, you can tell that Kickoff matters so much because you want to get this win, you want to get to Masters Super Grid, you want to get the early championship points to have a head start in 2024 going all the way to Champions.
You want to kick things off well. You don't want to, you know, start off with a bit of a slump. So that's the other thing for Bleed as well. I mean, looking at their mood, you know, the coaching can be a little bit, maybe a little bit serious at times, and
tough
you can
love.
feel that. Yeah, definitely, right? What they talked about with Ye. But I do think that that's something that could also help them. Scary's a guy that really, you know, operates off of that pressure. You can see him praying at times, and he gets really intense, and that's something that gives him that clutch potential. So things could be a big clash.
Another scary ace clutch today? I mean, those are always a treat. Those are always a treat.
Now, Bleed, with so many new players in franchise, I'm sure they must be really serious, really pumped up, and a little bit nervous coming into this first match. I mean, Breeze, coming into Breeze, what are your... Are we going to do a map 3 is my question.
I think we very well could. I think this could very well go to a map 3. And I actually think if you're a Bleed fan, this map draft is pretty good, because here's the thing. You're going to want to use the Sova on Breeze, right? Most definitely, yeah.
100%.
And Crazy Guy loves to play that Sova. He's very good with the Sova. And even on Lotus, right? Especially with the Sky changes, we're seeing a lot more teams now start to experiment with the Sova back on Lotus. I know people are still split on that, and Fade's still an option, but I could see Crazy Guy doing great things with the Sova and the Odin, which he also uses very well. So I think this actually works in favor of the IGL for Bleed Esports.
Definitely.
Now, after this, whoever wins is going to be facing off. We also got in this group, a very exciting group A, by the way, Global Esports and ZETA. How do you think this is all going to play out moving on from here? I mean, this is the first match that's going to determine a lot of things for the rest of Kickoff.
I mean, I think it's going to be tough to say for sure. And whoever wins this one, if they're going to go up against either ZETA or Global Esports. ZETA is another team that has gone through a lot of changes. Global has become even more global with all of the new players that they've picked up. And they also have a lot that they want to prove themselves. I mean, if you're watching the Emerge videos on the VCT Pacific channel, you can see and get a sense for how every one of these players feel, especially for a guy like Benkai, for example.
He wants to frag, man.
He wants to frag,
He's done calling, man. He wants to frag. He wants to actually shoot his guns rather than just do the talking. And I think Benkai is going to surprise and remind a lot of people that he used to be a really solid fragger.
Not
right?
just a memer, yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, he's probably still a memer. But
Definitely still a memer.
Bring back the fragging on top, a little nice dollop of fragging onto that dish. And I think Global Esports will surprise more people than they were expecting. However, I mean, I think both those teams are a big question mark. Because ZETA, I think everyone agrees, much higher potential, but how much time is going to take to reach that potential? Two very young players, rookie players from the academy scene, which I'm very happy to see. But does that growth happen immediately, or is it simply, okay, these are talent with potential, but they need some more time?
I mean, if we're judging by, we're talking about the mood and the mental of each of these teams. ZETA, I feel like Laz has a very different vibe about him coming into 2024 season, and I'm guessing this might be related to the, the camaraderie that the new ZETA has. What are your expectations for ZETA?
I expect them to really tighten up on what we didn't see so much last year when they were really slow and they had some mistakes, kind of operating off of assumptions sometimes. If they can really fix all of that and get in a lot more information gathering and have the protocols to work with these younger players, they have a lot of potential. I mean, Laz and Dep, we see what they're capable of. We know that they can reach greater heights. And maybe the off-season being that long, gave them a little bit of a break that now they can come back into 2024 feeling a lot more refreshed. I mean, you saw in those trailers, you see in those interviews, he actually looks really ready for this year.
Yeah, he also looks happy as well. Like, he used to look so he's just used to look so exhausted because he had to carry so much weight for that team and the
a lot of
entirety
pressure
of
too.
Japanese Valorant, right? I mean, it all
Well,
rested
Dep was there.
I mean, Dep was there, but Dep was always, he was so focused on the game. In some ways, I think Laz taking on all that pressure allowed Dep to focus on the game. Laz, I think, really took on the leader role and said, listen, I know I'm the icon right now for ZETA Division Valorant. I know I'm the leader. Usually I'm the IGL. I'll take on that pressure. Dep, focus on the game. And that got them far enough. But the question is we know Laz has that individual potential as well. Can he unlock it? Maybe a little bit of this confidence from the younger players. And it seems like a much more joking nature from someone like Yuran seems to benefit that team a lot.
I think a good laugh. I mean, one thing I've heard from across all the teams, we saw this from Coach Potter, Coach Alex. One thing they all have in common is that they bring a lot of joy and laughter amongst their teammates. And when you have people who are on the highest tier of gameplay mechanically, utility-wise, what is the step to improve from there? And it's just good vibes. So that could have been like the missing piece for ZETA as well.
And, bringing back to this, of course, the first match that we're waiting on right now between T1 and Bleed. Again, that's a big question for T1. They added an extra coaching staff, right? Coming from North America once again. Actually, a fair bit of experience and history within the Valorant scene alone. Coaching the old TSM and, of course, Turtle True briefly as well. So a little bit of chemistry with Rossi for a brief moment, but I would say more so it's what he did before that with the old TSM roster. For fans who have followed that, they seem to agree, okay, I think his leadership was very good. Now, does the coaching staff chemistry work among Autumn, Stunner, and Data all together? And then how does the team gel with that? Because we've seen Autumn's interview during the offseason. Last year's roster did not gel with the entirety of the coaching staff between Autumn and Stunner. So that's now on Autumn's shoulder to say, we need to be one family, we need to be one team, and all go towards the same goal.
I wonder if it's going to be a case of too many cooks or just lots of good data. Does T1 have the biggest coaching?
No, DRX
staff?
still holds that. Well, actually, actually, I believe ZETA Division technically has the most if you count like all their analysts. I think they have 4, and GRX technically has 3 for the main team. But they're up there. They're up there. Yeah.
Up there for sure. Contrary to that, Bleed does not. Bleed's got Lagia, and then you got Omnis as the analyst. That's about it. That's all you really need. And sometimes, maybe that's what gives them that edge, because you look at how Lagia talks to his players sometimes, and in that interview that they just had with Jen as well, he's really just, this is my team. This is, I believe in them. Yay, maybe prove yourself, but still, you guys are under me. You guys are together, and we're going to see what you can do.
I like that. There's no favoritism, from Lagia for Ye's star power. Obviously, we've seen so much of Ye across all the, Pacific channels, even NA, because Ye is over here. It is a huge deal.
It's a very big deal.
But, no favoritism there. In fact, Lagia, I think he filled in for one of the off-season
Yes.
tournaments
Yeah,
even.
right,
And that is how invested he is in his team. He can play.
It made me chuckle during the interview when he's like, well, I have a lot of faith
My
in my
teammates,
teammates. I'm
yeah.
like, oh, you're still living in the Riot one days a couple months ago. But I like that because while Ye is a great player, you don't want to build just around the newest player that gets added. You want to have faith that the core and the direction you had is the right direction, and Ye's the right ingredient to add to that mix. Also, I think Legia's coaching actually proved itself quite a bit at Ascension as well. I mean, going in 3-0ing Scars, who looked very dominant as well, was a good showing in terms of pret and in terms of counter-stratting as well.
Well, with that, we are so excited to see the first series. Guys, go get a snack. We're going to go on a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to see a little bit of T1 and Bleed face off.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh my God, that was insane.
Breaks the corner! We'll get yet another ace this weekend! Our inaugural VCT Pacific Champions! Hello, VCT fans. I'm extremely excited to introduce VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. Last year's VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting changes coming up. Here are the updates and everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024. VCT Pacific will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kickoff, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between each stage, and Champions will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in first in each group goes straight to the playoffs. The 3 teams who finish second will play in a single round robin where the winner joins the playoffs in a single elimination format. After the intense battle during VCT Pacific Kickoff, the top 2 teams will advance to VALORANT Masters Madrid. Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be split into 2 groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin. The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs and will play in a double elimination bracket. Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to VALORANT Masters Shanghai. VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against each other in their own group. Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to VALORANT Champions. Championship points are a fresh addition to the VCT ecosystem in 2024. Teams will earn championship points to qualify for VALORANT Champions at the end of the year. Teams earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage 2. They earn 3 points if they win Kickoff for Stage 1. Teams will also earn 3 points whenever they win a Masters event. The goal, ultimately, is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define their destiny in VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. See you all in Seoul, South Korea.
I think 2023, it's not too bad, but very sad for us. It was not good because we didn't qualify to single master.
Not good enough. My performance wasn't great.
Quite tough year at first, but with more time we can bounce back and become like dark horse to everyone.
I think from the outside perspective, we were quite underrated. So in that sense, we maybe performed better than some people expected. But from our in-house expectation, we definitely didn't reach what we wanted to. We felt like we needed to make improvement.
We built a new roster now. We have the confidence with this roster, that's why I think we just need to practice now.
The first thing on my list was we need a consistent entry fragging. That's something that we lacked, and I've spoken about it openly. So the first name on my list was Maxim, aka Jemkin.
It feels good to move to Korea. It was hard to make visa, but I'm glad that I'm here right now.
This guy is insane. Every time on attack, I just do something and then he just entry and then he just kill 4 and then kill 3.
Sometimes you see a duelist like after he get 3 kills or 2 kills, they just gonna rush go more to find some kills, right? But Jemkin, he never overhit. He's very disciplined. Like after he got 3, he wait for his teammate and then maybe we decide what's next.
I bring more firepower to the team and I'm very talkative. I speak a lot during the game, so I can help my teammates, so yeah.
The other thing is that we're looking for a flash initiator player that can actually frag and can potentially help IGL.
RRQ 팀의 에스트레아라고 하고요. 저는 이 팀에서 세컨드 폴로로 이제 플레이하고 있습니다.
Mechanically is very talented in aim. Second calling also is very good decision making, when to call this, when to dog, use util. Overall is best initiator player in APEC.
제가 생각했을 땐 제가 약간 못한다고 생각을 안 하거든요. 곧 데뷔 시작하니까 보여드리면 되지 않나.
One of our first trials we did was Jemkin and Estrella together. I don't think I've seen a team have that level of chemistry for the first time playing together. So that made me really excited. I feel like I can work on top of that and then make it a champions qualifying team.
RRQ에 때라고 이제 생각할 수 있는 이유는 저를 사인했기 때문 아닐까요? 두고 보면 알겠죠.
I'm always excited. I want to play against something because he's also a Russian guy and I already played against him in Japan. I think it will be a good match if you play against him.
We found what we wanted, what we needed. I hope we qualify for everything, yeah.
We are still the underdog in Pacific, but 2024 is for us to make it to all of the Masters and Champions.
Now we're becoming young adults. We're not perfect, we're not complete at all. We're trying to prove that we belong and amongst the adults of the league, and I think we could surprise some punching above our age class.
This year gonna be our year.
ろんなことが始まって大会だったりイベントだったり
最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないんですけど、もう途中からいなくなってるんじゃないですかね。
楽しいこともいっぱいあったしめちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな。
Hey, you ready? You look different. Yeah, just a little.
オフシーズンで多少ゆっくりはできたし、メンバーも変わって新しくリフレッシュにスタートができて、来年が楽しみな感じですかね。
なんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったので、すごい新鮮な感覚で、新しい風を感じる、本当にそんな感じですね。
チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろんあるし、逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただ、これでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならば、それはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuff. We can be a really solid team this year.
ゼータディビジョンのヒロロンです。ポジションはイニシエーター、フレックス。
Hiroron, I think he's really clutch player.
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい賢いタイプ、待ってるのが強いタイプの、なかなか最近見ないタイプのプレイヤーで、ゲーム外では真面目ですね。
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるし、ユランと比べると大人っすね、めちゃくちゃ。
ユランはもう謎の自信がめっちゃあって、見てるだけでね、パワーをもらえます。
僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーターを使う機会が多いと思うので。
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do, he's the one that, okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm here for it.
プレイスタイルもなんだろうな、恐怖を感じないプレイするんで、ちょっと見てておもろいのは。
前よりは多分プレイヤーも2人変わってるんでめちゃくちゃ変わると思うんですけど、
新しい2人はね、本当に打ち合いが好きで、それにこう引っ張られるように、もともといた3人もかなり打ち合うようになって、
いろんなこと今試し中なので、前とは違ったゼータが見れるんじゃないかなと思います。
対戦したいのは T1 ですかね。リズさんが入ってから強いって聞いてるんで、T1 をとりあえずは戦って勝ちたいです。
基本的にどのチームも強くなってるとは思ってます。
ちょっと怖いですけど、ぶっ倒すしかないんで、ビビんないで自信持っていこうかなと思います。
My first goal is to us be a really consistent team this year, with no like ups and downs during the season, so we can fight all of the years for the Masters spots, also the champions.
めちゃくちゃ応援してくれる人がいるんで、それの応援には応えたいですね。
長期的な目標はそんなに持ってないのかなとは思ってますけど、チャンピオンズとかは出たいですね。そこは間違いなく。
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど。
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but they are like working a lot. So.
パシフィックチームと戦うのが初めてなので、緊張しないように、弱気にならないように頑張ります。
最終的には本当に強いチームになれると信じてます。
There's gonna be a new ZETA. That's it. The new ZETA.
Well, thank you very much for joining me here for another night market. Anna, we have a lot to talk about. We've got VCT 2024 Pacific about to kick off. So let's go ahead and talk right off the top with PaperX. Are you going to be full buying, fully investing into this team? Are you looking to save and wait and see how they look?
What we saw in the offseason looked pretty good. They're just trying new things. So I'm not quite at the operator level full buy, but I'm almost there.
Well, I am all in on PaperX. Full buy, 5 operators. Let's go with the whole
Scatter my
thing.
economy.
There you go. This team has proven time and time again that they will adapt, right, to whatever is thrown at them, especially the core 4 that is remaining. Obviously, something just 1 year, but he's adapted quite quickly. I mean, he was thrown right onto the stage of Pacific 2023, and he adjusted very well to become the MVP of the very inaugural season. When the dust settles, this team is going to continue to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm going to be, of course, right there with a full buy as well, because I think you'd have to be a lunatic to not back this squad. Monyet coming in, even though he didn't have the greatest display over at the AVL, they have now had way more time to further integrate him into the roster even more fully. So I think that this is still going to be a very scary team that you cannot underestimate. Well, we started off with the team that won Pacific. Let's go for the second place team this time around. It's DRX. A lot of changes.
Very, very big changes. This team, we thought they were going to stick with the whole core 5, the entire team, and they finally made these big changes that a lot of people were hoping would happen, but maybe not this specific variation.
It's pretty surprising to see them go with another young gun here with Flashback. He looks really good at times, so maybe with this tremendous amount of time they've had during the offseason, they can put it together.
But it's got to be daunting for someone like Flashback, right? You didn't get to really work with a team over a whole year through this entire grueling system to get used to playing against different opponents. So I have to wonder, as one of those academy players and one of the youngest players, how much can he prove within that first season?
I'm going to go for a bit of a half buy. Foundation is still laid for this team to continue to be at the top of Pacific. It's just, does it all come together in time for kickoff?
Speaking of young talent, we have another team who made some very big changes, bringing up 2 players that used to be on their academy roster. It's ZETA Division from Japan.
Yeah, and I think that this is one of the most anticipated teams coming into the season. We've seen some glimpses from them back at Red Bull Homeground. It seemed like there was a lot of potential there, so I'm curious to see how they look, how ready they're going to be coming out on stage for the kickoff of VCT Pacific.
But I'm gonna save on this roster. I think what we can all agree are the 3 best players on ZETA coming in, Sugar, Zero, Depp, and Laz. I mean, that is a very solid foundation to build around. So you've got like these superstars coming onto this team. It's just, is the coaching staff going to be able to get them prepared and in time, especially for this kickoff? I think it's a tough task. And that's bringing in Carlau from Brazil. This guy working with Furia for a long time, having pretty good success over there, a strong FPS region, now bringing his talents over to Japan. This is something that I think ZETA really hit the nail on the head with.
And I think all of this, breathing a lot of fresh air, having these rookies who, at least during the offseason, showed some confidence to make their own plays, had some really crispy aim in certain rounds, I think I'm going to buy into this team.
Something still needed to be done for them to be able to go beyond, because we saw them get over to champions, and then we saw the struggles, much like another team that has been making some overarching changes, which is T1.
I'm going full buy. I am going full buy on T1. Just right off the rip, no holding back. They bring in Rossi, so he brings this really positive mental attitude, but he fits in nicely. He's playing off his teammates really, really well. Yeah, and also Izu playing so well in Japan previously, in Challengers Japan, just absolutely dominating that region for a long time, and now coming up here, getting a chance, looking good already in the Tier 1 scene.
I see him with Excurit, the drive and the hunger to prove something, and of course his operator skills we've seen can really match anyone around the world, especially in Pacific. However, that only gets you so far. You have to have a better macro strategy, a better understanding of the entire map. I think they've proven they're very good at that.
Let's talk about somebody else who was dominant in the Japanese scene last year. Jemkin, now joining RRQ. This team,
no hesitation.
That gets him. I think that I'm with you.
Bring in someone like Jemkin, who's proven that he absolutely has that factor to really overcome the odds and carry a team into victory when they need it most.
I mean, Jemkin in particular, there was no fear. When I went and talked to him, I'm like, man, you're coming in, you're playing in the T1, you know, now you're coming up to the bigger stage. He's like, yeah, okay, that's fine.
I'm glad to hear Jemkin feels that way. Another thing we should mention is it's not just Jemkin. Astreya's coming in. He can actually call for a team, actually lead a team in communication, and he brings that structure that you need to make sure that you're on track. Also, fairly flexible player. They've announced that he's going to be one of the initiators. It should make this team a lot more free on the map.
I'm right there with you. It's one of those things where I wasn't expecting this, but then when I saw it, it started to kind of come together in my head.
I'm gonna half buy on this team. I just don't know how it's all gonna fit together. I'm a little worried, the group that they're in and with the way that things are gonna shake out, that maybe they're gonna fall just short here in the kickoff.
Okay, big changes, but there's been a couple of teams that basically revamped their entire roster, and one of them is going to be Talon Esports.
So many other faces that I would never have been able to guess. I mean, we have Governor coming in. We've got Lenny coming over from Team Secret. You've got Ban joining after his stint on T1. It's just been a wild ride for Talon.
But the rest of it are big question marks. I mean, yeah, Ban at times looked really good last year. He started out pretty slow, but as the year went on for T1, got much better. You know, is he gonna be able to replicate that success? The new coach with Frost, there's so many changes here.
For Governor, now you have to gel with 4 new players in a new region. You have to get used to playing against different styles from Pacific.
Maybe the most surprising thing here is the guy I touched on earlier, Lenny, right? He only had 1 game last year in VCT Pacific.
A high-stakes game.
Right, a very high-stakes game.
I think it does speak to the level of confidence that he's going to be entering this season with. So I'm hoping that this is that redemption story. And not only am I just a stronger player, but I can also guide others to victory. There's so many unknown quantities still with Talon coming into the season that I think for me, I have to save. I have to wait and see how this team ends up looking after kickoff.
I want to pivot to another team that's made big changes. We have quite a few here. I want to to go with GE. This year, I guess I'm on a half buy where I feel like there's some potential there, but can they really bring this all together in time for this year, especially for kickoff?
Okay, you're bringing in these veterans who are kind of the brains of the teams that they used to be on, right? We have Blaze King as well, who, wasn't the main caller, but was always able to offer a lot in terms of how the team works. And then you have Ben Kai, of course, Russ, we mentioned, he's IGL'd tons of times in the past over in EMEA. And then all of this is surrounding Polvi, who was a tier 2 rising star back in EMEA. And I think at Convergence, we saw, okay, why some fans in EMEA said this is a pickup worth rooting for.
I'm right there with you. I think that this is a squad that could have a couple of upsets, could be very stable, but is this going to be a team that reaches for the upper echelons of the standings? That's yet to be seen.
Now, we should also mention, of course, Lightning Fast, the lone remaining member of this team, and he's another player who didn't get too many chances in 2023 to show what he had. However, despite not having too much repetition and iteration on the stage, I liked the potential that he showed in 2023.
I have a lot of faith in Big Time and Spin as the coaches to try to get these guys into place. I really like the way they talk about the game, the way they think about the game. They've got some veteran talent. They've got some players who've been there, done that.
Let's go into one that made very minimal changes. Team Secret.
We just needed, some fresh firepower, a little bit more fresh perspective, and it's going to be coming with NDG. Let's talk about that player first. He used to be the 6th man on Now Esports, but didn't get to see him at Ascension. But I will say the couple matches and couple maps they played at Predator League, he looked very good, and he had some great moments to prove that he's got what it takes.
When Envy is your top player with firepower, and he's not your duelist, how is that going to work out?
Not changing the core too much, keeping pretty much everybody together. Other than Dubstep, I don't expect that the results are going to be that different.
But by putting NDG on that Sentinel, you're now solidifying Jeremy as that main duelist. Talk about some of the craziest highlights that Team Secret had. It was Jeremy. I mean, the way he's able to get some of this spray control on multiple people, really lock down a site. I think this opens them up to actually have overall a bit more firepower, right? I think the sum is going to be greater than the parts this time around.
This is going to be a big test, and a lot of that is going to fall on Warbird's shoulders to try to make sure that he can have them ready, that he can have multiple, just different iterations of prep ready to go, depending on what teams they're going to be playing against.
Now let's talk about a team entirely that has a lot to prove, and they've made some sweeping changes to try to do so. It's going to be DFM, Detonation Focus Me. Obviously a very rough year. And now they're saying we want to rebuild into an entirely new 5 to try to get things going again.
I think this team's going to be better than they were last year a little bit. I think, so therefore I'm going to go half save with them. I really think that for example, May in particular, a very, very strong mechanical player in Japan. But I think there's more overall potential on this team than there was last year is the way I look at this. I'm just, again, not exactly sure how, with everybody coming together like this off of different squads, how is that all going to fit together coming into 2024?
I don't say that to be a jerk, but they didn't pick up a win. What is going to come together for DFM? Who is going to be the 5-man core?
Can you make them come together? Can you find that chemistry?
We don't know for sure, but if they can do that, if they can get those pieces into place, I really like the potential of this roster.
Let's talk about one of the other teams that was constantly hovering around the top of the standings in VCT. Let's talk about Gen G. I think one that's everybody globally is excited to see once again in Tier 1 is Lakia.
Everyone still talks about that clutch he had on Ascent, right? The Lakia zone, the Lakia moment, and then of course a very strong initiator as well to join another Korean squad, come back to home soil and try to prove himself alongside other veterans. As we saw Gen G announce themselves, he really proved himself during the trials, right? When he tried out for the team, he really said, okay, I have the mechanical skill to fit with this team.
Personally, I'm going with a full buy on this team. I'm really excited that they can learn from what happened last year.
One of the players that we haven't really talked about yet is Munchkin, who is also on this roster, has had experience IGLing in the past, but he's also there alongside Lakia, so you have really good side calling potential between those two to come up with good adaptive ideas round over round to figure out how they're going to pick opponents apart.
And then Karon also fitting in very well. He looked a little quiet for the first couple rounds, and then he started to just fire on all cylinders and say, this is why I was picked up.
So last but not least is our Ascension qualifying team, Bleed.
Straight up, the biggest thing about Bleed right now that everyone's been talking about ever since it was announced is the probably largest signing of the offseason. Ye has joined Bleed. This is a player who back in 2022 was just the best in the world. Yep. I just hope that this project ends up working out for them and that we can see the return of El Diablo.
But I will say, I'm buying into this team. Sure, it's a different team from Ascension, but the core that's remaining, scary. And then you've got Crazy Guy, who I think his IGLing was very solid. And then you're adding in 2 players, right? Ye and Egoist into this mix. I think it's a very solid start.
You know, these 2 players coming in, where does Bleed take off compared to their previous performance back in Ascension? But I see the potential and the strength behind this team. Maybe it's a bit of a punt, but I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna go for a buy on this.
We also have to mention the Outlaw, now in play, another long-range weapon, now
Good
with
point.
2 chances.
Oh, yeah.
Ye now has 2 shots to take down people immediately back-to-back. I mean, these all are things, while not proven yet, point to a buy for me for Bleed Esports.
All right, well, now that we've established that there is a lot of different variables, let's do some predictions. Our Group A teams are Global Esports, T1, ZETA, and Bleed.
I'm gonna go with T1 at least in first place.
I really like T1. I really like the stability of that team. I really like what I've seen from them so far. I like the confidence that they're bringing. I definitely expect them to be the team that comes out on top.
We can get into that one pretty quickly because honestly, I happen to agree with you both. I think that, but this is where the spiciness kind of comes into it, which is who is going to be that second place team going through the play-ins. I'm gonna maybe lean on the young blood coming into this one. I think I'm gonna go with Bleed. They're going to deliver on it. It needs to be right up front.
My gut is telling me ZETA right now. I hope that those lessons that they learned at the end of last year are instantly put into place at the beginning of this year, and they're able to come through and get that second place spot.
And it's really a 50-50 between ZETA and Bleed, but I lean more towards Bleed as well. They're a bit more hungry to do this all, across all 5 players.
Next up is Group B. DRX, Team Secret, DFM, and Talon. I mean, it's gonna be interesting. Teams with a lot of changes.
I think that I will still go with DRX to make it.
Both DFM and Talon weren't that promising just yet. I think DRX is still stable enough to go up in second place.
Should we just say our second place prediction on the count of 3? Together?
Do it. Just at the same time?
Yeah.
All right.
1, 2, 3. Team
DFM.
Secret.
DFM. Okay.
For some reason, I just really like this DFM team. Maybe I'm just such a May fanboy that I believe that he can carry them over the line here. I think there's just too much talent on this team. If they can just kind of, really buckle down, get it together. This team really has a ton of potential in my opinion.
My biggest concern, again, for Team Secret is going to be how does the prep go when they have to play multiple matches back to back to back. That's the one thing that's concerning me, but if that is something that they have tackled, then I don't think I have any cause for concern.
The last group, it's going to be the reigning winners of VCT Pacific, Paper Rex, and then it is Gen G and RRQ.
What we've seen from Paper Rex across 2023, they should, and I think they have to be, your first place prediction going out of this group.
I just have too much faith in Coach Alex. I mean, I think he's so good at getting the players to kind of believe into themselves and their own system. They're just too good, man, top to bottom.
Once again, put all of the hopium I have left in RRQ.
Wow.
Okay.
But we talked about theoretically why they should look better, a lot better than last year.
And this is where I think it gets even spicier, because you've got Paper Rex and Gen G remaining. We have the 2 inseparables of RRQ and Gen G remaining. And I think that we have the harder decision, so I'm gonna make you go first.
That's right.
Okay. And just like it happened in the earlier groups, I think this is one where, yeah, Gen G has a lot of potential, but all 5 players on Paper Rex have the X factor. Not only good aim, but they're able to clutch it up when it's needed. They're able to go for these 1v2s, 1v3s, maybe even 1v5s. So that's where I'm going to give them the edge and say Paper Rex still goes into, the potential play-ins and potential playoffs here for Kickoff.
And I really think that this is the time for Texture. I think this is his moment where this is either it. He's got to get it done this year, or he's just not actually that guy. He's not that duelist that we've talked about for a long time that could potentially be, the superstar. I'm big on this team. There's so much firepower on this team.
I'm going to lean to RRQ. I think that they have way more solid of a foundation to build off of. I think that they've done nothing but make positive moves. I think Gen G very much have done the same exact thing, but I'm still gonna go with RRQ. Who are your top 2 teams to go to our first international Masters Madrid in 2024?
I'm going with RRQ and T1.
Okay.
I think RRQ and T1 have made sweeping improvements, and they're gonna go to an international tournament to prove that Pacific can be one of the best regions.
Okay, you're looking at me like, yeah, that's my turn. Paper X T1. I agree with you on T1. Paper X, I still think is going to be fine. It's not going to be quite that same look, I suspect, but it should be very, very similar flavor.
For me, I'm also gonna go with T1. I think that T1, they've just looked so very good. I think that they have a really solid foundation, and I'm expecting that they will be able to make it over to yet another international event. The team alongside them, though, I will go against you both because I am
he can't get away from it.
I'm going to go with Team C. No, it's DRX. I'm going to go with DRX. I think that I just believe. I just have the faith. So there we have it.
It's about damn time.
The first week the guys came in, they weren't being too serious with everything. It's like seeing who's sitting next to who.
The second week is when we really started practice. This year we have a lot of creative minds. People enjoy thinking about the game a lot, the team this year.
Players are under a lot of stress, or they don't have the strategies in place to recover well. There's a huge risk of burnout down the line. It's important to me that they have the support they need to work as hard as they can.
I want to build flexible players so they can adapt very easily. Because I think in sport, the people who adapt the quickest are the ones that will win.
We encourage the guys to actually rest on that rest day, do what they need to do to feel recovered for their next week.
When I was younger, I was always thinking about stuff like sitting down at like a stall in front of like the people cooking and stuff and just eating them.
There's literally ice on it, guys.
Who is more laid back outside of practice?
Who complains more in the gaming house?
Who showers less? This one, I just with this one. If I was playing, I had you for sure.
Who has the better aim? It's beta. Confirm, bro.
This one, 10,000%.
If you want.
Oh!
Huh?
Bro, easy.
Yeah, easy.
Easy. Can be more toxic. I go with this one. Let's see.
Who's more determined to make it to international tournament? What do you mean? We are in the same team. Yeah, we are in the same team.
Let's try to put it like this. I know you cannot see me, but it should be like this.
What do you think?
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh my God, that was insane. Break the corner. We'll get yet another ace this weekend. Our inaugural VCT Pacific champions.
Hello, VCT fans. I'm extremely excited to introduce VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. Last year's VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting changes coming up. Here are the updates and everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024. VCT Pacific will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kickoff, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between each stage, and Champions will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in first in each group goes straight to the playoffs. The 3 teams who finish second will play in a single round robin where the winner joins the playoffs in a single elimination format. After the intense battle during VCT Pacific Kickoff, the top 2 teams will advance to VALORANT Masters Madrid. Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be split into 2 groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin. The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs and will play in a double elimination bracket. Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to VALORANT Masters Shanghai. VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against each other in their own group. Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to VALORANT Champions. Championship points are a fresh addition to the VCT ecosystem in 2024. Teams will earn championship points to qualify for VALORANT Champions at the end of the year. Teams earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage 2. They earn 3 points if they win Kickoff or Stage 1. Teams will also earn 3 points whenever they win a Masters event. The goal, ultimately, is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define their destiny in VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. We'll see you all in Seoul, South Korea.
I think 2023, it's not too bad, but very sad for us. It was not good because we didn't qualify to single master.
Not good enough. My performance wasn't great.
Quite tough year at first, but with more time we can bounce back and become like dark horse to everyone.
I think from the outside perspective, we were quite underrated. So in that sense, we maybe performed better than some people expected. But from our in-house expectation, we definitely didn't reach what we wanted to. We felt like we needed to make improvement.
We built a new roster now. We have the confidence with this roster. That's why I think we just need to practice now.
The first thing on my list was we need a consistent entry fragging. That's something that we lacked, and I've spoken about it openly. So the first name on my list was Maxim, aka Jemkin.
It feels good to move to Korea. It was hard to make visa, but I'm glad that I'm here right now.
This guy is insane. Every time on attack, I just do something and then he just entry and then he just kill 4 and then kill 3.
Sometimes you see a duelist like after he get 3 kills or 2 kills, they just gonna rush go more to find some kills, right? But Jemkin, he never overhit. He's very disciplined. Like after he got 3, he wait for his teammate and then maybe we decide what's next.
I bring more firepower to the team and I'm very talkative. I speak a lot during the game, so I can help my teammates. So yeah.
The other thing is that we're looking for a flash initiator player that can actually frag and can potentially help IGL.
RRQ 팀의 에스트레아라고 하고요. 저는 이 팀에서 세컨드 폴로로 플레이하고 있습니다.
Mechanically is like very talented in aim. Second calling also is like very good decision making when to call this, when to dog, use util. Overall is like best initiator player in Apex.
제가 생각했을 땐 제가 약간 못 한다고 생각을 안 하거든요. 곧 데뷔 시작하니까 보여드리면 되지 않나.
One of our first trials we did was Jemkin and Estrella together. I don't think I've seen a team have that level of chemistry for the first time playing together. So that made me really excited. I feel like I can work on top of that and then make it like a champions qualifying team.
RRQ에 때라고 이제 생각할 수 있는 이유는 저를 사인했기 때문 아닐까요? 두고 보면 알겠죠.
I'm always excited. I want to play against something because he's also a Russian guy and I already played against him in Japan. I think it will be a good match to play against him.
We found what we wanted, what we needed. I hope we qualify for everything. Yeah.
We are still like the underdog in Pacific, but 2024 is for us to make it to all of the masters and champions.
Now we're becoming young adults. We're not perfect, we're not complete at all. We're trying to prove that we belong and amongst the adults of the league, and I think we could surprise some punching above our age class.
This year gonna be our year.
いろんなことが始まって大会だったりイベントだったり
最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないですけど、もう途中からいなくなってるんじゃないですかね。
楽しいこともいっぱいあったし、めちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな。
Hey, you ready? You look different. Yeah, just a little.
まあオフシーズンで多少ゆっくりはできたし、メンバーも変わって新しくリフレッシュにスタートができて、来年が楽しみな感じですかね。
まあなんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったので、すごい新鮮な感覚で、新しい風を感じる、本当にそんな感じですね。
チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろんあるし、逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただ、これでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならば、それはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuff. We can be a really solid team this year.
ゼータディビジョンのヒロロンです。ポジションはイニシエーター、フレックス。
Hiroron, I think he's really clutch player.
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい賢いタイプ、待ってるのが強いタイプの、なかなか最近見ないタイプのプレイヤーで、ゲーム外では真面目ですね。
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるし、ユランと比べると大人っすね、めちゃくちゃ。
ユランはもう謎の自信がめっちゃあって、見てるだけでね、パワーをもらえます。
僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーターを使う機会が多いと思うので。
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do, he's the one that, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm here for it.
プレイスタイルもなんだろうな、恐怖を感じないプレイするんで、ちょっと見てておもろいのは。
前よりは多分プレイヤーも2人変わってるんで、めちゃくちゃ変わると思うんですけど。
新しい2人はね、本当に打ち合いが好きで、それにこう引っ張られるように、もともといた3人も かなり打ち合うようになって、
いろんなこと今試し中なので、前とは違ったゼータが見れるんじゃないかなと思います。
対戦したいのは T1 ですかね。リズさんが入ってから強いって聞いてるんで、T1 をとりあえずは戦って勝ちたいです。
基本的にどのチームも強くなってるとは思ってます。
ちょっと怖いですけど、ぶっ倒すしかないんで、ビビんないで自信持っていこうかなと思います。
My first goal is to us be a really consistent team this year, with no like ups and downs during the season, so we can fight all of the years for the Masters spots, also the champions.
めちゃくちゃ応援してくれる人がいるんで、それの応援には応えたいですね。
長期的な目標はそんなに持ってないのかなとは思ってますけど、チャンピオンズとかは出たいですね。そこは間違いなく。
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど。
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but they are like working a lot. So.
パシフィックチームと戦うのが初めてなので、緊張しないように、弱気にならないように頑張ります。
最終的には本当に強いチームになれると信じてます。
There's gonna be a new ZETA. That's it. It's a new ZETA.
Well, thank you very much for joining me here for another night market. Anna, we have a lot to talk about. We've got VCT 2024 Pacific about to kick off. So let's go ahead and talk right off the top with PaperX. Are you going to be full buying, fully investing into this team? Are you looking to save and wait and see how they look?
What we saw in the offseason looked pretty good. They're just trying new things. So I'm not quite at the operator level full buy, but I'm almost there.
Well, I am all in on PaperX. Full buy, 5 operators. Let's go with the whole
Shatter my economy.
There you go. This team has proven time and time again that they will adapt, right, to whatever is thrown at them, especially the core 4 that is remaining. Obviously, something just 1 year, but he's adapted quite quickly. I mean, he was thrown right onto the stage of Pacific 2023, and he adjusted very well to become the MVP of the very inaugural season. When the dust settles, this team is going to continue to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm going to be, of course, right there with a full buy as well, because I think you'd have to be a lunatic to not back this squad. Monyet coming in, even though he didn't have the greatest display over at the AVL, they have now had way more time to further integrate him into the roster even more fully. So I think that this is still going to be a very scary team that you cannot underestimate. Well, we started off with the team that won Pacific. Let's go for the second place team this time around. It's DRX. A lot of changes.
Very, very big changes. This team, we thought they were going to stick with the whole core 5, the entire team, and they finally made these big changes that a lot of people were hoping would happen, but maybe not this specific variation.
It's pretty surprising to see them go with another young gun here with Flashback. He looks really good at times, so maybe with this tremendous amount of time they've had during the offseason, they can put it together.
But it's got to be daunting for someone like Flashback, right? You didn't get to really work with a team over a whole year through this entire grueling system to get used to playing against different opponents. So I have to wonder, as one of those academy players and one of the youngest players, how much can he prove within that first season?
I'm going to go for a bit of a half buy. Foundation is still laid for this team to continue to be at the top of Pacific. It's just, does it all come together in time for kickoff?
Speaking of young talent, we have another team who made some very big changes, bringing up 2 players that used to be on their academy roster in ZETA division from Japan.
Yeah, and I think that this is one of the most anticipated teams coming into the season. We've seen some glimpses from them back at Red Bull Homeground. It seemed like there was a lot of potential there, so I'm curious to see how they look, how ready they're going to be coming out on stage for the kickoff of VCT Pacific.
I'm gonna save on this roster. I think what we can all agree are the 3 best players on ZETA coming in, Sugar, Zero, Depp, and Laz. I mean, that is a very solid foundation to build around. So you've got like these superstars coming onto this team. It's just, is the coaching staff going to be able to get them prepared and in time, especially for this kickoff? I think it's a tough task. And that's bringing in Carlau from Brazil. This guy working with Furia for a long time, having pretty good success over there, a strong FPS region, now bringing his talents over to Japan. This is something that I think ZETA really hit the nail on the head with.
And I think all of this, breathing a lot of fresh air, having these rookies who, at least during the offseason, showed some confidence to make their own plays, had some really crispy aim in certain rounds, I think I'm going to buy into this team.
Something still needed to be done for them to be able to go beyond, because we saw them get over to champions, and then we saw the struggles. much like another team that has been making some overarching changes, which is T1.
I'm going full buy. I am going full buy on T1. Just right off the rip. No holding back. They bring in Rossi, so he brings this really positive mental attitude, but he fits in nicely. He's playing off his teammates really, really well. Yeah, and also Izu playing so well in Japan previously, in Challengers Japan, just absolutely dominating that region for a long time, and now coming up here, getting a chance, looking good already in the Tier 1 scene.
I see him with Excurate, the drive and the hunger to prove something, and of course his operator skills we've seen can really match anyone around the world, especially in Pacific. However, that only gets you so far. You have to have a better macro strategy, a better understanding of the entire map. I think they've proven they're very good at that.
Let's talk about somebody else who was dominant in the Japanese scene last year. Jemkin, now joining RRQ. This team,
no hesitation.
That gets him. I think that I'm with you.
Bring in someone like Jemkin, who's proven that he absolutely has that factor to really overcome the odds and carry a team into victory when they need it most.
I mean, Jemkin in particular, there was no fear. When I went and talked to him, I'm like, man, you're coming in, you're playing in the T1, now you're coming up to the bigger stage. He's like, yeah, okay, that's fine.
I'm glad to hear Jemkin feels that way. Another thing we should mention is it's not just Jemkin. Estrella's coming in. He can actually call for a team, actually lead a team in communication, and he brings that structure that you need to make sure that you're on track. Also, fairly flexible player. They've announced that he's going to be one of the initiators. It should make this team a lot more free on the map.
I'm right there with you. It's one of those things where I wasn't expecting this, but then when I saw it, it started to kind of come together in my head.
I'm gonna half buy on this team. I just don't know how it's all gonna fit together. I'm a little worried, the group that they're in and with the way that things are gonna shake out, that maybe they're gonna fall just short here in the kickoff.
Okay, big changes, but there's been a couple of teams that basically revamped their entire roster, and one of them is going to be Talon Esports.
So many other faces that I would never have been able to guess. I mean, we have Governor coming in. We've got Lenny coming over from Team Secret. You've got Ban joining after his stint on T1. It's just been a wild ride for Talon.
But the rest of it are big question marks. I mean, yeah, Ban at times looked really good last year. He started out pretty slow, but as the year went on for T1, got much better. Is he gonna be able to replicate that success? The new coach with Frost, there's so many changes here.
For Governor, now you have to gel with 4 new players in a new region. You have to get used to playing against different styles from Pacific.
Maybe the most surprising thing here is a guy I touched on earlier, Lenny, right? He only had 1 game last year in VCT Pacific.
A high-stakes game.
Right, a very high-stakes game.
I think it does speak to the level of confidence that he's going to be entering this season with. So I'm hoping that this is that redemption story. And not only am I just a stronger player, but I can also guide others to victory. There's so many unknown quantities still with Talon coming into the season that I think for me, I have to save. I have to wait and see how this team ends up looking after kickoff.
I want to pivot to another team that's made big changes. We have quite a few here. I want to go with GE. This year, I guess I'm on a half buy where I feel like there's some potential there, but can they really bring this all together in time for this year, especially for kickoff?
Okay, you're bringing in these veterans who were kind of the brains of the teams that they used to be on, right? We have Blaze King as well, who, wasn't the main caller, but was always able to offer a lot in terms of how the team works. And then you have Benkai, of course, Russ, we mentioned, he's IGL'd tons of times in the past over in EMEA. And then all of this is surrounding Polvi, who was a tier 2 rising star back in EMEA. And I think at Convergence, we saw, okay, why some fans in EMEA said this is a pickup worth rooting for.
I'm right there with you. I think that this is a squad that could have a couple of upsets, could be very stable, but is this going to be a team that reaches for the upper echelons of the standings? That's yet to be seen.
Now, we should also mention, of course, Lightning Fast, the lone remaining member of this team, and he's another player who didn't get too many chances in 2023 to show what he had. However, despite not having too much repetition and iteration on the stage, I liked the potential that he showed in 2023.
I have a lot of faith in Big Time and Spin as the coaches to try to get these guys into place. I really like the way they talk about the game, the way they think about the game. They've got some veteran talent. They've got some players who've been there, done that.
Let's go into one that made very minimal changes. Team Secret.
We just needed, some fresh firepower, a little bit more fresh perspective, and it's going to be coming with NDG. Let's talk about that player first. He used to be the 6th man on Now Esports, but didn't get to see him at Ascension. But I will say the couple matches and couple maps they played at Predator League, he looked very good, and he had some great moments to prove that he's got what it takes.
When Envy is your top player with firepower, and he's not your duelist, like, how is that going to work out?
Not changing the core too much, keeping pretty much everybody together. Other than dubstep, I don't expect that the results are going to be that different.
But by putting NDG on that Sentinel, you're now solidifying Jeremy as that main duelist. Talk about some of the craziest highlights that Team Secret had. It was Jeremy. I mean, the way he's able to get some of this spray control on multiple people, really lock down a site. I think this opens them up to actually have overall a bit more firepower, right? I think the sum is going to be greater than the parts this time around.
This is going to be a big test, and a lot of that is going to fall on Warbird's shoulders to try to make sure that he can have them ready, that he can have multiple, just different iterations of prep ready to go, depending on what teams they're going to be playing against.
Now let's talk about a team entirely that has a lot to prove, and they've made some sweeping changes to try to do so. It's going to be DFM, Detonation Focus Me. Obviously a very rough year. And now they're saying we want to rebuild into an entirely new 5 to try to get things going again.
I think this team's going to be better than they were last year a little bit. I think, so therefore I'm going to go like half save with them. I really think that, like, for example, Mei in particular, a very, very strong mechanical player in Japan. But I think there's more overall potential on this team than there was last year is the way I look at this. I'm just, again, not exactly sure how, with everybody coming together like this off of different squads, how is that all going to fit together coming into 2024?
I don't say that to be a jerk, but they didn't pick up a win. What is going to come together for DFM? Who is going to be the 5-man core?
Can you make them come together? Can you find that chemistry?
We don't know for sure, but if they can do that, if they can get those pieces into place, I really like the potential of this roster.
Let's talk about one of the other teams that was constantly hovering around the top of the standings in VCT. Let's talk about Gen G. I think one that's everybody globally is excited to see once again in Tier 1 is Lakia.
Everyone still talks about that clutch he had on Ascent, right? The Lakia zone, the Lakia moment, and then of course a very strong initiator as well to join another Korean squad, come back to home soil and try to prove himself alongside other veterans. As we saw Gen G announce themselves, he really proved himself during the trials, right? When he tried out for the team, he really said, okay, I have the mechanical skill to fit with this team.
Personally, I'm going with like a full buy on this team. I'm really excited that they can learn from what happened last year.
One of the players that we haven't really talked about yet is Munchkin, who is also on this roster, has had experience IGLing in the past, but he's also there alongside Lakia, so you have really good side calling potential between those two to come up with good adaptive ideas round over round to figure out how they're going to pick opponents apart.
And then Karon also fitting in very well. You know, he looked a little quiet for the first couple rounds, and then he started to just fire on all cylinders and say, this is why I was picked up.
So last but not least is our Ascension qualifying team, Bleed.
Straight up, the biggest thing about Bleed right now that everyone's been talking about ever since it was announced is the probably largest signing of the offseason. Ye has joined Bleed. This is a player who back in 2022 was just the best in the world. I just hope that this project ends up working out for them and that we can see the return of El Diablo.
But I will say, I'm buying into this team. Sure, it's a different team from Ascension, but the core that's remaining, scary. And then you've got Crazy Guy, who I think his IGLing was very solid. And then you're adding in 2 players, right? Ye and Egoist into this mix. I think it's a very solid start.
And, you know, these 2 players coming in, where does Bleed take off compared to their previous performance back at Ascension? But I see the potential and the strength behind this team. Maybe it's a bit of a punt, but I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna go for a buy on this.
We also have to mention the Outlaw, now in play, another long-range weapon, now with 2 chances.
Oh, yeah.
Ye now has 2 shots to take down people immediately back-to-back. I mean, these all are things, while not proven yet, point to a buy for me for Bleed Esports.
All right, well, now that we've established that there is a lot of different variables, let's do some predictions. Our Group A teams are Global Esports, T1, ZETA, and Bleed.
I'm gonna go with T1 at least in first place.
I really like T1. I really like the stability of that team. I really like what I've seen from them so far. I like the confidence that they're bringing. I definitely expect them to be the team that comes out on top.
We can get into that one pretty quickly because honestly, I happen to agree with you both. I think that, but this is where the spiciness kind of comes into it, which is who is going to be that second place team going through the play-ins. I'm gonna maybe lean on the young blood coming into this one. I think I'm gonna go with Bleed. They're going to deliver on it. It needs to be right up front.
My gut is telling me ZETA right now. I hope that those lessons that they learned at the end of last year are instantly put into place at the beginning of this year, and they're able to come through and get that second place spot.
And it's really a 50-50 between ZETA and Bleed, but I lean more towards Bleed as well. They're a bit more hungry to do this all, across all 5 players.
Next up is Group B. DRX, Team Secret, DFM, and Talent. I mean, this is It's going to be interesting. Teams with a lot of changes.
I think that I will still go with the RX to make it out first.
But I think Team Secret definitely goes up in first here in this group. Now, whether they're able to go all the way to the finals is a whole different story, right? The not too many changes, that's what I think is going to carry them over into first place.
But for whatever reason, I'm just feeling in my gut DRX.
Okay, so we're a little split on the first place, but going into second place, we just have seen so little, and the little we saw from both DFM and Talon weren't that promising just yet. I think DRX is still stable enough to go up in second place.
Should we just say our second place prediction on the count of three? Together?
Do it. Just at the same time?
Yeah.
All right.
1, 2, 3. Team
DFM.
Secret.
DFM. Okay.
For some reason, I just really like this DFM team. Maybe I'm just such a May fanboy that I believe that he can like carry them over the line here. I think there's just too much talent on this team. If they can just kind of, you know, really buckle down, get it together, this team really has a ton of potential in my opinion.
My biggest concern, again, for Team Secret is going to be how does the prep go when they have to play multiple matches back to back to back. That's the one thing that's concerning me, but if that is something that they have tackled, then I don't think I have any cause for concern.
The last group, it's going to be the reigning winners of VCT Pacific, Paper Rex, and then it is Gen G and RRQ.
What we've seen from Paper X across 2023, they should, and I think they have to be, your first place prediction going out of this group.
I just have too much faith in Coach Alex. I mean, I think he's so good at getting the players to kind of believe into themselves and their own system. They're just too good, man, top to bottom.
Once again, put all of the hopium I have left in RRQ.
Wow.
Okay.
But we talked about theoretically why they should look better, a lot better than last year.
And this is where I think it gets even spicier, because you've got Paper X and Gen G remaining. We have the two inseparables of RRQ and Gen G remaining. And I think that we have the harder decision, so I'm gonna make you go first.
That's right.
Okay. And just like it happened in the earlier groups, I think this is one where, yeah, Gen G has a lot of potential, but all 5 players on Paper X have the X factor. Not only good aim, but they're able to clutch it up when it's needed. They're able to go for these 1v2s, 1v3s, maybe even 1v5s. So that's where I'm going to give them the edge and say Paper X still goes into, you know, the potential play-ins and potential playoffs here for Kickoff.
And I really think that this is the time for Texture. I think this is his moment where this is either it. Like, he's got to get it done this year, or he's just not actually that guy. He's not that duelist that we've talked about for a long time that could potentially be, you know, the superstar. I'm big on this team. There's so much firepower on this team.
I'm going to lean to RRQ. I think that they have way more solid of a foundation to build off of. I think that they've done nothing but make positive moves. I think Gen G very much have done the same exact thing, but I'm still gonna go with RRQ. Who are your top 2 teams to go to our first international Masters Madrid in 2024?
I'm going with RRQ and T1.
Okay.
I think RRQ and T1 have made sweeping improvements, and they're gonna go to an international tournament to prove that Pacific can be one of the best regions.
Okay, you're looking at me like, yeah, that's my turn. Paper X T1. I agree with you on T1. Paper X, I still think is going to be fine. It's not going to be quite that same look, I suspect, but it should be very, very similar flavor.
For me, I'm also gonna go with T1. I think that T1, they've just looked so very good. I think that they have a really solid foundation, and I'm expecting that they will be able to make it over to yet another international event. The team alongside them, though, I will go against you both because I am
he can't get away from it.
I'm going to go with Team no, it's DRX. I'm gonna go with DRX. I think that I just believe. I just have the faith. So there we have it.
Fair.
About damn time.
The first week the guys came in, they weren't being too serious with everything. It's like seeing who's sitting next to who.
The second week is when we really started practice. This year we have a lot of creative minds. People enjoy thinking about the game a lot in the team this year.
Players are under a lot of stress, or they don't have the strategies in place to recover well. There's a huge risk of burnout down the line. It's important to me that they have the support they need to work as hard as they can.
I want to build flexible players so they can adapt very easily. Because I think in sport, the people who adapt the quickest are the ones that will win.
We encourage the guys to actually rest on that rest day, do what they need to do to feel recovered for their next week.
When I was younger, I was always thinking about stuff like this. Sitting down at like a stall in front of like the people cooking and stuff and just eating there.
There's literally ice on it, guys.
Who is more laid back outside of practice?
Who complains more in the gaming house?
Who showers less? This one, I just went this one. If I was playing, I had you for sure.
Who has the better aim? It's better.
Confirm, bro. This one. 10,000%.
If you want.
Oh.
Oh.
Huh? Bro, easy.
Yeah, easy.
Easy. Can be more toxic. I go with this one. Let's see.
Who's more determined to make it to international tournament? What do you mean? We are in the same team.
Yeah, we are in the same team.
Come on, let's try to put it like this. I know you cannot see me, but it should be like this. What do you think?
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh my God, that was insane. Break the corner. We'll get yet another ace this weekend. Our inaugural VCT Pacific champions.
Hello, VCT fans. I'm extremely excited to introduce Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2024. Last year's VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting changes coming up. Here are the updates and everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024. VCT Pacific will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kickoff, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between each stage, and Champions will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in first in each group goes straight to the playoffs. The 3 teams who finish second will play in a single round robin where the winner joins the playoffs in a single elimination format. After the intense battle during VCT Pacific Kickoff, the top 2 teams will advance to Valorant Masters Madrid. Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be split into 2 groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin. The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs and will play in a double elimination bracket. Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to Valorant Masters Shanghai. VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against each other in their own group. Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to Valorant Champions. Championship points are a fresh addition to the VCT ecosystem in 2024. Teams will earn championship points to qualify for Valorant Champions at the end of the year. Teams earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage 2. They earn 3 points if they win Kickoff for Stage 1. Teams will also earn 3 points whenever they win a Masters event. The goal, ultimately, is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define their destiny in Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2024. We'll see you all in Seoul, South Korea.
I think 2023, it's not too bad, but really sad for us. It was not good because we didn't qualify to single master.
Not good enough. My performance wasn't great.
Quite tough year at first, but with more time we can bounce back and become like dark horse to everyone.
I think from the outside perspective, we were quite underrated. So in that sense, we maybe performed better than some people expected. But from our in-house expectation, we definitely didn't reach what we wanted to. We felt like we needed to make improvement.
We built a new roster now. We have the confidence with this roster, that's what I think. We just need to practice now.
The first thing on my list was we need a consistent entry fragging. That's something that we lacked, and I've spoken about it openly. So the first name on my list was Maxim, aka Jemkin.
It feels good to move to Korea. It was hard to make visa, but I'm glad that I'm here right now.
This guy is insane. Every time on attack, I just do something and then he just entry and then he just kill 4 and then kill 3.
Sometimes you see a duelist like after he get 3 kills or 2 kills, they just gonna rush go more to find some kills, right? But Jemkin, he never overhit. He's very disciplined. Like after he got 3, he wait for his teammate and then maybe we decide what's next.
I bring more firepower to the team and I'm very talkative. I speak a lot during the game, so I can help my teammates, so yeah.
The other thing is that we're looking for a flash initiator player that can actually frag and can potentially help IGL.
RRQ 팀의 에스트레아라고 하고요. 저는 이 팀에서 세컨드 폴로로 플레이하고 있습니다.
Mechanically is like very talented in aim. Second calling also is like very good decision making when to call this, when to dog, use util. Overall is like best initiator player in Apex.
제가 생각했을 땐 제가 약간 못 한다고 생각을 안 하거든요. 곧 데뷔 시작하니까 보여드리면 되지 않나.
One of our first trials we did was Jemkin and Estrella together. I don't think I've seen a team have that level of chemistry for the first time playing together. So that made me really excited. I feel like I can work on top of that and then make it like a champions qualifying team.
RRQ의 때라고 이제 생각할 수 있는 이유는 저를 사인했기 때문 아닐까요? 두고 보면 알겠죠.
I'm always excited. I want to play against something because he's also an Asian guy and I already played against him in Japan. I think it will be a good match if you play against him.
We found what we wanted, what we needed. I hope we qualify for everything. Yeah.
We are still like the underdog in Pacific, but 2024 is for us to make it to all of the masters and champions.
Now we're becoming young adults. We're not perfect, we're not complete at all. We're trying to prove that we belong and amongst the adults of the league, and I think we could surprise some punching above our age class.
This year gonna be our year.
いろんなことが始まって大会だったりイベントだったり
最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないんですけど、もう途中からいなくなってるんじゃないですかね。
楽しいこともいっぱいあったしめちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな。
Hey, you ready? You look different. Yeah, just a little.
まあオフシーズンで多少ゆっくりはできたし、メンバーも変わって新しくリフレッシュにスタートができて、来年が楽しみだなって感じですかね。
まあなんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったので、すごい新鮮な感覚で、新しい風を感じて、本当にそんな感じですね。
チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろんあるし、逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただ、これでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならそれはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuffs. We can be a really solid team this year.
ゼータディビジョンのヒロロンです。ポジションはイニシエーター、フレックス。
Hiroron, I think he's really clutch player.
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい賢いタイプ、待ってるのが強いタイプの、なかなか最近見ないタイプのプレイヤーで、ゲーム外では真面目ですね。
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるし、ユランと比べると大人っすね、めちゃくちゃ。
ユランはもう謎の自信がめっちゃあって、見てるだけでね、パワーをもらえます。
僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーターを使う機会が多いと思うので。
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do, he's the one that, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm here for it.
プレイスタイルもなんだろうな、恐怖を感じないプレイするんで、ちょっと見てておもろいのは。
前よりは多分プレイヤーも2人変わってるんでめちゃくちゃ変わると思うんですけど、
新しい2人はね、本当に打ち合いが好きで、それにこう引っ張られるようにもともといた3人もかなり打ち合うようになって、
いろんなこと今試し中なので、前とは違ったゼータが見れるんじゃないかなと思います。
対戦したいのは T1 ですかね。リズさんが入ってから強いって聞いてるんで、T1 をとりあえずは戦って勝ちたいです。
基本的にどのチームも強くなってるとは思ってます。
ちょっと怖いですけど、ぶっ倒すしかないんで、ビビんないで自信持っていこうかなと思います。
My first goal is to us be a really consistent team this year, with no like ups and downs during the season, so we can fight all of the years for the Masters spots, also the champions.
めちゃくちゃ応援してくれる人がいるんで、それの応援には応えたいですね。
長期的な目標はそんなに持ってないのかなとは思ってますけど、チャンピオンズとかは出たいですね。そこは間違いなく。
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど。
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but they are like working a lot. So.
パシフィックチームと戦うのが初めてなので、緊張しないように、弱気にならないように頑張ります。
最終的には本当に強いチームになれると信じてます。
There's gonna be a new ZETA. That's it. The new ZETA.
Well, thank you very much for joining me here for another night market. Anna, we have a lot to talk about. We've got VCT 2024 Pacific about to kick off. So let's go ahead and talk right off the top with PaperX. Are you going to be full buying, fully investing into this team? Are you looking to save and wait and see how they look?
What we saw in the offseason looked pretty good. They're just trying new things. So I'm not quite at the operator level full buy, but I'm almost there.
Well, I am all in on PaperX. Full buy, 5 operators. Let's go with the whole
Shatter my economy.
There you go. This team has proven time and time again that they will adapt, right, to whatever is thrown at them, especially the core 4 that is remaining. Obviously, something just 1 year, but he's adapted quite quickly. I mean, he was thrown right onto the stage of Pacific 2023, and he adjusted very well to become the MVP of the very inaugural season. When the dust settles, this team is going to continue to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm going to be, of course, right there with a full buy as well, because I think you'd have to be a lunatic to not back this squad. Monyet coming in, even though he didn't have the greatest display over at the AVL, they have now had way more time to further integrate him into the roster even more fully. So I think that this is still going to be a very scary team that you cannot underestimate. Well, we started off with the team that won Pacific. Let's go for the second place team this time around. It's DRX. A lot of changes.
Very, very big changes. This team, we thought they were going to stick with the whole core 5, the entire team, and they finally made these big changes that a lot of people were hoping would happen, but maybe not this specific variation.
It's pretty surprising to see them go with another young gun here with Flashback. He looks really good at times, so maybe with this tremendous amount of time they've had during the offseason, they can put it together.
But it's got to be daunting for someone like Flashback, right? You didn't get to really work with a team over a whole year through this entire grueling system to get used to playing against different opponents. So I have to wonder, as one of those academy players and one of the youngest players, how much can he prove within that first season?
I'm going to go for a bit of a half buy. Foundation is still laid for this team to continue to be at the top of Pacific. It's just, does it all come together in time for kickoff?
Speaking of young talent, we have another team who made some very big changes, bringing up 2 players that used to be on their academy roster. It's ZETA Division from Japan.
Yeah, and I think that this is one of the most anticipated teams coming into the season. We've seen some glimpses from them back at Red Bull Homeground. It seemed like there was a lot of potential there, so I'm curious to see how they look, how ready they're going to be coming out on stage for the kickoff of VCT Pacific.
I'm gonna save on this roster. I think what we can all agree are the 3 best players on ZETA coming in: Sugar, Zero, Depp, and Laz. I mean, that is a very solid foundation to build around. So you've got like these superstars coming onto this team. It's just, is the coaching staff going to be able to get them prepared and in time, especially for this kickoff? I think it's a tough task. And that's bringing in Carlau from Brazil. This guy working with Furia for a long time, having pretty good success over there, a strong FPS region, now bringing his talents over to Japan. This is something that I think ZETA really hit the nail on the head with.
And I think all of this, breathing a lot of fresh air, having these rookies who, at least during the offseason, showed some confidence to make their own plays, had some really crispy aim in certain rounds, I think I'm going to buy into this team.
Something still needs to be done for them to be able to go beyond, because we saw them get over to champions, and then we saw the struggles, much like another team that has been making some overarching changes, which is T1.
I'm going full buy. I am going full buy on T1. Just right off the rip, no holding back. They bring in Rossi, so he brings this really positive mental attitude, but he fits in nicely. He's playing off his teammates really, really well. Yeah, and also Izu playing so well in Japan previously, in Challengers Japan, just absolutely dominating that region for a long time, and now coming up here, getting a chance, looking good already in the Tier 1 scene.
Same with Excurate. The drive and the hunger to prove something, and of course his operator skills we've seen can really match anyone around the world, especially in Pacific. However, that only gets you so far. You have to have a better macro strategy, a better understanding of the entire map. I think they've proven they're very good at that.
Let's talk about somebody else who was dominant in the Japanese scene last year. Jemkin, now joining RRQ.
Full buy. No hesitation.
That gets him. I think that I'm with you.
Bring in someone like Jemkin, who's proven that he absolutely has that factor to really overcome the odds and carry a team into victory when they need it most.
I mean, Jemkin in particular, there was no fear. When I went and talked to him, I'm like, man, you're coming in, you're playing in the T1, you know, now you're coming up to the bigger stage. He's like, yeah, okay, that's fine.
I'm glad to hear Jemkin feels that way. Another thing we should mention is it's not just Jemkin. Estrella's coming in. He can actually call for a team, actually lead a team in communication, and he brings that structure that you need to make sure that you're on track. Also, fairly flexible player. They've announced that he's going to be one of the initiators. It should make this team a lot more free on the map.
I'm right there with you. It's one of those things where I wasn't expecting this, but then when I saw it, it started to kind of come together in my head.
I'm gonna half buy on this team. I just don't know how it's all gonna fit together. I'm a little worried, the group that they're in and with the way that things are gonna shake out, that maybe they're gonna fall just short here in the kickoff.
Okay, big changes, but there's been a couple of teams that basically revamped their entire roster, and one of them is going to be Talon Esports.
So many other faces that I would never have been able to guess. I mean, we have Governor coming in. We've got Lenny coming over from Team Secret. You've got Ban joining after his stint on T1. It's just been a wild ride for Talon.
But the rest of it are big question marks. I mean, yeah, Ban at times looked really good last year. He started out pretty slow, but as the year went on for T1, got much better. You know, is he gonna be able to replicate that success? The new coach with Frost, there's so many changes here.
For Governor, now you have to gel with 4 new players in a new region. You have to get used to playing against different styles from Pacific.
Maybe the most surprising thing here is a guy I touched on earlier, Lenny, right? He only had 1 game last year in VCT Pacific.
A high-stakes game.
Right, a very high-stakes game.
I think it does speak to the level of confidence that he's going to be entering this season with. So I'm hoping that this is that redemption story. And not only am I just a stronger player, but I can also guide others to victory. There's so many unknown quantities still with Talon coming into the season that I think for me, I have to save. I have to wait and see how this team ends up looking after kickoff.
I want to pivot to another team that's made big changes. We have quite a few here. I want to go with GE. This year, I guess I'm on a half buy where I feel like there's some potential there, but can they really bring this all together in time for this year, especially for kickoff?
Okay, you're bringing in these veterans who are kind of the brains of the teams that they used to be on, right? We have Blaze King as well, who, you know, wasn't the main caller, but was always able to offer a lot in terms of how the team works. And then you have Benkai, of course, Russ, we mentioned, he's IGL'd tons of times in the past over in EMEA. And then all of this is surrounding Polvi, who was a tier 2 rising star back in EMEA. And I think at Convergence, we saw, okay, why some fans in EMEA said this is a pickup worth rooting for.
I'm right there with you. I think that this is a squad that could have a couple of upsets, could be very stable, but is this going to be a team that reaches for the upper echelons of the standings? That's yet to be seen.
Now, we should also mention, of course, Lightning Fast, the lone remaining member of this team, and he's another player who didn't get too many chances in 2023 to show what he had. However, despite not having too much repetition and iteration on the stage, I liked the potential that he showed in 2023.
I have a lot of faith in Big Time and Spin as the coaches to try to get these guys into place. I really like the way they talk about the game, the way they think about the game. They've got some veteran talent. They've got some players who've been there, done that.
Let's go into one that made very minimal changes. Team Secret.
We just needed, you know, some fresh firepower, a little bit more fresh perspective, and it's going to be coming with NDG. Let's talk about that player first. He used to be the 6th man on Now Esports, but didn't get to see him at Ascension. But I will say the couple matches and couple maps they played at Premier League, he looked very good, and he had some great moments to prove that he's got what it takes.
When Envy is your top player with firepower, you know, and he's not your duelist, like, how is that going to work out?
Not changing the core too much, keeping pretty much everybody together. Other than dubstep, I don't expect that the results are going to be that different.
But by putting NDG on that Sentinel, you're now solidifying Jeremy as that main duelist. How about some of the craziest highlights that Team Secret had? It was Jeremy. I mean, the way he's able to get some of this spray control on multiple people, really lock down a site. I think this opens them up to actually have overall a bit more firepower, right? I think the sum is going to be greater than the parts this time around.
This is going to be a big test, and a lot of that is going to fall on Warbird's shoulders to try to make sure that he can have them ready, that he can have multiple, just different iterations of prep ready to go, depending on what teams they're going to be playing against.
Now let's talk about a team entirely that has a lot to prove, and they've made some sweeping changes to try to do so. It's going to be DFM, Detonation Focus Me. Obviously a very rough year. And now they're saying we want to rebuild into an entirely new 5 to try to get things going again.
I think this team's going to be better than they were last year a little bit. I think, so therefore I'm going to go like half save with them. I really think that, like, for example, May in particular, a very, very strong mechanical player in Japan. But I think there's more overall potential on this team than there was last year is the way I look at this. I'm just, again, not exactly sure how, with everybody coming together like this off of different squads, how is that all going to fit together coming into 2024?
I don't say that to be a jerk, but they didn't pick up a win. What is going to come together for DFM? Who is going to be the 5-man core?
Can you make them come together? Can you find that chemistry?
We don't know for sure, but if they can do that, if they can get those pieces into place, I really like the potential of this roster.
Let's talk about one of the other teams that was constantly hovering around the top of the standings in VCT. Let's talk about Gen G. I think one that's everybody globally is excited to see once again in Tier 1 is Lakia.
Everyone still talks about that clutch he had on Ascent, right? The Lakia zone, the Lakia moment, and then of course a very strong initiator as well to join another Korean squad, come back to home soil and try to prove himself alongside other veterans. As we saw Gen G announce themselves, he really proved himself during the trials, right? When he tried out for the team, he really said, okay, I have the mechanical skill to fit with this team.
Personally, I'm going with like a full buy on this team. I'm really excited that they can learn from what happened last year.
One of the players that we haven't really talked about yet is Munchkin, who is also on this roster, has had experience IGLing in the past, but he's also there alongside Lakia, so you have really good side calling potential between those two to come up with good adaptive ideas round over round to figure out how they're going to pick opponents apart.
And then Karon also fitting in very well. You know, he looked a little quiet for the first couple rounds, and then he started to just fire on all cylinders and say, this is why I was picked up.
So last but not least is our Ascension qualifying team, Bleed.
Straight up, the biggest thing about Bleed right now that everyone's been talking about ever since it was announced is the probably largest signing of the offseason. Ye has joined Bleed. This is the player who back in 2022 was just the best in the world. I just hope that this project ends up working out for them and that we can see the return of El Diablo.
But I will say, I'm buying into this team. Sure, it's a different team from Ascension, but the core that's remaining, scary. And then you've got Crazy Guy, who I think his IGLing was very solid. And then you're adding in two players, right? Ye and Egoist into this mix. I think it's a very solid start.
And, you know, these two players coming in, where does Bleed take off compared to their previous performance back at Ascension? But I see the potential and the strength behind this team. Maybe it's a bit of a punt, but I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna go for a buy on this.
We also have to mention the Outlaw, now in play, another long-range weapon, now with two chances.
Oh, yeah.
Ye now has two shots to take down people immediately back-to-back. I mean, these all are things, while not proven yet, point to a buy for me for Bleed Esports.
All right, well, now that we've established that there is a lot of different variables, let's do some predictions. Our Group A teams are Global Esports, T1, ZETA, and Bleed.
I'm gonna go with T1 at least in first place.
I really like T1. I really like the stability of that team. I really like what I've seen from them so far. I like the confidence that they're bringing. I definitely expect them to be the team that comes out on top.
We can get into that one pretty quickly because honestly, I happen to agree with you both. I think that, but this is where the spiciness kind of comes into it, which is who is going to be that second place team going through the play-ins. I'm gonna maybe lean on the young blood coming into this one. I think I'm gonna go with Bleed. They're going to deliver on it. It needs to be right up front.
My gut is telling me ZETA right now. I hope that those lessons that they learned at the end of last year are instantly put into place at the beginning of this year, and they're able to come through and get that second place spot.
And it's really a 50-50 between ZETA and Bleed, but I lean more towards Bleed as well. They're a bit more hungry to do this all, you know, across all 5 players.
Next up is Group B. DRX, Team Secret, DFM, and Talent. I mean, it's gonna be interesting. Teams with a lot of changes.
I think that I will still go with DRX to make it out first.
But I think Team Secret definitely goes up in first here in this group. Now, whether they're able to go all the way to the finals is a whole different story, right? The not too many changes, that's what I think is gonna carry them over into first place.
But for whatever reason, I'm just feeling in my gut DRX.
Okay, so we're a little split on the first place, but going into second place, we just have seen so little, and the little we saw from both DFM and Talent weren't that promising just yet. I think DRX is still stable enough to go up in second place.
Should we just say our second place prediction on the count of 3? Together?
Do it. Just at the same time?
Yeah.
All right.
1, 2, 3. Team Secret.
DFM. Okay.
For some reason, I just really like this DFM team. Maybe I'm just such a May fanboy that I believe that he can like carry them over the line here. I think there's just too much talent on this team. If they can just kind of, you know, really buckle down, get it together, this team really has a ton of potential in my opinion.
My biggest concern, again, for Team Secret is going to be how does the prep go when they have to play multiple matches back to back to back. That's the one thing that's concerning me, but if that is something that they have tackled, then I don't think I have any cause for concern.
The last group, it's going to be the reigning winners of VCT Pacific, Paper Rex, and then it is Gen G and RRQ.
What we've seen from Paper Rex across 2023, they should, and I think they have to be, your first place prediction going out of this group.
I just have too much faith in Coach Alex. I mean, I think he's so good at getting the players to kind of believe into themselves and their own system. They're just too good, man, top to bottom.
Once again, put all of the hopium I have left in RRQ.
Wow.
Okay.
But we talked about theoretically why they should look better, a lot better than last year.
And this is where I think it gets even spicier, because you've got PaperX and Gen G remaining. We have the two inseparables of RRQ and Gen G remaining. And I think that we have the harder decision, so I'm going to make you go first.
That's right.
Okay. And just like it happened in the earlier groups, I think this is one where, yeah, Gen G has a lot of potential, but all 5 players on PaperX have the X factor. Not only good aim, but they're able to clutch it up when it's needed. They're able to go for these 1v2s, 1v3s, maybe even 1v5s. So that's where I'm going to give them the edge and say PaperX still goes into, you know, the potential play-ins and potential playoffs here for Kickoff.
And I really think that this is the time for Texture. I think this is his moment where this is either it. Like, he's got to get it done this year, or he's just not actually that guy. He's not that duelist that we've talked about for a long time that could potentially be, you know, the superstar. I'm big on this team. There's so much firepower on this team.
I'm going to lean to RRQ. I think that they have way more solid of a foundation to build off of. I think that they've done nothing but make positive moves. I think Gen G very much have done the same exact thing, but I'm still going to go with RRQ. Who are your top 2 teams to go to our first international Masters Madrid in 2024?
I'm going with RRQ and T1.
Okay.
Okay.
I think RRQ and T1 have made sweeping improvements, and they're gonna go to an international tournament to prove that Pacific can be one of the best regions.
Okay, you're looking at me like, yeah, that's my turn. PaperX T1. I agree with you on T1. PaperX, I still think, is going to be fine. It's not going to be quite that same look, I suspect, but it should be very, very similar flavor.
For me, I'm also gonna go with T1. I think that T1, they've just looked so very good. I think that they have a really solid foundation, and I'm expecting that they will be able to make it over to yet another international event. The team alongside them, though, I will go against you both because I am
he can't get away from it.
I'm going to go with no, it's the RX. I'm gonna go with the RX. I think that I just believe. I just have the faith. So there we have it.
Fair.
It's about damn time.
The first week the guys came in, they weren't being too serious with everything. It's like seeing who's sitting next to who.
The second week is when we really started practice. This year we have a lot of creative minds. People enjoy thinking about the game a lot in the team this year.
Players are under a lot of stress, or they don't have the strategies in place to recover well. There's a huge risk of burnout down the line. It's important to me that they have the support they need to work as hard as they can.
I want to build flexible players so they can adapt very easily. Because I think in sport, the people who adapt the quickest are the ones that will win.
We encourage the guys to actually rest on that rest day, do what they need to do to feel recovered for their next week.
When I was younger, I was always thinking about stuff like this. Sitting down at like a stall in front of like the people cooking and stuff and just eating them.
There's literally ice on it, guys.
Who is more laid back outside of practice?
Who complains more in the gaming house?
Who showers less? This one, I just with this one. If I was playing, I had you for sure.
Who has the better aim? It's beta.
Confirm, bro. This one. 10,000%. If you want. Oh.
Oh.
Huh? Bro, easy.
Yeah, easy.
Easy. Can be more toxic. I go with this one. Let's see. Who's more determined to make it to international tournament? What do you mean? We are in the same team.
Yeah, we are in the same team.
Come on, let's try to put it like this. I know you cannot see me, but it should be like this. What do you think?
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh my God, that was insane. Break the corner. We'll get yet another ace this weekend. Our inaugural VCT Pacific champions.
Hello, VCT fans. I'm extremely excited to introduce VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. Last year's VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting changes coming up. Here are the updates and everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024. VCT Pacific will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kickoff, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between each stage, and Champions will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in first in each group goes straight to the playoffs. The 3 teams who finish second will play in a single round robin where the winner joins the playoffs in a single elimination format. After the intense battle during VCT Pacific Kickoff, the top 2 teams will advance to VALORANT Masters Madrid. Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be split into 2 groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin.
The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs and will play in a double elimination bracket. Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to VALORANT Masters Shanghai. VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against each other in their own group. Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to VALORANT Champions. Championship points are a fresh addition to the VCT ecosystem in 2024. Teams will earn championship points to qualify for VALORANT Champions at the end of the year. Teams earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage 2. And they earn 3 points if they win Kickoff for Stage 1. Teams will also earn 3 points whenever they win a Masters event. The goal, ultimately, is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define their destiny in VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. We'll see you all in Seoul, South Korea.
I think 2023, it's not too bad, but very sad for us. It was not good because we didn't qualify to single master.
Not good enough. My performance wasn't great.
Quite tough year at first, but with more time we can bounce back and become like dark horse to everyone.
I think from the outside perspective, we were quite underrated. So in that sense, we maybe performed better than some people expected. But from our in-house expectation, we definitely didn't reach what we wanted to. We felt like we needed to make improvement.
We built a new roster now. We have the confidence with this roster. That's what I think. We just need to practice now.
The first thing on my list was we need a consistent entry fragging. That's something that we lacked, and I've spoken about it openly. So the first name on my list was Maxim, aka Jemkin.
It feels good to move to Korea. It was hard to make visa, but I'm glad that I'm here right now.
This guy is insane. Every time on attack, I just do something and then he just entry and then he just kill 4 and then kill 3.
Sometimes you see a duelist like after he get 3 kills or 2 kills, they just gonna rush go more to find some kills, right? But Jemkin, he never overhit. He's very disciplined. Like after he got 3, he wait for his teammate and then maybe we decide what's next.
I bring more firepower to the team and I'm very talkative. I speak a lot during the game, so I can help my teammates. So yeah.
The other thing is that we're looking for a flash initiator player that can actually frag and can potentially help IGL.
RRQ 팀의 에스트레아라고 하고요. 저는 이 팀에서 세컨드 폴로로 이제 플레이하고 있습니다.
Mechanically is very talented in aim. Second calling also is very good decision making, when to call this, when to dog, use util. Overall is best initiator player in Apex.
제가 생각했을 땐 제가 약간 못한다고 생각을 안 하거든요. 곧 데뷔 시작하니까 보여드리면 되지 않나.
One of our first trials we did was Jemkin and Estrella together. I don't think I've seen a team have that level of chemistry for the first time playing together. So that made me really excited. I feel like I can work on top of that and then make it like a champions qualifying team.
RRQ에 때라고 이제 생각할 수 있는 이유는 저를 사인했기 때문 아닐까요? 두고 보면 알겠죠.
I'm always excited. I want to play against something because he's also a Russian guy and I already played against him in Japan. I think it will be a good match if you play against him.
We found what we wanted, what we needed. I hope we qualify for everything. Yeah.
We are still the underdog in Pacific, but 2024 is for us to make it to all of the masters and champions.
Now we're becoming young adults. We're not perfect, we're not complete at all. We're trying to prove that we belong and amongst the adults of the league, and I think we could surprise some punching above our age class.
This year gonna be our year.
ろんなことが始まって大会だったりイベントだったり
最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないんですけどもう途中からいなくなってるんじゃないですかね。
楽しいこともいっぱいあったしめちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな。
Hey, you ready? You look different. Yeah, just a little.
オフシーズンで多少ゆっくりはできたしメンバーも変わって新しくリフレッシュにスタートができて、来年が楽しみな感じですかね。
なんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったのですごい新鮮な感覚で、新しい風を感じる、本当にそんな感じですね。
チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろんあるし、逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただ、これでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならばそれはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuffs. We can be a really solid team this year.
ゼータディビジョンのヒロロンです。ポジションはイニシエーター、フレックス。
Hiroron, I think he's really clutch player.
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい賢いタイプ、待ってるのが強いタイプの、なかなか最近見ないタイプのプレイヤーで、ゲーム外では真面目ですね。
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるし、ユランと比べると大人っすね、めちゃくちゃ。
ユランはもう謎の自信がめっちゃあって見てるだけでねパワーをもらえます。
僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーターを使う機会が多いと思うので。
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do, he's the one that, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm here for it.
プレイスタイルもなんだろうな、恐怖を感じないプレイするんで、ちょっと見てておもろいのは。
前よりは多分プレイヤーも2人変わってるんでめちゃくちゃ変わると思うんですけど、
新しい2人はね本当に打ち合いが好きで、それにこう引っ張られるようにもともといた3人もかなり打ち合うようになって、
いろんなこと今試し中なので前とは違ったゼータが見れるんじゃないかなと思います。
対戦したいのは T1 ですかね。リズさんが入ってから強いって聞いてるんで、T1 をとりあえずは戦って勝ちたいです。
基本的にどのチームも強くなってるとは思ってます。
ちょっと怖いですけどぶっ倒すしかないんでビビんないで自信持っていこうかなと思います。
My first goal is to us be a really consistent team this year, with no like ups and downs during the season, so we can fight all of the years for the Masters spots, also the champions.
めちゃくちゃ応援してくれる人がいるんで、それの応援には応えたいですね。
長期的な目標はそんなに持ってないのかなとは思ってますけど、チャンピオンズとかは出たいですね。そこは間違いなく。
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど。
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but they are like working a lot. So.
パシフィックチームと戦うのが初めてなので緊張しないように、弱気にならないように頑張ります。
最終的には本当に強いチームになれると信じてます。
There's gonna be a new ZETA. That's it. The new ZETA.
Well, thank you very much for joining me here for another night market. And we have a lot to talk about. We've got VCT 2024 Pacific about to kick off. So let's go ahead and talk right off the top with PaperX. Are you going to be full buying, fully investing into this team? Are you looking to save and wait and see how they look?
What we saw in the offseason looked pretty good. They're just trying new things. So I'm not quite at the operator level full buy, but I'm almost there.
I am all in on PaperX. Full buy, 5 operators. Let's go with the whole...
Scatter my economy.
There you go. This team has proven time and time again that they will adapt, right, to whatever is thrown at them, especially the core 4 that is remaining. Obviously, something just 1 year, but he's adapted quite quickly. I mean, he was thrown right onto the stage of Pacific 2023, and he adjusted very well to become the MVP of the very inaugural season. When the dust settles, this team is going to continue to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm going to be, of course, right there with a full buy as well, because I think you'd have to be a lunatic to not back this squad. Monyet coming in, even though he didn't have the greatest display over at the AVL, they have now had way more time to further integrate him into the roster even more fully. So I think that this is still going to be a very scary team that you cannot underestimate. Well, we started off with the team that won Pacific. Let's go for the second place team this time around. It's DRX. A lot of changes.
Very, very big changes. This team, we thought they were going to stick with the whole core 5, the entire team, and they finally made these big changes that a lot of people were hoping would happen, but maybe not this specific variation.
It's pretty surprising to see them go with another young gun here with Flashback. He looks really good at times, so maybe with this tremendous amount of time they've had during the offseason, they can put it together.
But it's got to be daunting for someone like Flashback, right? You didn't get to really work with a team over a whole year through this entire grueling system to get used to playing against different opponents. So I have to wonder, as one of those academy players and one of the youngest players, how much can he prove within that first season?
I'm going to go for a bit of a half buy. Foundation is still laid for this team to continue to be at the top of Pacific. It's just, does it all come together in time for kickoff?
Speaking of young talent, we have another team who made some very big changes, bringing up 2 players that used to be on their academy roster. It's ZETA Division from Japan.
Yeah, and I think that this is one of the most anticipated teams coming into the season. We've seen some glimpses from them back at Red Bull Homeground. It seemed like there was a lot of potential there, so I'm curious to see how they look, how ready they're going to be coming out on stage for the kickoff of VCT Pacific.
But I'm gonna save on this roster. I think what we can all agree are the 3 best players on ZETA coming in, Sugar, Zero, Depp, and Laz. I mean, that is a very solid foundation to build around. So you've got like these superstars coming onto this team. It's just, is the coaching staff going to be able to get them prepared and in time, especially for this kickoff? I think it's a tough task. And that's bringing in Carlau from Brazil. This guy working with Furia for a long time, having pretty good success over there, a strong FPS region, now bringing his talents over to Japan. This is something that I think ZETA really hit the nail on the head with.
And I think all of this, breathing a lot of fresh air, having these rookies who, at least during the offseason, showed some confidence to make their own plays, had some really crispy aim in certain rounds, I think I'm going to buy into this team.
Something still needed to be done for them to be able to go beyond, because we saw them get over to champions, and then we saw the struggles, much like another team that has been making some overarching changes, which is T1.
I'm going full buy. I am going full buy on T1. Just right off the rip, no holding back. They bring in Rossi, so that he brings this really positive mental attitude, but he fits in nicely. He's playing off his teammates really, really well. Yeah, and also Izu playing so well in Japan previously, in Challengers Japan, just absolutely dominating that region for a long time, and now coming up here, getting a chance, looking good already in the Tier 1 scene.
I see him with Execurate, the drive and the hunger to prove something, and of course his operator skills we've seen can really match anyone around the world, especially in Pacific. However, that only gets you so far. You have to have a better macro strategy, a better understanding of the entire map. I think they've proven they're very good at that.
Let's talk about somebody else who was dominant in the Japanese scene last year. Jemkin, now joining RRQ.
Full buy. No hesitation.
That gets him. I think that I'm with you.
Bring in someone like Jemkin, who's proven that he absolutely has that factor to really overcome the odds and carry a team into victory when they need it most.
I mean, Jemkin in particular, there was no fear. When I went and talked to him, I'm like, man, you're coming in, you're playing in the T1, you know, now you're coming up to the bigger stage. He's like, yeah, okay, that's fine.
I'm glad to hear Jemkin feels that way. Another thing we should mention is it's not just Jemkin. Estrella's coming in. He can actually call for a team, actually lead a team in communication, and he brings that structure that you need to make sure that you're on track. Also, fairly flexible player. They've announced that he's going to be one of the initiators. It should make this team a lot more free on the map.
I'm right there with you. It's one of those things where I wasn't expecting this, but then when I saw it, it started to kind of come together in my head.
I'm gonna half buy on this team. I just don't know how it's all gonna fit together. I'm a little worried, the group that they're in and with the way that things are gonna shake out, that maybe they're gonna fall just short here in the kickoff.
It's okay, big changes, but there's been a couple of teams that basically revamped their entire roster, and one of them is going to be Talon Esports.
So many other faces that I would never have been able to guess. I mean, we have Governor coming in. We've got Lenny coming over from Team Secret. You've got Ban joining after his stint on T1. It's just been a wild ride for Talon.
But the rest of it are big question marks. I mean, yeah, Ban at times looked really good last year. He started out pretty slow, but as the year went on for T1, got much better. You know, is he gonna be able to replicate that success? The new coach with Frost, there's so many changes here.
For Governor, now you have to gel with 4 new players in a new region. You have to get used to playing against different styles from Pacific.
Maybe the most surprising thing here is the guy I touched on earlier, Lenny, right? He only had 1 game last year in VCT Pacific with Team Secret. Right, a very high stakes game.
I think it does speak to the level of confidence that he's going to be entering this season with. So I'm hoping that this is that redemption story. And not only am I just a stronger player, but I can also guide others to victory. There's so many unknown quantities still with Talon coming into the season that I think for me, I have to save. I have to wait and see how this team ends up looking after kickoff.
I want to pivot to another team that's made big changes. We have quite a few here. I want to go with GE. This year, I guess I'm on a half buy where I feel like there's some potential there, but can they really bring this all together in time for this year, especially for kickoff?
Okay, you're bringing in these veterans who are kind of the brains of the teams that they used to be on, right? We have Blaze King as well, who, wasn't the main caller, but was always able to offer a lot in terms of how the team works. And then you have Benkai, of course, Russ, we mentioned, he's IGL'd tons of times in the past over in EMEA. And then all of this is surrounding Polvi, who was a tier 2 rising star back in EMEA. And I think at Convergence, we saw, okay, why some fans in EMEA said this is a pickup worth rooting for.
I'm right there with you. I think that this is a squad that could have a couple of upsets, could be very stable, but is this going to be a team that reaches for the upper echelons of the standings? That's yet to be seen.
Now, we should also mention, of course, Lightning Fast, the lone remaining member of this team, and he's another player who didn't get too many chances in 2023 to show what he had. However, despite not having too much repetition and iteration on the stage, I liked the potential that he showed in 2023.
I have a lot of faith in Big Time and Spin as the coaches to try to get these guys into place. I really like the way they talk about the game, the way they think about the game. They've got some veteran talent. They've got some players who've been there, done that.
Let's go into one that made very minimal changes. Team Secret.
We just needed, some fresh firepower, a little bit more fresh perspective, and it's going to be coming with NDG. Let's talk about that player first. He used to be the 6th man on Now Esports, but didn't get to see him at Ascension. But I will say the couple matches and couple maps they played at Predator League, he looked very good, and he had some great moments to prove that he's got what it takes.
When Envy is your top player with firepower, and he's not your duelist, how is that going to work out?
Not changing the core too much, keeping pretty much everybody together. Other than Dubstep, I don't expect that the results are going to be that different.
But by putting NDG on that Sentinel, you're now solidifying Jeremy as that main duelist. How about some of the craziest highlights that Team Secret had? It was Jeremy. I mean, the way he's able to get some of this spray control on multiple people, really lock down a site. I think this opens them up to actually have overall a bit more firepower, right? I think the sum is going to be greater than the parts this time around.
This is going to be a big test, and a lot of that is going to fall on Warbird's shoulders to try to make sure that he can have them ready, that he can have multiple, just different iterations of prep ready to go, depending on what teams they're going to be playing against.
Now let's talk about a team entirely that has a lot to prove, and they've made some sweeping changes to try to do so. It's going to be DFM, Detonation Focus Me. Obviously a very rough year. And now they're saying we want to rebuild into an entirely new 5 to try to get things going again.
I think this team's going to be better than they were last year a little bit. I think, so therefore I'm going to go half save with them. I really think that for example, May in particular, a very, very strong mechanical player in Japan. But I think there's more overall potential on this team than there was last year is the way I look at this. I'm just, again, not exactly sure how, with everybody coming together like this off of different squads, how is that all going to fit together coming into 2024?
I don't say that to be a jerk, but they didn't pick up a win. What is going to come together for DFM? Who is going to be the 5-man core?
Can you make them come together? Can you find that chemistry?
We don't know for sure, but if they can do that, if they can get those pieces into place, I really like the potential of this roster.
Let's talk about one of the other teams that was constantly hovering around the top of the standings in VCT. Let's talk about Gen G. I think one that's everybody globally is excited to see once again in Tier 1 is Lakia.
Everyone still talks about that clutch he had on Ascent, right? The Lakia zone, the Lakia moment, and then of course a very strong initiator as well to join another Korean squad, come back to home soil and try to prove himself alongside other veterans. As we saw Gen G announce themselves, he really proved himself during the trials, right? When he tried out for the team, he really said, okay, I have the mechanical skill to fit with this team.
Personally, I'm going with a full buy on this team. I'm really excited that they can learn from what happened last year.
One of the players that we haven't really talked about yet is Munchkin, who is also on this roster, has had experience IGLing in the past, but he's also there alongside Lakia, so you have really good side calling potential between those two to come up with good adaptive ideas round over round to figure out how they're going to pick opponents apart.
And then Charon also fitting in very well. He looked a little quiet for the first couple rounds, and then he started to just fire on all cylinders and say, this is why I was picked up.
So last but not least is our Ascension qualifying team, Bleed.
Straight up, the biggest thing about Bleed right now that everyone's been talking about ever since it was announced is the probably largest signing of the offseason. Ye has joined Bleed. This is a player who back in 2022 was just the best in the world. I just hope that this project ends up working out for them and that we can see the return of El Diablo.
But I will say, I'm buying into this team. Sure, it's a different team from Ascension, but the core that's remaining, scary. And then you've got Crazy Guy, who I think his IGLing was very solid. And then you're adding in 2 players, right? Ye and Egoist into this mix. I think it's a very solid start.
You know, these 2 players coming in, where does Bleed take off compared to their previous performance back in Ascension? But I see the potential and the strength behind this team. Maybe it's a bit of a punt, but I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna go for a buy on this.
We also have to mention the Outlaw, now in play, another long-range weapon, now
Good
with
point.
2 chances.
Oh, yeah.
Ye now has 2 shots to take down people immediately back-to-back. I mean, these all are things, while not proven yet, point to a buy for me for Bleed Esports.
All right, well, now that we've established that there is a lot of different variables, let's do some predictions. Our Group A teams are Global Esports, T1, ZETA, and Bleed.
I'm gonna go with T1 at least in first place.
I really like T1. I really like the stability of that team. I really like what I've seen from them so far. I like the confidence that they're bringing. I definitely expect them to be the team that comes out on top.
We can get into that one pretty quickly because honestly, I happen to agree with you both. I think that, but this is where the spiciness kind of comes into it, which is who is going to be that second place team going through the play-ins. I'm gonna maybe lean on the young blood coming into this one. I think I'm gonna go with Bleed. They're going to deliver on it. It needs to be right up front.
My gut is telling me ZETA right now. I hope that those lessons that they learned at the end of last year are instantly put into place at the beginning of this year, and they're able to come through and get that second place spot.
And it's really a 50-50 between ZETA and Bleed, but I lean more towards Bleed as well. They're a bit more hungry to do this all, across all 5 players.
Next up is Group B. DRX, Team Secret, DFM, and Talon. I mean, it's gonna be interesting. Teams with a lot of changes.
I think that I will still go with DRX to make it out first.
But I think Team Secret definitely goes up in first here in this group. Now, whether they're able to go all the way to the finals is a whole different story, right? The not too many changes, that's what I think is gonna carry them over into first place.
But for whatever reason, I'm just feeling in my gut DRX.
Okay, so we're a little split on the first place, but going into second place, we just have seen so little, and the little we saw from both DFM and Talon weren't that promising just yet. I think DRX is still stable enough to go up in second place.
Should we just say our second place prediction on the count of 3? Together?
Do it. Just at the same time?
Yeah.
All right.
1, 2, 3. Team Secret.
DFM. Okay.
For some reason, I just really like this DFM team. Maybe I'm just such a May fanboy that I believe that he can carry them over the line here. I think there's just too much talent on this team. If they can just kind of, really buckle down, get it together, this team really has a ton of potential in my opinion.
My biggest concern, again, for Team Secret is going to be how does the prep go when they have to play multiple matches back to back to back. That's the one thing that's concerning me, but if that is something that they have tackled, then I don't think I have any cause for concern.
The last group, it's going to be the reigning winners of VCT Pacific, Paper Rex, and then it is Gen G and RRQ.
What we've seen from Paper Rex across 2023, they should, and I think they have to be, your first place prediction going out of this group.
I just have too much faith in Coach Alex. I mean, I think he's so good at getting the players to kind of believe into themselves and their own system. They're just too good, man, top to bottom.
Once again, put all of the hope you might have left in RRQ.
Wow.
Okay.
But we talked about theoretically why they should look better, a lot better than last year.
And this is where I think it gets even spicier, because you've got Paper X and Gen G remaining. We have the 2 inseparables of RRQ and Gen G remaining. Okay. And I think that we have the harder decision, so I'm gonna make you go first.
That's right.
Okay. And just like it happened in the earlier groups, I think this is one where, yeah, Gen G has a lot of potential, but all 5 players on Paper X have the X factor. Not only good aim, but they're able to clutch it up when it's needed. They're able to go for these 1v2s, 1v3s, maybe even 1v5s. So that's where I'm going to give them the edge and say Paper X still goes into, the potential play-ins and potential playoffs here for Kickoff.
I really think that this is the time for Texture. I think this is his moment where this is either it. He's got to get it done this year, or he's just not actually that guy. He's not that duelist that we've talked about for a long time that could potentially be, the superstar. I'm big on this team. There's so much firepower on this team.
I'm going to lean to RRQ. I think that they have way more solid of a foundation to build off of. I think that they've done nothing but make positive moves. I think Genji very much have done the same exact thing, but I'm still going to go with RRQ. Who are your top 2 teams to go to our first international Masters Madrid in 2024?
I'm going with RRQ and T1.
Okay.
I think RRQ and T1 have made sweeping improvements, and they're gonna go to an international tournament to prove that Pacific can be one of the best regions.
Okay, you're looking at me like, yeah, that's my turn. Paper X T1. I agree with you on T1. Paper X, I still think is going to be fine. It's not going to be quite that same look, I suspect, but it should be very, very similar flavor.
For me, I'm also going to go with T1. I think that T1, they've just looked so very good. I think that they have a really solid foundation, and I'm expecting that they will be able to make it over to yet another international event. The team alongside them, though, I will go against you both because I am
he can't get away from it.
I'm going to go with teams. No, it's DRX. I'm going to go with DRX. I think that I just believe. I just have the faith. So there we have it.
It's about damn time.
The first week the guys came in, they weren't being too serious with everything. It's like seeing who's sitting next to who.
The second week is when we really started practice. This year we have a lot of creative minds. People enjoy thinking about the game a lot, the team this year.
Players are under a lot of stress, or they don't have the strategies in place to recover well. There's a huge risk of burnout down the line. It's important to me that they have the support they need to work as hard as they can.
I want to build flexible players so they can adapt very easily. Because I think in sport, the people who adapt the quickest are the ones that will win.
We encourage the guys to actually rest on that rest day, do what they need to do to feel recovered for their next week.
When I was younger, I was always thinking about stuff like this. Sitting down at like a stall in front of like the people cooking and stuff and just eating there.
There's literally ice on it, guys.
Who is more laid back outside of practice?
Who complains more in the gaming house?
2 showers less.
This one, I just put this one. If I was playing, I had you for sure.
Who has the better aim? It's better.
Confirm, bro. This one. 10,000%.
Oh!
Huh?
Bro, easy.
Yeah, easy.
Easy.
Can be more toxic.
I go with this one. Let's see.
Who's more determined to make it to an international tournament? What do you mean? We are in the same team.
Yeah, we are in the same team.
Come on, let's try put it like this. I know you cannot see me, but it should be like this. What do you think?
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh my God, that was insane. Break the corner. We'll get yet another ace this weekend. Our inaugural VCT Pacific champions.
Hello, VCT fans. I'm extremely excited to introduce Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2024. Last year's VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting changes coming up. Here are the updates and everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024. VCT Pacific will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kickoff, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between each stage, and Champions will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in first in each group goes straight to the playoffs. The 3 teams who finish second will play in a single round robin where the winner joins the playoffs in a single elimination format. After the intense battle during VCT Pacific Kickoff, the top 2 teams will advance to Valorant Masters Madrid. Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be split into 2 groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin. The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs and will play in a double elimination bracket. Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to Valorant Masters Shanghai. VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against each other in their own group. Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to Valorant Champions. Championship points are a fresh addition to the VCT ecosystem in 2024. Teams will earn championship points to qualify for Valorant Champions at the end of the year. Teams earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage 2. They earn 3 points if they win Kickoff or Stage 1. Teams will also earn 3 points whenever they win a Masters event. The goal, ultimately, is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define their destiny in Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2024. We'll see you all in Seoul, South Korea.
I think 2023, it's not too bad, but very sad for us.
It was not good because we didn't qualify to single master.
Not good enough. My performance wasn't great.
Quite tough year at first, but with more time we can bounce back and become like dark horse to everyone.
I think from the outside perspective, we were quite underrated. So in that sense, we maybe performed better than some people expected. But from our in-house expectation, we definitely didn't reach what we wanted to. We felt like we needed to make improvement.
We built a new roster now. We have the confidence with this roster, that's why I think we just need to practice now.
The first thing on my list was we need a consistent entry fragging. That's something that we lacked, and I've spoken about it openly. So the first name on my list was Maxim, aka Jemkin.
It feels good to move to Korea. It was hard to make visa, but I'm glad that I'm here right now.
This guy is insane. Every time on attack, I just do something and then he just entry and then he just kill 4 and then kill 3.
Sometimes you see a duelist like after he get 3 kills or 2 kills, they just gonna rush go more to find some kills, right? But Jemkin, he never overhit. He's very disciplined. Like after he got 3, he wait for his teammate and then maybe we decide what's next.
I bring more firepower to the team and I'm very talkative. I speak a lot during the game, so I can help my teammates. So yeah.
The other thing is that we're looking for a flash initiator player that can actually frag and can potentially help IGL.
RRQ 팀의 에스트레아라고 하고요. 저는 이제 팀에서 세컨드 폴로로 이제 플레이하고 있습니다.
Mechanically is like very talented in aim. Second calling also is like very good decision making when to call this, when to dog, use util. Overall is like best initiator player in Apex.
제가 생각했을 땐 제가 약간 못한다고 생각을 안 하거든요. 곧 데뷔 시작하니까 보여드리면 되지 않나.
One of our first trials we did was Jemkin and Estrella together. I don't think I've seen a team have that level of chemistry for the first time playing together. So that made me really excited. I feel like I can work on top of that and then make it like a champions qualifying team.
RRQ에 때라고 이제 생각할 수 있는 이유는 저를 사인했기 때문 아닐까요? 두고 보면 알겠죠.
I'm always excited. I want to play against something because he's also a Russian guy and I already played against him in Japan. I think it will be a good match if you play against him.
We found what we wanted, what we needed. I hope we qualify for everything. Yeah.
We are still like the underdog in Pacific, but 2024 is for us to make it to all of the masters and champions.
Now we're becoming young adults. We're not perfect, we're not complete at all. We're trying to prove that we belong and amongst the adults of the league, and I think we could surprise some punching above our age class.
This year gonna be our year.
いろんなことが始まって大会だったりイベントだったり
最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないんですけどもう途中からいなくなってるんじゃないですかね。
楽しいこともいっぱいあったしめちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな。
Hey, you ready? You look different. Yeah, just a little.
オフシーズンで多少ゆっくりはできたしメンバーも変わって新しくリフレッシュにスタートができて、来年が楽しみな感じですかね。
なんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったのですごい新鮮な感覚で、新しい風を感じて本当にそんな感じですね。
チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろんあるし、逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただ、これでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならば、それはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuff. We can be a really solid team this year.
ゼータディビジョンのヒロロンです。ポジションはイニシエーター、フレックス。
Hiroron, I think he's really clutch player.
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい賢いタイプ、待ってるのが強いタイプの、なかなか最近見ないタイプのプレイヤーで、ゲーム外では真面目ですね。
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるし、ユランと比べると大人っすね、めちゃくちゃ。
ユランはもう謎の自信がめっちゃあって、見てるだけでねパワーをもらえます。
僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーターを使う機会が多いと思うので。
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do, he's the one that, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm here for it.
プレイスタイルもなんだろうな、恐怖を感じないプレイするんで、ちょっと見てておもろいのは。
前よりは多分プレイヤーも2人変わってるんでめちゃくちゃ変わると思うんですけど、
新しい2人はね本当に打ち合いが好きで、それにこう引っ張られるようにもともといた3人も かなり打ち合うようになって、
いろんなこと今試し中なので、前とは違ったゼータが見れるんじゃないかなと思います。
対戦したいのは T1 ですかね。リズさんが入ってから強いって聞いてるんで、T1 もとりあえずは戦って勝ちたいです。
基本的にどのチームも強くなってるとは思ってます。
ちょっと怖いですけど、ぶっ倒すしかないんで、ビビんないで自信持っていこうかなと思います。
My first goal is to us be a really consistent team this year, with no like ups and downs during the season, so we can fight all of the years for the Masters spots, also the champions.
めちゃくちゃ応援してくれる人がいるんで、それの応援には応えたいですね。
長期的な目標はそんなに持ってないのかなとは思ってますけど、チャンピオンズとかは出たいですね。そこは間違いなく。
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど。
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but they are like working a lot. So.
パシフィックチームと戦うのが初めてなので、緊張しないように、弱気にならないように頑張ります。
最終的には本当に強いチームになれると思ってます。
There's gonna be a new ZETA. That's it. It's a new ZETA.
Well, thank you very much for joining me here for another night market. And we have a lot to talk about. We've got VCT 2024 Pacific about to kick off. So let's go ahead and talk right off the top with PaperX. Are you going to be full buying, fully investing into this team? Are you looking to save and wait and see how they look?
What we saw in the offseason looked pretty good. They're just trying new things. So I'm not quite at the operator level full buy, but I'm almost there.
Well, I am all in on PaperX. Full buy, 5 operators. Let's go with the whole
Shatter my economy.
There you go. This team has proven time and time again that they will adapt, right, to whatever is thrown at them, especially the core 4 that is remaining. Obviously, something just 1 year, but he's adapted quite quickly. I mean, he was thrown right onto the stage of Pacific 2023, and he adjusted very well to become the MVP of the very inaugural season. When the dust settles, this team is going to continue to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm going to be, of course, right there with a full buy as well, because I think you'd have to be a lunatic to not back this squad. Monyet coming in, even though he didn't have the greatest display over at the AVL, they have now had way more time to further integrate him into the roster even more fully. So I think that this is still going to be a very scary team that you cannot underestimate. Well, we started off with the team that won Pacific. Let's go for the second place team this time around. It's DRX. A lot of changes.
Very, very big changes. This team, we thought they were going to stick with the whole core 5, the entire team, and they finally made these big changes that a lot of people were hoping would happen, but maybe not this specific variation.
It's pretty surprising to see them go with another young gun here with Flashback. He looks really good at times, so maybe with this tremendous amount of time they've had during the offseason, they can put it together.
But it's got to be daunting for someone like Flashback, right? You didn't get to really work with a team over a whole year through this entire grueling system to get used to playing against different opponents.
Oh my God. Is it real? Are we real? Is this happening? Is this a thing that's occurring? Yes, it absolutely is. We are live. And it's about time to start this match. We, of course, apologize, everybody, for the extended delay. There's been a whirlwind of stuff going on right here. All you really need to know is that there has been an audio issue, but it has since been rectified. Everybody who's attending here in the live audience has, of course, also been refunded for the tickets for the day. So our deepest apologies for taking this long to get into the action. But
we're here.
Who cares? We're here, and we're just about ready to begin, and that's what is most important.
Yeah, this is obviously a really exciting day. Once we get into these matches, we're going to see some explosive action, ready to make waves once again here in VCT Pacific. I can't wait to get started, really.
Nor can I, and we have been chomping at the bit, waiting backstage for this very moment to arrive. And now we are just mere moments away from being able to see what the agent select is going to look like. Of course, we saw the map draft earlier. The desk was breaking down that action. Breeze off the top, in case you've tuned in late, or you might have just forgotten what the draft was. We've got Breeze up first, selected by Bleed, and then we'll be going into Lotus, selected by T1, with Split as the decider.
Yeah, so a lot of interesting stuff going on here. We don't have a lot of information about Bleed, of course. They only played very briefly at Riot 1 during the offseason.
And they didn't have EA.
That is exactly correct. So we don't know exactly what kind of maps they're going to want to lean into. Bleed was something they were leaving typically till later in their bans during Best of Ones at the Riot 1 event. So I think you can kind of see why they're starting to favor that map. We'll see what the changes as well, what that's going to look like. And with T1, Lotus was their best map in 2023, just period, end of story. They won 75% of the time on Lotus in all of VCT matches.
Let's get rid of those water bottles.
Well, we're going to need a lot of water today, my friends. So, you know, they're here. It's good to know the fans that we're staying hydrated, right?
Yeah, of course. And all of you watching at home, check your posture. Make sure you're staying hydrated as well. Hydro homies for life. But, yeah, we're going to need a lot, because once we do get into this matchup, there's so much exciting stuff to witness, hopefully. Because, I mean, the biggest matchup, I think, for pretty much everybody coming to this one, well, all eyes are going to be on Ye. But on the opposite side of that stage is Excurate, who proved back at the AVL that he also has a very dangerous chamber. So if that is going to be meta, if those are going to be the picks that we see coming through, because Breeze in the past, you know, before pre-chamber nerfs, that was a really big map for him. So maybe they're going to try to bring that back into the fold.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that's what a lot of fans are hoping to see here today is two very explosive chamber players going at it. And I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of operator action today. There's a lot of really good players who are good with the sniper rifles, maybe some outlaws in there and things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, especially with T1, we've already seen it that they're happy. If they start to accumulate a lead, especially on that defender's side, they will lean into those double ops. Even if it's not a chamber, like they'll still find a way to sneak those in there if they can get ahead of you in that economy, and they are a real force to be reckoned with once they can get that through. I mean, not only is it like, yeah, they've got a lot of money, their econ's been going well, things like that, but they're so explosive with those operators with Saya Player and Excurate.
Yeah, I mean, it's that double threat that's right there. So I'm very curious to see how Bleed has been poised for this, because obviously both teams have had a little bit more time to think about how they're going to be piloting this coming into the matchup, what compositions they want to run, what they can expect the enemy team to be doing. So I'm curious to see what that all looks like, how it all comes together from both sides, because I think that this has been a pretty split decision when it comes down to predicting between these two squads, just because we saw a lot more from T1. They did look very strong during the AVL, and then we only got to see Bleed over at Riot 1 without Ye. So what does that look like? How does this team synergy come together? Because it's a very mixed roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, you look at these two teams and they in terms of firepower, just raw firepower, they should stack up pretty well. I mean, we'd be remiss without discussing Scary, for example, who had the play of the year last year at Ascension with that clutch on Haven that was absolutely bonkers.
Absolutely was. The players, most of them, on stage. The last second bathroom break there. These guys have been waiting on standby. And of course, you know, as disappointing as it is for you guys watching at home, especially those who have been staying up late, you know, wanting to see the return of El Diablo,
yeah, sorry, NA.
VCT, wanting to just watch the games, the kickoff. It sucks for you guys, but it sucks tenfold for the players who've been waiting for this moment, waiting to, you know, kind of re-debut in Tier 1 for the likes of Ye, for Scary as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, big smiles on the faces of Bleed. So they seem to be at least getting into it, getting ready. I mean, you know, the big thing about today now is going to be a mental challenge. This has been a long day already, and you haven't even played a match. So, you know, a lot of today could come down to, you know, who's going to be able to keep their mental state better in check, who's going to be able to keep their spirits high. And you got to like what you're seeing out of Bleed. They seem like they're having a good time. I mean, T1 is generally a little bit more low-key, except for Rossi. He's the guy who's going to be the one giving them energy. He's the one encouraging them in between rounds, on stage. He's the one popping off, getting hyped when the team does crazy stuff. So, you know, it's going to be really potentially key for him to be the guy to keep their energy high.
All right, fist bump out. Rossi with a headset on, Carpet back in his seat. It seems like we should be just about ready to jump into this one and see what the Agent Select is going to be looking like between these two squads and finally get VCT Pacific underway.
The rumors are, as we move into Breeze, and there's going to be a lot of Yoru.
Yeah, that of course has been something that people have been talking about a lot. A lot of pro players out there have been just, you know, kind of sending out some bait posts on Twitter and whatnot, just pictures of Yoru, kind of alluding to this being the new meta-defining duelist. Whether or not that's going to come to fruition in Game 1, we'll have to just wait and see. Now, I'll just go ahead and let you guys know on our big monitor. We're not going to spoil anything, but the Agent Select is happening. So we're moving in the right direction. We're plugging along here. We'll have to just wait and see what they have for you guys. Is, well, there's maybe a mild spoiler.
If you've got, you know, really good vision there, you could definitely see a few things that are coming through. It's going to be interesting, no doubt about it. I mean, I would expect a fair amount of double controller just because of the nature of Breeze, because of some of the wide open spaces that you want to gain control of. We'll see if there's Sky, you know, still usage, even despite the nerfs that have happened. Yeah?
Why did you take your headset off, Rossi?
Don't do it. Don't do it.
What are you doing?
No.
What are you doing, son?
Not allowed.
Earbuds out. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
We're on a loading screen.
Carpe, get him in order. You're the IGL now. Tell him what to do.
Captain of the team.
Yeah.
The veteran. All right, well, if we get an update on anything, we'll, of course, let you guys know.
Of course, but we're trying our best here. It's been a rough day for sure, but we thank you all for bearing with us, and hanging around. And I mean, again, I'm really excited for this. I think this is a really great storyline here for both teams. I mean, you think about T1, the way that they kind of ended the Pacific season, right? Coming up just short against DRX before the grand finals of VCT Pacific. They still made their way to champions, of course. Wasn't the best showing that they would have wanted. Tough, you know, a tough opponent for them in NRG, but I really think that T1 is poised to be better this year. We'll see if that can come through. I mean, you gotta love some of the returning players like Carpe and especially Saya player. Xcurate, everybody has talked to me about him for years as potentially better than his brother, Forsaken, in some ways, especially with snipers, for sure. But beyond that, still a very, very strong player. And of course with Bleed, you know, that tremendous Ascension run they had, their ability to have those crazy pop-off rounds, to really navigate themselves very well. They bounce back after a couple rough matches here and there. Crazy Guy does a phenomenal job leading this team. I'm really, really excited to see Bleed on stage.
I mean, for both of these teams, I mean, you're kind of, you know, touching on it. T1's very swift departure from Champions last year. It was overall like a decent season for them, but in the end, it didn't really feel that way, which is weird because, you know, a third place finish in Pacific, they managed to go into that, you know, monsters, that giant arena that we were in for the playoffs. They get themselves into third place after not being able to close out versus DRX. They get qualified to go to Tokyo, qualified to go to Champions, but it never felt like it was getting better than that third place finish. But this roster coming into this year, it feels like this has so much potential to be so much better, to be that team that actually is challenging for the top, that can have that impact when they do go overseas, if they do go overseas, I should say.
I agree with you.
I don't want to reveal the script too early.
Yeah, I really think that the pieces are there. It's just, can they keep them in place? Can they build on that? There was so much confidence on this team coming into the offseason, and as they picked up the players, as they picked up Izu, as they picked up Xcurate, there was like this sense of like, we're finding pieces that fit on the team. We're not necessarily going for the most explosive players. We're not going for the biggest superstars. We're going for the players that are going to fit into our system, that are going to adjust to the style that Autumn, as the coach, wants to run. And this is a big reason why they decided to stick with Rossi instead of King, is because he was fitting in better with the system. He kind of understood the game plan and was reacting to the rest of the team in a more proper fashion, apparently. So that's why they went with him. I think a lot of people are surprised about that. Of course, we all are. King's a nuts player, but Rossi just seems to be a better fit.
I mean, I think we've talked about it ad nauseum, both you know, on broadcast, on our own channels, as well as on, you know, the likes of Plaid Chat and whatnot, about how important that team environment is. And if you have somebody who, even if they're not putting up necessarily the same numbers, but if they're empowering or communicating better with the rest of the team, then it's a pretty easy decision to just go with that person who is creating a better environment or being more communicative, whatever the situation may be. And it seems like that's exactly what the case was for Rossi. And I mean, we got to see plenty of that just back at the AVL when he was hyping them up, when he was having impact in the game. And if you see the team backstage as well, you know that, you know, everybody has been getting along incredibly well with this team. So it's good to see, and it's very encouraging for the T1 fans who were, you know, waiting for them to return to Korea as an organization to begin with after the stint over in North America, help Sewers, and then, you know, they came back over here, and it was just also, you know, very good to see them being already starting to punch up into that top three. And now it seems like they should be able to go above and beyond. Of course, as you can see, yes, there has been a little bit of an issue here, another snafu with Rossi, being told that it's a fairly minor one, and we should have things fixed and underway relatively quickly. The players are back in the game. The lobby has not been reset, so I don't think it's anything to do with that.
No.
So hopefully it's something fast, and we can just go ahead and finally kick off the action.
Yeah, absolutely. We're doing our best here. Our staff is very hard at work getting this all together today. So again, we thank you all for your patience, and the fans here especially who came in today for this opener. Entirety of Kickoff here in Pacific is sold out. All of it sold out incredibly fast.
Had to release more tickets and everything like that, and they still got snatched up.
And it's a cool stadium, man. It's almost like a UFC. Like I feel like kind of that vibe. You know what I mean? There's like, you got you know, the fans of each team get to sit behind their favorite team, and you get to support them right behind them. So it's really exciting to have the fans here. Downstairs, there's this like awesome kind of like icebox themed area where you come in, get some slushies, get some pizza, take some cool pictures with some like AR type stuff. So it's a really great fan experience as well.
Yeah, I mean, they went above and beyond as far as getting all of this stuff laid out. So Seems like everything has been very good so far, but well, it looks like we have a little bit of a match teaser video to throw your way, so go ahead and feast your eyes on this while we get things taken care of.
안녕하세요. 저는 T1의 카르페입니다. 저희가 작년에는 좀 압박감 같은 것도 많았었던 것 같고 좀 즐기는 분위기가 없었는데 이번에 새로 들어온 선수들이 실력도 좋고 성격도 저희 팀하고 잘 어우러져가지고 저희 팀 분위기에 되게 크게 영향을 주고 있는 것 같아요. 이번 시즌이 저희의 진짜 실력을 보여줄 수 있는 시즌이라고 생각합니다. 블리드라는 팀 자체가 어센션에서 게임 할 때도 되게 잘하는 팀인 걸 알고 있고 되게 잘하는 오퍼레이터 선수인 건 알지만 아직 저희 체인버랑 저희 오퍼레이터 저희 팀 상대로 해본 건 아니기 때문에 저희가 연습하고 준비하는 대로 한다면 블리드를 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다. 저희 이번에 첫 경기 블리드 경기에서 이기고 그 기세로 이번에 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
I'm Ye, and I play for Team Bleed. I guess specific reason is like it's a lot more aggressive, very fast, like rushes, and just like also like very high mechanical skill. I'm really excited to play here, and Blue Team had a very good chance of doing that. They've always looked really strong, so I thought it was my best chances of winning. We are facing T1 coming up. I think it'll be a really fun matchup. Obviously, I played against Saya player in the past, and obviously they have. X-Actor coming into the roster. He's a very strong operator player. While I have a lot of respect for Saya player, I think I would win the operator. Nobody's beating me in chamber. I have no fear. I'm El Diablo after all.
Well, there you go. The fans have been begging, of course, to see Ye. So a first glimpse, a little bit of an hors d'oeuvre as we do get ready to go into the matchup here. But, I mean, also a lot of confidence being exuded by him, saying, you know what, yeah, I know Xcrit is a very strong op player, but I still fancy my chances. I've beaten Saya player in the past. I think we're going to do just all right.
Yeah, I mean, how can you blame him? He had a tremendous year in 2022. He was truly El Diablo incarnate during that season. And, yeah, last year was a little bit rough here and there, but you have to think in the back of your head that this guy still has it. There's no doubt that his ability to kind of dictate and take control of matches, put up huge multi-kill rounds, whether it be with the operator or whatever, is terrifying for anybody to go against.
Yeah, I mean, even with the, last year, taking that into consideration, I think you still have to be nervous going up against Ye just because he has such a reputation. You don't get called El Diablo for no reason. This guy, I'm sure that on the opposite side, like, and again, with Saya player having played against him in the past, I think the overall record between them is 2-1 in Ye's favor. He's probably saying like, oh man, more of this. Like I thought I escaped this by coming back over to
He's
Korea.
like, X-Curate, your turn, step up, bro.
He's just following me at this point. Yeah, X-Curate, can you please deal with this guy for me? We'll see if they're going to be up to that task. But, again, also, if that chamber is going to be at the forefront of the meta here for those two players.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you're almost hoping to see as a fan, but you never know. I mean, on a map like Breeze, that's not a chamber map typically, so I don't think we're going to see it off the rip. Maybe Lotus, almost, you definitely start to feel it more on Split.
Sure. That
for sure is a chamber-type map. So if we can hopefully get to that map 3, we might actually get to see that duel that we've been hyping up.
It feels like Lotus is maybe the staging ground for that one, just because you have significantly better and more reliable rendezvous setups. But here we go. The Agent Select is now on your screens. Feast your eyes, because it's Ye playing Neon.
Nuh-uh. This is well outside of any possibilities I had drawn up in my head today for what Ye would be playing on our first map here in VCT Pacific. This is absolutely wild. Not an agent he's really known for by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, it's, obviously his calling cards are, chamber. Yeah, I mean, exactly. So how is this going to work? Like, is he still going to be opping with it? Are they maybe going to be relying on someone else to scoop it up? Like, sometimes you'll see Sovas on Breeze grab an op here and there. Are they just going to bypass that all together? Do they have a different game plan? I mean, this gives you, in some ways, like an extra layer of that, like, map control with your smokes, right? Because Neon has, the ability to create another lane for herself. that you can kind of even divvy up the map a little bit more, and it's going to be really important here, in my opinion, for Egoist, who's typically a Sentinels-type player. He likes to play more like Cypher, KJ in his history. Is he going to be able to really place those flashes well? Because that's going to be really important, not only with the nerf, in play, but with all those smokes, you're going to have to be really pinpoint accurate getting them into place.
Yeah, but I mean, just taking another glance at it, these are such different compositions across the board. So, I mean, straying away from this rumored Yoru meta here is Bleed Esports with Ye rather coming out here with Neon, solo duelist, whereas T1, I mean, there's so much quick aggression here between that Yoru and the Jet.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see what T1's got cooked up. I mean, again, from what we saw with them at the AVL, it seemed like their teamwork, their coordination was really, really good. So, it's a team that I feel like can lean into a comp like this and get the most value out of the Yoru. I don't think it's going to look anything like, for example, Forsaken's Yoru. I don't think any agent that Forsaken plays looks like anybody else in the world. He plays all of his agents very in his own unique style, but
sure,
I expect this to be really about, making sure that you set up for good times for the TPs, making sure that you can get the opportunity to really cause that chaos and confusion that Yoru is really well suited for on this map.
I'm just curious to see how Bleed comes out the gates with this one, because they're going to be starting on the defending side. So I don't know how much aggression we're going to see from them on the defense, but I can see a hell of a lot of it coming out on the attack. Not just because you have that Neon in general, but just the layers of utility. I can almost see this operating a little bit similar to Paper Rex's Harbor Reyna composition on Ascent, where you have those walls coming up from the Viper from the Harbor, send that Sky Flash through, send out that relay bolt to try to get the stun off, and then just completely surround people and choke them out of a sight.
Yeah, I think that very well could be. I mean, for me, for Bleed, it's all about their ability to control space, right? Like their ability to utilize that extra layer of smokes and speed that you have with the Neon to get flank angles, to do exactly what you're talking about, to smother them. So I love what you're saying. It's going to be really curious to see. I mean, originally, you think back to Breeze and the very early iterations of it, some people were experimenting with Neon on there. There were people who were trying it with various levels of success. I think Paper X was even one of them way back in the day, but it fell quickly out of the meta. It kind of just became sort of the Jet show, as you kind of expected. But, this year, teams have had a lot of time since the end, especially Bleed, since the end of Ascension, to come in here and workshop stuff. And certainly, this is not what anybody expected for Ye's debut in Pacific.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, it felt like it was, bound to be just one of the two that, that you always consider him for, and especially with Breeze, like, okay, well, he's just going to play the Jet. That's just kind of going to be what we see. But big surprises coming through here from the side of Ye. And I mean, another question is, on the defending side playing this Neon, do we still see him take up the Operator? Is he going to be trying to close gaps and go on flank angles, from this Neon?
Yeah, it's generally not an agent you associate with Operator play. You're looking for up close and personal battles a lot of the time. Sometimes you'll grab a Judge and try to just zoom in there and take people down. Really powerful sometimes on eco rounds when you're grabbing a Stinger or a Spectre or something like that. You could get a lot of value out of that Neon. But is this going to be something that Ye has been really workshopping, that we're going to see kind of a new flair to Neon play that we maybe haven't really seen in VCT up to this point?
One could only hope, but here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like at long last, our prayers will be answered, and it is time to get into game. T1 versus Bleed here on Breeze to kick off VCT Pacific 2024.
And we haven't had a ton of time because we were so focused on Ye, talk about some of the other things going on. Izu's Yoru, we touched on it a bit. He has played it a few times before. He is generally more of an initiator, but he's a really flexible player. He can play a lot of different roles. So I think Yoru suits him well. He's played it like 3 times before in the past, so this is something that isn't super uncomfortable for him as a player. Darion as well, playing on that Harbor. That's really unusual for him.
Some change-ups coming through here as I spy a pause timer. We got 6 seconds away.
We almost made it.
They had us in the first half. Not gonna lie. Gear issue.
Yeah.
My arch nemesis back again.
I mean, I think we're now like really starting to realize this is the T1 curse. This is.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's probably plenty of people who are pointing towards to you and I, more particularly me, when it comes down to pauses
It's you.
and
It's
being
not me,
cursed.
dog. Yeah.
But it's not. It's actually T1 because we had a pretty extravagant, let's say, pause at the beginning of last season, and it was also T1 in the debut matchup. So it seems like they are just absolutely cursed. Went up to Wawa, team manager, and he also said, dude, I don't know what it is. We just suck at opening days, and we are just cursed with having issues.
I think I need to dial up a new ritual for them. You know, I've got my DRX ritual when they're at global events that I do. Maybe I need to dial something up for T1 to
get a Faker jersey.
Yes,
couple
please.
Other things, you know?
Yeah. I'll take one of those any day.
Piece those together.
Just give me that anyway. But yeah, I mean, something that we cook up to lift this curse from this poor team has been really tough. I just confirmed this as well as scrolling through because I was like, because Darion, by the way, is normally a duelist player, right?
Sure.
In case people at home aren't super familiar with Bleed, Darion has been a long-standing Jet player primarily. He'll throw in a Chamber, he'll throw in Reyna, a few other things here and there. But him playing on Harbor, his first official match on Harbor ever.
Okay. I mean, high-stakes situation to be bringing that one out here for the very first time, but it's also not like on the opposite side that Xcurate has a ton of experience when it comes down to playing the Harbor. He's the one who's going to be piloting that here for T1. We got to see a bit of Harbor, I believe, from him during the AVL, but how much has it improved since then?
Yeah, and how much has his brother been teaching him Harbor? Because
has his brother been teaching him Harbor?
Well, yeah, that's
at
a
this
good
point,
question.
that's potential competition.
Exactly, because his brother plays Harbor very different than most Harbors. Like, a lot of Harbors are going to be more of, like, in the back, just setting up the executes, you know, with their smoke walls and things like that. But for the way Forsaken, for example, plays it, he's more of a, like, he sets up for himself a lot of times with his utility. He's using those cascades to isolate fights and win, like, easy, you know, it's a 1v2 that he can turn into a 1v1 with a cascade, for example, and he can take those advantages. So is that something Xcurate's going to be leaning into, a little bit more of an aggressive Harbor style? Is it going to be a little bit more stock standard? It's kind of something that's rolling through my mind when I see him on that agent.
We'll see. Of course, referencing his brother for anybody who's not in the know, Xcurate, famously, brother of Forsaken from Paper Rex.
Yes. I felt like we talked about it so much that I'm kind of just like,
we talked about it a lot in the AVL.
Yeah.
And granted, a lot of people were did have their eyes on that, of course. Just in case there's anybody new hovering around that wasn't too certain about it.
Yes, we do have some brothers in this league now, and they play for different teams. T1, Xcurate, it's going to be the brother of Forsaken from Paper Rex. So, of course, Xcurate has a long, storied history in tactical shooters.
I just thought of it. I remembered from the first season of Korean Challengers, or Korean VCT that we had back in 2021. I remember being outside with Stacks at one point during a break, just getting some fresh air. And I was chatting with him a little bit, and I wasn't sure how his English was going to be, and he was talking about, he said, oh, you know, like, I kind of want to go, I always wanted to like play in America or something like that. My brother plays over there. And I was like, your brother? Who's your brother? And he said, ZETA. And I was like Cloud9 ZETA. And he was like, yeah. And then I realized way later that he meant like the literal translation of Hyung.
Oh, he meant like his like friend. Oh, okay,
basically
okay.
he was just trying to say, oh yeah, my friend.
Yeah.
Because the literal translation of that word in Korean goes to brother. I was like, man, that's a hell of a relationship.
That's a great, great set of genes they got going on there. Whereas the Susanto brothers are actual brothers.
All right. Well, hopefully, no little debates from that timer. I have my eyes on you as it continues to tick down. 10 seconds.
Right here.
All that's separating us now from these barriers dropping and battle commencing. And it seems like things are finally going to be underway. So, ladies and gentlemen, please feast your eyes now on the pistol round. The barriers will drop. And T1 start inching their way forward. A triple push up through elbow for the moment, just waiting on the opposite side of the Viper wall.
Seems like they're going to be leaning in towards a mid to B push potentially, leaving Rossi sort of that anchor on the other side to watch for rotates, and here we go.
What's going on the jumps there? Pulls back behind the boxes. Trailblazer going out, looking on the Han side. Player does get stunned up. Relay Bolt going to be thrown in as well. Now Xcurate going to be dazed. Gets taken down. Yay! Finding first blood here on the stage. Looks for a little bit more as he swings out. Side player able to take him down, but Darion and Egoist continue to hold the site. The flash is good. Saya dead. And now it's all on Rossi, who is lurking on the opposite side of the map, creeping his way through halls, but you can see it is being watched. Scary. Wise to it. Manages to shut him down. A team ace here for Bleed as they take the pistol round.
Yeah, really well set up for this push. Just completely surrounding this attempt, reading it very nicely. No real ability for the side of T1 to get onto that site even. Completely smothered out of it. Not even sure if Izu got into his TP. He had set it up into the top left corner of the site, and it just fell apart before it even started, really. So good angles and everybody getting involved in the action.
All right, well, looks like we're going to go straight back in here. I was enjoying the synthwave for a little moment there, but hey, look, it's our
it's the Outlaw.
Yeah, first sight to that one. Crazy guy able to find a kill. Off screen there, taking down Saya player who's deep at halls.
Of course, that is Rossi.
That is Rossi, yes, I was trying to say. Due to some of the issues.
The legendary pack extra player has returned.
Yep.
The last time it was 0-0-2 when it was Jing.
Yep. Oh, man, the swing out and Crazy guy just instantly finding the shot. And this is the concern when you go into these eco rounds is somebody's got that Outlaw. That one-shot will kill. Excurate now already tagged up. Puts a little bit of damage back here on towards Ye. They bolt to help try to slow him up as Darian just holding off here at A main. Dark goes out, quick clear coming through. The walls go up. Excurate tucked away, just lingering there on top of the box. Darian eventually able to find that kill before he can take any damage. Swings back out, catches Izu. Now is just looking for Carpe, who, yeah, just no hope in hell there. Just a classic in hand, can't find any damage dealt. Darian will pick up 3 to close out the second round.
Yeah, pretty clean there for the side of Bleed. And now things get interesting, especially with Ye there, only taking a ghost into that round, saving a lot of extra money here for their bonus. And what's that gonna look like? You can see Crazy Guy doing a great piece of work with that Outlaw, expecting to see that in play, expecting to kind of keep those half armor metas in check potentially. A lot of ability for an agent like Sova to play off the Outlaw, because if you do some damage with those shock darts, or if you get a reveal, there's high penetration on the Outlaw, just like the Sheriff and some of the other guns, so you can really hit hard through walls potentially. There aren't as many opportunities on threes, obviously, but something to just keep in mind.
All right, well, now with the full buy coming through here. Scary already going to be tagged up as Egoist just lurking here in the back half wall. Swings onto the corner, managing to take one down before he falls. Gets rid of Carpe, but Saya player and Izu both get one apiece. Scary now gone. Ye with the Guardian in hand could certainly deal some damage here. As the Yoru clone goes walking past. Excurate going to hold a close angle, but one shot from the Guardian would do it, but Excurate just a little bit faster, managing to stay alive, gets the headshot. Ye gets taken down, plays up against the wall. Push out though, the point blank. Crazy guy gonna need to use this one like a shotgun, pushes on the timing, managing to catch him with a bow in hand. Takes him down, Saya player strikes from behind to finish off Darian, as T1 will get themselves on the board in the third round.
Yeah, T1 opting to dial up a fast execute here, using those double walls of the toxic screen and the high tide to get into the site and then really isolate some good fights, swarm around their opponents. And then Excurate again, I talked about some things that he might have learned from his brother, using that cascade to set himself up for a nice opportunity. As soon as he hears that U-tilt being used, he just swings the corner. Or he can just hide there and wait and kind of hope that the player doesn't really check that angle fast enough. Give yourself a really good opportunity.
Well, I posed the question, and the answer has already arrived. Ye has an operator in hand,
you
going into round 4.
Why he was cutting funds.
And the timer stopped again.
Fake news.
But that operator, though.
Yeah, but the operator is what matters. I mean, now you totally understand why he was cutting funds earlier.
Oh, okay.
A timeout already.
A timeout from T1.
Ooh.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, rejoice! This one was by choice.
Even the fans are
I mean, everyone's hearts, it just comes like an enjoy from stopping when they saw that, and then it was like, oh, it's a T1 call timeout. And they're like, yes!
Yes! Well, when you noticed it, I was like, oh no. Oh no.
Just playing with our, pulling out our heartstrings there. But, I mean, I potentially like this a lot from T1.
Go ahead.
I think that, oh wait, oh no, never mind. It seems like maybe it's Bleed.
Oh, it was Bleed's timeout.
Okay, might have been a misfire.
Why would you have liked him from T1?
So if it's a T1 timeout, I like this a lot because this means that they're likely, that Autumn is anticipating that operator is going to be coming through into Ye's hands, even though he's going to be playing the Neon.
Yeah.
And maybe he has an idea of specifically how he wants to play that on the defense as a Neon, but now I'm not sure what to think. Either way, early shock dart out and a snake bite over there at A main.
I guess you've got some good escapes, right? You've got the relay bolt, you've got some walls.
Oh, you've got a jumping Carpe. The shot, the flick, not going to connect. TP forward here in the mid from Izu. He's hoping to clear out that drone. And I really like the scaling so far here from T1, but it's not exactly being matched anywhere else. You can see the double hang back here from Rossi and Carpe, anticipating maybe some forward presence coming out of halls rather than taking space over in A main.
And this is going to be tough for T1 because how quickly Neon can rotate around the map. It's going to be tough to keep track of that op. Crazy Guy already taking down one.
Yeah, Rossi going to fall. Darion now snapping over, finds Excurrent, finds Isu as well. The 2K for him. Crazy Guy jumping back across. It's the spot on them. It's the spike now. Starts to get planted. But a 2v4. The odds very much stacked against them here. Saya player needs to open things up, but he misses his window of opportunity to find the headshot. Crazy Guy stays alive and doesn't suffer any additional damage. They know that Saya is in a forward position. Can they catch him off guard? Dart out, finds one. Spots the other, the Sky's there, gets him before dashing away, challenges for the fight, but runs out of bullets! And now it is all on Carpe. The new IGL dodges away from the relay bolt. Ye swinging the corner, Carpe wants to take the fight, but now the snake bite gonna be forcing him back on the other side of the pyramid, and Ye just continues to swing, gets the op shot, and Bleed will maintain the lead.
I mean, what a hold here earlier from Darion. Picking up those 3 kills is absolutely tremendous stuff. Not being just bothered at all by kind of transferring away from his usual role of duelist onto the harbor, holding fast. And again, some of that information that Ye gets early, noticing some players into mid, rotating way around to the other side. They don't get any contact. They send a Hawk into mid as well. And that allows them to really get Darion prepared to say, hey, be ready for A, bro. They're not putting any other pressure on any part of the map. And he's able to handle it really nicely. Now, look, Saya answered, and you expect this out of Saya, a player of his caliber. Now he's got the Blade Storm in hand. Darion does have his ult as well. So now Darion is going to have to be really kind of kept track of here by T1 to make sure that they're not going to really have that be a problem. Izu, dimensional drifting.
On the hunt, but I mean, wisely, everybody from Bleed just very much pulling back away, and they know that there's going to be at least one on bridge, but otherwise he's seeing nothing at all. So it's just going to be maybe an attempt at a flood retake here from the side of Bleed, and maybe even quite literally because that Reckoning is available. There's the drone, Saya. Yep, needs somebody to clear that out, but knows that he's likely been spotted. Takes the full flash to the face, throws down that cloud burst, and now Reckoning going to be invested. Goes up over the top, and oh, he still comes away with one! What a shot there from Saya player, but the kill still being found here for Bleed. Moves away from the relay bolt, the rest of his team still falling down, takes that shot, gets the aim punch, and ends up falling. Now it's all on Rossi. Comes up with 2. Wolf thrown in, but Ye getting himself over. Just holding here on that spike, and as he jumps out of the poison orb, Scary, he's not able to adjust for him in time. Scary gets the kill, and Bleed now moves up 4-1.
Man, Darion is feeling it. He is so quick to react right now. This delay did not bother him in the slightest. He is really popping off. And I love the way that Bleed identifies their win conditions in this round. They say, look, we've got the Reckoning. If they hit the site fast, we're going to give them space for the Yoru ult as well, so it doesn't have any real benefit in this round other than it, you know, kind of lets T1, okay, no, there's an open site, but you're going to be able to use that Reckoning to get some information. You're quickly identifying Saya's position with that drone, playing off of it nicely.
Double sniper coming through. Again, that Outlaw here in hand, knowing that everybody on T1 is on that weaker buy. Crazy Guy just brings this one forward again. Ye, in the meantime, posted up, shifting his way in towards tunnel to peek into mid. The Saya player is trying to inch his way forward. Okay, well, it's not Crazy Guy or Saya coming up with the kill, but it's going to be Ye back on the opposite side. Izu taken down. It's a bit of that punching power, as well as the flashes now eliminated here from T1 in this thrifty attempt.
Carpe, one of his calling cards, definitely the Sheriff. Let's see if he can find some value in this round.
Oh, Saya spotting one for a moment, and oh, it seems like he just takes the bait. Chasing in towards Crazy Guy while Ye has the covering fire. Beautifully rotated there from the side of Bleed. Scary, maybe an opportunity here for Excurrent to get the jump on him. No reinforcements nearby. But now it seems like he might have sussed this out, and he has.
Toxins going up.
Scary's reads is continuing to be absolutely excellent.
Toxin screen down.
As usual.
Anticipating this presence here in the sights. Carpe Again with that Sheriff, can he get himself on the board? Needs that first kill, but Scary swing the corner, takes a bit of damage. Not gonna be able to find the kill, the jump up. Rossi will be able to find that. It's the setup here, as that spike plant can come through, but a 1v4. An ace clutch needed to try to close out this round and stem the bleeding here.
One away from the pit, potentially, if things go really well for Rossi.
They'll be on top of him way too quick.
I don't think he'll get a chance to use it, no.
Anyway, should have it. We'll have it going into the next round regardless of what occurs here, but just watching to see if he's going to be flooded from that backside. Swinging out, takes a couple shots. Now they all know exactly where he is. Challenge taken. And matched. Egoist able to find the kill. It's just going to be Scary getting taken down. Cash aplenty here for the side of Bleed overall, as they will now move up 5-1.
Yeah, it's looking really clean here from Bleed to start. Everything you would want and hope for as a Bleed fan. I mean, yay. Even though he's on an agent that you don't really get to see him on very much, he's having no problems. He's doing exactly what you would expect from him. A great angle to hold there. Saya had been noted earlier down that hall, kind of expecting the push and setting up for the bait and switch. And Scary gets one. Rossi's had a couple good kills late in the rounds, but it's usually when he's in very difficult situations. So good on him to find value where he can. But now you've got a lot of big ults coming into this, and I like this timeout for T1, for real this time, because they have 3 ults online, right? They've got the Reckoning, they've got the Viper's Pit, they've got the Hunter's Fury. So this is going to be a round that you really want to make sure that you win. This is like where your ult rotations are really coming into play, and so you cannot afford, with the way that this match has gone so far, to fumble this round.
No, certainly not. I mean, this could be a bit of a breaking point here for them. Because obviously, you know, with some of the updates of Breeze, it's going to take some time. We need to get some more eyes on this map to see which way it's overall going to stray, whether it's going to be that defender side or the attacker side. But historically, we have seen a lot of attacker presence and a lot more dominance on that side of the map. So I'm curious, because starting things off, only having that singular round to your name at the moment, if you can't close this one out with 3 ults to try and utilize, that could very well be spelling disaster here for T1 for the rest of this map.
And with double duelist in play as well.
Sure.
You know,
I mean,
that's
Izu's 1-6-2 at the moment.
Yep.
That impact has not been found, and you know, Carpe as well, lingering down there at the bottom of the standings. Saya player gonna look to try to turn the tides here as the operator does come through.
Now they're expecting maybe Bleed to try to change the tempo, change the pace off the back of that timeout. Not going to come through. Enemies start making their way in. Carpe is going to find a spot, using that high tide to cut off the front side of Pyramid there. Saya making sure as best as he can that those angles towards the right-hand side of that Pyramid are clear. TP in. And Izu is going to take some space.
Checking out right here near the front. Flash going out. See the double turn away there, but now the reveal coming through, the spray, but not going to be able to find the kill. Pit now going to be invested here. As Rossi tries to make this a bit more unassailable, and the Reckoning as well is going to be invested. Send out the fake out, but Izu, actually, Scary manages to find the real thing. Takes him down. First blood of the round here for Bleed. As that gives him significantly better odds of being able to push up in towards this pit. The Fury now coming through. Side play able to find one. Yay. Just sprinting across. This crazy guy comes up with a second. Rossi and Carpe both taken down. Execute now, the last one standing, and Crazy Guy gets the 3K. Only one player lost, Darian, the casualty, as it's such a heavy investment from T1, but they still can't come up with the goods.
And it just seems that in some ways, straight up, they're losing their duel battles as T1. They have some decent executes here. They're doing the right things in terms of getting the plant down when they can, but it's these post-plant scenarios that are very, very challenging. The timing there for Izu is the wall going down. Scary ready for it, able to best him, and that is unreal from Crazy Guy. Oh, and he gets another tag even.
Had him on the reveal, just knows exactly where Execute is. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the Beast from the East, a title given to him long, long ago, and continues to have relevance to this day. As the pit now coming through from Scary, just looking to cut off this A site, and I mean, what a read. They still could very well overwhelm this Viper, but you see Scary really looking to back off of this one. Here's that drone coming through. We'll play back, assessing that is going to be a fake out. Sends out another bite before you're trying to make his exit. Gets tagged down, 36 HP. He still manages to slink away, but the pit will fall.
Yeah, good read here from T1 on the positioning of Scary. The utility kind of giving it away. And Scary pays the price a bit, and he has to lose that pit as well. So yes, he bought some time, and you gave a really good read here for Bleed on where this execute is going to happen. So they're able to shift Crazy Guy over to help out.
They are, and now the call's coming through for the other two players to start working their way across. Scary just going for the spam. Easy going to be revealed there, but not in a position where he can be punished. Sends out the pop flash, pushes up, managing to finish the job there on a Scary, but Crazy Guy still standing his ground. Takes some damage, but gets a kill on the Izu. Now Ye gonna fall. Execute finding one, finding two. Great snappy shots coming through from him. Crazy Guy will be able to shut down that. Bit of a run back there. Ego is now in a 1v2 scenario versus Rossi and Saya player, and as he swings out, Saya sat between the pyramids, I should say, manages to finish him off, and T1 will be able to get themselves a second round win.
Yeah, T1 here finally able to find some of their firepower as Excurate coming alive, finding 2 big kills in that round. But in general, I really like, I mean, it's great pop flash, but I really like the way that Bleed is working and reading the map. They're using this double initiator to really get the information that they need onto where T1 isn't. Like a lot of times, like you think about, okay, the Hawk catches somebody and it makes that noise, or you get a spot with the dart or something like that from Sova. But sometimes when you're not getting information, right, like you're not getting any pings in mid and stuff like that. And now look at this, they're getting a little bit aggressive with their space. Scary is starting to push elbow, and T1 completely shifted over towards A side, gonna make yet another go with this dimensional drift to try to clear space. Darion trying to get the heck out of there, but he's spotted.
The ping coming down, chasing him, Carpe perfectly lining him up, not allowing for Darion to get the jukes out. Ye up on top of bridge. Ooh, spots him for a moment. Still gets a shot, drops down off the top. It's a high player, not in a position that he can chase. Dart comes in, the swing out. Ye, knowing that this is some forward presence, decides to back off, throws out that relay as well. Cloudburst not going wide enough, so side player cannot fake. But he's actually swung out. Oh, the shot, that snap was nearly there from Ye, but Saya managing to strike. Jump peek, the shot connecting. Scary. Likely going to be forced back here as the save call could come through. Should come through, you would expect.
Oh, Egoist.
He's waiting. I mean, any damage that he can deal is still going to be good, but
Rossi
managing to kind of scoot back away from that one. Now the reinforcement swing coming in from Scary. In position to try to get this punish. They double face in. Scary able to find one. Can he do more damage? Looking for Rossi. Can't manage to make it happen. 2 players lost, so still some economic damage dealt here from Bleed, but T1 starting to rally back just a bit.
Yeah, and Excurate getting really vocal here, trying to get his team into the thing mentally, and a great read by Rossi there at the end of the round to not get punished by that off angle being
It all
held
starts
by
with
Egoist.
this setup, though.
This is just a great setup, using that dimensional drift to ping down your opponent. So right, like maybe if you're somewhat new to Valorant, you don't exactly understand how this works. So when you're in the dimensional drift, you can't be seen. You're invisible.
You're a ghost.
You can be kind of hurt if you get close enough to somebody, right? But like, essentially, you can spot somebody out, ping it out for your teammates. So a lot of times you see this, like somebody getting into a Viper's pit and find the Viper. Oh, Saya, nice shot, shot Crazy out of this round, but just a ping to set up the Hunter's Fury.
Okay, well here's that aggression from the Neon. Ye pushing forward. Now through elbow, manages to collapse on top of Excurate, so takes him down. That's going to send everybody here from T1 over towards this A site. Scary still just sat in back, and see the rotations very heavily coming through. Rossi on this forward lurk. We hear that rotation moving forward. Is okay, that's going to be the flash taken care of. As Scary, I don't think he was ready for that wall to go pushing that far forward. Izu managing to find 2. It's him and Gary on the jump now through the wall. Yay! Struck down by Carpe, and that leaves Egoist all on his lonesome.
I like
this
the
just
attempt.
Became madness.
Yeah, this has been a really scrappy map.
Egoist not sure which way to look. Still manages to readjust, taking down Rossi. And as he pushes outside player, boosted up on top, up in hand, we'll be able to take him down again. Not clean rounds here for T1, but they're clawing it back. 3 rounds consecutively, putting them just 2 away from tying things up at the half.
Yeah, it's just a really good hold from T1 in their post plant, not really giving up too much space. Izu here in particular finds a beautiful timing on that fake out. Scary shoots at it, reveals his position, and that really makes it easier for Izu to line up his shots, have his crosshairs where they need to be. Saya player, I know we've been talking a lot about Ye and his op, but Saya player, guys, is a tremendous operator player as well. Has a Blade Storm, so he's going to pass the op over to none other than Excurate.
Quick flash out, and looks like basically for the second time so far in the map, T1 have their eyes set over on this B side. The rotation call already coming through here from Bleed. You can see it's just a full send to try and reinforce this position. A side player boosted up on top, watching the jump down, and somehow Izu comes away with that one. 20 HP remaining, but he takes out Egoist. Now it's going to be a full approach here from that defender's side. Fast lane sent up, relay bolt. Not going to connect. Saya can maintain the high ground, but that flash definitely messed with him here. It's Carpe falling. Attention was split. Manages to get taken down. Side player finding one, dropping down. Keeps himself safe for the time being. Yay, though. Putting the Stinger to good use. Now sends out the lightning fingers, but Saya replies with a swift headshot. Taking him down. The wraparound from Izu. Comes up with the final two. A 3K overall for him in the round, and T1 are rescuing this half.
Not a bad attempt here from Bleed on their eco. Getting Carpe completely isolated between some of those smokes where he just is in a tricky spot where he's got a couple players looking around that he has to look for and gets taken down. What a play by Izu here.
No reason to get that kill.
Just barely. But then he's able to then find a great timing to swing around the back of the pillar, get a couple big kills. But Saya being able to play a little bit of Overwatch, get a lot of information from on top of that post he's got. Now, operator in hand, gonna duel Ye.
I'm sure that was an intentional pun, but relay bolt now coming through. There's a slide forward. Izu again, though, trying to hold them back. Yet again, that dimensional drift online, spotting out Scary, but Scary, he's found Rossi, takes him down. We're into a 3v3. The push out, gets the headshot. Izu fighting on for the ace. Can he get it? Yes, he can. A bit of a rough start, but a rock solid finish here in the first half as Izu will find the first ace of VCT Pacific 2024.
And this is a player that may not be well known globally, but here in Pacific, especially in Japan, this guy has been an absolute monster in the VCJ. He has been tearing it up for years. Now given the opportunity on Tier 1, and you can see why. Brilliant stuff, gets the dimensional drift, instantly pops it. Scary's looking everywhere, trying to find him. The pop flash through the wall is brilliant.
And the pop off at the desk.
You love it.
Well, first one of the tournament thus far as we go into halftime. Swap sides and see who's going to be able to come out on top. I mean, just given how everything had begun, that 5-1 lead here from Bleed shrunk down to absolute zero. 6-6 between the two squads. We'll see if Izu can challenge the record for most aces in a series in 2024 so far.
What is the record?
It's Oxy with 2, right?
Okay. Oh, in 2024.
In 2024.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, Oxy is him, so that 4K he had in that pistol round was woohoo, so good earlier today. But, I mean, what a round there from Izu. Finally starting to get some of those kind of cheeky little plays you can do online, setting up his teammates at times, and this time around setting himself up for success. And I believe that's 5 rounds in a row there, at the end of the half for T1.
1-5 to 6-6.
Unreal. I think I saw a Sheriff maybe, but
ooh,
I don't believe it.
It rears its ugly head once more.
For real, it's... Well...
For long it lay dormant. But now it has reawoken.
Yes.
Well,
I was hoping it would be El Diablo that was the thing that was laying dormant.
And would reawake. I mean, man, we've been seeing the glimpses of that here for sure. But it seems like it's going to be something else here. I'll let the audience take a guess as to who might be affected.
What?
But, yeah, hopefully nothing too severe and we can get right back into this one quickly once more. Because it was a fun half, honestly. You know, just the I not back and forth nature, back and forth in the streaks, I suppose. But just given what we were seeing here from both the teams, I like some of the snap calls that are coming through, the reads that we were seeing there, especially when Bleed was, you know, continuing to streak up towards those initial 5. It was looking really good. You know, not just kind of trusting in the call to say, like, okay, this is going to be the site. This isn't a fake out or anything like that. They are hitting the A site. They are hitting the B site, being fast to try and respond.
And again, so much of that is the extended amount of information they're able to have with the Sky, right? Like, you've got a Sova and a Sky. So they're really able to stretch the map with their information gathering. And of course, you know, on point of contact on those rounds when they were 6-1 were really, really good. They were getting a lot of those first bloods, getting a lot of those first kills that kind of made it even easier on themselves. But as T1 started to dial up the tempo, dial up the pace, You know, Izu found his footing, X-Curate had a good round in there, Asaya had some great moments, so, you know, kind of those players you're looking to for T1 to be the ones to really pop off when you need them did. It started to swing the momentum back into their favor.
But overall, you know, we've seen both teams still maintaining high spirits throughout this one, throughout all of the issues that have happened, throughout just the back and forth natures. We got a shot of, you know, obviously some El Diablo fans, but also our Korean casters on the opposite side of the arena from us.
I bet I could throw something and hit him from here.
Probably, but that would be assault.
Yeah, I don't, I'm not saying I would do it. I'm just saying I could. I'm having a Napoleon Dynamite moment. It's
something like, you know, something light, like a
it's like a
tennis
paper
ball.
Yeah, tennis ball. Sure.
I don't know if you'd have enough momentum with a paper ball, though.
Maybe a paper airplane then, you know, just like.
You have to give that a really high arc.
True.
Throwing a paper airplane up usually results in it crashing down.
Yeah, they're more like glide, like straight glide. Yeah, that's
exactly.
True, that's true. You got a good point.
But either way, it seems like everything is taken care of. So let's get back to the action. Second half here of map number 1. 6-6 the score line is T1 now going on the defense. And look at the stack here at A main.
Well, this is going to get intense pretty quick, it looks like. I mean, this has been such a fast-paced map so far.
Yeah, just backpedaling, getting himself here up alongside the rocks. Flash going through. Forcing him back here for a brief little moment. X-Curate going to find that first blood, but Ego is quick to trade one back, but Carpe now claims him, as things will get evened up a bit. Carpe coming away with the second kill. The push coming through. Ye catching him with Util in hand. Not going to take any damage from the shock dart either, as Bleed will be able to make their way now onto the site. 2 Ghosts versus Saya with a Sheriff. Rossi with a Classic. He's got 1 Snake Bite to play with as he taps the door here in Halls. Sends the bite out, but Ye and Darian both taking backside positions here. As, it's some ring around the Rosa. Ye expecting him to still be up towards door. Rossi swinging back now under bridge. Either way, neither of them going to be catching the other.
Oh, I think
Pixel out of place. Spotted him. 2 shots in. As he swings back out. Darian ready. Has the lineup. There's the jump out. The kill not going to be found still, however. Rossi gets the jump. The HP so very low here from Ye. He's got the ghost if he can get the headshots. Perhaps he can get done as he's going to come swinging down around. The hold to half. Stone Cold here from the side of Rossi. Taps back on. The swing out and Ye wins the fight.
And just a little smirk from Ye there. The shake of the head. I mean, another valiant attempt here from Rossi for T1. And I love the way that Ye plays the beginning of this round. Completely anti-flash. Has his back turned the whole way they're walking through. So that way, you know, if Izu tries another pop flash around that corner, it's not going to affect him as much. Or if there's a flash needed from Egoist to try to bail them out, it's not going to affect him as much. So nice little set play here from Bleed off the rip. And it was bloody in the beginning, but Bleed definitely able to come through. And now they're going to maybe turn up the tempo or just play for orb.
Well, it's both pistols so far going into the hands of Bleed. X-Curate backing away from that forward position. Relay bolt more than enough to try to scare him off as Saya player all the way up here. Just on top of Hatch. Or drop, whatever you want to call it.
A couple Sheriffs invested for T1. No Ghost this time. It's a Stinger in hand for Ye on the follow-up, so maybe not going to be going for that early op. Got a spot, couldn't find the shot.
Had the Stinger in hand, so even if he had some damage, it wasn't going to be anything too significant there. As he really wants to try to flush him out of this position, and he will be able to do. Saya player in the meantime, that deep lurk, Red taken out, Scary with the Guardian able to find one, as Ye with a Ghost comes up with 3. And that now leaves Izu on his lonesome, but not for very long. A quick snappy shot from Scary to finish the job, and once again, it's going to be Bleed, closing out a pistol, closing out that anti-eco, but this time, flawlessly.
Yeah, good news if you're a Bleed fan. Looking really good on these pistols so far. Follow-ups. Very strong as well. And yeah, he comes out with a Stinger, but still had the Ghost in the back pocket there for Ye, putting it to good work. He's able to carry that over from the previous round. So clean, man. Just great stuff from him. So prepared for that bridge push. Crosshair was right where it needed to be. And that is fully what you expect out of a player of his caliber. A lot of space being pushed for orb grabbed. Izu setting up for potential pop flash. Can't really budge.
Oh!
What in the world?
It seemed like Ye was going to be the hell out of there, but no. Just a pixel away from avoiding that headshot. Izu able to take him down, blind through the wall. That's a fantastic setup here for them.
And that's a nice play from Izu, because he knows that if they're in there, they're going to be backing up. Ooh, Crazy Guys took a ton of damage.
Yep, counter spray right through the corner, but that's going to be, well, he taken down, not ready for Darian to be that far forward. Izu now tucked away. He sees the orb. He knows that Harper's going to be behind him, but wants to try to catch the push out here. Playing it patiently. Oh my goodness, finds one, swings out, can't quite get the jump. Darian avoiding that dart. Actually, it might have been Crazy Guys. It was Crazy Guys, actually. And Darian now going to be taken down from that backside position. It's all on Crazy. It's just an Ares in hand. He'll be able to find one. Saya dead, but the defuse is being held, so his consolation prize is just going to be a rifle. Picks that one up. Keep his life intact. Avoiding being hunted. His T1 will be able to close out the bonus.
I just love these little tech plays that you're seeing from Izu with his flashes. And this time around, it's X-Curate setting him up with the Cascade. And then he bounces one over the top. And his whole play here is just, look, this either hits someone or it doesn't. Doesn't matter. If it hits them, they're going to be backing up. And I'm going to hold the angle for the retreat and just spam it down and hope I get a kill. And he does. It's a really cute little play. Pretty sure Darian got heard back there by Izu. Was able to call that out for X-Curate for the bailout. But nice patience there from Izu, really having a nice map for himself right now after a rough start. And it's going to be on their heels a bit is T1. Carpe current IGL for T1, trying to lead the way with Seekers, most of them getting cleared out.
Double spray across, but Ye still able to avoid all those shots. Actually swinging on the corner, does get a couple bullets there on towards Carpe, who's trying to swing aggressively and try to catch that spike planter. Unable to find it, however. Wall now going up. X-Curate is trying to really isolate this spike. Ye narrowly avoiding those shots. Shock dart goes in, does weaken him. He's able to find one, but Darian takes down Carpe. So far, the 1-for-1. Another wall coming through. X-Curate pushing them back. Cove comes down. Side player looking to protect in case the aggressive push comes in. Cove now going to be broken. The spray down comes in. Rossi going to be taken out. Izu sending out the pop flash. Pushes in, but Eco is managing to take him down. The lineup is there. X-Curate and Side player both finding the kills. You know, it all comes down to Scary. The bite comes in. Side player dead. X-Curate and Scary in the 1v1. It was held to half. He's waiting for the push forward, but Scary draws down the weapon, gets the clutch once more.
It's everything you could want from Scary. This guy is so smart, so disciplined. If you didn't know his name before, you will by the end of this year, I guarantee it. The guy is just an absolute monster. So well positioned there. Nobody, and he knows it, to really mess with him on the Snakebite lineup. And he can launch one and then start making his way in to make sure that, especially with the clock ticking down, that there's no real hope. What a bounce in. And then just finish the job. And there is few players in Pacific who are going to be as clutch as Scary. The guy eats, sleeps, and breathes clutches.
I mean, yeah. The conversation around best controller player in Pacific just becomes so much more complicated this year. As Scary, speak of the devil. Well, not that devil, the other devil.
You really, yeah.
Fine Saya.
He really made you look good there, man.
It's just he has such a great sense of understanding what his opponents want to do, and understanding their tendencies. Yep. Saya loves to go for these excursions down hall to try to get some backstab opportunity. And he just continues to read it like a book. I think it's the second time he's killed him in this position.
And he understands timing so well. He really has a good feel for the flow of the game, especially post-plant, but here, right here. Oh, X-Curate actually wins that.
Okay. Comes away with one. Eco was thinking about sending the flash, and he's expecting him to still be up top. He's Carpe. Comes up with two, and suddenly there's a man advantage for T1. Rossi's still with a classic in hand. They can recover one of these weapons, which they will need to do quickly as the time is dwindling. Ye with a bit of a fadeaway and X-Curate on no HP will get dropped with relative ease. Izu now with just that Sheriff in hand. See if he can deal some additional damage here, but the round wildly has gotten away from them. What is that shot? Whoa. I don't care that they lost the round. Whoa. That was so crisp, so nasty from Izu. Good God.
That is filthy.
I mean, what a topper to to lose a round on. That was just gorgeous from him, but the round still goes the way it bleed. Stretching away from T1 even more.
Play from Carpe here, doing some pretty big damage. with a couple big kills. Great job by Ye there, though, to identify with the gun down on the ground, making sure that T1 has no hope of recovering it, not allowing them to really do any more damage. Goodness, though, Izu. He is, after 0-6 to start,
oh yeah,
he has come the heck online.
I mean, he was down to the dumps, and now he is living the high life. But can he go big enough once again to try to get them back into this one? The run back in the first half was very solid from the side of T1, but they're in very dangerous territory as Bleed find themselves in double digits. It's only been that bonus round so far in this second half that we've seen for T1.
Let's see how this is going to look afterwards. I mean, it seems like there's some good trades here and there, but some of these early positions getting red. Again, the first kills, it seems like when Bleed gets that first kill, things really seem to swing in their favor. Both teams with a bunch of big ults. Scary with the pit. Ye's got the lightning fingers. Darion with the reckoning. Izu with the dimensional drift. Xcurate with his own reckoning. Again, let's see if we see that combo again with the dimensional drift and the Hunter's Fury with Izu and Carpe. Kind of got my eyes on him, and they're looking for contact out of B.
Works a hell of a lot different on that defender side, though. As Reckoning first going to be invested here from Bleed's side. Darion's looking to clear the site, and clear it he has. Now that the rotations come through, T1 could try to utilize that Yorosova combo here in this retake. As there you go, Mask goes on. Pit, however, now going to be coming down. As Saya player, this time he's the one catching the rotation. Crazy guy going to be taken out. Hunter's Fury crashing across. Yay, up the box, and Saya not being communicated to. Ends up getting taken down. Able to come away with that one. Carpe down Darion with that Hunter's Fury, and then Carpe gets the headshot to finish him off. Xcurate trying to hold down that spike to half, ends up falling. Scary again, finding a kill with the snake bite. Flash in, spray across, Izu strays right into it. He falls down as Carpe is trying to get them over the line. And with the 4K, has he managed to make it happen? The time it's gonna be so very close here, but should just about, yeah, they have it with a couple seconds to spare, in fact. Or 1.7, I can do math. We round up the two.
You were close
That's
enough.
A couple.
Yeah, I'll give you
Either
it.
way, T1, they finally managed to get themselves back into this one just a bit, but it took such heroics from Carpe.
It did, and oh, he gets 2 on that tag. Absolute insane stuff. I mean, again, I talked about it earlier. We've seen a couple different ways that dimensional drift is utilized by T1, and this time around is to clear the pit. And it was something I mentioned very, very briefly earlier on, that it's a really good ult to do that, because there's no real recourse that you have as the opponent to giving away the information, the positioning of that Viper to either force them out or find a kill. And in this case, they're able to at least gain the space. They don't deal with Scary. Ye's gonna pop the lightning fingers.
I've got your trail.
Drive out, Ye on the hunt, swings the corner, headshot through, and Ye comes up with 2. Xcurate and Rossi absolutely broken down in a matter of seconds. As Crazy Guy as well, just layering in that Hunter's Fury. And I mean, at this point, it's T1. Side player, no money. Yes, he does have the Bladestorm, but you have to call that you just back off. You have to allow for Bleed to just move up to 11, because there's just no hope in hell.
And all it takes, you know, Ye is that caliber of player where he can just take over a round, get a big multi-kill, and it's done. And as an opponent, you have no other choice but to sit back and, you know, let things play out. And the good news here for T1 is they're going to be able to pass the rifle over. I think they're going to be able to buy plus, yeah, for sure, plus the Bladestorm for Saya. So they'll have essentially a full round. Just Saya won't be able to probably carry over a assault rifle into it, but I mean, it's just crazy. And again, headshots do matter, right, with the overdrive. That is something that they changed a while ago. And Ye just hits one right out the gate onto Xcurate. Makes quick work of him, finds the follow-up. That's it. That's all you need.
Yeah, I mean, the round was over within seconds. And as you mentioned, Saya player not going to be having any rifle coming into this round. Does have the blades. That and then Reckoning, both available to them. See if both of those ults are going to come into play, but for now it looks like Saya off the rip is going to go pushing forward.
Well, this round has to work.
Just way into mid, Flash coming out, but this leaves Rossi all on his lonesome to try to hold down B, and as the flood comes in, he has to pull back, so Bleed will be able to take the site. See what kind of post-plant situation they can set up for themselves, as you spot Scary lurking very far back near Record Shop.
Well, at the very least for Bleed, this is a great call from Crazy Guy to recognize the weakness in T1's formation. find them leaning towards A. They're able to exploit it. Yeah, Ye's going to take a little bit of damage.
Fight to force them back. Reckoning coming through. Ye avoiding that pop flash, managing to find the kill. Swing out of the corner. Can't find anything more, though. His Carpe will get one, but Darian strikes back with two of his own. Saya and Rossi, the last two standing. Rossi managing to outduel, take down. Oh, Egoist and Darian just continues to swing out with 33 HP. Somehow keeps them alive in this. Tap onto the spike, the shots coming through, the snake bite thrown down, Scary, able to find one. He knows that time is on his side. He knows that he have not held this to happen. Saya player gets the headshot, but I just don't think he's got it. Ticking away. Oh, finish! No! 0.05, Saya player saves the round.
Oh, Scary.
Absolutely unbelievable from Saya.
I mean, he's been so good in these situations so many times, and Scary just peaks literally 0.05 seconds too soon. And Saya punishes him instantly with the Blade Storm. I mean, what tremendous poise from Saya player.
Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I turned up my game sound because I thought that one was done. Listen, surely there's no way. There's Rossi now just sending the pit here to try to make B unassailable, and it seems like it might have worked. His quick check over towards elbow, and a fairly swift drift away here from Bleed as they start working their way maybe towards other sides of the map, but maybe it's just a fake back here.
Yeah, and Crazy Guy with an Odin. A lot of spammable walls on the B side, hoping to maybe exploit that a little bit in this situation. Instead, it's going to be T1 thwarting the attempt, and you do have a lot of presence here in mid for T1. Try to cut off these rotations, especially with this high tide here.
There.
Or excuse me, the Cascade. You got to start wondering.
Right here.
This double push-up actually through Hall.
Take flight.
Which the drone will be able to check for. Oh, no. He turns it back down, and they don't shoot at it. They're just waiting patiently here. Can they get the jump on him? The slow creep down, but see the fade away there. This Crazy Guy starts working his way the opposite direction. Time player now trying to hold down tunnel. Finds Ye. Pushes up. Gets himself aligned here alongside the box. Everything just pushing past him. His vision completely obscured. There's a strike from behind. Izu and Excurate make their presence known. As Egoist and Crazy Guy caught off guard. Now falls to Scary and Darian to try to get Bleed up to map point. They find themselves in a 2v5. Scary, he's broken through positions like this before. Scoped in, the ADS, he sets up for some damage, but he can't confirm the kill, so Rossi still lives. TP going across, Izu on one side of the pillar. Scary again, noted, forced back, but Darian comes up with two. Side player and Carpe both falling. Excurate managing to find the kill. The push forward, Scary not ready for Izu to be on the left-hand side. As T1 this time not quite as close, will be able to get the defuse. And they keep themselves alive as they also reach double digits.
Really like the setup here from T1 and from Rossi on the B site. Again, talked about how it was nice. A couple rounds ago, Crazy Guy kind of had a good read on where he could find some weaknesses in the formation that T1 was going to be setting up. Again, they've been hitting A so many times, you know, expecting that lean in that direction. This time around, expecting the B hit potentially again, and Rossi able to thwart it. And he's also got his Poison Cloud set up on the box to keep Saya safe to cover that angle as well. So it's really well thought out, kind of multiple layers here for T1 to make the B site unassailable, to throw the round into chaos for Bleed, throw their plan A out the door at the dig deep.
There's the Reckoning, there's the fast lane, the push-up getting ready to come through, and Saya plays forward, catches Ye with that vulnerability. Does get revealed, backs off, just trying to avoid these Reckoning pulses for now. That is one hell of a way to shut down the push. They know that they're on a weaker buy. And now that they're down their entry, this makes things significantly more difficult here for Bleed.
You can see now they're pumping the brakes, just looking to see if maybe T1 will get aggressive again. It's got to be in the back of their minds what happened in the previous round, where they started pushing space and it cost Bleed dearly. And they're really trying to wait for this opportunity, see if they can spot someone over peaking.
Drone going forward, Rossi on the drop down. He's got that vulnerability in the snake bite. Takes out Darian, and now the spike is stranded here within the site. Crazy Guy with that Ares needs to put it to serious work if they want to even do damage here in this round, let alone win it. Spray's coming through, not going to be finding too much of anything.
30
Tries to go for the orb. Will be able to take that one for himself, but here comes X-Grit once again with the backstab. And yep, the swing out. Okay, it's a little bit whippy. Didn't go for the calm play. Didn't check both sides before firing. It still gets one. Will be the casualty there for T1. But they keep pushing forward.
X-Curate so vocal there. Really has been all day here today. Trying to keep T1 in this, and he's been able to bounce it. It seems like with that fire, that passion, and his timing and his presence, able to turn some big rounds around for T1. This time around, I mean, Bleed was more or less dead to rights, but still, it's going to be in Bleed's mind that you have to be watching the backside of this map. That this is something that now T1 has been creating, and T1 did a great job there anticipating the push from Ye, playing anti-flash again, so there was really nothing Ye could do. He has to run into that site backwards.
Ooh. They end up going over here towards B. That is Rossi all on his lonesome. The TP is set up for Mizu to quickly jump across the map. For now, the drone moving forward will be noted there by Saya player. As nothing is spotted, and Carpe wants to try to reinforce this side of the map just a little bit more. Works his way up here in towards Nest. But a peek out could still be very deadly for him. Seems like Bleed, though, assessing that they want to work their way back over here towards A, where it's still going to be 4 players from T1 waiting to greet them.
You can see they're pinging it because they don't have a lot of information. And
I know Saya players in there.
Yeah, you got to expect that. They've tried it before. Scary's been good to cut it off, and he's going to continue to be on that role, potentially of watching that haul. Execute comes through.
The Trailblazer and that shot. The recon coming out. Mizu going to be taken down. Yeah, again, trying to bounce his way forward. Ends up falling. X-Grit coming up with a kill. Cove thrown down. Has to go for the reload. Starts pushing forward. It's Carpe. Lines up the shock dart. Takes out Egoist. The man advantage now going to be there for the side of T1. Answering dart comes through. A smattering of damage going to be found. A Saya player continues to creep up. Waiting for his moment to try to backstab, but they know that they've interrupted this spike plant. Now they all start working their way out onto the site. Darien able to find one, Carpe finding the other. The time dwindling. A Saya player ready to strike, and strike he does. Stops him from planting, gets the kill, and suddenly T1 are in the lead.
Tremendous patience here from Saya. Great communication for T1. Waiting until the absolute last possible minute. The whole time during the post plant, my eyes were firmly placed on some of this great utility from Carpe, but also I was watching Scary to see where he was looking, to keep track of the angles that he's watching, because I'm so keen to see if he is going to be able to catch Saya slipping just a little bit too soon, but Saya never gives him the opportunity. It has to be a full-on reinforce onto the site. T1 calling that out gives the perfect opportunity for Saya to come in and finish the job.
Okay, well, this time it was a total shift from the side of T1. The read set up for that B site. X-Curate, Rossi, again, the two players hovering around A with Carpe quick on the rotation over here. Bleed. They start taking the site. Hunter's Fury going out, looking for the tags. Crazy Guy trying to hound him down, but only gets the one there onto X-Curate. He survives, and that means that he is still going to have that ultimate in his back pocket. So Reckoning can be invested here for the retake.
Darien spotted out by the Pyramids. Scary still trying to lock this haul down, making things difficult for T1.
The Reckoning invested. Scary pulling back, it would seem, as Darien able to find Rossi. Shot coming through, avoids that damage. Chunk down to 45, so the shock dart will take him down to 5.
Oh, Izu on the backstab.
Saya player crept up into the corner. You can see Darien a bit wary of this. Can he get the shot? Can he outsnipe? Izu swinging the corner, can't quite pick his target. Puts some damage down, but doesn't get the kill. Saya will be able to find Darien, but the time again ticking, dwindling away. And it seems like Bleed are not done yet. They will not allow for T1 to take this map away from them. The spike will erupt, and we will go into overtime.
What an incredible map. What a way to kick off VCT Pacific. Right into an overtime. And finally, Bleed is able to get a round in after it seemed like T1 had maybe finally found their footing. Take some big ultimates, take some good positioning here. And Izu there just kind of gets, you know, in that spot where you see so many targets and you think, oh, I've got the multi-kill of the century lined up in front of me.
You're a puppy in a pet store. And there's just toys everywhere.
It's like me when I see a giant tub of Legos. I'm just like, oh, yes, let's go. We're going to the moon today. But it's a tough spot there. I mean, I like what T1 does, but again, Bleed eventually there in that last round has enough presence of mind to...
Guess what time it is?
No, I don't want to. You can't make me.
I think at this point, let's just break the overtime record.
Yeah, sure.
At this point, just
why not? I'm here for it. I mean, I fully embrace the madness. I'm all about it.
Let's go as far as we possibly can.
Yeah. I'm not on the cast tomorrow, so have fun.
I am.
I know.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to end up living at the venue tonight. I'm just going to find a nice place to curl up. Got my nice puffy jacket. Well, that'll be good enough to keep me comfortable.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Just get tuckered out and catch some Z's, wake up 3 hours later and do the next broadcast. But hopefully, once again, we'll be able to get this sorted and get things underway once again as we get ready to go into that overtime. This is just, I mean,
look.
Of course.
Yeah. It's all just part of the fun.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes these things happen, and
we can only hope that the currently tied up going into OT game has been worth the issues, which I think it has.
Yeah.
Because it has been very good, very back and forth, very streaky between these squads.
Right.
And you can tell just, I mean, how much this means to both teams. Because, Bleed, both, T1 and Bleed both coming in with different rosters from what we saw from them last year. The hype behind Yay, etc. Both teams desperately want this win, and that's not even considering just the ramifications of the setup for Kickoff and how brutal this system is.
Right. I mean, you lose one match and things start to get extremely, extremely difficult for your chances of just even getting into playoffs or getting beyond, finding yourself in Masters Madrid. It's a really rocky road that you have to go through. So, what I really like is that I'm seeing, some good reads on both sides, some good kind of understanding of the map and good ideas of, where the teams are going to go. But, sometimes it is a lot of times coming down to firepower. I mean, these players are really having some big, big moments. Whether you think about Saya, X-Curate, Yay, Darion has been really good. So it's been, Izu has had some just phenomenal rounds, of course, with the Ace. So it's really kind of felt like a brawl. I mean, the rounds have been a lot faster paced than maybe as I was expecting. T1 is a little bit on the slower side usually. Bleed, I can get it. Ye talked about it in the video right before the match, that one thing that he kind of had to adjust to, or at least he felt when he came to Pacific, was the intensity and the pace of play is way different here. And that is absolutely true, as you're seeing here today. But I mean, he's handling it quite nicely, and the Neon, he's had a couple awkward moments, but you have to understand, if you're watching Ye and you're seeing him run into a site backwards, it's not like he's making bad plays. He's doing that because the team needs him to. He's doing selfless things to try to make entries for his team. And yeah, sometimes it doesn't work, but that's his job as the Neon in this case. And that's the game plan that Bleed has. So he's doing his best here coming in and, really putting up some, of course, good moments with the operator and stuff, but doing some dirty work as well that you're going to be called upon as a duelist.
Yeah, and that's actually something I really like that you bring up, because I feel like, kind of since his departure from the Americas League last year, a lot of the conversation is, okay, well, Ye needs a team like Optic was that can enable him to play this way. Maybe Ye needs a team where he can enable the other players to play a certain way. And if Bleed, if this combination of players ends up playing off, it seems like that might be the direction that it's been taken in, rather than them bringing back the El Diablo of old. It's Ye being a damn good player, but also playing selfishly or selflessly, I should say, selflessly, and enabling the rest of his team to find that impact.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. I really like what I'm seeing from him, honestly, on this Neon. It is an unconventional pick. Yeah, it's going into overtime, but you're pushing a really good T1 team here to the limit on your first map ever together on stage. By the way, he's never played with them on stage.
Yeah.
This is the first time. So, him having that selflessness to come in here, play like that is really encouraging. And I think as a Bleed fan, yeah, you would, of course, want the win on the map. but you have to really like what you've been seeing. Everybody here has had some really good moments. I think personally I'm seeing some really good stuff with their control of the map, their ability to make some pretty decent reads at times. But T1 just has really, really good responses as well. So as expected here today, I mean, we'll see how deep we go in this one, but you know, this is right what you wanted. It should be 3 really good matches.
One can only help. But first, we got to get through this one. So, ideally, we can dive into this OT and see who's going to be able to take that first round. Because that's something that, you know, as we've been coming out of the halves, the pistols have been really rough for the side of T1. They need to have a strong start with a full buy coming into this one. So
and
that's
what
they've been
putting
early. Maybe they can just run away with it, but the same very much could be said for Bleed.
And, I mean, if you're a T1 fan, the good news is that's where they've been good. Is in the buy rounds. I mean, that's where they've really done most of their damage. So certainly that could be the case. We'll see. Still trying to get this figured out.
Well, let's play a mini game.
Oh, good.
While we wait for this to be taken care of, because we saw Crazy Guy. He's kind of living up to the name. He's bringing out a weapon in a couple of those rounds that we haven't seen too much of. He's bringing out the Ares.
Yep.
So let's play a game called Are You Smarter Than Brennan Hook? How much does the Ares cost?
Was it 2,600?
The Ares.
Oh, the Ares. Sorry, 1,550?
You are exactly as smart as Brennan Hook. Congratulations. The answer is 1,600.
He said 1,550, yes. Right? That's what he said. Okay. It's 1,600. You're right. I thought you said the Outlaw, and I'm like, that's 2,600, right? So, no, I am not as smart as Brennan Hook.
Well, you ended up on 1,550, so.
That's good.
It ends up being, you ran at the same level.
I do my best. It's been a long day already.
It has been. It's, yeah.
How much does a Headhunter bullet cost in this patch?
Oh, well, it's just been,
yeah.
Wait, is the buff in this patch?
No.
No, it's not. So it's still 150.
Correct.
Yeah, and then it's going to 100.
That's correct.
I play Chamber.
Well, yeah, you do. You are a Chamber specialist. I should have given you something more difficult. I should have been like, how much does the turret cost per killjoy?
It's free.
Trick question.
But, yeah, I mean, look, we're right there with you guys. Made the point. Game's been going on for a while. Had a couple little, buffer moments where we had to wait to get things resumed, much like this one right now.
Yeah. I mean, this is... I think you and I have all been here.
Yeah.
These things happen.
Everyone...
This isn't even the worst I've ever had.
Oh, yeah, no, we've had significantly worse in the past. But, yeah, people should take bets in the chat and guess how many coffees will I have by the end of today. And I'll tell you right now.
What should I set the over/under at?
Well, I'll tell you how many I've had now.
Okay.
And then you can maybe extrapolate from here how many more I'm going to have.
So
far, I have had 3 Ice Americanos.
Whoa, really? 3?
I've had 3 Ice Americanos.
How are you outpacing me on coffee? Usually I'm the one who's like draining lattes like it's my God-given duty.
I was sucking down the coffee like it was gonna make the game start soon.
And look what happened. Didn't work, did it, Achilles?
Yeah, totally worked.
I have had half a Red Bull today though. That's where we're heading.
Have you not had your coffees yet?
I had like 1.5.
You bought those.
Well, it's sitting downstairs.
Like 7 hours ago.
I know.
6
there
hours
is no
ago.
longer any ice in my ice latte.
Yeah. Well,
it is now a lukewarm latte.
Well, admin's still on the stage. If we get any updates, obviously we'll push those forward to you lovely people. But so far, flying in the dark. It's probably a bit more, of the same that we've kind of been seeing here.
Yeah.
So.
Seems like it.
Players
seems like it from that camera perspective.
Yeah. Let's give them a brief little moment. Take the headsets off, perhaps. Chill. Stop your ears from becoming sore. Though they have over ears, so they have like cups, so they don't have to worry about hurting their ears.
That's true.
Ours just sit right on top.
They get a little painful after.
And when you have glasses on, oh boy, it can be very unideal when that happens.
That's why I gave up the glasses and switched to lenses. Do you not? Why don't you wear contact lenses? You know, I've actually been meaning to ask you this.
I just think I don't know. I think I look weird without the glasses on. I think I've seen myself in glasses for so long because I think I started wearing them when I was 12, when I was in 8th grade.
Yeah.
That at this point, if I see myself without glasses, I think I look bizarre. Like, I had to, not fight, but you know, I had to have a discussion with my wife when we were getting ready to have our wedding ceremony because it's like, well, I want to wear my glasses. She's like, no. You will wear contacts because she likes me better without the glasses on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean,
she'll come up to me and she'll take my glasses off and then go, oh, like.
That's so adorable.
Like, now I can be attracted to you.
That's so
like, oh, thank you so much, honey.
Thanks.
It does wonders for my self-esteem, given that I wear my glasses 99% of the time.
Jeez, man. All right, this is a good opportunity. I'm gonna give you like the one compliment I'm gonna give you all year, and you look good with glasses. I like your glasses. I think they suit you.
Thank
so
you.
You're welcome.
There's a punchline coming up. It feels like.
I don't have one yet.
Okay.
You know, the puns are
they
really.
They suit you. I think your glasses look good, but.
No,
the rest of your face sucks.
Yeah,
you know,
you're kind of. All of this needs a little work. Oh, hey.
The fans showing some support, saying, fighting.
Yes, we are fighting.
As everybody here, of course, is working their way through all of this nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the glasses suit you. There's no glaring issues.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, maybe I should try contacts more, and then I would get used to being away from the glasses a bit more. Because like, it's to the point where, like, even when I go snowboarding, I wear glasses.
Really?
Yeah. So
I don't have like goggles.
I don't snowboard with goggles. If anything, I could use a visor, like a pull-down visor.
Oh.
And that can go over top. But even then, I usually do that. And I'm like, I just can't see as well. So I just end up putting the visor up. But luckily, I have.
That doesn't like bother you? It doesn't like get in your glasses?
No, not really.
Okay.
But I've broken my collarbone while snowboarding, but never my glasses.
That's actually kind of impressive.
Yeah.
Like you just had to protect those. Like you love the glasses so much. I'm like collarbone. You got to take one for the team.
I'm the polar opposite of Velma from Scooby-Doo. I never lose, never break these things. But the rest of my body can be shattered instead.
You also kind of have the same glasses of her. Velma's got pretty similar glasses to you now that I think about it.
That would be me, though. If they ended up falling off while I was snowboarding, I just wouldn't be able to.
You would be done.
Be like, somebody help me. At least it's like, okay, well, I just have to look for the black frames on the white snow. So that would stand out even with my limited vision.
That's true. That's true. You wouldn't have too difficult of a time finding them. I gave up the glasses a while ago. I used to wear them.
I can't imagine. I mean, those are like two things I can't imagine you wearing. Glasses and having hair.
Yeah, and I used to have both.
Yeah.
I used to have really long hair.
That's frightening to me.
Have I ever showed you the pictures of when I had long hair?
I think I saw it when it was like not
maybe
long, but...
Maybe I'll post them on social media after. I look way different.
Okay, well,
like, follow me at PaperThin here on Twitter. Selfless plug. I will post, I'll just do it. I will post a picture of myself after this match of me with long hair. Remind me to do it because I will forget because today is long.
It's going to end up on the disturbing images subreddit.
What do you mean disturbing? I was a handsome young lad.
I have known you for years.
I know.
The Korean fans are staring at us because we're
disturbing
yelling at each other. But like, I have known you for years, and you have just always been bald.
Yeah.
So yes, it's strange if I see you with hair.
Now I see
the same thing with Wolf on the LCK.
Yeah.
When the first time I ever saw a picture of him without a beard, I was like, what the hell is this?
That's true. That would be off-putting. I would say off-putting, not disturbing. That's why I was like disturbing. I was like, man, I wasn't that ugly.
You become so accustomed to something that when you see it, not that anymore. It's just, it's like seeing Crashies without a chain around his neck.
True. That would be very unsettling.
It just doesn't feel right. Or like if we saw, if Ye came out on stage today and he had shaved his facial hair, that would probably take some people by surprise.
Yeah, or if we saw, Sideshow in regular clothes.
At this point, Sideshow, look, I love Sideshow to death. Sideshow is a bit like, what's her name from the X-Men?
What, Mystique?
Mystique. He's a bit like Mystique. Every time you see Sideshow, there's something a little bit different.
Yeah.
Like there was the time a couple years ago where he decided to shave his eyebrows for subs. So like,
I remember that.
I've seen that man with long hair. I've seen that man with long curly hair. I've seen him with just short curly hair. I've seen him bald. I've seen him with his
mustache.
his
I remember
Robotnik mustache.
Yep.
I've seen him with the attempts at the beard as well. And like he's just different every time you look at him. So whether it comes down to what his facial hair looks like, his clothing, nothing that Sideshow does will kind of surprise me anymore.
Is this why he grew the Robotnik mustache? Because in Japan, they call him Eggman. You know, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's not Dr. Robotnik. It's actually Eggman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it all makes sense.
I mean, he's been the egg for quite some time now.
That's true. He can have that title. I don't want it. It's all his, man.
I wish I was more. I wish I was gonna say I wish I was better at doing something that I'm not good at all at doing. So
Well,
like, I wish what I should say
everyone
is
wants?
I wish I was good at video editing.
Oh.
And because I would love to just edit Sideshow.
I can't do it
into
either.
The
Yeah.
Sonic the Hedgehog movie.
That would be really funny.
Just crop his face over Jim Carrey.
So good. Somebody out there can do it.
Probably.
I can't do video editing either. It's actually just too tedious for me. Like,
Well, I mean, I can do basic editing. I used to work as a videographer and editor.
yeah, I was gonna say,
for
didn't you
Team
have
Liquid.
that job? Yeah.
But tracking and superimposing Sideshow's face over something, like I've never really done that before, so it's a bit out of my ballpark.
Fair enough. It's so tedious. I really have a ton of respect for people who do that because it's so hard.
Yeah.
It's because you have to be so perfect and precise, and if you make a little mistake, you got to go back. Oh my god. Anyway, doesn't matter.
We just got our dinner delivery, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a
kimbap?
little bit upset. Yes, it is kimbap, but when they were handing it to me, I thought they were giving me a burrito, and I was like, that sounds awesome.
And then you remembered you're in Korea.
Yeah.
And we don't have a lot of burrito places.
We
here.
don't. But I mean, we're in.
There's a few.
Where we're at right now.
Yeah.
Fairly trendy spot. I mean, you and I, we just tried like a New York style pizza place around the corner that was pretty decent.
Yeah.
But I thought it was going to be a burrito. It isn't a burrito. And now that is ruining my day more
your
than
day
this pause
is ruined. I mean, I get that. Getting your hopes up like that and then having them crash down to earth, tough stuff. It's like when I go to the convenience store and they don't have like the specific type of popcorn that I want or something.
And they don't have Asahi, proud sponsor of VCT Pacific.
That is the real tragedy.
I hate when that happens.
Real tragedy right there. I went to the Asahi Brewery in Fukuoka a while ago. Really cool. It's huge.
Oh, I imagine. I mean, it's the most consumed beer in the world.
Yeah.
So, unsurprising.
And the Fukuoka one like delivers to like a ton of countries in Asia because it's a port city down there. So, but it is. I mean, I knew it'd be big, but it was like way bigger than I was expecting. It was really cool though.
Yeah, I have to go. I need to do way more exploration, just in Asia in general, but especially in Japan, because I've only ever really been to Tokyo and Osaka. So I've never been to like Okinawa. I've never been to Kyoto. You know, any of those
you've never been to
places.
Kyoto?
Yeah.
Oh, you're missing out.
I want to, and we talked about this off broadcast, but we've got nothing else to talk about right now, so I'll just go ahead and
we talk about whatever we want.
I really, really want to go to Hokkaido.
Yeah.
So that is
I went
currently the dream trip for going snowboarding, because everybody that I talk to has just said that it is the absolute one of the best places in the world to go snowboarding. So that's the dream trip. So that's something that I'm looking to make a reality going into maybe the end of 2024, if not the beginning of 2025. Head over there.
You should.
Try to catch it when the season isn't too busy, you know?
You should. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous part of the world. I mean, I went there last year. Just phenomenal. Beautiful. People are great. Food is amazing. Seafood. The best seafood I had in my life was up there. I mean, just absolutely just wonderful. I would go back in a heartbeat. It is truly, truly awesome up there in Sapporo and the Hokkaido area. A little hard to get to if you don't just fly direct to Sapporo. I took the Shinkansen. I tried to take the Shinkansen up there. Turns out it doesn't go all the way to Sapporo.
Yeah.
So I had to take a different train from Hakodate. And that was like a 4-hour. Like that was a long day. It was like a 4-hour Shinkansen and then like a 4-hour train. But it was snowing So it was like I was in like a Christmas movie.
Just picturesque.
Yeah. Oh, just gorgeous.
Yeah, that does sound fantastic, even though that's a hell of a long time. I was looking into it. I was like, okay, how do I get to the resort from Sapporo? And it's, if you want to take the train, it's like a couple hour drive or something like that. A little bit longer if you take one of the shuttle buses, but if you want to take the train, it's like 8.5 hours to get to where the resort is.
Wait, what?
I don't. It's like it takes this really roundabout way along the north side, and
like
then
one of
like
those
cars
scenic
back
routes?
down. Yeah, very bizarre because it's such a otherwise short driving distance, but the train ride is infinitely longer. So it's probably not the best way to go if you try to head over there.
No, and that is a rarity in Japan because the train systems, as Mimi will attest to, but I am full in agreement with her, one of the best train systems in the world, if not the best. Like overall, just about anywhere. It's phenomenal. Big fan of trains as well. Not as big as Mimi, but I'm up there.
Well, we're still here.
We're still here. We got to talk about something.
Yeah.
He's a player.
I mean, this is the thing. It's like, what have you been up to in the off-season, Paper Thin? Like our answer is the same thing. We've been playing.
We both know.
Discovery.
Yeah, right. We both know what we've been doing. Because we were doing it together.
Yeah.
So.
We've just been playing World of Warcraft incessantly while waiting for the Valorant to resume. For the Eve Sports to start.
Truly, the off season is a burden.
Yeah. I think we should do away with off seasons.
I'm fine with that.
Non-stop.
Please.
24/7, 365 days of the year esports coverage.
Let's do it. That would be great. I got nothing else to do.
Maybe one day we'll have that esports utopia where there's so much content and it's there's so much viewership that we can actually sustain something like that.
Utopia. Yeah. That's definitely. I mean, look, I had a great time doing some of those events that we did in the off season. That was so great. To go to all the events.
That's true. Yeah, I mean there was a couple. There was some very fun things we got to do, but also just overall like a very solid amount of off-season tournaments that happened, which was very good.
Yes.
So
Here in Pacific, we had
there was
a
a
lot.
decent amount of Valorant to watch.
Yeah.
So at least we weren't like completely and utterly starved.
No, we have
back in it proper. That's what feels better.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have really, really great support here in our like entirety of. Not just here in Korea or anything, but like throughout all the Southeast Asian countries, Japan, China. Like out here, there's so much Valorant that went on during the offseason. It was really, really cool.
Yeah. Looks like some things might be getting swapped around a little bit. This is all just conjecture from us. Not a technician. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what they're doing. Pull on some wires and make the game work good. But
you sound like a technician to me.
But yeah, I mean, ultimately, again, guys.
Yes.
We get it.
We were right there with you.
We know. We know you're disappointed. We know you're upset. We know you just want to watch the game. We want to just cast it.
Yeah, that we really do.
So.
It's overtime too. I mean, it's like so much anticipation.
Yeah, I know. It looks like a call's been made though to allow for the players to go to go to the bathroom and whatnot. And we likely are going to be going on a quick little break. So then we get a little bit of a reprieve as well. But of course, we're going to be coming back and holding your guys' hands throughout this one. Because we don't want you to be alone. And we don't want to be alone.
Yeah, I don't like being alone.
I can't be alone with Paper Thin.
Not
for
with
too
me.
long
Yeah. No.
Oh, I'm going to lose my mind.
I wouldn't put that. I wouldn't put that on anybody.
But yeah, seems like we will have a quick little break coming up here. And then we'll get ready to hopefully get into the overtime and see how all of it's going to shake out.
I think eventually things will stabilize. The world will go back to normal with this simulation that we've been living in will right itself. The programmers of VCT Pacific will fix the code.
Yeah, something's gotten goofed in the universe code right now.
Well, I know who's really to blame, and that's Jake Shin.
Jake?
His tweet
All right. Well, looks like we're going to go to that break right now, so we'll be back in about 10 minutes. See you guys on the other side. Please stay patient. Hello. We have not abandoned you. We are still here. We have been awaiting idly by for this very moment, for when we can resume the game, and it seems like that time may have just arrived.
Yeah, I've lost all concept of space and time, but I'm ready to get back into it. I think we're in an overtime, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so let's just go ahead and do a quick recap, and of course, we apologize for, you know, everything else that's been going on here. But so here's where we're at. It's tied up 12-12. It's been a bit of a back and forth, streaky first game on Breeze between Bleed and T1. As looks like we're gonna have a timeout from Bleed right off the rip as we get ready to go into this one. I'm not sure if that's correct or not. Either way, we're getting ready to go into overtime. The players, they've been back and forth. They've been on the stage, they've been off the stage, but one thing has remained constant, and that is the energy from both teams. Because they've been in here, they've been yelling, they've been keeping each other riled up and energized because they knew that they have to still get through this moment. And then another potential, another, and then maybe a second potential map that'd be coming up after this Breeze.
I mean, this is, I think what's really impressive here is that both teams really kept their spirits high. You know, we're really loud on stage just a few minutes ago once they were getting in, being able to run around a little bit again. So definitely looking forward to seeing some more great action. It's been a phenomenal map, just absolutely incredible so far. I mean, a great map in terms of gameplay to start the season. Now we look and see exactly how this will run through. Maybe they just need to buy a little bit more time for everybody to.
Yeah, I don't think these are actually. I don't believe that these are called timeouts, but we're just giving them an extra second to really be ready for the barriers to start going down and for the actual in-game timer to start ticking. So I think this is kind of a placeholder.
Yeah, exactly.
Never mind. This is in fact a timeout.
It's requested for the delay.
It was requested before, the delay happened. So this is real.
All right, well.
Thank you, production, for updating us on that one.
I mean, this is really where you test your mettle as a coach. Like, can you get your team focused? Can you get them back into place? Can you get them on the right path to end this overtime, you know, as quickly as possible? Of course, you want to win. And so, you know, you got to think back to what were they doing? What was going on? Like,
end it as quickly as possible with the victory.
Well, yeah. let me
come back, boys. Look, we're just going to turbo end this one, go to Lowe's, win it out from there.
Boys, if you don't hold that W key down, you're walking home.
All right, well, the timer is ticking as we, at long last, get ready to go into this overtime. Bleed versus T1. Let's see who can get that first win, get one step closer to closing out this map. It's T1, once again, back here on the attack.
Mostly Vandals, a few Phantoms floating around, nobody trying the glass cannon. Kind of seeing if maybe Ye would slip that in here as they're on the defender side. But instead, it's going to be him and Darion who have been just tremendous on this A site. Trying to lock it down. Carpe waiting for the utility. Looks like kind of a set execute here for the door switch for T1.
Seeing a Hulls push at all. A side player getting tagged up, dashes in towards Izu. Stays alive, but dangerously low on HP, and they do not have that Sky to try to get the heals. Ye now going to be taking down Izu. Relay Bolt not finding much of anything here, but Saya player needing to find some value to try to keep them in this round because this has completely disrupted the push. Ye suspecting it, swings the corner, does take a shot, takes another one there. And so you see Carpe pushing his way up here towards Pyramid. As, okay, great shot from Rossi, will be able to find. Ego is taking him down, Crazy Guy dying at the same time as the bridge arrives, and now Carpe knows that he needs to strike! Down one. Rossi getting the other spike already planted. Back Pyramid, scary. Holding on to this one. Can he clutch it out again? The bite not connecting!
Oh no!
Did he realize this? They go swooping through! Scary finding one, 15 HP, vulnerable, needs the headshot. Can he get it? Scary! He does it again!
He's magic, Achilleos! Time and time again, and he's gonna dab for us. Just unbelievable. Clutch is in his genes. It is his opponents who are scared of him, no doubt about it. Just phenomenal work. And just a little bit off on that bite was Rossi. Had that landed, it's probably a different round at the end. But that first one.
that bite at the end of it all
right here
could be what ends up costing T1 after all this time for being able to take this map
Right
away. Bleed's map pick as a
Right here.
reminder. And now Bleed, map point in their hands to see the closest one out. Saya player does go for the glass cannon. He's not positioned anywhere towards this B site, however, but he manages to find Scary. Punishing him with the clutch of the last round. Comes up with one as the rest of Bleed make their way in towards this B site with Ye approaching through the tunnel.
Yeah, they're going to have to play for retake now as T1, but a man up. Let's see if they can identify Ye. He's only going to get a smidge of damage.
This way.
Relay Bolt, very wise to the position there, the possibility that somebody could be lurking in Nest. Ye, is he going to go pushing forward? Yes, he does. He goes on the corner, but he does not see Rossi. Manages to take him down, spots another one, putting those shots through, but Crazy Guy will be able to strike him down. A decent bit of damage going to be dealt, but Crazy Guy comes in with another one. Now Egoist swinging out around the wall. Takes out Izu.
Player standing.
But now it's the last one standing. And it is not going to be the easy, the clean 2-0 in OT to take the map. T1 will keep it neck and neck.
Yeah, it's good stuff here from T1 in that not only do you get a pick early with the operator, but it's on to Scary, and you expect that Viper to be the player that's lurking around, so that opens up things to give you a little more time to make the decision to go for the full commit to the retake, to not play necessarily on site to defend against this big util dump that's going to be coming from the side of Bleed. X-Curate is just so good.
Very nice 2 kills to round things out. And now we get off the op.
Yes.
Okay. See where the challenge is going to be poisoned. It looks like it's going to be right here into A main. Saya player posted up here as well. Waiting to see if anybody's going to show a single pixel out of line. Does he just try peek this, or is it going to be escorted with some form of util? Izu right there has the flashes available, but it's going to be the drone first and foremost as Ye will get revealed. Tucks back and maybe even keeps the operator obscured, but it seems like T1 likely have a decent idea that it's going to be in his hands.
And you've at least bought yourself a little bit of more space to get this angle with Carpe to make Ye pay.
Saya swinging out, catches Crazy Guy over on stairs. Now they know Darion, his position, he is going to be revealed. Managing to find one, takes out the op, the flash going through. Fake outs there, and Izu will be able to find the kill. A 4v2. Scary. His way out. Spot does come in, but Izu takes the TV out to safety. Pop flash in, not going to find anything. The Cove obfuscating their escape. Scary will be able to find one. Carpe going to be taken down. Still so much more work to be done.
Scary's still in the round.
Rossi's got 2 bites. This spike is right out in the open. Playing this one out patiently, waiting for the poison to come back up the swing on the corner. Ego is able to find one, but it takes him, costs him so much HP, down to 8 as the bite comes in. That is the double dump there. No more remaining for Rossi as he jumps back around the other side. If they can clear X-Curate, he's the lowest player. 43 HP remaining as they get themselves onto the spike, holding it up to half, and the headshot comes in. And the round, it just slips right out from T1's grasp.
It's just great patient play here. Egoist able to find a really nice opener, keep himself alive to give Scary the opportunity to do a little bit of body blocking plus angle holding for him. And Scary, once again, just unbelievable what this guy is capable of. Fitting right into this tier 1 scene again.
That's a 3v5 turnaround there from Bleed. Absolutely monstrous. And I mean, I understand it from Rossi. You're wary about them being able to push up. You don't have any flank pressure remaining anymore, so you want to stop them, dissuade them from pushing into A main.
Yep.
Trying to take that fight. Lets the bite go, but then close plant utils all but gone. Now Bleed looking to see if they can end this with a 15-13 scoreline.
Going for a Halls push of their own. Just saw this from T1 a few rounds ago.
Door preemptively opened though by Carpe. Seems like they might be anticipating this somewhat as the relay bolts go flying. The slide in, Carpe gets a headshot, but he's only gonna be able to find the one. Extra in the meantime, taking down Scary, taking down Crazy Guy once again, putting T1 up into a position where they have the advantage. The flash catches everyone. Extra gets 3. And T1 get 14 rounds.
I mean, we've seen a couple beautiful flashes from Izu here in overtime. One paired with the fake out earlier. And this time again, great timing, X-Curate, great senses. I'm curious if this was his Cove that was set up or it was the other side. I believe it was Bleed's Cove. And that kind of actually gave them a little bit of time to prepare for this hit. The door was open and they were ready for it.
Yeah, X-Curate still had his.
Yeah, Bleed took the challenge. right here, and tried to use that cove to give themselves an entry, and Carpe just parked himself right outside.
Okay, the dart to potentially try to fake the attack here onto A, but Yay, he's posted up on B with an operator. It's just going to be the full send, rotate over here, but they need to be wary of this. He's already run it once in this overtime, so they should have a very strong idea that he could be piloting it again on this defensive side.
Trying to show a different look. Toxic screen already set up over on A to try to keep a little bit more attention over there.
So far it's working decently, but now with that drone coming through, the dash in as well, that's going to be the full tell. Yang for an angle, bite, forcing him out of position. And remember, he is glass cannon. Darian, however, covering fire, managing to find Izu, but Saya player gets on top, finds one. Is he going to no-scope him? Yes, he is! Yay finds the kill, but Rossi quick to reply. Shuts him down, brings it back into a 3v3 as the reveal ping goes across. They're trying to flush Crazy Guy out. They take him down to 70%. They clear out onto the drone. Rossi going to be taken down. Scary, able to find the kill. Execute, lurking forward, hoping, praying that they fall within his reach. And now Carpe's down, and that's a spike on the floor. The dog, it does not check behind. The swing in, finds one. Still so much work to be done, and he can't make it happen. Bleed once again, going blow for blow, regain a lead.
And the fact that they're able to get those early trades with Darian and with the no-scope from Ye makes it so much more difficult. Carpe opts to go for the operator, and then the drone comes out, and it's kind of unfortunate timing. Reveals his position. Eventually, a shock dart plus the shot from Scary is going to clean him out. Carpe trying to go up and over. Scary just perfectly poised and ready for it. And it's just back and forth we go. Can Bleed close this one out now?
Just trading off who gets the operator. Saya once again bringing this one through. He with the Vandal in the full armor. There's a tap on the orb for now taken. I mean, the Darian try to get that Reckoning online, and it could be a monstrous piece of util if they can get that ult ready to go for a post plan.
They're really delayed and rotating here as T1.
Oh, that relay pull. I think it might have caught into multiple, and that's going to be Izu taken out. Big kill found. Shock darts flying forward. Gets just a little bit of damage there. Yay down to 76, but Execute with a headshot will be able to finish him off. Now setting up his own wall. High Tides come pushing forward. Chaotic obfuscation across the board here. Execute moving forward, gets a tap onto the spike. Saya player wanting to take a forward position, but has to wait for the wall to time out. Now sends out a shot, narrowly missing. Just spraying and praying, hoping he can find something. Push it, Darian gonna be able to find one, but now Rossi arriving from behind. Shuts him down, and we keep on going.
I mean, this is a great recovery here for T1. I thought they were gonna be a little bit.
It's okay, it's held a half.
Yeah, we're good. I thought he was going to be a little bit. They were going to be a little bit late to the punch because you had so much of this leading utility coming out. You had the Trailblazer and the drone, and that should be a pretty dead giveaway. That's like 99% going to be the site that's executed on. But they had to hold their positions, looking for the lurks. Next period again, so good on this A site, shutting things down. Rossi with a well-timed flank hits him in the back, and that's going to get T1 right back to even Stevens.
15-15. I mean, I said it before we had the last break. Why not shatter the record for longest overtime?
I was gonna get really mad at you if they I was like, you cursed us. You did it. I mean, in a good way, because I mean, this is a great match.
That may be. Time will tell. I don't even remember what the record is. So
I don't know either.
It's
anymore.
20-something to 20-something. Saya inching. Darian on the opposite side here. Vandal in hand. Needs to get around the other side. Scary as well. Watching.
They're really leaving B site completely open here. Just really sensing that this A site is going to be where this hit's going to come through.
This is a fairly hefty gamble. Yeah, the arm seen. Saya player finding the kill. It looks like he's more than happy just to take that and dip. Drone in the meantime from Carpe trying to scout out the remaining players, but he won't be able to catch them at back here. Pyramid.
Standing ahead.
Sends out the recon dart, and that can reveal all. They start working their way forward. The fake out there. Scary had been pinged. The side player now gets himself tucked just below the stairs. Here's one up above, jumps up, finds the kill. Looks for the reposition. Execute as well, pushing up alongside the wall. Scary flashes, dropping, turns to the side. Darian able to find one, but side player finds himself 3. Second kill now coming through. Spike still dropped quite far away. They need to grab this and bring it forward. But there is still an opportunity for Egoist and Darian.
Enemy remaining.
Maybe turn this, but no. Now Saya player on for a second ace in this series. Not his second, I should say, but the second. But they need to get the plant, and it's going to happen at the B site. But never mind. Izu will finally find him, takes him down. Spike was in position with time remaining. T1 continuing to answer back.
I mean, Saya just so methodical here at the beginning of the round to find the opening pick. We're able to clear so much space, again, using this Yoru utility really nicely to buy a little extra time for Saya. This is just a great shot right here, great recognition. Crazy guy giving away his position with the firing of the gun, and then Saya just pops up and over, and then they're able to create these high-low angles.
I mean, if Saya dies there, that's where everything could fall apart. But T1, they finally won the attacker side round that had been eluding them this entire overtime. Both teams struggling in that regard, so if the trend continues, then T1 very well may just be able to close things out here. Execute. Not sure if he got around the corner. The pings are coming down. They did identify him. Drone couldn't get the tag. The rush forward, the spray coming in. Yay, trying to flush them out of this spot. Relay bolts. It's a reveal on the one. It's the headshot. Izu going to be taken down. Was not in a safe enough position. As he tries pushing forward, Execute takes down Yay. Found crazy guy moments before. Spike is planted, but it's a 4v3 for the retake. Full flash into his face, and Ego is quick to find the headshot. Evening the score line here now. 3v3 as far as players are concerned. Drone pushing forward, it doesn't see him. They try to spray him out a little bit, then Carpe challenges through the wall, takes him out. Dominance established once again here from the side of T1, trying to dissuade the push out on the corner, tapping onto the spike. In the meantime though, Scary lurking in from mid, but now has everything to do in a 1v3. Time not on their side, looking for the hold, but he doesn't have it. That's it, the time is over, Bleed. They'll tie it up again. They just didn't have the HP to survive.
He's just brilliant. He's just brilliant time and time again in these post plants. He knows so well how to time his utility, how to make sure that even in bad situations that he can come out ahead. I mean, he's just so thorough. What a wonderful job here by Xcurate at the beginning of the round. Immediately this time, in response to the drone and the leading utility from Bleed, he throws out a high tide and gives T1 a really good shot in this round, but it doesn't matter because Scary's just too damn good.
It's just another very narrow loss here. 4-2-1 is Darren trying to get aggressive. Gets tagged up a little bit, but could be worse for wear. Shorty in hand. And the first one that we've seen is a double pump out. Managing to find one kill, put some damage down onto the other player, but Execute and Sion player answering back. And with 3v3. And everybody remaining in the lobby right now at full HP. Up in Ye's hands, the TP moving out onto his left side. Izu takes that. See if Ye is going to be able to reply in time. He's inching forward. The gun barrel, thought it was showing. I thought maybe they had identified it, but Izu is able to find him now, and TP's out. Taking his spot, Saya swinging out from back sight, takes out Crazy Guy. Scary going for the challenge, but Saya's got the dash. Takes that tailwind out. Checking behind him. Not knowing necessarily fully where Izu had gone, but now has a pretty good idea of it, but he also knows that Saya player is going to be swinging in from behind him. Jump up over the top, Scary. Surely he cannot do it again. The fake out, the flash, not connecting the jiggle peek for the time. It's run out. He's trying to drag it across as Izu is just toying with him. And T1 will once again move up to map point.
I mean, there's only so many times you can dip into the Scary well. He is tremendous, but
it's a finite resource.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, he's doing everything he can. I mean, a great position here by T1 in their post plant with that TP. I mean, yes, Ye does find one off the spot, but now Scary has no idea where Izu went, so he has to take a little bit of extra time to figure it out. And that was plenty for T1 to get over the line in that round. Saya still going to be hanging on to that op. Back on the defender side this time, though.
He's looking to play this very aggressively with basically nothing to back him up. Drone, he gets the shot. Saya trying to dash out, covering by Excurate. He comes up with two. They want to finish this map right here, right now, and suddenly it's all on Crazy Guy and Scary. Now just Scary. And surely another 1v5 ace is too much to ask. Jiggle peeking, not snappy enough to get the shot. Saya player trying to line him up. He breaks line of sight just fast enough. Looking for the catch on Arasi, and he cannot make it happen. T1 after so very long, come back in, fight tooth and nail, and they will take the opening map of Breeze 18-16.
And despite all the hardships on the day, it is going to be T1 finding themselves with a very crucial win on Bleed's map pick. It was so well fought by both sides, and they are able to get themselves through. I mean, what an impressive first map, though, from Bleed as well. You really got to like what you're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, let's be frank. You cut out all the nonsense that's occurred. This was a damn good map.
Yes.
18-16 between these two teams. Again, just how streaky it was. Bleed starting things off 5-1. The T1 rally back for the 6-6 at the half. Into yet again, you know, the T1 taking a lead. Bleed coming back to take it all the way over to overtime. This was a damn good map of Valorant. Broken up by some unfortunate circumstances. But all we can hope now is that it'll be smooth sailing from here on out, and that Lotus delivers in a very similar way.
No doubt. I mean, that's what I'm certainly hoping for. If this map was any indication, we should have an absolute banger on our hands. And I just love the adjustments round around in overtime here from T1. Some really cool stuff, but I'm going to let other people talk about that.
That's right. We, of course, have the analyst desk standing by, so we're going to go ahead and throw it back over to those guys who you haven't seen in a damn long while.
What a banger way to start kickoff with this very first game. You know, the first game, first match, and we already have our first ace by Izu. Now look at the scoreline. I know, you know, we went through breaks and everything, but it was still an insane back and forth game.
Yeah, I mean, as the casters mentioned, obviously quite streaky in the beginning, but then starting to really adjust to each other and maybe adapt a little bit too much to each other's style as well. But one thing that really stands out to me is Bleed actually getting more for his kills, because it felt like with Scary going on the clutch so many times, they would have been the one who's always playing from behind, but no, it's actually T1 who overcomes that.
That guy, though, Scary, he's one sneaky player. 3 clutches in this entire match, and those were all earned by him. He kept Bleed in overtime. But apart from that, of course, Saya player was the guy who almost got an ace next to Izu, and also just so many op kills. I think he actually showed up just by a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at the kill stats itself as well. Saya continuing to really hold up to the reputation he's built up of, I will still do my part to carry this game, and then it's about enough time for his teammates to rise up. But to me, the one that actually stood out is Izu. I mean, we've seen his teammates talk about how crafty he is, how kind of cheap he can be at times against his opponents, but honestly, during the offseason, he looked really passive. So I was like, okay, when are we going to see that Izu? When do we see this kind of aggressive, crafty guy? Today, he was making the calls, making the plays, and that's what you want to see from your rookie.
A little bit more confidence, right? I mean, that's the thing. You're playing Euro. It is a double duelist composition, but this Euro is more of an initiator. And especially on a map like Breeze, you need to cut in so much space. You need a player like Izu to really snap in and back up behind your opponents. They had no idea that he was going to show up at certain spots. They really were thinking about where he's going to show up, so much so that they started to get a little bit paranoid.
I am a fan of Izu now. I feel like he's really come into his own, and we really saw that demonstrated here on Breeze. We also saw some head-to-heads with Saya player and Ye on the ops, and that really came in that overtime rounds, and that was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, both of them having a couple wins here and there, but of course, when it mattered the most near the end, Saya getting the better of Ye. Now, I do want to talk about Ye a little bit, not just Ye's first match in VCT Pacific, but also the Neon as well. A lot of people said, whoa, that's like a very not Ye Asian to be playing in Valorant. But the more we watch it, I get why they picked it up, right? The relay boat still allows you to get out of your own kind of greed or kind of your own duels, and also you have that extra way to slow creep up by putting out those relay boats, stun up people, and then clear out angle by angle.
Especially when he kicks things into high gear. You know, he's so good at using the stinger, going so upfront in your face, and then just sliding away. He knows how to play around these corners so darn well, peeking back and forth, that I think that's one of the main reasons why Bleed had such a strong start.
Now, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from T1, though, is it's so different than their last iteration last year.
Well, yes, yeah, for sure, yeah. Compared to last year, right? Again, playing a lot more aggressively, playing off of contact. Now, again, part of that whole streakiness from both teams in the beginning was that it did feel like they were just playing for contact, not off of contact, right? It's just like, okay, go get your duels. Whoever wins, wins. But as it went on, especially in overtime, then we saw the off-season T1 of, okay, I will peek, you will get the trade, and we are hoping you get more than one so we come out on top. Now, You can argue whether philosophically that's good or bad Valorant. That's different schools of thought. But I thought T1 really started to get their comms back in order as we neared the end of this match. And Bleed, that's when you start to see them be like, oh, they're like not fighting us 1v1 anymore. How do we adjust to this? But then it was already overtime. You don't have too many rounds to fix.
Yeah, and there wasn't any timeouts left either. I mean, that's one of the main things. They kept clashing into each other, and they just got tiny bits of information off of that. And then between the tiny fights in the huge firefights, they really start to come up on their own. And that's something that I think is going to be a big factor for the next map. On Lotus, I mean, you can't always just rush into each other that way. There are 3 sites. You have to be a little bit more careful.
Now, Bleed had some amazing streaks as well. We would see these 3, 4, 5 consecutive rounds in a row by Bleed. Then it would swap over to T1. Bleed was looking really good too. In fact, I think at some point we were quite sure Bleed was going to take this first map.
Yeah, I mean, they looked a lot more confident. They seemed to be winning some of the more important duels, especially in the first half, the very beginning of the map, I should say, rather. But I will say, again, once T1 stopped giving them the time of day, I mean, Bleed started to kind of be like, well, we gotta go for these fights. Like, where are they? Like, we want fights. That's how we've won our rounds. And then you start to see them. I mean, we saw, what was it, towards the end of the first half, which feels like eons ago, where they started just forcing 3 rounds in a row to buy up. And then it just doesn't come to fruition, because then at the very end of it, like, Crazy Guys left with an Ares on attack, on Breeze, like things like that, where it's like, oh, you have lost the plot at this point, right? Like, you're only focusing on trying to force these fights, and T1 started backing off.
Now, what are we expecting going into Lotus? It's T1's pick for Lotus. Well, okay, we're gonna watch some of these highlights first, because we did. In case, this happened so long ago.
Well, yeah, I mean,
this is a little reminder.
Refresher.
Yeah, let's remind ourselves, right? I mean, Bleed, good start. I mean, that was a bit of an overheat for sure. But I think, again, it was kind of both of them kind of testing the waters with each other, getting a taste of what the pace is, what the style is really going to feel like on stage when you're playing up against each other's roster. Now towards the second half, and then especially in overtime, we start to see each of their colors come alive, which T1 is set up trades, go for these contact plays. And then for Bleed, more so than contact, it is about wait for your opponents to show their first hand, and then react to it by getting the first kill.
Yeah, and that's something that they were really, really good at. But, I mean, apart from just seeing these highlights and how strong they were on Breeze, it kind of gives you an idea of how they might play on Lotus as well. Because one of the things that I'm thinking about is how Bleed plays on Lotus. Last year, I mean, this is a whole new roster. They're going to have to play all different agents, right? They had a Sage, they had an Omen last year. I mean, Scary might still stay on the Omen, of course, but with Ye being in the roster, is he still going to be like a Neon or something? Or, I don't know, it's Lotus, so different. But meanwhile, for T1, I think we can kind of expect them to go for the same thing. You got that Chamber and Execute. Now he's going to be the one going up against Ye. How's that going to play out?
Yeah, the big question for me is, while like Chamber's use itself kind of remains consistent despite the map changes, but once you give up C-Site, right, the plants are a little bit more flexible now. There's a lot more space where they can fill the site as the attackers. So Chamber, once you rendezvous out, you're really letting that site go for free on the defensive side. So that's my question of, okay, do they still feel that Execute's first shot is good enough that it's not going to matter, or have they tinkered with some other Sentinels?
I mean, when you go up against a team like Bleed, who can really hit you with the full force of the entire team, one shot's not going to be enough. And I think that's why they also have Izu as that, Astra.
That's why you have the Outlaw. It's got 2 shots.
Okay.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. One other thing is, obviously, Crazy Guy, we've seen what he can do with weapons like the Odin and the Ares, a lot of these high pen weapons that can just force people out of certain areas. Now on Breeze, not too many ways to make it crafty and useful, but Lotus, a very different story. Lots of walls that you can just spam through and start to eliminate the process of elimination to go through step by step.
I am really excited to see what kind of team comp Bleed is going to have. We were just talking about Neon with Ye. That was totally unexpected. Are they going to carry forward with this, with Ye being that flex Asian player and letting the team really thrive in their comfort picks?
Yeah, I mean, I guess also the question of, I mean, is Ye still the primary duelist even, right? I mean, Darium, maybe we got hints that Darium might be. Now he's flexing to Harbor, and Egoist is flexing to Sky. It's like, they've really just thrown everything into the pot and mixed it up.
A lot of it being mixed up. But I mean, it is a little bit underrated for me, though. I think I want to mention that Egoist, who is usually the Sentinel player, he loves to kind of set himself up for trap plays. When he's swapped over to this Sky, he's still able to frag out a little bit better than like Carpe, for example, I might add. So I do think that that's something that Bleed has an edge up over T1. I'm just backing up my predictions here, Will.
I mean, listen, I am not giving Carpe a high grade on that map by any means. He had some highlights, but a lot of those were like, you were already winning the round, right? The impact was not quite there. So I'm with you on that, but we'll have to wait and see. And Ye continues to flex over onto the sky.
Wow.
Oh, and Crazy Guy's playing Breach. So it's Ye actually going for the info. Crazy Guy's the one setting up the contact for Darion. Egoist will be going back. But then T1 sticking with that chamber, now mixing in that fade to go alongside the Raze.
This is already a big difference. We were looking at some of the stats earlier today on Jet being one of the highest picked agents for Lotus, and now, you know, we see none of that happening here today.
Yeah, I mean, for T1, obviously the operator's on the chamber, right? So yeah, then you can really focus on the Raze. Now that they're honed in on the Raze, the fade coming back also makes sense. You can clear out a bit more with the Prowlers as well. But on the side of Bleed, I mean, they are looking for fights with that composition.
Yeah, I like the fade. I like the Raze a little bit more too. I mean, just having that mobility to dive in. Paint Shell's so useful in blocking out information or just to deny a bit of space, especially if people want to execute off of Rock, for example, on A. It's always such an explosive composition. We can't wait to see what happens.
Now, I am really excited going to this second map. We started with a breezy Bermuda Triangle, and we're going to go to India's mountains in Lotus. Over to our casters, Paper Thin and Achilleos.
Thank you very much, guys, at the desk for breaking down all of the action from a very elongated map 1. But here we are on Lotus, T1's map pick, a map that they have looked good on in the past, as well as over at the AVL. And we don't quite get that big matchup that we were hoping for in Ye versus Xcurate on the chamber, but we at least get half of it.
We do. We get the Xcurate chamber, which was certainly a sight to behold at the AVL. So very exciting to see that again. Some changes here, though. Carpe on the fade. With the sky changes, maybe feeling like that's a little bit more comfortable for them. Quick TP out of there for Xcurate. Has to dodge the paint shells.
Getting away from that one, but I mean, worth noting it. We were checking as soon as we had seen the agent select. And as you discovered, Ye, I mean, 2 career firsts for him here today.
Correct. It was the first time on Neon, the first time on Sky as well, in an official match for Ye. So really, again, something we were talking about earlier, Achilleos, is how we're really impressed with the way that Ye is like working with this team, playing selflessly, fitting in where he needs to. Egoist back on his natural role of controller on that Killjoy. And of course, Izu as well, switching off the Astra to the Omen for this match for T1. So some different looks from both sides.
Flash out to try to catch somebody pushing forward here into the B site. A moment away from actually being able to snatch them up. The pullback comes in from T1. Looks like Saya looking to maybe apply some pressure over here at C, or at least scout things out here. Well, Rossi's just been steadily inching forward over towards the A site.
And not a lot of utility in the hands of Bleed left.
It feels like they're going to wait this out, let Carpe, yeah, he clears out that turret, forces smoke rather out of Scary. Currently doesn't have any available, needs to wait for the regen, but the shot goes his way and the orb comes down. That should tell Bleed all that they need to know as they start their rotations over towards the A site.
But you still got a little bit of extra utility in the back pocket here.
Not quite caught as he was sliding down Darren, able to find that kill, and White not going to be deep enough to actually catch him. So now it's just going to be chilling out at drop.
Well, there goes all that util.
Corner peeking, not wide enough to spot Carpe here. Now joined by Crazy Guy, who's going to take the first fight. The first bullet to the face. Taken down, Paranoia now crashing across, managing to get that blind out on the 2 as Saya player plays up into the poison orb, and Carpe is just going absolutely crazy! The man comes up with a 4K, still standing at the end of it all, and that's going to be the first pistol round win here for T1.
And this is something that Carpe does so well with pistols, is click on heads. And I know that sounds kind of basic to say, but he's really good at it. I mean, think of all the times we've seen him with a Guardian or a Sheriff, in this case a Ghost, and he's just popping people. I mean, he's so steady-handed. And he's just such a pleasure to watch in some of those rounds where he can just absolutely take over. And not speaking of Guardians, there he goes. He swaps into one.
Yeah.
Xcurate going for the Vandal.
Shock fault line, everything just chucked out here. As Xcurate pushing up, finding one, managing to get the second down, able to get off that orb and get out of sight. Carpe now pushing forward. Does he anticipate? Work here from Ye behind the box.
Oh, the answer's gonna be yes. Sends out the C's, looks for the spray, trying to take him down. Has the decay there, but runs out of bullets, has to back away. Jump up over the helmet box, and Ye will be able to find extra, taking him out with the classic. That's relatively all that he's gonna be able to get. Carpe does get tagged down to 39. With the wraparound here, Ego is coming in from behind. Maybe they can get the jump, but okay, yeah, it does get spotted. Paranoia hit, tries to swing out, they tuck in behind rubble. Door now tapped, Scary, taking a bit of damage, answering some back, still managing to stay alive. They're going to try to flush him out, and they will be able to do so right as Egoist also dies off screen. T1 losing out on a couple players, taking a bit of damage, but they close out the anti-eco.
I mean, it's just really impressive that Ye is able to find that kill there. He's really just dead to rights behind that box, excuse me, but
the backs.
The
bastard.
We've been here for a little while.
That's the most succinct thing you could say to explain anything that happens for the rest of the evening.
That's true. I'm gonna dip in. I'm gonna be dipping into that well. No, like really, it's good movement. He's just really cagey with it. Yes, beautiful. Let's go.
Round 3 operator here from Excurit. Jump peek onto the corner. I mean, they want to keep this hidden as long as they can. So just going to be using those rifles to clear out KJ turret. Quick dip back, avoiding that fault line as the smoke is going to be coming down.
And you can see they were making sure that if anybody pushed through mid, that they had reinforcements there. Make sure it was covered. Now a shift back over towards the C site. All that KJ util going to be in the way. Turret there, playing off the contact of that to pop the nanos and the other things, but Saya is going to use this opportunity to sneak in a door, but you got a couple members ready to go. That breach util too.
Yep. Yay. Catching a glimpse, but catching a connection there. Bob trying to see if there's going to be an alarm bottle around the corner. Another smoke going to be coming through. T1's done a very good job of just cycling these out of Scary. These paint shells will clear all of the utility. Still going to see that nano tucked into the back site there. Actually, both nanos used for that water side of the C site. Once again, working their way over, and the bite timing is just absolutely gorgeous. Kill gonna be found. Carpe is like, okay, I don't need the nano. Gives up on the opportunity to pick it up after missing it the first time. Ye now trying to take that first fight, spots it, but Izu somehow pivots and gets the headshot. The Guardian taking him down, and Izu claims another. 10 seconds remaining, spike being planted, but 5 members strong, and Bleed have to scatter to the hills.
This is just so well handled. I mean, T1.
It's clinical.
Yeah, they read the positioning of Darion so well, clean him out, and then Izu just rolls into the site with the Guardian and just runs him over. And you have to, it Bleed's already leaning back towards this site to help Darion after that toxic screen and the poison cloud come up with the amount of time that was left on the clock. It wasn't a lot. They knew that this was pretty likely to be an A, potentially go through baby door towards B, but shift over in that direction.
Carpe's on the hunt. On the corner. Oh, puts the gun away right as he rounds the corner. Seems like he didn't expect him to be over here at all in the connector. Now they know where one's at, so yeah, they go jumping forward. And, down very low on HP. Weapon picked up. Scary wants this kill, and he will be able to find it. So a 3K built up for him in the round, but still some smiles there from the side of T1 as they continue to rack up the wins.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm pretty sure I said this earlier. That T1...
Who knows?
That T1 won 75% of their Lotuses in all of VCT, including internationals, including here in Pacific, in official VCT matches on Lotus. So they're really the scary part is, and I'm not talking about that the guy on the game. I'm talking about the feeling is that they're better on the defender side.
Oh boy. Okay, the jump across. iPlayer going to be stunned up as that full line comes out, but now Nightfall unleashed and Scary taken down. 2 swung out here over at the stairs, and Darion with that Sheriff will be able to put one down. Rotates around up towards drop. Gets himself situated on the site. Baby door broken open. Carpe wary about a push out here. Given the weaponry, I mean, it would just be suicide from Crazy Guy to move out. Stinger at that range.
Yeah, it's not going to go well for him if he does that.
Especially versus this.
And I think here as T1, you'd like to keep them at arm's length, right? Like, you know on this eco, they're going to be going for some of those close-range weapons. And you'd rather, I'd be totally fine with a pivot towards C here. Just get out, try a different area, and they'd be right to do so. They seem to have a pretty good read on this, at least looking for lurks as well. You know, you have to expect that someone is maybe going to be going for that backstab to maybe at least claim a gun or something out of the hands of T1.
30
but
seconds
the
left.
economy's so good for them already, Achilleos. Like, they've already got an Odin, they've already got an Op. I mean, this is really clean.
Yeah, kill found. Egoist now starting to think that this is going to end up being the C site, but as the turret gets cleared, he'll realize that he was a little bit closer to the action than he might have originally anticipated. Corner plant coming
10
down,
seconds
bite
left.
to prevent the push out.
Spike planted.
T1 will be able to get away with that plant scot-free. As Rossi, Enzo's not here. He can't hurt you with the Odin. You don't need to be running this.
I mean, this is just so tricky. I mean, you're just hoping to snag a couple big guns, maybe if you're really lucky.
One of the biggest issues is that with the Odin around the corner, this is one of the last guys you want to be funneling ult charge to. That pit, I mean, we know how powerful it can be in a post-plant setup. So it will just stay put. Get ready to go down to the spike, especially after that warning fire coming through. T1 will make their exit as they pick up yet another round win.
And what I'm really liking about the way that T1 has been approaching this, especially Rossi, I mean, I'm really impressed with the way he's using his util. We saw it earlier to clear Darion. This time around, he's using the snake bites to buy time for Carpe to clear that turret. So Carpe should probably only have to worry about one other angle, and that's towards Baby Door. And so it's really good, like, methodical stuff here, making sure that all their bases are covered. And even better, coming into this round, now you're one away from a showstopper for Saya players, so you can put that op into the hands of Xcurate. And this is like what's so cool about this comp that T1 runs with their players. They're really playing into the strength of the individuals on this team. And you can funnel things around. You can switch who's opping based on where your ult cycles are and things like that. So
sure.
I love the way that they maneuver this map. But now you've got the big boy guns in the hands of Bleed as well.
Yeah, crazy guy there with that Odin. And Saya just going to get sprayed down, put it into good use. Carpe trying to creep forward. Spray continuing as Ye will be able to find him. It's going to be Spike Trump. They're just trying to push up into the smoke. Ends up getting taken down. TP into the corner. Crazy guy decided to back away from that angle. Made down low on HP, but now it's just Xcurate and Izu. Last one standing. Xcurate honed in on this position. As the smoke comes in, trying to creep up. Trying to play this quietly. Hold on the plant, the aftershock, and it will interrupt that. He actually could have stayed for it. Doesn't, decides to pull off. Now goes for the plant once more. There he is in heaven. Xcurate puts some good damage down, but cannot get the kill. And it's a quick little pivot there from Ye around the corner to take out Izu. So first round victory coming through here from the side of Bleed. And honestly, a little bit surprised that we hadn't seen a timeout called prior to this round, but they managed to get it done on their own terms.
Yeah, a lot of trust in Crazy Guy, in his ability to IGL for this squad. So it's just a good scrappy fight, and they put that Odin to great use. Crazy Guy, the IGL, gonna be the one in hand with it. He gets some big kills. Yay, right there to play off of him. Let's see if Bleed can stabilize a little bit here. Still plenty of money in the bank for T1 to go deep into this buy. Once again, still the showstopper, even though Saya died early. Rolling Thunder, though, Seekers in the back pocket. And you never know what's scary in his ult. What can happen, but it's going to be tricky now as Darion, an operator, going to be watching towards Mound. No contest. So everybody, including the Killjoy util, going to be over towards the A site. T1 uses Toxic Screen. Try to clear a little bit of extra space. Might have cleared one of the Nano Swarms.
On the opposite side of the wall. Saya, showstopper at the ready. Just right now, though, the birth of ultimates that are available on the side of Bleed is going to be quite worrisome here for T1. Smoke dissipates, but no one willing to peek out. Trailblazer will go through, and that could be somewhat problematic, and it will get cleared out. So, Izu's position still going to remain a secret.
Going to be leaning in towards the B site. Showstopper on the other side, opening the door to try to buy a little bit of time and a little bit of a fake here towards A.
30 seconds left.
It's gonna be sending it, has everybody crowd back, but this kind of forces them in towards the middle of the map. So as the strike gets ready to come through, they're actually not in a bad position at all here, are Bleed. Shot not connecting, Excrit ends up getting taken down. Egoist with a nice spray control, managing to find the kill, and now it's gonna have to be a pivot back over towards this A site with barely any time remaining.
10 seconds left.
It's over towards the right, Ye trying to spray out the box. Carpe sending the haunt up over the top, catches one. Ye gonna be taken down, tap onto the door, manages to escape, but he doesn't know Egoist's position. Rossi certainly does. Takes him down now at 3v3. Up still in the hands here of Darian. One away from his own showstopper. If he can find the opening kill, that could be what breaks things open as he goes bouncing down to Izu, collects. Scoops up the Odin and put it right back down. T1. Looked like that was completely spiraling out of control for them, but they managed to find stability.
I'm seeing some like interesting things out of T1. Like they like to absorb utility sometimes with these ops. Like you know that like a flash or something is coming, but they're still going to challenge that angle. That rolling thunder comes through. Now Excurate able to dodge it, but he's still willing to challenge the repush out. They ride the rolling thunder out, immediately pivot back towards A. Izu there quick with the TP to get over, get the plant down with little time remaining. And then they just set up some really good positions to just shut down Bleed and any hope they have of that retake. So they're really on point, kind of understanding the movement that Bleed is trying to get away with. And gonna reiterate this, but you have to imagine that every round that slips away from Bleed here on this defender side is scarier and scarier because T1 generally on this map so good on the defender side.
Sure. I mean, we've seen it, and we continue to echo it all the time here in Pacific. Lotus is a defender-sided map. When you play it here in Asia, at least it has been, obviously, with the recent changes, that could very well change during this season. Time will tell in that regard, but this is a very strong starting for the side of T1. And I mean, we're seeing a complete inversion of what happened on map 1. That was Bleed at 5-1 in the lead. The timeout gets called going into round 7. T1 start to rally back. They managed to make it a 6-6 half. Can Bleed do the same? They still have 2 ultimates coming into this round. Egoist, though, not being able to pick up nearly as many kills off the rip here, is still lagging behind when it comes down to getting that lockdown.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And only one away from a pit is Rossi. Some more problems, potentially. You have the rocket from Darion, but already still able to keep the big guns in hand. Excurate on that op once again. This time going to be watching over the mound. And it is just Egoist over here. You do have a little bit of backup from Crazy Guy with the breach util. They're a little bit more focused towards B, but with this heavy push out towards the front of A. Should be decent information for Bleed. See how they want to play off of it.
All right, well, turret. Nano going to be cleared. Alarm bot's still set up inside B. EA currently positioned there in the dip. Let's see if anybody's actually working their way through that door. Seems like it might be a drift back over towards A. Carpe and Rossi moving in that direction where if they end up moving forward, I mean, paranoia from Scary into a showstopper from Darian could end up being catastrophic here for T1.
They're just waiting. I think you're exactly right, Achilles. They're just waiting for kind of a trade here. Take contact from Scary in whatever form that is, and then
he's on top of the box. He's got a really easy blast pack setup. Trout going, showstopper, sent. Sends it, but they managed to pull back. Damage going to be found, it looks like. They widely managed to get away scot-free. Another now coming down. They want a full send it here onto the C site.
Beautiful bite, Rossi.
Smoke's dropped in. Nano going to be popped. Fault line slows them up, and again, T1 running low on time. They have to be able to get this spike planted.
10 seconds left.
Back of water. Plant now coming down as Izu gets himself into a forward position, tucked up into the corner. Side player just answering back with a little bit of spray, and now the pin gets invested. Push forward, Izu making that first contact, tries to TP out, gets himself up inside the pit. Eventually will be flushed though. Scary spraying away, managing to find the kill as Carpe tries to lurk forward. Shorty in hand. Take down any of these low decayed members on the side of Bleed. Now they're skirting around the side of it though. Excurate not ready for the double swing to come through off the backside of Darian going down. They give themselves a chance. Carpe, however, bouncing out, comes up with 2. The swap to the shorty, the push in. And Rossi says, I've got a shorty of my own. Takes him down. Smiles abound here on the side of T1 as they make it 6-1.
Yeah, and I mean, T1 so quick to help each other out. Carpe, some great decision making there. to drop down and catch Bleed just a little bit off guard. Izu snappy with the headshot on the crazy guy as he tried to push that corner.
Great maneuvering too.
Yeah.
Eventually just gets sprayed down, but I like it.
I mean, he was really making it harder though. And giving extra information on the positioning of, the multiple guns. The 2 or 3 are spraying through there. Makes it a little bit easier.
Play, let's play.
Watch them, and there it is, the tour de force from Xcurate. Gonna be popped. But no double ops. Weren't able to keep it from the previous round. Just the Odin and Vandals.
And they had to get invested, but actually Ego is holding on to the Nano Swarms this time around. So the alarm bot will get cleared out.
And they're doing a really good job as T1 of burning out a lot of the utility early for Bleed. Like every time I look on these retakes, there just isn't a lot left.
Yeah, I mean, it's once again scary. No smokes. Has to wait for that one to come back up. Full utility is still there for Crazy Guy. Scary, that does get another one. Trailblazer goes in, does get the stun. Scary trying to throw the paranoia. Crazy Guy, sheriff in hand, takes out Izu. Smoke's now gone as Haunt up over the top. No reveal going to be found here onto Egoist, but he has to backpedal. He can find a kill. Getting that lockdown. Just one charge away from having it available. It looks like Rossi is going to take the opening fight, pushing forward alongside Saya player. 3 players around the corner. Things could get dicey. This could be a weapon given up unless they can connect the spray, and they do. Xcrit watching Waterfall takes out Crazy Guy. And that's just going to be scary now. That Vandal held on to as he creeps his way back.
Just, you can see the confidence they have, knowing it is an eco, of course, but still, the backup is there from Rossi immediately to help Saya player out. I know they've got a couple players over there. They just want to smother him with gunfire. No problem. And again, it's everybody's really kind of on the same page with T1. I mean, especially on this map, but throughout most of the day, they've done a pretty good job of really playing off of each other. Good util. Scary maybe got one?
He did. He did. He took down Carpe. So, a little consolation prize in the back end. I mean, look, a really nice turn on the flash, but ultimately it's an Odin, so, the spray down is, it's not that impressive.
No, it's not hard.
He held him on.
Here.
I mean, what it has been impressive is just the strength right now of T1. And the quick pivots and somehow just managing to pull gold out of just absolutely nothing.
Yeah. And this just continues to compound Bleed's problems where you're able to keep these power weapons available for T1 right back into the op as Xcurate after his ult against the Eco. Really good time to have that ult in cycle. So you could save a little bit of extra cash. Really give yourself a good opportunity to go pretty deep into this one without having to worry about an Eco round even potentially. I mean, obviously they're playing really well, but let's say Bleed is able to string a couple rounds together. Carpe though, Nightfall, Egoist sitting on a lockdown, waiting to maybe play back and use it for a retake potentially, but they're playing so close.
That flash tells him there's quite a few people in here, and Egoist needs to get the hell out of there. He's actually going to be able to take Saya player down with him. Now can play back. Lockdown set up. That alley side's not the greatest, but still can disrupt T1's defenses, especially stop this guy from playing forward into the site. As Izu on the lurk. Lurking, waiting, finds them both. And that's as the lockdown gets invested. The comms just can't come through fast enough, and now they need to make this one work. Kills coming in, flash in, Xcrit turning away, spots one, says hello, takes a TP out. Oh, he's not ready for it! They just have no idea! Just gets the backstab onto Ye, completely unsuspecting.
Just thieves in the night, Achilleos.
It just, the onslaught continues.
It's just unbelievable the way that they're working this map. I mean, Izu, brilliant patience. Once again, saw it a little bit on Breeze on the Yoru, where he's able to really kind of take his time, those dimensional drifts, and here, just his positioning. And then Xcurate with the unexpected TP there, not able to be mentally accounted for by Bleed, and we may be going to another timeout.
We are. The Bleed now burning their second timeout. No more for the rest of this game. find themselves down 1-8. This is a desperate but necessary gamble being rolled right now here by the coaching staff, deciding to intervene. But after this, you're just casting them off and hoping for the best.
No doubt. But it's definitely a team, a lot of experience here. Yes, they had to qualify through Ascension, but these guys have been around the block quite a few times.
I mean, of course.
And that's like, I'm not even just talking about yay, like literally winning
Scary.
international events. Scary, right. I mean, Darion, these guys have been around for, Egoist has been playing for forever for SMG and X10. I mean, these guys, Egoist, and they're just really, really talented top to bottom. We saw it on Breeze, but this is T1's map. This is where they want to hang.
Yeah.
And,
it's like this in, assuming that it's similar to the previous season, Bind.
Yep.
Two of the ones where you really don't want to face off against these guys. So they get out early, cross towards Mound, so XQ unable to find the pick. Still, two players looking forward. Now they have to backpedal over here on this A side. One's going to be noted. TP across, but they just raid it. He doesn't go deep enough. Scary gets caught. The blind spray, good enough to come up with a kill. Izu down to a sliver, 3 HP remaining here for the Omen. Just likely gonna sit back. Wait for the smokes to come back up as the rest of his team try to clear the way. But Crazy Guy says no. Holds the line, comes up with 2 kills. Carpe side player both gonna be taken out. Izu, however, even with 3 HP, comes up with 2 kills of his own.
Unreal.
And it just feels like every single time Bleed get themselves into an advantageous position. One step forward and then 5 steps back.
Somebody on T1 just digs him out. I mean, Xcurate clean with the op, finds the final 2 kills. It's just, it's so impressive, the confidence that T1 can roll with. I mean, obviously when you're up by this much, you're kind of allowed to take those extra...
Play loose.
Exactly. Yeah. And Izu there does do it, and he gets away with it. But when you have that advantage, when you can try to, push stuff that maybe your opponent isn't necessarily expecting, because you know you've done a damage to him. You've put him on the back foot, and you expect them to maybe try to rotate back off of this. They've taken so much contact. They just lost 2 players on A site. T1 says, nope, we're just going to keep the pedal to the metal.
Back forward there, and again, looking to take some early space, but yeah, I mean, the spray is finding a good amount of value here. The smoke goes down. Yeah, you're going to be able to find one, but he and Darion both now taken out. Pressure on Crazy Guy, Rolling Thunder crashing across, and I think it maybe hit just 2 players here. Or rather, only Carpe, I believe.
But a beautiful response from Carpe with his utility to make sure they don't really have any ability to play off of that Rolling Thunder. I think Crazy Guy probably wishes he could have that one back. Felt a little bit panicked.
Look at Scary. He's not going on this rotation quite just yet. Seems like they haven't fully identified that all 3 players are on this side of the map, but now that the spike gets planted, that time starts ticking. He's got to join in, but this is going to be late, and you can see Crazy Guy already starting to inch forward, gets himself down onto the site.
Right there.
It's going to be costly. As Egoist, the first to fall. Now they know there's one in, the TP to the side. Xcurate playing evasively, and Carpe finding one. Sends it down. I mean, you can see, he's expecting him to be on the site. Scary just now arriving. He misses his head for a brief little moment. Scary finally able to lock in. This is Arrival once again. Spell disaster. It's a push up, and it does. Scary has somehow, some way, might not be there when the team quite needed him, but he still is able to finish things out to get Bleed their 2nd round win.
And there's some really interesting things that Bleed tries at the beginning of this round. Like, Darion steps ahead of where the Snakebite falls by the ruins over there, and by the rubble, excuse me, and he just gets shut down immediately. Like, he thinks about the boom bot, pulls it back and says, I'm going to try to trick him a little bit as they're trying to cut back behind their toxic screen, see if I can, catch him sleeping a little bit. But T1 reacts to it really nicely, and I mean, somehow, some way, Scary finds a way to get this done. But I mean,
you can tell his lateness threw them for a loop.
Yeah,
they expected, he's going to be in the site already, and that's fine. He gets the round win, but the biggest issue is just how much damage continues to be dealt. And now we go into the final round. Widely, they do still have that full purchase coming in. A couple half armors chucked in there, though.
Darion with an op. Seekers.
Bring them down.
But the showstopper for Saya. So really powerful execute utility available for T1 to get the job done. Now, a lot of space taken here towards Mound. As they shift back, smoke has to come down. Bleed gonna back off a little bit, reset, try to play more of a default type position. Curate. So wonderful with this operator, so crisp. Been so vocal today on stage. Really helping keep T1 mentally in it during that breeze.
Seeker's going to be let loose. We'll soon see them starting to drift over here towards the C side. Showstopper up over the top side player, however, getting spammed down. He was able to find the kill, and that keeps Scary alive. He finds himself a second elimination.
30 seconds left.
And that is Rossi not being able to get away. The spike now going to be stranded. There's no reason to not play for it, but there's only 24 seconds remaining. Last run of the half, Bleed. Looks like they are very well poised to get themselves up to 3, especially as Izu will fall. Off shot from Excurate, finding nothing. The flash is not connecting, but nor all the off shots, and he is being surrounded. A flawless round to end out what was a very rocky half here. 3-9, Bleed still keeping themselves alive.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be some confidence here for Bleed if they can pick up the pistol on their attacker side. You never know, things can turn around, and I don't care. Curses be damned. They looked pretty good in those last couple rounds. It looked like they finally kind of got their heads on straight, at least enough.
No, we're on Lotus 10-2. That's the real curse on this map.
Oh, I mean, Derek's isn't playing today.
A 1 minute timer now here. For again, you know, the coaching staff on Bleed to talk to these players to get them ready going into this attacker side of the map.
And it's tough because if this goes deep enough, if T1 doesn't just come out and kind of run the table a little bit, eventually you're going to start seeing a lot of those power weapons in their hands again. Potentially that double op setup or an op at a 2 or to 4s, the Odin as well. These things, as we saw at the AVL, were really difficult for teams to deal with.
Yeah.
Because of how clean both Saya and Excurate are with that operator. Rossi so smart with his positioning with the Odin. It's going to be very difficult, if it comes to that, for Bleed to reckon with. And that's really what kind of my big thing is Bleed. You just want to keep the pressure on enough that you don't give enough of an economy over to T1 that they can do that, because that's part of why this slid out of control in the beginning, is you lost the bonus and the money just started flowing into T1's head. They cut funds enough that they could get a round 3 op over to Excurate. And certainly they'll take advantage of that again if they win this pistol.
Excurate forward position out here. Stun goes across, tries to get a sight out of the sky, but shot was well enough off. But look at the read here overall from T1. Trailblazer spotting nothing as they have the 4-man stack set up. Crazy guy put the K onto him, just eating even more damage. Now knocked down to 14. Flash comes in to try to dissuade any counter push out. The heals have to be utilized here from Ye to keep everybody up. We'll be able to push him back to full.
Right there.
But overall, it seems like T1 with a very good idea of how Bleed was going to open this attacking side.
Yeah, still have the paranoia for Scary. Try to buy yourself the ability to get onto a site.
Placing swarm grenade.
Yeah, rather the Nanoswarm just to take out that trademark.
Yep.
Try to add to the confusion here, the ambiguity.
Look at this, Ye, completely unfettered, coming over towards the A site. There's no one else here. Right now, for T1, they are completely shifted over to the western side of the map, so free area, fault line used to clear, and
he's taking a very forward position. Looks like he will just pull back away from stairs. Just wanted to check forward and towards that smoke, see if there was anybody there immediately. Saya player will be the first to respond. And depending on how this timing goes, he might end up getting caught, because right now, Egoist pushing his way out. Smoke comes down. Saya's still just hovering. Still waiting for his teammates to go for this rotation, but look at the lurk now from Scary. Outside C. Should have heard them cutting through across connector. Can he find the timing to get that impact once more? Waiting to hear any kind of tap on the spike. The aftershock at the ready. Rossi waiting to try to push the door. Clear on the turret, the push forward, the headshot coming in. Ego is good for 2. Excurate able to find 1, but the push up, the right clicks come in, and Ye finds himself a kill. Paranoia crashing across. Excret down to 24 HP. Swings in, sees Ye's shoulder for just a brief little moment. Tries to get him, manages to get it done. Scary though, swinging on the corner. Taken down by Carpe. It already held at the half, gets the finish on the defuse. And that's going to be T1 tying up the score line in regards to Pistols. 2-2 in the series. And now they move up to 10-round wins.
Tremendous patience here from T1. Everybody on the same page, able to stymie this initial hit, set themselves one player ahead. And Excurate, only a couple bullets left in this Headhunter, and he puts them to darn good use. Runs out, catches Ye, peeking a little bit, able to find that kill. Yeah, Scary's quick to trade, but Carpe, as we saw earlier, very, very good with those ghosts.
And we see the full Stinger send. Monstrous investment here from the side of Bleed. They absolutely need a win here. Marion goes jumping forward. Trademark still goes out, but they check over towards Baby Door. Nobody going to be spotted there. Play now coming in. Util starting to be dumped. The Haunt gets the reveal, and Carpe mows down two. Gets himself a third. Yay, taken out. Swings out. Daring with the final bullet. Will be able to take him down. Goes for the reload, but Scion player gets on top of him fast enough, and the fuse is being stuck. Crazy guy won't even be involved. Not even a part of the picture here. Managing to find one kill in the back end, but Izu will strike him down. Weapon cannot be recovered, and the gamble by, it does not pay off.
Just incredible reactions from Carpe. He's been pivotal in these early rounds.
Long day.
He's been really pivotal in these early rounds to set the pace for T1, to give them these early leads in the halves. And the Outlaw there floating around in Excurate's hands didn't even need it. Everybody else just getting the job done. Now let's see what they're going to do. Just hang on to the Outlaw, a couple Bulldogs, and a Vandal there for Carpe. Guardians and Bulldogs for Bleed as they went into the Stinger well.
It's the dog check. I don't think it saw him. Oh, to push it up into the smoke still. A nasty shot. Once again, I mean, a really heavy stack here from T1, just expecting this aggression over towards C.
Yeah, they're really leaning on that side of the map and letting Excurate kind of play these one and done positions. That smoke coming down very, very early.
Let's see if she's got any angle to work with whatsoever here with the smoke, just perfectly cutting them off. So nothing spotted, and if they decide to enter in through door, go through tree, not gonna come up with much of anything there, but yeah.
It's not
wrap
placed
around coming
to look
through
back.
the turret. Yeah, it's not watching in behind. Turn over to the side, and oh, Egoist. He gave up the game, but still a chance for Scary. Finds one. Carpe now waiting. Paranoia sent. I don't think it found. No, it did find it. Oh, he's gonna be taken down. Scary finding that elimination. 25 seconds remaining. Plant now pivoted in towards the B site.
Spike planted.
Fault across is Security forced back, forced even lower. 5 HP remaining here on this chamber. It's gonna be Ye staying within the site to try to hold this line.
No paint shells. It's an aftershock for Crazy Guy.
Here.
Right on the corner, the ping coming down. Did they read that it's gonna be a double approach though? Paranoia managing to avoid it. Ye takes one down with him. Found Rossi, now it's just Izu and Excurate, and between the two of them, it's only 53 HP.
Satchel out.
The push forward. Blast pack, over that one to harm. The Guardian shot, more than enough to go ahead and find the kill. And in the end, it's gonna be Excurate making his exit. Just trying to get away, hold on to that Outlaw, but he does not.
Okay.
Actually might have swapped the gun. Either way, Bleed picking up another round win.
Yeah, able to really get a nice post plant set up. Yeah, able to find a tough kill there. That is not easy to do. Yay, still able to sneak one away, and that makes things just a little bit easier here. And Scary, you know, Carpe tries to challenge here, knowing that he's hit him with his utility. They're both nearsighted, and he's going to try to gamble on it, but Scary able to just barely get the better of him, and that really helps them get set up for that. That could have been really bad for Bleed. Again, you know, Egoist watching that angle a little bit, but without that turret there to give the early notification, made things a little bit harder for Bleed as they really had to react well, quickly to that. Unfortunately, you got a guy like Scary there.
Yeah. Huge kill. I mean, not getting that second one. Carpe surviving. That could very well change the entire outcome of that round, which would have T1 moving up to match point. So for now, Bleed are hanging in there by a thread. It's 7 rounds consecutively just to tie things up. Try and extend this all the way to split for that decider map. See though, enough damage dealt. Outlaw is held on to. Or actually, it's going to be purchased back up, I should say.
And only a Nightfall to speak of for ultimates. A few away from the Seekers as yay, but for now, T1, those Sheriffs, keep your eyes on Carpe and Izu. They can do damage with it. And a Guardian and a Bulldog still have to be floated or Bleed. Fast take towards Rubble. It's T1, not going to contest.
Shots going out. Okay, I mean, Rossi able to find one Carpe. Picking up another there with that Sheriff, but crazy guy. 3 quick kills. Now looking for the ult of his own, and oh man. Carpe not giving, or Cypher not having the opportunity to reply and fire. Puts a lot of pressure here onto Excurate. He does have 5 Headhunter bullets. Outlaw picked up again, but surely this is impossible.
Well, that doesn't help.
Yeah, long spot revealing. There's one. Looks for the second, and for a moment, I thought it was going to happen, but they put him down. Bleed keeping themselves in this one, now up to 5.
Yeah, still economic damage being done to Bleed, and that can make things all the more difficult to get themselves back into a spot where the rounds are rather close. And now finally, T1 is able to get into their full buy with the Operator, with the Odin. Now you have the Rolling Thunder, though, for Crazy Guy. Seekers as well. So a lot of ability to clear space here for Bleed. Trying to push towards C immediately. Rossi shifting over from Waterfall. Izu waiting there, looking for a response off the orb. None coming from T1. Let's see how they want to navigate this. This looks like Rolling Thunder onto the site.
Rolling Thunder into a quick entry, but it's far enough. Gets the push back there briefly onto Izu. Clear not going to be found. See Rossi just waiting to try to go for this spray and pray. Oh, spots one. Shots start flying. Darian gets himself out to safety as the plant now getting ready to come through. Darian actually finding Xayah player. Comes up with the kill, answering. Kill comes back in. Carpe able to put him down. Now T1 start inching their way forward here onto the site. Fault line, however, going to be slowing their approach. Flashes at the ready. First one going to be sent. Scary trying to play back here at Water. Swinging back around, but then gets caught as Carpe continues to advance forward. But Crazy Guy and Equus find one apiece. It's all on Rossi, managing to come up with 2. Juggling back the weapons, but 5 HP. It would have to be a headshot. To tap in. Nano. Lob, both of them just on the outskirts of them. He stays alive. Ooh, okay. Not sure what happened there. You know?
I think he tried to...
Maybe he thought it was going to end a little bit sooner than it did.
Tried to toe tap his way closer and kind of, yeah, expected the Nano to not last as long as it did.
Well, it's all good. Little oopsie. I mean, answered back, very good damage. Coming up with the skills in the back end, but Bleed, I mean, 3 rounds consecutively now. That second timeout is still in the back pocket of T1. Question is, how far is Autumn willing to push this before he calls it?
I think it may come after this round. We'll see if Autumn wants to wait a little bit longer or not. Just really good crossfire setup by Bleed on the south end of the site. And Carpe kind of overstepped his bounds. Yeah, he got one. Oh, they remember. Yeah. They remember.
Getting the read on this one now. The jump forward, but actually covering fire there from Rossi. Coming up with the kill. Darian going to be taken down. Izu with the Sheriff. Picks up Scary. Lockdown still committed into this one. It goes on the back of these kills. And that's a weapon recovered. Izu picks up the Phantom. The pivot now here into the B site. Down below. Plant coming through. This lockdown now going to expire. Rossi taken out. Crazy Guy able to find the 1 kill. Trying to go for the stun. Side player, however, pushes forward, managing to find 1, but Egoist quickly trades it back. But now they're at that man disadvantage as it's just Egoist and he cannot get it done. Izu with the 3K as a Thrifty comes in.
It's hard to imagine, but T1, you know, it's Bleed recognizing early that Izu had sat up on that box previously. They have to use some util to clear it. and they lose a couple players on the entry to just great reactions from T1.
Yeah, I need to see this again here.
They commit the lockdown. They're just expecting the play and the TP right back up.
Yeah, just moving ahead of that smoke, just getting ready for the push out because he knows, okay, they're going to push in. They know that they have him stunned. I have to get covering fire. And then Izu, the stun expires. He manages to get that headshot in. I mean, he's been clean with the Sheriff. Remember that kill he got onto Ye while he was sliding an A-main on Breeze.
Yep.
T1 now find themselves here at match point. Hit invested over at C. Jumping across, the swing outside player takes the challenge, takes down Ye. Rocket going in, doesn't find the kill. Looks like he's got the misread. Thought the Carpe pulled back over towards Baby Door, but instead slid over to the left. Izu, however, will be felled. The pit will drop. C does become a solid option here for Bleed.
And does, okay, Bleed recognizes Carpe's position. They're gonna clear it with the Nano. A toxic screen gives Carpe just enough room to peek in towards mid.
Has Excurrent realized this position change though? TP, it looks like he's expecting that maybe it could have been at Rubble, or he wants to try to intercept. Jiggle Peak spotting nothing. The gun barrel, no, doesn't matter. Manages to get Crazy Guy instead. Egoist trading it back, keeping it in a 2v2. Spike, however, still here in the hands of the Killjoy. Now works his way forward in towards the site, but Carpe could quickly swing in. Waiting on the cross, the shot not gonna connect. Misses the opportunity. Now it's 2 players set up on the site here for Bleed.
Carpe still has a few options here in his back pocket.
Yeah.
In terms of util, to maybe clear a little bit of space, get some info.
Haunt and the Prowler both there. 1 snake bite for Rossi. Not really in a position to try to utilize that against Scary, however, but he just pushes up, managing to find one. Now Scary TPing up here towards Rope. They're holding fort though. Just sticking to it, covering fire, coming down the double swing, and that's gonna do it. Carpe will get the last kill as the spike defuse comes in, and T1 will close out their opening series over Bleed 2-0.
May have been a long time coming, but finally we have our first match winner of VCT Pacific 2024. T1 coming through with the opener, looking great on their map pick of Lotus. What a tremendous Breeze effort that we saw from both teams. This T1 squad.
I'd say it's the best map that we've had of the year so far.
It's a bold statement.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, you can see it on their faces overall. It's been hard fought. But again, props to both teams for keeping up the spirits, keeping up the fight for as long as they did. Circumstances weren't fantastic by any stretch of the imagination. But both teams were looking to persevere, but T1, when it comes down to this Lotus, it just seems to be, their bread and butter.
Yeah, it clicks well for them, and so many things about this map suit their style. They're really good at clearing their angles. They're really good at recognizing what space they've left open, where potential enemies might be, so they use their utils so well to clear that. They can shuffle their power weapons around between their various players who can put them to great use. The way you can cycle these ults to give yourself the ability to find either a Nightfall or a Showstopper before your executes. You have the power weapons with the Tour de Force and the constant operator usage, which is really challenging when players that are that good with it, as Ye certainly has done to other teams with his ability to use the operator to just take games over. T1 maybe not as flashy as 2022 Ye in that regard, but they're happy to do that kind of thing as well.
Yeah, well, we are ready for our winner's interview, so I'll get ready to throw it over to Jen, who is going to be standing by on the stage to talk to Izu.
After a long, grueling day, T1 take down Bleed 2-0. Now Izu, congratulations. I'm going to give you Dan the Penguin and steal you here for a minute. Now Izu, you monster, man. I mean, today, not the easiest game, not the easiest today, but you had a stellar performance. And also, picking up your first Pacific win. Tell me all about how today was for you. 이주 선수와 오늘 정말 다사다난 하루였지만 개막전 승리와 함께 이주 선수의 첫 번째 퍼시픽 승리까지 가져갑니다. 오늘 소감이 어떠신가요?
퍼시픽 데뷔 경기부터 좀 처음 겪어보는 오랜 시간 퍼즐 때문에 솔직히 정신력 유지하기도 힘들었고 집중하기 좀 힘들었는데 저희 같은 팀 형들이 잘 케어해줘가지고 끝까지 멘탈 잡고 집중해서 잘 이길 수 있었던 것 같아서 좋습니다.
Well, with the long tech pause, it was hard to keep myself focused and concentrated, especially because this was also my Pacific debut. But you know, my teammates, they helped me stay concentrated, and also they kept the mood up and the vibe up. So props to them. I was able to perform very well, and we were able to walk away with the win. 자, 그러면 이 얘기 먼저 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 토브라님이 경기 보시면서 2주가 미래다. 이렇게 얘기를 하셨는데 좀 동의하시나요? Now, I want to quote Chobra on the next question because he kept saying Izu is the future man. Would you agree?
그럼요.
Yes, of course! All right, Izu, you definitely proved yourself today and surprised all of us with what you can do. What are your expectations for this year and also many more years to come? 그러면 이제 스스로에 대한 기대도 많이 높아졌을 것 같은데 올해 목표 그리고 이제 계속해서 어떤 선수가 되고 싶은지도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 올해로서 목표는 일단 처음에 퍼시픽 우승을 가져가고 싶고요. 그러고서 제가 어떤 플레이어가 되고 싶냐 하면 이제 모든 사람들한테 약간 이 게임의 페이커는 누구냐 했을 때 제 이름이 나오게끔 열심히 노력해 보겠습니다.
Well, for this year, I want to win the Pacific Trophy, and I just want to be remembered as a player that when someone asks, who is the faker of VALORANT, and everybody says, Izu. Now, give it up for Izu, everybody! 승리 축하드립니다!
감사합니다.
And we also have a special celebration for the fans on site. You have to sign this penguin with a marker. 사인하시고요. 배에다가 해주세요. Right in the stomach. Special because this is his first win. All right. And he's gonna throw it to wherever. So make sure you make some noise, everybody. Who wants the penguin? 던져주시면 됩니다. 힘껏 던져주세요. All right, congratulations. Now, congratulations, Izu, once again. Thank you for the interview, and I'm gonna let you go. Go get some sleep. Well done tonight. Well, the night is still young, everybody, but I'm not getting any younger, so I'm gonna toss it over to the desk.
제일 큰 세계 대회에서 한번 우승컵을 들어보고 싶어요. 챔피언스는 또 중요한 대회니까
모든 선수들이 기다려왔던 무대죠.
챔피언스 우승이 목표예요. 진짜 우승밖에 없는 것 같아요. 무조건 이제 우승해야 되고.
발로란트 챔피언스 우승 트로피 아닐까요?
마스터즈는 챔스를 가기 위한 하나의 길일 뿐이니까. 챔피언스를 기약하고 챔피언스는 또 중요한 챔피언스 우승이 우승 못하는 제일 큰 세계 대회에서 가기 위한 이제 저희 목표는 이제 챔피언스 우승과
우승하고 당당히 트로피를 들어올리고 싶습니다.
After hosting champions in Europe and the Americas, in 2024 we'll take VALORANT's biggest moment of the year to a new part of the world. A place where esports resonates through the very soul of the culture. Welcome to Seoul, Korea. Korea is synonymous with esports. It's home to some of the greatest competitors of all time, the VCT Pacific League, and one of VALORANT's most passionate communities. We wanted to come here for a while, and we're very excited to bring champions to Asia for the very first time.
Let's get away with murder! Unreal! Oh, it's gorgeous! Even one! What a monster! The villains have had their day!
This August, the 16 best Valorant teams in the world will converge here for a chance to write their names in the history books. From August 1st to the 25th, champions will take over the city and crown the 2024 Valorant World Champion.
We are counting down to champions, which is going to be here in Seoul, South Korea. How hyped are you guys for that?
I am so excited. Only 166 days away as we obviously have the kickoff here in Seoul, and then it's going to lead all the way back to Seoul for champions. I mean, Seoul has been home to so many very hype kind of international events, and to bring all the Valorant crowd and the energy here, I think that's going to be very exciting towards the end of the year.
Valorant's already on the rise in Korea. I mean, it's being played a lot more in the PC bags, I think. We had some statistics being tweeted out earlier as well, but I mean, that was a really cool shot because that's the exact same set that we have on stage. Like, we were just there, and if they actually change the screen in real time, like, that's really cool.
I'm pretty sure there are going to be little hints along the way as we go through Pacific to see what might happen at Champions in Korea. I'm so excited though. It's the first time we're really having this international event here in Asia, in APAC. So I'm really excited for that. And you guys, like you said, it's like the home of a lot of top esports events right here. I mean, Izu was talking about wanting to be the faker of Valorant, and you know,
wow,
we are in the land of faker right now.
I said while we were upstairs that he was the future of Valorant, but like trying to become the faker of something is that's a very tall order, right?
What's the nickname? What, Unkillable Demon
King. But here's the thing, is that when that player also rose to the scene for the very first time, a lot of people looked at him and said, he's the future. So, I mean, he's at least got the first step down.
I mean, look, you got to dream big. Now, we had 3 matches planned for today, and I know you guys have been hanging tight with us all day, all night. So we are going to move match 3 to tomorrow. I know some of you may be disappointed. We will be refunding tickets to any of the fans who came down here live, and the crew is definitely working their darndest to make sure this doesn't happen again tomorrow. We want our teams to play at their best, so tune in for tomorrow. Find out more at ValorantEsports.com on the new schedule. Guys, got it? Cool. Now let's talk about what happened just now. Still, that was an awesome way to kick off with that first series.
Kickoff squared.
Kickoff squared. Yeah, that's what we should call that match. I thought it really lived up to a lot of the hype, right? I mean, was it always every round the cleanest Valorant? No, I mean, obviously a lot of shaking off the rust, teams trying different things, lots of different combinations of agents that we weren't expecting from this pool of players. But at the end of the day, we're starting to see, okay, what's the goal and vision of these two teams? And today, T1 got their act together just a bit faster. And I honestly think that Izu's swing out on Breeze towards the end against Scary, where he just completely dodges all the bullets, that's when he got in their head, and he just ran with it on Lotus.
You really think so? I mean, we did see a lot less clutches from Scary in this map, so it might be actually just that. But at the same time, I mean, you just got to give credit to T1 and how they really played this map, starting things out. I mean, they really knew how to push Bleed past their limits.
Yes, and the other thing is we saw this during the offseason as well, and T1, the reason I believe they like Lotus is they actually use the entire map on both sides, attack and defense, right? On attack, we saw them just pushing and pulling all throughout, and that's what you want to do when a map has 3 sites. You want to constantly confuse them so that they can't ever shift away from their default. You can't ever focus on one side, or you're shifting to the wrong side of the map. And then they were always going in like 5v1, 4v1, things like that. T1 just knows how to work this map of Lotus.
I'm not gonna lie though, those rounds did feel a little bit nerve-wracking because the plant came down to like 5 seconds remaining and then the spike gets planted. It gets a little bit scary, but you're absolutely right. A lot of mind games, and Bleed had a tough time trying to read where these rotations would go, or if they would even rotate. And sometimes, I think that's one of those last few rounds where we saw Izu had that setup hiding around C side and then using the shrouded step. A lot of mental conditioning coming into this, and Bleed just couldn't quite get a grasp of that.
Now, we talked a lot about Izu, and he wants to be the next faker, and he was brilliant. I'm definitely an Izu fan, but Carpe definitely stepped up. It's like he heard you, Will. It's like they all heard you. Like, Uncle Will is disappointed in me.
Listen,
Carpe stepped up.
Uncle Will. Yeah, Carpe absolutely stepped up. And here's the thing, is that Carpe individually won T1 both of the pistol rounds.
Yes.
And we all know how important pistol rounds can be. Whether it's just aim or not, whatever it is, if he's the one putting on the pistol rounds that allows him to get, in theory, minimum 4 rounds to start, That's a huge impact for the team. And obviously overall KD as well, 2010, 294 ACS as the IGL asset initiator. All right, Carpe, we're going to still wait to see how much more you can grow in that leader role for T1.
Without a doubt. I mean, I'm a little bit sad on my predictions, but hey, this is really just big stakes, big wins. I mean, you've compared Breeze to Lotus. Bleed won both pistol rounds on that map, and we saw the result of that. Now, feeling the result of the pistol rounds on Lotus, you can really see how much streaky it can get from T1, and Bleed just having a tough time trying to figure out ways to counter against that. I mean, both timeouts from Bleed were spent in that first half.
But Crazy Guy, also MVP in our IGL, we were looking forward to a lot of his IGLing and his performance today as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were a couple rounds where we started to see how Crazy Guy is keeping tabs of things, and there were some good calls that Bleed made. It's just the execution was one step ahead, and like Quack just mentioned, T1 then continued the momentum. But Crazy Guy, again, the way he's able to clear angles, he kind of leads by example, right? With things like the Odin, with the calls he's making. He's trying to bring home a victory here for Bleed, but it just wasn't enough today. And I honestly think Bleed maybe should reconsider that composition a bit as well.
Now we're gonna look once more at the tournament trio of life or death. T1 moves forward. What are the implications here, Quack?
I mean, it's very clear.
Yeah.
Bleed got one life left, and then, you know, if that match doesn't really work out that well, then you're going to have a tough time. But moving forward, T1 actually gets to stand a chance at moving forward into our third phase. And apart from that, you know, of course, we still got the next few matches coming up. Gen G versus RRQ, and maybe after that, ZETA versus Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G RRQ is still going to be happening tonight over on Group C as well. So that's going to have that similar implication of you get one step closer towards Phase 3, which is that semifinal playoffs. And then, obviously, you're kind of getting closer to Masters Madrid, championship points, etc. But T1, I mean, sure, they get one step forward, but a lot of people have agreed Group A is the one where you pit any of these four teams against each other, it's really hard to call.
And, I mean, we already mentioned the match leave today, which would have been ZETA and Global Esports. That would have been a bit more of Group A. We're going to have to wait till tomorrow. The anticipation is killing me to find out what is going to happen with them precisely. Now, later tonight, we have Gen G and RRQ. This is going to be a really interesting group. We're going to find out who goes against Paper Rex on Monday.
Mean, I would honestly say the toughest group here in Kickoff for Pacific. Yeah, any of them could really beat each other.
Yeah. With that, guys, we're going to go on a really quick break. Don't worry, it's just a commercial break, so don't go away. When we come back, we are going to jump straight into match 2.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I think 2023, it's not too bad, but very sad for us. It was not good because we didn't qualify to single master.
Not good enough. My performance wasn't great.
Quite tough year at first, but with more time we can bounce back and become like dark horse to everyone.
I think from the outside perspective we were quite underrated, so in that sense we maybe performed better than some people expected, but from our like in-house expectation we definitely didn't reach what we wanted to. We felt like we needed to make improvement.
We built a new roster now. We have the confidence with this roster, that's why I think we just need to practice now.
The first thing on my list was we need a consistent entry fragging. That's something that we lacked, and I've spoken about it openly. So the first name on my list was Maxim, aka Jemkin.
It feels good to move to Korea. It was hard to make visa, but I'm glad that I'm here right now.
This guy is insane. Every time on attack, I just do something and then he just entry and then he just kill 4 and then kill 3.
Sometimes you see a duelist like after he get 3 kills or 2 kills, they just gonna rush to go more to find some kills, right? But Jemkin, he never overhit. He's very disciplined. Like after he got 3, he wait for his teammate and then maybe we decide what's next.
I bring more firepower to the team, and I'm very talkative. I speak a lot during the game, so I can help my teammates. So yeah.
The other thing is that we're looking for a flash initiator player that can actually frag and can potentially help IGL.
RRQ 팀의 에스트레아라고 하고요. 저는 이 팀에서 세컨드 폴로로 플레이하고 있습니다.
Mechanically is like very talented in aim. Second calling also is like very good decision making, when to call this, when to dog, use util. Overall is like best initiator player in APEC.
제가 생각했을 땐 제가 약간 못 한다고 생각을 안 하거든요. 곧 데뷔 시작하니까 보여드리면 되지 않나.
One of our first trials we did was Jemkin and Estrella together. I don't think I've seen a team have that level of chemistry for the first time playing together. So that made me really excited. I feel like I can work on top of that and then make it like a champions qualifying team.
RRQ의 때라고 이제 생각할 수 있는 이유는 저를 사인했기 때문 아닐까요? 두고 보면 알겠죠.
I'm always excited. I want to play against something because he's also a Russian guy and I already played against him in Japan. I think it will be a good match if you play against him.
We found what we wanted, what we needed. I hope we qualify for everything. Yeah.
We are still like the underdog in Pacific, but 2024 is for us to make it to all of the masters and champions.
Now we're becoming young adults. We're not perfect, we're not complete at all. We're trying to prove that we belong and amongst the adults of the league, and I think we could surprise some punching above our age class.
This year gonna be our year.
I hope you guys are ready to continue making waves with us here in Seoul, South Korea. You're watching the VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me at the analyst desk, I got Will, Cho, and Quack. Guys, how hot was that opening game?
It was exciting. I mean, we went to overtime on the first map, and I would say even in the second map, we've got some good highlights of the individual plays as well.
I do think it definitely delivered. I mean, we got those aces. We got Saya with almost an ace, and then also, I mean, just crazy Asian picks all throughout. Who would have thought that we would actually start to see Ye on Neon and then the Sky?
It's been wild, but I love it. I like to see it. Like we were talking about, we've seen upgrades all across the board. Gen G and RRQ, no exception to this. Now, we got to talk about a little bit of history from last year. Who wants to recap the heartbreak for RRQ?
I can't do it, Quack. You gotta rush this. I can't relive this. I can't relive this.
It's you, Quack. Go.
I mean,
what
remember,
happened?
this was RRQ at the start of Pacific 2023. They didn't have the best time. There were new kids on the block, and then they were really trying to come back. They started to do a little bit better towards the end, but then even in LCQ, Gen G started to wake up. Gen G started to show up a lot more and almost made it over the hurdle, and then they actually did. So RRQ still just kind of lagging behind a little bit, but you do see those individual signs of greatness. Remember, we kept touting them for their sheriff rounds and eco rounds where they managed to come in a lot of thrifties.
Yeah, the thing is again, with the roster change, I think what they're looking for more now is not the aim factor, but how they operate the map. So that's the big question. But Gen G, I mean, they overhauled the entire team. And I would say strictly in firepower department, they have made massive upgrades across the board. So this is no easy feat. And hey, we just talked about Izu being the future. Here's another potential candidate. It's Karon, that unknown mystery on Gen G.
Straight up unknown. He was saying in the Emerge video that he was still sharp in aim even in military service.
Yes, which by the way, just to add a little bit, it's a funny pride factor in Korea because when you're in training or you're doing your mandatory service, if you have like high scores during your aim training at the firing range, you get like extra vacation days, or if you go in for like extra standby training, you get to go home early, things like that. So it's actually a pretty big pride point in Korea. I just thought it was very funny that he mentions that preparing here for VALORANT.
I mean, he's a marksman to say the least. I mean, not just the overhaul in terms of firepower, also the coaching staff, I think, is another interesting fact.
Yeah, Ewok has stayed on the board for RRQ, and I'm really glad to see that. He has some fantastic ideas last year. That's why we saw the rise of RRQ. Gen G, on the other hand, why it was such an upset to see RRQ lose their chance at LCQ is because Gen G was on a downward trajectory, except for those critical moments. But like you said, with the coaching staff with Gen G, they had a complete overhaul.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a chance, we'll go back to the Gen G coaching staff a little bit because there's a lot of story there as well. But I agree, these are the players to look at. Texture now back on the primary duelist. He's free to fly around on that jet. He's free to take the operator every chance he gets. And now he has to go up against Jemkin, who has been putting up numbers like crazy in Challenger Japan in the past couple years.
Yeah, Jemkin is definitely someone we saw at Ascension on Scars. That was incredible how he was performing. A lot of people often compare him to something from Paper X. This is a lot of pressure for both of these players, especially Jemkin. This will be his first time really playing in the Pacific League.
Not just that, too. I mean, Jemkin, I mean, you look at those numbers, and it's really because he knows how to cut through teams like butter sometimes. And apart from that, he's very disciplined. You know, a lot of times these Russian players who play in the Japanese Challengers League, they are really strong, really crazy, but Jemkin is a little bit more reserved.
Yes, yeah, he's not just always hunting for kills, he's really hunting for that win, and you feel that in the way that he plays that duelist, so I'm curious, how much does that help? Also in their Emerge video, they talk about how Jemkin's a very vocal duelist, which I think is so crucial in today's VCT meta in terms of building up a team, so that's why I have high hopes for this team.
Absolutely, comms is really critical, and we have seen whole teams transform just by fixing the language barrier. Now, you can see RRQ, all three of us have voted for RRQ. Paper Thin stands as the lone Gen G predictor. Honestly, I'm going to give a little bit of my input here. Gen G, I think it's a little bit too much of an unknown right now. I'm so excited for their new roster, their new coaching, everything, and I think there's so much potential. But RRQ did so well last year, and that's why I'm on the RRQ wagon right now. How about you?
Well, that's the thing, is that RRQ kept their core, right? So the philosophy should be similar, and then they've really shored up the weaknesses that we saw last year. Whereas Gen G, they rehauled the entire thing, and while we did actually see them during the offseason, whereas RRQ didn't play any official tournaments in the offseason, it was a very short showing at Convergence, and it was very early on into that roster rebuild. So today's going to be the real showing of, okay, where is this Gen G headed? What's the direction they're taking Valorant in 2024?
Same here. I mean, I think it's just for Gen G, too many unknowns right now. I do like the players, but, you know, having the roles swapped up so much, coaching staff swapped up as well, it's a little bit of an unknown. And then for RRQ, Ewok is still here. And remember, Ewok was that first team for RRQ to take a map off of DRX. And I think that's a very big thing. Having the mainstays, having an additional player in terms of firepower, just adds so much for RRQ.
This is kind of like a little redo since last year. They did the opening match last year as well. They faced off for the first time. Now, we did an audience survey, and we had asked this, fill in the blank. In your dreams, Ye told you to use a Vandal or Phantom only. So we're going to see the results.
Wow, in what world did Ye tell you to use the Phantom? That's crazy. Well, maybe Ye saw my aim, and he was like, well, you should probably use the Phantom. Like, you should use the Vandal. But
so humble.
It is good to see that the audience knows their players, right? All right, the Vandal being favored here. Whether that's because they think Ye likes it or they like it, who knows? But this is from the crowd that visited us here at the S Factory today. So it's nice to hear back from the fans here in Korea.
He was using the Outlaw a little less than I thought. I think they should have asked like Outlaw or Operator for Ye. That would have been a harder one to predict. Now, how are you guys feeling? We saw the RRQ guys waiting out there for a while. Gen G as well. I saw them going around inside Icebox. This whole venue is set up like Icebox. Is so cool, guys. But they were just checking out, doing the photo booth, taking pictures. But they've been here for a long time. Yes. I'm wondering how they're going to fare going into this match. A little bit more tired.
I mean, listen, it's the cards you're dealt, right? So you have to deal with it. But obviously, the team all together, they've been able to kind of prep and manage this. So it's a battle of who just came better prepared.
I think they just want to be ready. I mean, as soon as they got the call, you can see them starting to go for huddles. They're starting to cheer each other up. So, I mean, we got to go.
All right.
First of all, thank you guys for waiting patiently for the second match to start. Just out of curiosity, how did you guys kill time? You know, what have you guys been up to for the past 7 hours? 그러면 이제 조금 경기가 늦게 시작하게 됐는데 궁금해서 여쭤봅니다. 뭐 하면서 시간을 보내셨을까요?
T1 경기 계속 보다가 그리고 약간 중단됐을 때는 그 북미 경기가 저희가 아침에 시작했었잖아요. 그래서 그거 보면서 기다렸습니다.
Well, yeah, we were watching a little bit of T1's match, and then we moved on to watching America's. Make sure that we are informed about what's going on around the world, and you know, just kept ourselves awake. What about RRQ?
Yeah, for us, we just had to make sure we stay awake. We had our bananas.
Bananas?
For sure, the Breeze overtime helped to keep the boys. We enjoyed watching it. It was a good watch. You definitely get the energy levels up.
먼저 잠에 들지 않고 좀 정신이 깨어있기 위해서 바나나를 많이 먹었고 또 브리즈에서 오버타임이 계속해서 나왔기 때문에 좀 충분히 여유를 갖고 마음을 다스릴 시간들이 있었던 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. Now, Solo, coming in this year as Gen G's head coach, what are some things that you prioritized on? 솔로 감독님 이제 젠지의 감독으로 부임하면서 올해 특별히 신경 썼던 점이 있을까요?
워낙 저희 팀에는 훌륭한 HSK 코치가 있기 때문에 뭐 딱히 저도 열심히 했지만 저희가 하던 대로 준비한 대로만 하면 저희가 이기지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, we had HSK, a great coach who is leading the team, and I'm not worried too much. I feel like if we play our game and play the way we prepared it, we're going to have no problem or trouble today. Now, Ewok, you've been with the team since 2022, and last year Gen G got the best of you, but this year it's going to be different, right? 이혁 감독님, 사실 젠지가 작년에 중요할 때마다 RRQ의 발목을 잡았는데요. 그리고 올해는 달라지겠죠?
Yeah, we played Gen G twice last year, and we came out on the wrong side twice. But that was a different Gen G, and as you can see on the stage, that's a different RRQ as well. right? So that's what we're here for today. We're trying to change that. And we started with some changes with the roster, and now let's change the result as well.
Okay, it starts today. 자, 먼저 작년에 젠지를 2번 만났는데 2번 모두 패배했는데 이제 올해는 젠지도 새로운 팀이고 RRQ 또한 새로운 팀이기 때문에 오늘을 1점으로 오늘을 시작으로 이제부터는 상대 전적을 조금 뒤집어 볼까라는 얘기를 합니다. Now I want to ask you about HSK because you mentioned him in the previous question. Him as a playing coach. Is he ready to jump in whenever? 아까 HSK 코치님 얘기를 해주셨는데 플레잉 코치로 이제 전향을 한다는 발표문이 났었습니다. 그냥 뭐 아무 때나 들어가도 기량이 괜찮으신가요? Texture was.
뭐 워낙 선수 생활도 오래 했던 코치이고 충분히 뭐 현역으로 뛰어도 아깝지 않은 실력을 가지고 있다고는 생각하고 있습니다. 네.
오늘 혹시?
오늘은 안 될 것 같습니다.
네.
네.
We're not going to see him today, but he's been playing pro for such a long time, and I feel like he's ready to jump in whenever, but we're not going to see him today. Well, now, Ewok, final message over to Solo before today's matchup. 그럼 Ewok 감독님, 솔로 감독님께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
I think the fans have waited for quite a while to see this match, and I hope we can give them a good match and we can give them something to watch and something to enjoy.
팬분들께서 이 경기를 보기 위해서 정말 오랫동안 기다리셨는데 젠지와 RRQ 모두 좋은 경기를 펼치면서 팬분들이 즐기면서 응원할 수 있는 경기를 펼치고 싶다고 얘기를 했습니다. Well, thank you coaches for coming in. I see the players are pumped up, so I'm going to toss it over to the desk.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 발로란트 팀 소속 메테오 김태호입니다. 이번에 로스터 변화하면서 확실히 전 시즌보다는 피지컬이 압도적으로 좋은 것 같고 다들 긴장하셔야 될 것 같아요. 이번에 첫 매치가 RRQ인데 새로 들어간 에스트렐라님이랑 잼킨님이 좀 총은 기깔나게 쏘는데 그래도 저희 팀보다 나르지 않나. 저는 솔직히 절대 진다고 생각 안 하고 그렇게 크게 걱정 안 하고 있습니다. 이번 시즌에는 젠지가 모든 사람들에게 기억에 남는 팀이 되고 싶습니다.
Hi guys, my name is Xfero and I'm from Team RRQ. The difference between last year and now, I think we have this new player that have stronger aim and stronger mentality in the game. I think at first we don't have the experience on LAN yet because last year we have new players like they have no experience at LAN. Now we have new member that have the experience for the LAN. That's why I think it's gonna be great. That's why I expect us to win the Kickoff tournament this year. Genji is a really great team and the Texture now is really good player. But for us, we are really confident to beat them now. Genji beat us last year, but this year we're gonna get the revenge.
Now, you guys just heard from the coaches Solo and Ewok, and you know, it's been proven at this point how critical coaches are when it comes to high-level VCT play. Let's talk about that. We mentioned it earlier. How impactful will this be for Genji in particular with the change of coaches?
Well, it does seem like during the interview, like Solo was trying to give a lot of credit to HSK as well, because he was originally the head coach for Genji in the offseason. Solo was onboarded late into January, so not as much time. But my big question is people remember Solo as the IGL back on the old new turn. He's had a long career before that, but his coaching career is not spectacular. It has not been successful in Korea. And to me, this year on Genji and this opening match, especially for both him and HSK, if they don't look good, regardless of win or lose, people are going to start asking questions, right? You have all this experience as a player. Why can't you lead them outside of the server? So I think there's a lot of pressure on the Genji side.
And how are you feeling about Ewok's side? I'm sure he's probably trying to think of new ways, or do you think we're going to see a lot of old RRQ?
I think it's definitely going to be new. I mean, you look at the guy on the stage, and he looks really comfortable, really calm. He's always, like, very jovial in how he speaks to us.
He's also, like, not wearing a suit, which he normally is.
With the turtleneck. I mean, it is a lot colder. I think that's one of the reasons. But, I mean, apart from that, it's just the way that he coaches, the way that he kind of figures out maps. And I think that's one of the things. So map picks and bans is something that we'll definitely want to look at. But at least for the time being, RRQ not having that many matches, or actually none at all in the offseason, means that it's going to be a big question mark for the other teams. Like, how is RRQ going to play? How do we counterplay against them? We never know.
Now, we were talking about Karen being basically a mechanics monster. We don't know much about him, but we do know that much. Let's break down some of the other players. Lakia, another new player on Gen.G, but not a new player to the scene.
No, not at all. And I think that's something that Gen.G brings, is that all these players outside of Karon are really long-time veterans when it comes to Valorant. Lakia also has international stage experience alongside players like Munchkin. Lakia also known for really good info play, and then he has that clutch gene. Same goes for Munchkin, a really strong clutch gene. And then you have these steady aimers like Meteor, Texture, and now potentially the addition of Karon. I think that's why on paper, when you look at the numbers, Gen.G is a really well-rounded team. We just haven't seen the chemistry come together just yet.
Yeah.
And let's talk about Estrella from RRQ, another player from the region here. Can you tell us more more about Estrella?
Yeah, happy to. I mean, Estrella was one of those players in Korea that whenever teams, coaches, or even like teams trying to come with the challengers were like, well, who can really IGL in Korea? No one really has that experience. It was like, well, Estrella's always that option. He's been a steady IGL. He's also very flexible across all different roles, and he's always putting up steady numbers. So now that you have someone who's also confident in their calling to assist Flipstrider on the side of RRQ, I think this is going to really help their whatever they've prepped come out into execution in the server. The question is Estrella going to be strong enough to keep up against the likes of Lakia, Karon, and Munchkin in terms of firepower? Because I think Estrella's good, but man, Gen.G individually is a very strong team.
They're still, really, really capable. And I mean, just with so many roles being changed up, I think RRQ does have their work cut out in front of them regardless.
Yeah, so who are you looking out for on the team of RRQ? We're really familiar with these guys at this point. 2GE or Toge. I think we had a chat last year, and he was like, I'm going to go back to pronouncing it how it was meant to be pronounced. Toge.
The Toge.
Toge, yeah. Toge, and because last year he went back to 2GE. Of course, like Xfero and Flips. How are you feeling about them?
I mean, we definitely have seen them before. We are very familiar, but, you still want to see them continue to grow as players, and that's the main thing. I think they're sticking to the same roles, and that's something that I love to see because you get to be a lot more familiar with it. You get to really flesh out your ideas and play along with the entire team. It's just that you have the addition of newer, maybe stronger firepower now, and that's going to be something that they could really use to beat Gen.G in this matchup.
Yeah, and Xfero mentioned, right, last year they had players that had no LAN experience. That was something additional to the language barrier that they had to get used to. This year, everyone's been on stage at some point, whether it's a big international stage or not. But I mean, even Jemkin and Estrella, both of them went to Ascension. They had to go through travels. They had to play against teams from other regions. So now, that veterancy also coming in a little bit more for RRQ, and on paper, Xfero should be going back to just playing controllers. So he can really work on that craftiness and really bring out those clutch genes that he used to be known for back on their old teams.
Now, with the addition of these two players, Estrella and Jemkin, I mean, there's a reason we are predicting RRQ for this particular matchup. Now, pop quiz, you guys know what RRQ stands for?
Rex Regent Keon.
Jeez, okay.
What does it mean?
I believe Long of the King?
No, it's actually King of Kings.
King
okay,
of
Arthur,
Kings.
you gotta keep quiet now.
I mean,
King of Kings. All right, pop quiz number 2. What does Gen.G stand for?
Generation Gaming?
I don't think it officially does anymore, though, right? I think that's what it started as, yeah, but
But it's like RRQ. No one says their the full name,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's like literally nobody says it.
All right, so this pop quiz just doesn't matter. It's just like I was in college. They just throw these quizzes at me, and it doesn't even matter. I'm just getting graded for things that aren't going to matter 10 years down the road. But again, I mean, RRQ and Gen.G, like, again, these brands have been around for a long time. I think that's one thing we can look at when we look at the names. Different areas, different regions. But, I mean, you look at their home crowds. Very, very passionate. For Gen.G, it's in Korea once again. Not a great look last year for Korean esports overall in terms of Valorant. So now they want to rise up to that standard.
And let's see if they do. We are going to go into our map bans and picks now. I'm so excited to see this. I'm so excited to see the new generation of Generation Gaming and Rex Regent Con.
Yeah, I actually, it's funny because I asked people, I was like, okay, so how would you want it pronounced? And they're like, just don't. Just go with RRQ. Like, it's not worth the trouble here. Obviously, the name is there, and I love what it stands for, King of Kings. But hey, they are RRQ, and I'm fine with that here on the broadcast.
But you know who else just doesn't use their names anymore? DRX and T1, both of them. Bobcoins, what does it stand for?
Well, no, I'm not going to repeat it because like they ditched that name so long ago. They are just DRX.
But it is Year of the Dragon.
It is the Year of the Dragon, and it used to be Dragon X Gaming, a long, far gone past. But yes, it's just DRX now.
And T1, do you know what T1 is for?
I honestly don't know.
Tasteless talked about this so much last year. I mean, they have like whole towers here in Korea.
Like SKT.
Yes.
That, obviously, a lot has changed since then. But T1 also a very household brand name, and Gen.G also. I mean, they've been representing a lot of different Korean teams across different titles. And again, both of those brands didn't quite live up to the expectations that the brands have in Valorant. But I think T1 has constantly been on the rise, whereas Gen.G was kind of flopping around in the middle of it, right? So now with this entire revamp, this opening match is going to be crucial because at Convergence, team-wise, I think a lot of fans were like, not what I expected. I wanted to see more. But Karon put up a 64% headshot rate against one of their opponents. And it's like, I don't read into headshot rate too much, but 64 is insane.
Big number.
A huge outlier.
Yes, 64 is insane. So he truly, his mechanics, he proved it already in the offseason.
I mean, mechanics can only take you so far. Actually, with 65%, that it could probably bring you pretty far. But it's really cool to see how much Korean Valorant is on the rise. All three of these teams, T1, you know, there's some questions, are going to do well with some high hopes, and obviously they proved it in the very first matchup. Gen.G, I mean, we're going to see how they fare. And, you know, your favorite DRX, the steady kings of Korean Valorant.
Yes,
Will's favorite,
my favorite team. Absolutely.
Do you want to make any comment on what you think?
Listen, I would love to see DRX become the champions of Pacific again.
Okay, why are we laughing? Like, stylistically, tell us. Let's break this down. Because now we're actually starting to see a huge difference between all three of the teams.
Expose all our backstage conversations.
No, the thing is we're going to need a long time for this, and I hope we don't have to fill for too long here because this is a very long discussion I could have. But I think the reason a lot of people are excited for this new DRX roster is because on paper, they couldn't possibly play the way they used to. The way they used to is very textbook. We have a flow chart, we have these set plays, and we have set plays A through Z. They had a lot, but it was like, okay, go through the process of elimination. This is our set play for this round. And once people experience the entire book, it was like, okay, well, now we know all the options they have. And that's why they run out of steam when they get to like round of 6, round of 4, things like that. Now you've got these players like Foxy9 and Flashback who are like, no, I want to go take these fights. I want to create this curveball. Even Buzz on the Duelist, he often does that. He creates space. He's trying to say, let's throw a curveball. I'll break open the site. You guys come in and get kills. Hopefully the execution is there. And regardless, again, of actual placing, I think all DRX fans want to see is we want to see them revitalize themselves and kind of create their own brand again, because honestly, it's been a while since we've said, like, ooh, DRX, those set plays, like, they've really come up with everything. Everyone else has already started to tack on and then make their own variations for a couple of years now.
Valorant has evolved so much. That's why Foxy9, that's why Flashback is such a great addition to them. I mean, you talk about DRX, think about the way that they played against PaperX. PaperX even said so themselves. You just don't let these guys set up. Don't let them play their game. You go in and wreak havoc, and that's all it is.
That's right. I mean, DRX was almost militaristic. I mean, in terms of their precision, in terms of their set plays, I mean that as a compliment, but, you know, that's only going to go so far in such a crazy game like Valorant where the meta is constantly evolving and changing.
It is funny that you said that because another coach / ex-player that was a little bit too much like that was Solo. Okay? Back when he was on Neutron, even as an IGL against DRX, the problem was he would play even slower and even more textbook than DRX, where DRX could get the read onto Neutron. And then as a coach, it was the same thing back when he was on D+ Kia in Challengers Korea. So my concern, so to speak, about Gen.G is you have these players who are great aimers. They can really go in and take fights, take contact. I hope that Solo and HSK are willing to let them run free for a couple rounds here and there, because otherwise people are going to say, they're just going to wait. They're going to wait to go for these set plays. They're going to wait for these trades at angles that they already know and love. So let's just break it open.
I mean, that's going to be tough, though, against a really dynamic team like RRQ. And this is why RRQ ended up surprising us throughout the season last year. They were so adaptable. They're very explosive in some of their plays. And their sheriff rounds were pretty fire.
Yes, well, the sheriff rounds for sure.
Yeah.
But on top of that, like a lot of people have asked, whether it's me or other people, like, okay, why do you rate RRQ higher than the actual results that they had, which weren't that high last year? But then you have to remember the number of maps and matches that either they should have won or they very well could have won. And I'm not saying we should always give the benefit of the doubt, but if you look at how they lose those maps and matches, it's very clear that their mental started to break apart. The comms started to break apart. They started to all kind of scatter around individually. So hopefully now with these additions, we don't see that RRQ anymore today.
That's right. Now we are finally ready to see the map ban picks. Let's see what Gen G and RRQ's got to show us. We're here.
Well, we're not seeing Ascent anymore. I think everyone's going to be happy about that because comps don't change too often on
Then what
Ascent.
are they going to pick, though?
Find out as well, which is interesting because Solo, you know, Lakia, all these old school Korean Valorant players love Bind.
Oh,
wow.
Icebox. Do you guys remember at the very beginning of this show? It was a long time ago, but both of these teams have not a great track record on Icebox. To see it appear here, pretty cool.
Literally cool. I mean, RRQ picking this, we haven't seen all that much before. Now they're coming up. It's a bit of a wild card for both sides, but Gen G picking on the attack is another thing. Now Split coming in as well, too.
Yeah, the Split one's interesting, too. I mean, just knowing, again, that you have these great offers, you have these great aimers, and you're going for this map that can really turn to chaos. But I think they're trying to read into how RRQ used to interpret Split, which, honestly, the execution wasn't great last year, and they're saying it's the same core. They're probably playing similarly. So I think Gen G's trying to pick out a weakness, and if it goes to map 3, Sunset, how do they interpret this new map as well?
Well, I can tell you as a fan, as a Valoranter, I'm really glad we have a completely different map pool than the previous matchup. I think this is going to set up to be really exciting. We're going to find out if it's going to be a little bit of a nice box or a nightmare box this time.
It's definitely a question mark for all 3 maps, to say the least. Maybe not Split. I remember Gen G having quite a good performance on Split during LCQ especially. So if anything, I do feel like RRQ actually has to step up. Is their Icebox really that good? Why did they pick this?
Yeah.
They have to show it to us.
Yeah, and there's, again, if you want to go for lurks or anything like that where you can try to open up the map a bit more than it lets you, then you're going to need to win these long-range duels on Icebox. And while RRQ has some good players,
Oh
okay.
my God, Mirror.
Gecko on, Mirrors, yeah, well, KO on the side of Gen G as well. Huh.
So Estrella going for the Sova, and then Munchkin on the KO.
It's very interesting to me because Estrella was mentioned to be that flash initiator for RRQ. Flips was always a little bit more comfortable on going for the info plays for RRQ as the IGL, but they've switched it up. Obviously, Gecko kind of works for both, but then KO on the other side. KO is always so good to shut down your opponents on Icebox, and Munchkin being there trying to take the lead as that IGL, I think that's a good composition for Gen G.
This is going to be really exciting. This is the first time we're really going to see the new Icebox being played during Kickoff. We're going to go over to our casters for Nightmare Box, Paper Thin, and Achilleos.
Alrighty, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into our second series. We have RRQ versus Gen G. I mean, Desk was talking about it. Of course, we have to as well. This has been a rivalry brewing and developing since last season. We faced off against each other twice. We got to hear from Ewok, coach of RRQ, earlier saying different team here. So we're looking for a different result.
Yeah, it seems like their destinies are intertwined, and really interesting to see our first look at Icebox in VCT in 2024. Both teams running the Gecko, so using that to control some space. With those changes onto B on the attacker side, it's a lot more difficult to get yourself over to yellow here. There's a lot more opportunities for the defenders to hold some tough angles against you, but so far so good for Gen G.
Let's see how they fare here in the long haul. Looks like taking a quick little peek around over at that B site, and now going to be drifting back.
Look where
Jemkin just going to be going on a bit of a linger there at back yellow.
Yeah, but look where Jemkin is. He's pushed way ahead in the nest. And let's see if Gen G is going to be able to identify this. This is scary potentially for Gen G.
The push now coming through. Dash not going to be procced. There's a knife, and now he won't be able to use it. Okay, drops back. Quick jump up, and no, getting slowed. Fogging himself down just a little bit, but does manage to make it out with 70 HP still remaining. Dash now on the ready here for Texture as Jemkin makes his way up into his heaven. Has to See the dash back there from Texture. In the meantime, though, Heron finding that pick. He got the opening over onto B, but it looks like RRQ widely are getting the read that this is going to be a full rotate over. They haven't taken any more forward position in this B site yet, so there's a decent chance for RRQ to try to reply.
Yeah, there's just enough space. No Sage available for either team to really feel comfortable, so you use that wingman instead. Put those plants down safely.
4v5 attempt here for the retake. Heron down to 48 health. RRQ still just waiting for that rejoin to come in here from Blue Clips, and he's got a decent amount of util to use. Jimkin now can find himself on the board, gets Locky. Munchkin's going to be taken down. Heron still trying to hold things down at back yellow. It's only going to be good for one more kill, and now Texture has been noted. The spike is not planted for him, and he needs to go huge, but he's only going to be able to find one. Jemkin picks up 3 here in his debut in VCT Pacific and gets RRQ the pistol round win.
Yeah, what an escape from Jemkin after a great read by Gen G. Munchkin, by the way, this is his 4th ever game on KO. I had to go look because I'm like, you know, Munchkin's not really much of a KO guy. He's played more games on Phoenix in official matches than he has a KO. So kind of an interesting little tidbit there. But yeah, Jemkin, this is kind of the guy you're expecting here for RRQ. This is why you went and picked him up off of Scars when he had that impressive performance all throughout last year, and in particular at Ascension. And he is a tremendous duelist, unfazed in the face of adversity, as we saw at Ascension.
Plenty of noise there, and so that's going to be the Dizzy going out. Ooh. Once again, he's going to be making his exit, gets a smattering of damage across. Locky going to be knocked down to 60. Both just kind of going their separate ways here. As Estrella pulling back over towards screens. Texture wary about this pushing. Yep, Jim catching a glimpse there for a brief little moment. There's the dash across. Locky going to be taken down. That recon dart spotting absolutely everybody here on the side of Gen G. So they are very halted up, and the spike is stranded. It's going to take some miracles here. Get Gen G into this round and try to equalize the scoreline. Jimkin finding himself another one there. Texture going to be taken out. Dart getting the tag, just forcing Meteor all the way back. As it seems like they're going to have to push in eventually. Munchkin able to find one. Flipshot are going to be taken down. Meteor just waiting, trying to see if he can spot, if he can hear anything. He's right on top of a player, but just has no way of knowing. Potential damage certainly can be dealt,
30
though.
seconds left.
As now he dashes across, rushes up. Barely manages to get the shot there. Only more will get taken down, but Xfero able to push forward with that Spectre in hand and just mow down the remaining players.
Yep, solid hold here from RRQ. A couple nice Sheriff shots come through. You know, Munchkin, one of those players who has tremendous mechanics along with Meteor. Not going to be on duelists and still doing some damage and losing. You know, on this eco, you'd really love to get this plant down, but with Lakia going down early, obviously the Gecko is going to be your primary plant specialist. Not able to get the spike. Not able to get that little bit of extra money and utility for the side of Gen G. Able to keep one Vandal, a couple Spectres. Gonna try maybe a mid push here.
Big rush coming through, and distracted by the alarm bot. Elmymore just domes Texture.
Of course.
Didn't want to take the risk with the vulnerable, but the vulnerable didn't matter. He could just absolutely coup de grace there.
It's an instant upgrade to the Vandal as well for Elmymore, but that guy, I mean, last year with the Sheriffs.
There's no covering fire here for Flipshider.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's going to be timing, and now it's going to swing around there from Lakia. Easy pickup. Just even up the numbers a bit.
This is, again, good for Gen G. They can get to this point. RRQ losing one of the kind of power positions potentially over the site.
I believe Xfero's actually trying to challenge into that one, given the weapon disadvantage. Still is going for it, Dizzy. The pop flash going out, but Elmymore managing to find 3, takes out Lakia and Karen before falling. Now it's just Meteor left standing. Fight at the ready. Sends it down back yellow. Swing out, Meteor going to be good for 1, but with 17 HP and Jemkin having the range advantage with the Vandal, there's just nothing to be done, and it's RRQ. 3 rounds consecutively, they convert the bonus.
Yeah, looking really stalwart here, and Elmymore shined often in 2023, picking up right where he left off. 7-0 now for Jemkin as well in 3 rounds. Absolutely monstrous start, 1 away from a Blade Storm already. Elmymore 2 away from a lockdown. Now Gen G going to go for Stingers and Sheriffs. Try to see if they can make this A-hit work. Some changes here to Icebox, of course, as the desk was talking about earlier today. Feels like an eternity ago, but we're back at it. And some important changes, but the A side itself has not really changed at all. In fact, it hasn't changed in the slightest. So this part of the map looks familiar.
He's just a hair away, and yep, that's why I got picked up. 8-0. Jemkin just ripping them to shreds. On the hunt for more. Pops the dash before it burns out. Start up over the top, looking to try to clear that. Dizzy still does get flashed, but now Flipshider picking up one. Lucky gonna be taken down. Jemkin will find another kill as Texture will fall. Heard the drop down, and Munchkin will be able to convert that into a kill, putting Jemkin in the grave for the first time here in the map. Things start getting very messy. Karan now, though, the ranked demon. The one that was picked up by Gen.G that no one saw coming. Gets the third and final kill to get Gen.G on the board in a thrifty round.
And we saw this at Convergence, that once he started to get fired up, he was basically online for the rest of the event. Karan, man, he is an absolute potential prodigy in the making. He is really, really clean with his shooting, and you could see right there, he's able to get Gen.G their first win despite some really difficult circumstances. That also gets him the Viper's Pit. Munchkin has the null command as well, so a lot of interesting ults to play around with.
Now, Knives now popping. Sparrow with a great read. Sprays up on top of the box and does manage to get a lot of damage across on the Texture. Elmi Moore in the meantime saying, hey, Meteor, I know you're new to this role, but I was kind of one of the Killjoy kings of last season.
And he snuck up through mid there to get that kill, so nicely done by Elmi Moore.
Do they read Xfero has he's repositioned here? Because this would be fairly aggressive. It looks like they were not ready for it, but now they swing around in from behind. But Elmi Moore and Jemkin have arrived, and blink and you miss it. The rug pulled out from beneath Gen.G's feet.
I mean, RRQ is happy to take these fights on B. Elmi Moore is just absolutely impossible to get through. Him and Xfero are doing a phenomenal job of just shutting down these pushes that Gen.G is trying to dial up. And once Jemkin arrives, then it's game over. It's not ready at all as Munchkin for that position. Oh my goodness.
It just felt like Gen.G at all wasn't ready for the fast rotates in from RRQ.
No, not at all. You're absolutely right. I mean, RRQ is just sensing that these seem to be fairly static hits from Gen.G. They're trying to dial up some executes to just get themselves onto the sites. They're not even getting to that point most of the time.
Dizzy, flash drive sent out, just to try to escort them forward up towards this nest. Decent firepower, 3 Sheriffs plus that Blade Storm there for Texture. But with a lot of silence from that A site. Once again, Gen.G kind of falling into this pattern of rotating back over towards the B site.
Yeah, so this is good. I was going to say at the beginning of this round that I'd really like to see Gen.G do a little bit of a bait and switch. Use that Gecko utility to buy a little extra time to keep RRQ onto the other side and then shift over, because pretty much you always know that the Gecko is going to be the one sitting with that spike.
But again, I mean, you see how slowly they're starting to approach us when they send out that 0 point, but then they really grind it to a halt. Rotations are in position. They're just waiting on Meteor to report whether or not he spots anything, see if they want to try to rotate back, but they're running out of time to do so. Sparrow will make his presence known. Top rope, sending out that bite, and yep, that's going to be the rotations now coming in. And this time RRQ, they're not privy to it.
And there's no ability to gather info here, except for Flips. Has that Thrash. Now trying to buy a little bit of time, keeping that Duelist on the other side.
Quick clear on that recon, but with those Sheriff shots coming through from Meteor, it seems like RRQ now realizing what the play actually is. Wingman goes forward. That's going to be the Thrash coming in to try to find a lockdown. Does jump forward, manages to get the Detain onto one. His Texture drifting across. Woo! The instant headshot is found. He will shut down Elmi Moore. Estrella, however, now arriving, finds Karan, ends up getting taken down, but Jemkin still very much a concern here for Gen.G in this post plant. But now Thrash going forward, looking to chase in, but they manage to clear it out. Meteor with the Sheriff in hand, finding one. Flipshider, the last man standing. Player decently tagged up, but now a knife into his shoulder. The swing onto the corner, and Texture is good for a second as Gen.G get their second round win and their second thrifty.
Yeah, great utilization of their utility here.
Stop buying rifles.
Yeah, you don't need them.
You'll win the game.
They're good enough with the Sheriffs, dog. Yeah, who cares? Just screw it. I mean, that's, God, Texture.
Snappy.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for Texture, you know, for him, he really wanted to go back to Duelist. I mean, Meteor, look, the guy's got gun skill, that's for sure. He's got that in spades. He was the duelist carry for Gen G last year. This year, shifting over to that Sentinel role more often than not, and he's still got plenty of talent. That is an absolute fact. Still a lot of ults for Gen G as well here in this rifle round. Let's see if they can use them.
Ooh, Jempkin again, getting blinded, but manages to exit, but Flipshot now caught. Moving up under Nest towards Great. Trying to get that flank angle, but Meteor was ready for it. Shuts that down. Gecko now gone. A hell of a lot of utility lost here for RRQ in this defense. There's still so many ults to work with on the side of Gen G if they even feel the need to invest them here.
You got that flank coming from xFaro potentially. Here you go, counter.
Lockdown for lockdown.
Yeah, counter lockdowns gonna be employed. Munchkin on that no command still yet, and you have Charon's ult, so a lot of post plant. Oh, we saw him.
He faces away.
Oh, did you not see him?
No, he didn't see him. He turned away just before xFaro was gonna round the corner. Still though, he started taking his time, so isn't ready to strike. He's gonna rely on the rest of his teammates to be able to stave this off, slow down Gen G for a bit, but also keep their attention occupied towards the front of the site. He's going out, Charon able to find one, Texture taking down Jempkin. Texture finding a second. Now it's all on that flank.
30 seconds left.
Smoked off the turret.
Spike planted.
Probably have a decent idea.
Munchkin's ready for this though. We'll be able to shut him down. Gen G able to go ahead and just win a straight up rifle round for the first time in the game. Now are within touching distance of RRQ, whose lead has now shrunk down by just one round.
And this is what's so scary about this Gen G team is top to bottom, just outrageous amounts of firepower. And this round, they're finally able to kind of get themselves in a position where they can really use this utility to great effect. You know, earlier when they had a couple of these ults available, they just weren't even able to get to the point of attack because it was so well shut down by Elmimore and xFaro on the other side of the map. But now, trying to pick this A side apart, and I suspect that Ewok wants to take a little bit of a breather here and talk things over.
A nice little proactive timeout here from the side of RRQ. Ewok seeing these rounds getting away from them, seeing some of the overheat, overzealousness on some of these defensive rounds, so wants to try to intervene now. Everybody cool, calm, and collected. Having this map get away from them could end up very well being catastrophic, given that this is their map pick. They're the ones feeling the most confident coming into this icebox. I don't know if they expected to have a damn near mirrored composition on the opposite side. I mean, if, you know, for context, none of the partner teams, at least here in Pacific, have been scrimming each other whatsoever.
Correct.
So everybody going in relatively blind as far as what their opponents are going to be bringing to the table.
And not only that, Achilleos, RRQ hasn't played a single match in the offseason. We have no idea what they had in store for us. We got to see a little bit of Gen G.
Yeah.
But this is certainly surprising. I mean, I thought maybe somebody would still stick with a Sage at least potentially because the sights didn't change. Oh my.
Sure, again going for it, but I mean, RRQ kind of just opting to play this one out a bit more quietly, but the lurk does get spotted, as does xFaro. So the sneaky tactics, unfortunately here for RRQ, not going to be coming up with a profit for them. 0 point, identifying there's nobody else further forward, so swing on the corner. The wingman can go ahead and get the plant down.
Let's see, there's a Guardian for Jempkin. Nothing doing with those shock darts. A little bit too late to stop the plant.
Straight swing out, there's another Busy up in the air looking for the blinds. Get the clear out and hole, Lakia. He did get that tag, so straight out down, low on HP. Flip Shutter picked off by Texture. Spots him, and there you go, 1-2, great final shot will find him, and it's going to be 3 kills for Texture as well. A flawless round now as Gen G continuing to heat up.
Yeah, big smiles there as Gen G starting to dial it in a little bit. B-side has gotten a lot more difficult for the attackers with the change in those boxes on green, and they're still able to finally get it to work here. They've been shut down really well by RRQ for the first couple rounds, but now able to best them. RRQ decides to push a little bit further than we had seen them do early on in that round, and they paid the price. I mean, of course, it's an eco, so, you know, not the biggest of deals, but now Jempkin with an operator, still Charon with that pit, man. He's been sitting on that for a while.
Little set there. Cloud burst into the updraft. Avoid the pop flash coming through from Munchkin. Gen G tackling this A site very aggressively. Stray going to be forced off the angle, and hit comes in. Texture able to find Elmimore. Dark darts Bit too late there. I believe Texture was spotted. Full flash coming in, straight playing off the back of that one. Very nicely, he's able to collect the kill, brings it back into a 4v4. The pit available, but you see how far back they're playing, so it seems like Gen G not wanting to invest that ultimate here into the round, but xFaroe certainly could for the retake. Or no, actually, they're just going to take the fight to him. Meteor and Lockheed now both going to get picked apart. Run dropping down, swings out, can't adjust to try to get the kill. Looking for the spray there is Munchkin to try and stop the defuse, but RRQ will be able to find some stability, and they don't have to commit their ultimates to this retake.
Yeah, that one felt a bit disjointed from Gen G. Texture so far out there without any real help to bail him out off of that flash push from RRQ. Just stuck on the other end of the site. And you know, it's deep post plants for Gen G, and RRQ says, cool story, why didn't you use your pit? Like, we're just gonna push this space, shut you down from being able to use anything like snake bites, fragments, those kind of things that are gonna be available in the post plant scenarios for Gen G. Just rip that remaining strength out from underneath them. Blade Storm again for Texture. Still the pits, and now another thrash for Flips.
Jemkin.
Oh, Jemkin.
Yep, going on a merry walkabout down through Hall, but I mean, look at this close angle. Meteor is watching for this, and you'll obviously see the gun barrel first. Oh, it's a dizzy, and yeah, Meteor ready for that one. Trap was set and bait taken. Fantastic kill to shut down Jemkin, who got himself up to 12 kills, but hasn't been able to add any to the tally here in a while. Flips now trying to defend that dizzy, but Meteor just pushes forward, counts him down. Texture spots it straight up. They're on back rafters. Plant now coming in. Only more work to be done. Just getting started nicely. They're going to be taken down. That's a snake bite aspect eliminated here from the post plant. 0 Point not going to be spotting anything, but seems like, I mean, they're aware that Meteor is between them. With that catch coming through, RRQ, do they want to commit to the retake? Seems like the answer likely to be yes, or maybe just a wraparound from behind. They want to try to catch any exits, it would seem, and recover the operator. Okay, so that's going to be Gen G tying it up.
This is Meteor just reading that play so well. Had himself in a nice position to play off of that dizzy.
Lakia is wandering in towards this. xFaroe, good for the shot. Thinking it hurt a little bit more, but the purse string's not too tight here for Gen G. Plenty of cash still in the bank as they tie things up 5-5. I mean, these teams just inseparable in the season, constantly clashing, and seems like they're going to be inseparable on the scoreline here as well.
And so much of it, you know, last year was their fates intertwined, right? Leading down to that ending, you know, for the fate of RRQ within Gen G's hand, you know, things like that came up. And they just absolutely insane. And their face off in LCQ.
On my way.
Just really a great story that we have between these two teams, and already living up to expectations. I mean, this one certainly felt like a 3-mapper from the get-go. Yeah, gonna have to back up a little bit as xFaroe. No opportunity to get any real vision necessarily on the full the full forces of Gen G that are going to be coming through towards B. Pings are out, but now you've got Flips sliding over here. Meteor back tucked into that corner.
You end up seeing a bit of a thrash v thrash. xFaroe actually pushing forward. Does get a little bit of fake information fed over here to Gen G, but now that they clear around back yellow, they know that he wasn't playing forward. I like the attempt, though.
Great delay here, though, from RRQ. Preventing this plant
Oh
coming through.
my God!
My God.
Meteor. Holy hell.
Jeez, man.
Snaps on, shuts down Flip Shadow. That means that the thrash here for RRQ is completely out of the picture. Flash coming in, Elmy Moore out into the open. Texture able to scoop the kill and finds himself a second one, eliminating xFaroe as well. Straight up does manage to stand tall. Shuts down the enemy jet, but given that the operator is still in the hands here of Jemkin, just gonna have to wait this one out and allow for Gen G to get themselves up to 6.
Yeah, it's got to be a save. If you want to keep the op. You have enough for rifles for sure. You might even have enough for another op, but
Elmy Moore sitting on 32.
Yeah.
Really avoiding getting the spot there onto Estrella. Jemkin just underneath the Meteor here, who looks like he's very hungry to take that op out of his hands. On the hunt, the swing around, he spotted him. He is not going to be able to retain that one whatsoever. Plank now coming in, and Estrella not going to be able to find anything else. Meteor gets himself a third in that round. As RRQ losing everything and losing the lead.
And I mean, you think back to who it was that ended, you know, the LCQ and RRQ's VCT last year. Obviously it was Gen G, but Meteor was a big part of it. And he is showing up in a big way. Different role, different agent. Still having tons of impact. He is all over the mid part of this map, just causing so much disruption. It's so hard when you've got a player that deep into kitchen.
Oh,
Texture's got the op.
They have 3 ops.
Why not?
Texture, Lakia, and Meteor all have ops, and Texture gets the flick to shut down Jemkin. What a shot!
This is interesting. Tons of ults to work with. Charon still has the pit.
My goodness. The flicks just in the last 2 rounds have been astounding.
Well, this is why I am the lone Gen G believer today. It's the firepower in this team is just outrageous. Texture, I've said this before and I'll say it again, I think one of the most balanced duelists in the world. He can do a lot of things really well. He's not one of those guys who has like a calling card where he's just a great opper, he's great blade storms. He's just really good at all of it. And other than that one time he overextended, I think he's playing great.
0 point revealing nobody far forward here, as that's going to be Thrash to go and check the site. Sparrow just tucking back on the opposite side of the wall. There's a jump up over the top, makes his presence known, managing to find 1, gets a second before getting taken down by Munchkin. He gives the rest of his team a chance. The 3v3, Spike still in the hands of Lakia, the wingman at the ready. Sends it now, the pop flash timing looking good, but Elwimore still full flash, managing to find the kill, and he stops the plan, and he gets Munchkin to boot. The Thrash chasing, it gets the stun. Meteor detained. It's only going to last a little bit longer here as they try to flush him out. I thought maybe he was going to be able to redraw his weapon, but no. They will just wall bang him to death, and RRQ will be able to recover here. Picking up multiple rounds there over to Gen G, but it's 6 and 6 to half.
What more could you ask for? Just 2 phenomenal teams going back and forth. Maybe a little bit of a kind of miscalculation here from Gen G, thinking that 3 ops, sure, why not? We've got a ton of great oppers on this team. I mean, you got Meteor and Texture, of course. They're quite good. Munchkin's no slouch. A lot of great players on that team who can grab an op and do some damage, but didn't really befuddle RRQ too much, able to stop that plant, bailing each other out, even though the flash displaces, I believe it was Elwimore, but they're able to back him up right away. Now we switch sides. Now we really see, with these very, very similar comps, if RRQ do a little bit better on their attacker side, or if it's going to be Gen G's defender side that holds stalwart.
25 more seconds here for the coaching staff to come with the team. Try to gain some leads here going into the second half. Solid start for RRQ, but a great rally back. Gen G very much alive and well. And if they're going to keep hitting shots like we just witnessed from them, this could be a very bloody second half.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just been a phenomenal first half. Texture, 15 and 8.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we saw Jemkin. He got up with 12-3.
Yep.
And that impact just hasn't been seen. Gen G were doing so well to shut him down and just play around him, if not away from him. Now they shift over to that defending side. RRQ going to be trying their hands here on the attack. Let's see what they've got prepped for us.
Munchkin just spraying through here. Again, the defenders have a little bit of extra room to get some good angles there. You could even do a high-low off a yellow. It can see really deep down in towards the attacker side. So for now, though, it's going to be cleared out as there was only 1 player over here. It's Munchkin. But you have a deep push through mid. Didn't make any contact, so an immediate rotate back over.
They're just cutting their way in under tube. Shots going up top, trying to spot anything that they possibly can. Lakia was revealed there for a brief little moment. Now the wingman flank going to be coming through inside the poison orb. His own wingman going to be sent out just to try to get a daze off, but nothing to be found. So for now, fairly clean plant here from the side of RRQ. As pop flash timing is absolutely gorgeous. No way for Jeff to turn from that one, but Flipshider swings out, managing to find 2, keeping things nice and even. 3v3, a slight firepower diff here in the hands of Gen G. It's Meteor with that Sheriff. Manages to put the good use, coming up with the kill on Estrella. Can't find anything. Sparrow doing his damnedest. Finds two more, but Meteor will be the last one alive. And gets the defuse, tying up the pistol count and giving Gen G the lead once more.
A huge hold, but RRQ committing to this B hit from the get-go. And again, with all that information that Gen G is able to gather with their mid push down through the tunnel, too hard. What a beautiful flash, by the way, from Munchkin. Just absolutely pinpoint accurate to set Texture up for that first kill. And Meteor with a Sheriff there to finish the job. Valiant attempt to hold, and now Texture is going to be grabbing an Outlaw. Munchkin with the Guardian. Meteor with the Sheriff still. Karen Spectre. Bulldog for Lakia. So a diverse array of arsenal for Gen G, and immediately taking some damage trying to get that recon off. Great shot.
Okay, Texture. The only other players that we've had bring that Outlaw into the fold, and puts it to very good use. Great answering shot, though. Elmimore has always been fairly crisp when it comes down to those Sheriff shots, but this time Texture will be able to get the better of him.
I wouldn't be too surprised today as it rolls on if we see Meteor going for a few Outlaws himself. He's quite good with the Marshall, as we saw many times over the last couple of years.
Could very well do, but it seems like even knowing that this weapon is on this side of the map, they still want to try to play into a site. There are 3 players stacked up ready to greet them. Dizzy up over the top. Flash not connecting, and Texture gets the collat. Our first one so far here of the season. Jemkin now, last man standing, does recover a Bulldog. Finds himself in a 1v2. Spike stranded down behind him, 30 seconds remaining. Can he even isolate these fights? Can he predict it? No, he cannot. And we'll take him out. Weapons can be picked up. And that's going to be Gen G taking away that anti-eco. But now we go into the buy round here for RRQ to see if they can get back on the horse.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, this is not a bad round for RRQ at all. Able to take some big guns away from Gen G, do some pretty decent damage. Texture, some huge kills, of course. The collat for the 4K, absolutely ridiculous.
You can tell he wanted the ace.
Yeah.
He's trying to make it happen. Not this time, though. He's trying to take a forward position. A little bit of a leap there out of Jemkin's book, but plenty of covering fire. And what is that? Texture! You can't be doing this!
It's not fair, man. That is not fair.
Invested, diving forward, looking for the jump there. It's going to be Lakia, and Texture getting swept under the rug. Man advantage now here into the hands of RRQ, but again, just given that this is the bonus, Gen G, any more damage they could deal, even with a round loss, is still going to be feeling pretty decent for them, as everything grinds to a halt.
Munchkin pushed so far forward.
Boys cut. They check up over the top. No, they do not. The flash timing is absolutely perfect. Munchkin looked like maybe he was still going to be able to come away with something there despite the flash. But that's going to take it down. Spot there on Elmimore for a brief little moment, but a great read from RRQ. They start assessing. They start spraying through the box. They get that kill across.
Meteor got a tag in there. Get some damage.
Now in. Okay, Meteor on the hunt to try to find some extra value, but wasn't expecting Jemkin up top. Ends up falling, and RRQ widely managed to go ahead and take the bonus for themselves in fairly clean fashion.
Yeah, looking really nice. Able to get some big kills. Nice little coordination there with the Thrash. Find a couple angles, a couple big kills. And they're able to just identify a player behind the box, isolate, take him out, and then not much for Meteor to do there. Jemkin just waiting with open arms. Texture Bladestorm went away from his own as Jemkin, but
he went from 12-8 to 17-9, so I think he's back on it. Texture now on the hunt. Jemkin, oh yeah, crouching at the perfect time. Karen in the meantime, however, able to find Elmimore. Killjoy now eliminated. And Lakia escorted into a very far forward position, watching that A-main approach. Sparrow going on a lurk. Here's that movement. Able to strike. Munchkin going to be cut off there on the rotate. Now that's going to force Gen G out towards that attacker spawn. This Meteor, oh man, nearly flushed out of this one. Take it so very low, swings back out, finds one. Eventually does fall. Sparrow trying to hold that back line. So one kill, but now it's all on Texture and Lakia. And as the swing up comes in, Lakia shuts down Jemkin. Estrella, the newfound IGL here for the team. In a 1v2, Texture at 10 HP. Can he clutch it out? Noise cut.
One enemy
Approaching,
remaining.
oh, but he checks through.
Out of charges.
Catching Lakia, and that leaves him with a massive advantage. Texture just down below. Weapon not spotted, but he creeps in underneath and behind, and Texture will be able to close it out.
Man, oh man, this looked so good for RRQ off the rip. They seemingly read Meteor's position, but they don't get the kill. And then he steps out and causes all kinds of chaos. Karon on the other side, finding some impact. Texture able to just barely get his kill. That is nasty from Lakia.
Just quick adjustments, and Texture remembering to look up. The boy's back, and he is happy. Able to play Duelist again at long last. I mean, Meteor, for those who aren't in the know, he gave up his Duelist spot on this team to Texture because he wanted this team around him.
You can see why. It's really good. Jemkin with blades. Sparrow does have a pit if they can get to it. So they've got rifles. Otherwise, some extra money in the back pocket. Gen G's economy, on the other hand, is pretty dire other than Munchkin.
It's been a little bit brutal. Consistent kills coming in. Not allowing to really bank up anything. Wingman now going to be going forward. Pit invested as well. Sparrow really wanting to convert this round. Now Nanoswarm's going to get set up. Swinging around, though, is Meteor. Coming around the backside of Yellow. Hit is going to prevent him from seeing much of anything, though, but trying to fight forward, able to find Karon. Snaps over the side, takes down Texture. Pulls back, goes for the reload. Jemkin there to try to protect. Flipshotter now finding himself a third. Meteor gone. Lock, however, able to put an end to that reign of terror, but the man advantage is still very much here in the hands of RRQ. Not wanting Gen G to get up to double digits quite just yet. Sparrow with another, taking down Munchkin. Straight out will be the finisher coming out from mid. And RRQ keep things nice and tight.
Absolutely. A great push, great angle to set up for that Viper's Pit, just enough to cover that plant. Not really able to disrupt it is Gen G. Those post plants so tricky to deal with. Flips just pushed up, heard the shots from Karon, moved up to keep him off guard. Did a nice job, picks up 3 in the round for it. That Wingman debates him a little bit. But still, very good stuff. And now you still have some key ultimates available on the side of RRQ. Saw Hunter's Fury in there for Estrella. And at 9-9, this is certainly going to be a good one, it feels like. I mean, everybody fighting tooth and nail, knowing what's at stake, knowing how limited the opportunities are going to be.
Yeah, I mean, even though, I mean, obviously the core of RRQ, very much the same. Jemkin, the kind of, you know, the one new addition coming through. Meteor, the only mainstay from Gen G. But either way, everybody on these two teams has now inherited this rivalry from last year. Gen G wanting to keep up appearances with new head coach Solo there in the booth, wanting to be able to deliver a third shutdown to RRQ's hopes.
Yeah. It's tough, man. I mean, RRQ certainly had revenge on the mind. I'm sure as soon as they saw this matchup come through, they were chomping at the bit to see if they can do what they could not last season. Let's get a win against Gen G. Lakia has the thrash, so does Flips. A lot of info given over here.
Not sure if that was meant to try to clear out early util or if it was an oopsie on the shock dart there. Either way, though, Drone to try to escort forward. Straight getting the dart out there onto Meteor. He'll back away. Push starts coming through. Jemkin spotting him for a brief little moment. Sees 2. Noting them now over towards screens. Gen G just working their way over. Is the Mosh Pit going to be thrown down? That interrupts that plan. And now sent out. Dizzy connecting. Jemkin having the drop down. Hunter's Fury crashing across. Elmimore pushing up. Looking for the target. Ooh, what a snappy headshot. Gives himself a second. Munchkin is able to find one with the classic, but that's as good as it's going to get here. RRQ, the weapon advantage, push forward aggressively. They managed to tie us up 9-9.
Yeah, and obviously it's tough. You're on the eco. You know, you're so outgunned. It's very difficult to get something going in that situation, and they had to rotate quick over. Tried to all just make it go from the screens in the back of sight, and really well covered. Just chasing down Texture there. No problemo. Now, Operator, Texture very, very good with it. Very consistent.
I mean, honestly, the other big thing is that Estrella, he did commit the Hunter's Fury there, and you have that lockdown now in the back pocket here for Meteor, so
true.
Clearing it out, it's going to be very difficult. They'll rely on, you know, a lot of different lineups. The Mosh Pit potentially there from Flipshider to try to catch it. As Texture very far forward, now turns his sights over towards Garage. Estrella lurking up into that position. The drone will chase Texture away for the time being.
Still leaning over towards the A site with this spike. It's going to be Locky on point of contact, yeah.
Saw enough there. It's going to be the back away, and the rotate now coming in from Munchkin. Lockdown used preemptively. The wingman is there to go for the plant, so they can grab this one, and now they have that slightly delayed, but
spike
with the spike getting interrupted, plant not coming through, so still plenty of time to work with here for Gen G. Just pushing up far enough to try to grab the spike, seemingly impossible here for RRQ in that little window of opportunity that they had. Right now coming through, there's the full flash coming in as Texture not quite connecting with the shot. Meteor not realizing that Estrella was still going to be pushing forward. Jemkin now puts Munchkin down. They lost Elway more in the process, but Locky going to be taken out by Xfero. Rez, unlikely. Texture nearly finding himself another collab. Cleans up one, but still everything for him to do. The Thrash on the hunt. Time dwindling. Spike needs to be planted. And Texture, he might be able to ruin their day, but no. Flipshider catches him in the head, and RRQ will once again take the lead.
It's phenomenal movement there from Texture. Dodges the Thrash, able to avoid the backstab from Estrella earlier, keeping track of it and getting above RRQ where they're not expecting it, and yet still RRQ able to react. Snappy, snappy stuff from them. Elmi Moore and others. Jemkin, of course, looking very, very good. Xfero as well, really feeling it. So you gotta like what you're seeing from RRQ. Is finally seemingly start to come together as Gen G once again going to be put on an eco now. They've been pretty decent on ecos here on this map. But on the defender side, maybe a bit of a different story.
Two closeouts there, but Texture going to be punished nice and early, and that was the heaviest investment they had. The Guardian shut down very swiftly. As you can see, everybody kind of drifting forward, trying to take that forward space in A. It's Meteor trying to hold things down from Kitchen and Tomb, and he absolutely will. 2 kills for him, and that's exactly how Gen.G continue to get these thrifty round wins.
What is that, Meteor? That isn't fair. I mean, you got the Dizzy right in your face. Just ridiculous.
Oh, do they know? Yes, they do.
God.
Estrella now taken down. Munchkin wanting a piece of the action. Finds the kill. Spike still all the way back here outside of A main. Only Moore gets himself into a forward position. And he is going to have to be the one that slams the door in Gen G's faces if RRQ want to stop this from getting tied again. Moved up. A decent spot. A close angle needing to be cleared. Elmi Moore finding one. Sliding out now, but you can see the pings coming down. Gen G having a very good idea of where he's at. He cannot get the follow-up shot. Xfero now left all on his lonesome in a 1v3. They're lined up for him just a bit, but can't kill Lockyer fast enough to try to get the transfer. Munchkin with a recovered weapon will put him down, and Gen G will keep it neck and neck.
Unbelievable. These ecos from Gen G are just fantastic. I mean, didn't you say it earlier that they should just use sheriffs?
Yep. Just, you know.
I think you may be onto something.
We'll take a look back.
I want to
here
see
at
this.
Meteor's
This is
POV.
Yeah, after the Dizzy is the one I want to see. Oh, he hits it and then repeaks. Disgusting.
Just basically right under the Dizzy bubble. Estrella just showing that shoulder. It's enough to get him punished. 2 very crucial kills into the finisher there from Munchkin to pick up 3. Gen G not going quietly into the very late night. You can see, despite the delays and everything like that, everybody in this lobby is wide awake.
For sure. Once again, trying to get that operator to get some value for Texture. Early util plus pickup of the orb. If there's any more comes out, should kind of give it away. Yeah, here you go, executes on.
Guard goes out, Dizzy as well, but really being noted, Gen G in a fairly disconnected position. Now likely going to be trying to clear out that wingman. The Nano Swarm is going, and that's going to be the spike once again interrupted. Util timing's just working out very well here for the side of Gen G, not allowing for Flips to just get those easy free plants down. But now he's got to push up and recover it. Sees the Nano coming through, backs away. Still time available to RRQ if they want to go for a rotate, and they still have Elmi Moore in a very laid-back position outside of A main. That 0 point is going to tell all.
They're just keeping their feet planted, waiting to try to figure out a way that they can get through. They have to wait for the toxic screen to come up.
All going, no timing shot there from Texture. Had he actually gone for it, would have been rewarded with a kill onto Estrella. And they go working their way forward. Sphero able to find one, but quickly traded back. Texture finding the elimination. Spike still in hand, but now going to have to be stuck to this plant. Meteor dropping down off the top. Texture finding Jemkin. Now it's all on Flips and Elmi Moore. Full flash on a Meteor, but they just don't know it. Flips can't try to go for the swing out. He's eating that team flash, so they try to go ahead and get 50 on him, and they will be able to do just that. Texture with 3 with the operator as Gen G once again working their way into a lead.
Maybe just a little bit too static. You can see this from both teams on their attacker side, where sometimes they're just really tunneled on committing to a certain side of the map. And with the toxic screen there, you feel like you kind of have to use that to get your approach to get to the spike. And Gen G does a great job adjusting. They were having a little bit of trouble dealing with the wingman plants earlier in this half. Now not so much. Great flash. Again, Munchkin having some impact with that KO. Or just a friendly reminder, he doesn't play it very much. Some of those flashes, especially earlier on, that one he had around yellow was ridiculous.
Well, it's going to be the final timeout call here from RRQ. Rock trying to pump the brakes and reassess what's going wrong at the moment here on this attack. Again, this is their map pick, so they don't want Icebox to get away from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think ideally you want to spread the map a little bit more. Try not to overcommit some of that utility, because they dump so much of their info and space gathering utility on that initial execute. It doesn't go their way, and then they're stuck. And right, you have to commit to get Flips back up there to get the spike, and then they plant and try to confuse Gen G, but Gen G's got enough information over on the other side of the map that they don't really need to budge either. So let's see if they can maybe find some success. Maybe the doggo give a little luck over to Xvero and company.
Worked for Houseboss, maybe it'll work for me.
Exactly. Certainly.
Need like
it's all about the plushie luck.
7 more.
Yeah, you need to accumulate a fat stack of plushies.
Texture going for the very fast push up here. Situated on Ven. She got a very narrow close angle, but drone sent in will get cleared out, allows him to stick around. Cateron actually able to find one. Flipshider taken down. Over at green. Now the back away. And realistically, I mean, this is just such a tough position. RQ likely with a great idea that that operator is going to be situated on A. A member gone over on that B site. You know that the double stack is there, and Meteor waiting. Saying, hey, Xfair, you know that they added a window here?
Tough angle to check. It's a tough angle for Meteor to hold, actually.
It's just not something that they had to deal with.
Right, exactly. That window is, I'd say it's a pretty balanced window, to be honest. But I'd say if you can get up into that position as the attackers and you check, you have a fair shot to win that fight for sure. But
Cameron once again looking maybe get himself
30 seconds left.
Another elimination as that fight does come down. Damage just has to be eaten, but it's not too much there for Estrella, so he's able to back away. But 3v5 for the hold. I mean, the null command available here for Munchkin.
You have nothing but a nano for utility for this post plant.
It's going to have to be on raw aim. Jemkin with that hot start. Can he keep them in this? The dash not going to be able to be used. No flanks to be concerned about here, not that they are aware of it. So the fuse gets started here. The swing out. Munchkin, snappy. Switches back over to the right. There you have it. Munchkin will be put down on the floor, but he can be rezzed. And it is a flawless as Gen G now look to steal the map away from RRQ.
Again, Gen G is starting to get a feel for this, like how RRQ is wanting to play. They're getting great timings on some of their util, not overcommitting in bad spots. That's just not fair, man. Okay, that's just unfair. This is like just, you know, Meteor in a better position. But that shot from Karon was not fair. That ain't. Ugh.
It's.
I mean, things happen.
It's stuff like that that just goes to show, like, this is why this guy got picked up. This is why HSK came across him in solo queue and just went, hey, I think you should try out for this team. Lockheed going to be able to find Jemkin. Be more answering back, however. Shuts down that enemy Gecko as RRQ very much all in here on that A site. But Texture lurking in the back. Able to scope in, finds Ellie, draws out the plays, finds Estrella, looks for a little bit more. The dash over the side, can't quite find that third kill, but the damage is dealt. Flip shot it down to 39. The 2v3, the pit, still available. There's Xfero going to be investing his. Meteor drifting around from a potentially unexpected angle, comes in from the back, finds the kill, flip shot it out. Last man standing, gets the headshot to keep them in the game. RRQ, one more round to take us into our second overtime of the night.
The thing I'm struggling with right now is not just that it's late and I'm tired. Like that's not it.
You're supposed to be back at the home by now.
What?
Sorry you missed apple pie night, Grandma.
Yeah.
You were saying?
I do like apple pie. There's nothing wrong with that. No, I'm saying like Karon has his ult again for forever, and he could have like counter pitted around the corner or something there and at least caused a little bit more confusion. I mean, that's what's actually giving me a little bit of pause. As good as Karon is with his guns, I want to see a little bit more. I mean, Texture's good with his guns too.
And he is. Just taking down a nice early kill here from Texture. Back all the way up here to safety, but now the lockdown going to be coming through. He's actually going to maybe look to swing this corner. Jemkin watching for it. The flash to try to escort. I thought maybe he was actually going to dream to try to get the shot across, but instead he's just going to have to try to make it out, get around to safety. He just barely does. Like he was going to be detained for sure, but now Plant getting ready to come through. Thrash led forward. Chase coming in, and I believe the detain is there, and Texture sniping Jemkin out. Sparrow able to just find one, but there's so much more work to be done. Texture finds himself a third. The wingman sent the pit, saved for this moment, it would seem. Texture will find his fourth. Second 4K of the map. Gen G will get the defuse to take Icebox away from RRQ.
Well, if you had any doubts about Texture as a duelist, you probably shouldn't, at least so far. He just dropped the 33 bomb on that map. And again, it's because he's so well balanced. I mean, other than one or two moments that I thought were maybe he overextended a little bit or overheated a little bit, he was just normal Texture. I mean, you and I have been watching this guy for years and years, since day one.
Oh my God, I just looked at his ACS.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have it up on the screen in a bit. So I won't spoil it. What I will say is he had 7 First Bloods.
Did a good job.
The next highest was Karon on his team, who had 4, and then it was Meteor, who had 3.
It went well.
And Jemkin, who also had 3.
He was nuts.
Yeah. Good God. What can I say? I didn't expect a lot of what we just witnessed. I wasn't anticipating these compositions, the double Gecko to be coming through. I mean, damn near mirrored aside from that KO Sova being the only difference. But I wasn't sure if Gen G was going to be at this point quite just yet. And I was also having a little bit of concerns about how Karon was going to adapt to a significantly bigger stage. Because yes, we did get to see him in the offseason. He played over at Convergence. It was a LAN. There was a crowd. But damn, he looked right at home here alongside Gen G in this debut series.
Just use your pit, brother. Just use your pit.
Just use the pit, indeed. We'll take a look here.
Well, map 1 is in the bag for Gen G, and you know what? That wasn't very obvious going through every single round back and forth between Gen G and RRQ. Now, both sides had amazing plays. Jemkin was also on fire, but why was it not enough, Quack?
It just didn't feel like he could create enough space. You know, a lot of times RRQ were trying to formulate their plans around Jemkin, but if he's not allowed to get those opening picks, it's just so much more difficult for RRQ to create that space. And a lot of times in the first half, Gen G's game plan centered around making sure that Jemkin would not be able to get kills.
Yeah, and that's the other part, is that Gen G proved that all 5 of them can take the duel against Jemkin. Meanwhile, on the RRQ side, not all 5 of them could take the duel against Texture, Meteor, and sometimes, you know, a Charon. I mean, all 5, right? They were definitely outmatched in terms of firepower. So that part Gen G has already proven. But I also think Gen G has impressed me more than I would have thought optimistically. And Texture, my God. Billions of favorite that we're not getting. 13-11 scoreline, 377 ACS, 33 kills total. He has a 2.0 KD and 7 first kills. Like, these are stat lines of a dream. And if you have been following Korean VALORANT for a while, to see Texture and Meteor put up these numbers together, like, this is what the Gen G roster was meant to produce.
Yeah, and so many of those first kills, or even kills alone, came from op kills and also just support from Munchkin. There were several God flashes, especially around B site, that just got thrown so many times, RRQ didn't really know how to react to it. I mean, Gen G in this form just really looks incredible. At the same time, the Gecko coming in was also another thing that was really useful.
Yeah, the double Gecko.
Yeah, well, the Gecko, first of all, on the side of Gen G, tying in with the KO. Clearly, they had practiced this a lot. The way they were throwing out the Dizzies alongside the flash drives, just timing their utility. In fact, while this was RRQ's pick, I would say in terms of chaining utility, Gen G looked better prepared. Also, they worked their comp a lot better as well. They knew how to strike onto the site with it, and then they didn't feel the need to push out once they were on the defensive side because their retakes were going to be just as strong with the double flashes. Meanwhile, RRQ, I mean, they definitely had some questionable pushouts on the defensive side as well, just trying to go for these contact plays when you have a lot more info gathering abilities. And then again, I mean, when Texture's hitting shots like this, what do you do?
Now, one thing that was really surprising was not 1, not 2, but 3 thrifty rounds by Gen G.
And that was one of the biggest issues as well. I mean, so many of those were rounds that RRQ should have won. What happened? How did they kind of lose that? It's just something that you really want to think about, because at times it just feels as though Gen G really knows how to pick them apart, and RRQ doesn't expect it.
And it almost felt like RRQ was kind of playing, they were expecting to play the Gen G that I mentioned I was afraid of seeing, the slow Gen G, the one who's always going to wait for fights. So then they just said, well, we can always push through and get contact first on these eco rounds, or anti-eco rounds rather. And then they forgot that these are just some god aimers here in Korea on the squad of Gen G. They start to lose out on that. So I think that was was a healthy mix of RRQ maybe greeting a little bit, not being patient enough, but then also Gen G just saying, listen, we'll take the kills with whatever weapon we're given.
Right, there are several rounds. Texture really went for that Blade Storm or the Sheriff, and then hit up around a nest and really expected for RRQ to show up and then pick them off that way. And that's why RRQ really struggled. I will say though, RRQ had some little moments of greatness. I really like, you know, those rounds where Flips, for example, will, maybe not so much in terms of utility, but just being a little bit unorthodox in the timing at which he pushes. And then Gen G doesn't really know or expect him to be around there. And that's how they managed to steal some rounds away. Zafaro as well, X-Pharaoh, but it's not quite enough to bring them over.
Now, what do we need more of from Gen G? It is so clear that their firepower was brilliant. But, you know, Paperthin had mentioned this with Charon. There was, while he had great firepower, there was something really critical near the end of the match where he didn't end up using his Viper utility.
Yeah, and we see this a lot with a lot of new recruits that are picked up for their mechanical skill. They kind of forget that I could make this even easier for myself. Or they're like, well, I would rather just like take the aim duel, because if I go into the pit, then like I don't have as much vision. And obviously they won, so it's like, sure, it worked out. But yeah, there are some questions to be had there. However, I would say I mean, maybe the other veterans can help him out with that a little bit more. And I think they're also just trusting in him a little bit, right? Just not calling for that before the round, because they could always just like put up the pit right away, right? On any round. Like the IGLs could have called for that. So a little bit of an interesting thing. We'll see. Maybe this is going to bite them back when they continue to face strong opposition. Well, I will give credit to Munchkin, right? The IGLing in terms of not necessarily just mid-rounding, but taking previous rounds and applying, okay, this is what RRQ's default is. This is how they want to play their comp. These are the weaknesses. And then correctly applying that, starting to put Meteor on these aggressive lurks, taking those aim duels because Meteor is strong enough to do that. That really started to shake RRQ up.
Oh yeah, that one round where Meteor was watching the window up around mid, that was amazing. And it's something that, you know, Gen G can really make use of. Now, I mean, this was just Icebox. They were really good at that. But then moving forward, I think they picked Split for a reason, right? I mean, you have to think about this entire roster and, of course, Texture on the Jet. Split is a map that, like you mentioned, Will, really contact heavy. Once you go in, you're already in the site. So how can they really kind of break apart RRQ? I mean, we haven't really seen much from both sides now.
Yeah, my concern now on the RRQ side is what they showed on Icebox was a composition that was meant to set up Jemkin, right? And once other people started taking content and losing duels, or Gen G just not giving them the space to do the full setup, they couldn't break in. If you have a single duelist setup where you're waiting for the beautiful set plays to come out on Split, it's not going to work out. And it is single duelist, but look at the side of Gen G. It's the double duelist with Jet and, of course, Raze. It's going to be Texture and Meteor. I mean, that's why you have players like that.
Yeah, we're going with a Sentinel free play from the side of Gen G. RRQ, though, you know, look, they did lose the first map, but it was a close game. I see they have Cypher in the play here. How do you think this is going to play out, Quack?
I mean, I feel like I'm just getting excited because Meteor is back on that Jet. That was something that I really liked watching him last year. I was a little bit sad thinking he's going to be on that Sentinel, but now he's showing up again. It's more for RRQ that they have to catch up against Gen G in this map.
All right, well, now we're going to find out if the buck stops here, or we're going to continue on to the third map. We're going to go to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you guys very much. Yes, here we go. Let's jump into map number 2, see whether or not Gen G are going to get the clean closeout like T1 before them, or if RRQ will be able to fight back and take this all the way into that third and final map of Sunset, which the sun has long since set. As we now crest past midnight here in South Korea. Players on stage being real troopers here. Move forward, Texture blast packing himself up over the top. Takes a bit of damage there.
And this is what I was kind of curious about coming into Split. If we were going to see the double duelists from Gen G, both Texture and Meteor can swap between Jet and Raze efficiently. And it's going to actually be Texture on the Raze, giving Meteor an opportunity to once again shine on the Jet. See how this is going to work. Cypher, though, could be tricky to deal with eventually, but he's over on the other side of the map.
Yeah, considering he's pushing that wall right there. And almost gets caught with util in hand, spotting another one there. Munchkin making his way forward up through the cloud. Let's get taken down. Xparrow trying to anchor the site. Finds one.
One enemy.
Good fire there from Flipshider in from behind. Comes up with a decent little bit of damage. Just find the kill. Now Meteor, the last man standing. 10 HP with a frenzy in hand. Almost dashes out into the open. They're double facing him, and he will get taken down. RRQ will find themselves a second pistol round win here in the series once more.
Yeah, that's a big win for RRQ. The more you can shut down this attacker-sided comp of Gen G, the better.
I mean, really, really fast fence control there from the side of Gen G, but
yeah,
not quite ready for all the wraparounds that are coming at them.
Yeah, and it was really good bailout play from Estrella. Even though he gets stuck in kind of a bad spot, he's got great cover from the rest of the team, and like you said, great reaction from RRQ to get to the other side of the map. Judge for flips over towards Mail. Everybody else going right into the maw of the Astra.
Xparrow just going for the jiggle peeks here, and will take a nasty bit of damage. Nice double peek. Try to put him low. The spray comes through. Wolf does get taken, I believe.
Yeah.
Meteor just going to go creeping forward. Dash is going to expire, so now just has to stay put.
He's got that Sheriff again.
He does. There's a Judge on the other side, up in Mail.
This is exactly what RRQ wants. They want to funnel Gen G into this judge.
Be Johnny on the spot when it comes down to these shots, but Xparrow will be able to get the double headshot to finish him off. Flash sent through, spray continuing, and it's just so much damage across. Texture down to 3, Locky at 42. HP bars absolutely wrecked here on the side of Gen G. Potentially making some very easy collections here on the kills for Jemkin.
And they're just trying to creep their way
30
up.
seconds left.
And they're going right into his open arms, turns away for a moment. And yeah, they just slow creep up. Great read.
Expecting the flash.
Yeah, he's trying to play anti. Ends up getting caught off guard, and that is a weapon recovered in the hands of Munchkin now. Only more, however, waiting inside the Nebula. Goes for the spray. Flip shot are able to find one. Take out Texture, but Plant can come in.
Spike planted.
It's an opportunity here for the side of Gen G as Locky just doing what he can, offering up some heals here to Munchkin. With Orb pushed out, but Elmi Moore swinging in a little bit wider, does manage to find the kill. It's a hell of a lot of damage, down to 1 HP. Locky just juggling that weapon back, hoping that Charon's going to be able to put to good use. Finds one, can't get the second. A fadeaway headshot from Estrella will spare them here. 2 losses in the round, but RRQ starting things off quite nicely, much like they did on Icebox.
Yeah, and just a really pivotal point in this round is Elmi Moore deciding to push off the back of that poison cloud being thrown out, knowing that he has just enough time to get in there, get a few shots out before his opponent can, as they swap back to their gun. It's a really good read on that situation there. Follow up with some judges. That is pretty sick there, Estrella. That was pretty clean. The ghost, but okay. So you did what you got to do. A little bit of damage done by Gen G, but still the judge to be considered. Guardian as well for Estrella. A couple Bulldogs. Still a ghost floating around in the mix for RRQ, and Gen G will be taking their time exploring Garage.
Cam set up, waiting a spot, reveal the C2.
Camera taken out.
It's the reveal, and more now. Considering whether or not he wants to go for the ADS. There's the jiggle peek, there's the punish again.
Cage triggered.
Cage now popped, he swings out. It's just a second too late to potentially find the kill. Just forcing them back for now.
Both teams reading each other well. Meteor making contact in mid with Estrella. Neither finding any damage. Estrella, oh.
Okay, get the one shot there. Oh, Trailblazer goes in, and look at the chase! Meteor rushing forward. Just catching him before he can recover the weapon. Kill comes in. Elmi Moore now. Must be in a world of pain, but no, somehow that Trailblazer does not connect. What tracking? Does manage to find Texture as he jumps down, but Meteor quick on the reply. Shadow will intercept, takes out Karen, but Meteor
30 seconds left.
picking up a third. Suddenly is in a potential position to find an ace.
Tons of damage done already.
Les Munchkin takes this one. Oh! Jemkin somehow coming away with that kill. Now Meteor, yeah, feeling it. One more to go. You can see the wraparound coming through Jemkin. Rotating around towards Garage. Time is dwindling. He's got all the util to try to work with. Meteor now sussing out that it maybe is in Garage, but no! Turns away for a brief little moment, ends up getting taken down. Ace denied, and potentially another bonus conversion here for RRQ if Jemkin can win this out, and he does! 3 kills for him in the round. As RRQ, again, just echoing their performance that we saw in Icebox. 3 rounds consecutively right off the bat. The question is, does Gen G get another thrifty going into round 4?
Yeah, I mean, this one, just a bit off there is Munchkin. A little bit wider than he expected. Maybe hoping for just the slow walk. But it was a swing there from Jemkin that got him that first kill. Started opening up things for himself. Meteor does have a Blade Storm. A Judge for Munchkin. Couple stingers.
Looks like maybe some reassessment on the buy, but it seems like Judge is going to stick through.
Get out of my way.
And maybe just a very fast hit here onto the A site. Double push up ramp for a brief moment before they drift back down. Trailblazer sent out. Pain shells towards heaven. Head spotted, but Elmi Moore catching Meteor just a little bit faster than he gets caught. Push up now into the cyber cage, ring around the Rosie, but snappy from Elmi Moore finds the headshot, sends out that Nero theft. It's the ping down onto the rest of the players. The push up, Lakia dead.
Spike down
Abandoning the
A.
spike at the base of the ramp. Where Elmi Moore seems like he is hungry for a couple more kills. Tries swinging out. The judge is going to be put to use, but this is going to be the one kill found. It's a triple face now at the top of the ramp. Karan able to find one, but won't get much more than that. Still closer than he might have considered, but this time RRQ do stop Gen G from picking up the Thrifty.
Yeah, Elmi Moore is feeling it on this Cypher. He's so quick to react with not just his utility, but his guns. Estrella as well, having some snappy shots. Just trying to push up this ramp, and the crossfire too much to deal with. Yeah, Karen able to find the wallbang with the Sheriff, but Gen G flirting with another eco if they can't get this round to go. You do have Cosmic Divide for Karen, and my boy got a good ult. Let's use it.
So they'll only 3 orbs collectively away from 3 ultimates are RRQ. Their own Cosmic Divide, Showstopper, as well as the Seekers. Which if you're going to be playing into that Astra ult, the Seekers can certainly help spot out everybody as that guiding light from Estrella. Noting some players here over at ramp.
And look how quick they are to shift off that little bit of info. Gen G hasn't been
Poison's off.
really keen to switch sides of the map.
Ooh. Shots exchanged between Texture and Estrella. Estrella getting the worst of it. Down to 43.
And now they recognize that things are maybe a little bit more difficult than they expected here. A little bit more contact than they'd like. You're going to leave Meteor, try to buy a little bit of time, try to show that you're still using that jet over on the other side of the map as a duelist to keep attention.
There's that Showstopper, but the wall comes back up, and that does allow for Meteor to drift his way back through A main and get out scot-free. Meanwhile, the rest of the team set up here. At B, pushing through Garage. Trailblazer will spot Xfero here at backside. Paint Shell sent his way. The jump forward, but the grab well, setting up for the kill. Full flash is there. He pulls back away to safety, but can he find more value? Paint Shell's flushing him forward. Xfero, good for 3. Now is surrounded. He's got some rescue. Coming in, though, is Meteor up over the top. Drops right in front of him. And he won't get the chance at the ace, but he got so damn close. Estrella able to find the final kill as RRQ continuing on their merry way.
I mean, just so well handled here by Xfero, all on his own, able to use his own utility and his own positioning to best Gen G. Knowing that somebody's going to be coming at him, catches a perfect timing on that grab well to slow up Texture. Swings to the other side, finds a couple more, just reading that so well. Yeah, you got to take a timeout now. This is going really sideways really fast for Gen G. This is their map pick. Expecting to maybe feel comfortable, and instead they're getting shellacked.
Yeah. Been a very dominant beginning here. RQ seemingly having an incredibly strong read regarding how Gen G is trying to pilot this defender, or this attacker side, I should say.
Yeah.
Like you said, the more you can shut down that attacking half, the more well poised you are as you get ready to go onto it yourself.
And precisely, especially against a double duelist comp, where on split, that's if you're going to lead into that, you're hoping to do a little bit more damage. And this time around, for Gen G, it just hasn't quite been there. Haven't really been able to get comfortable on any of their executes. You know, they try to push some space, they try to find an early pick, and rarely are they able to find it. With RRQ, they're reading their positions really well, and the snappy shooting is certainly helping. Some of those shots from Elmi Moore and Xfero have been, and Estrella as well, have been really on point.
Watching this spot.
And now you've got Showstopper to worry about. The Seekers you were talking about earlier, Achilleos, are in play, their own Cosmic Divide. And only the lone hero Phantom for Meteor. Everybody else Sheriffs. Few ults really close to being online for Gen G.
Yeah, which will time out well for them getting ready to go into the next buy round.
Oh no.
Meteor wanting to try to clear through, spots one, goes for the spray. Full flash coming in, but up over the top, back down into the poison orb, and somehow he manages to survive. Had that blast pack been a little bit closer, he might have just died, but Kara does it again. 2 quick kills. The Sheriffs coming up with the goods. The B site broken open. And Flipshider not noting that Meteor was still hovering around there. Flip's now dropping down. One to push forward. Boombot getting the spot for a quick little second there. Swing out though. This time Karen not going to be able to find the shot. Elmi Moore a little bit faster with it, and that is going to send Texture packing all the way back over towards that A site. But Meteor gets himself in this position to find the flank.
should be able to snag up a gun along the way. Helmymore.
Helmymore's just ready for it.
My God.
I think maybe Meteor conscious about somebody coming in from behind, pushing down the stairs to try to go on this rotate, but now the cam's identified Texture. He knows he's just got to go for the site. Is going to get caught by the trap wire, is going to get slowed up. Moves the dart. Plant would give him a showstopper. Can he use that to find 2 quick kills? They're closing in on him so fast, and I think he pulled it. I think I saw the animation. I could be wrong, but time will tell. I couldn't hear the audio cue, but if he lost it there, oh, Helmymore fired up, then that is just going to be salt in the wounds.
It's just kind of over-reading the map here. You know, Meteor gets...
He lost it.
He lost it. Oh, boy.
Yep. That is catastrophic.
Oh,
Thought,
man.
if I just clear this corner.
Yep.
This goes here.
That's painful for Genji.
Yep. That is a cherry on top for RRQ. One less piece of util to worry about. Still some decent ones here for Genji, but so far getting them into a strong position to be able to actually utilize them has been difficult. Showstopper going out. Lakia going to be taking a little bit of damage as Helmymore is able to find one. Straight up pushing up. Lakia taken out. Tradebacks come through, and Jemkin, I think, was trying to turn from the flash, ends up getting caught and eliminated. As this is just one of the wonkiest rounds we've seen so far. Seems like RRQ still in a strong position. Heron rotating out. Does have the spike in hand, but has to shoot the Seeker. Jig is up. They know he's on the site. The tap coming through, the jump peek. Estrella not getting caught by it. Sees flips, knows that he's dropped down. And Estrella will just be able to hold a hard line, eliminating him as RRQ continue just running away with this. 7-0 now.
I mean, this crunch looked like Genji might have been able to bail out of it a little bit outside of B main, but in the lobby there, they're just eventually shut down. Again, this is just such a snappy team. These Phantoms working a treat for RRQ. And no answers to be found for Genji. They've tried fast hits. They've tried to move around the map. Nothing working. It seems like at every twist and turn, they're either outguessing or kind of underestimating the positioning of RRQ. And now they've got a pit. Give Flips the opportunity. Try to get in, really keep them at bay, or potentially now going to be secured. Helmymore with another neural theft. Xfero still sitting on his wall. Munchkin now with a pit. Lakia has the Seekers. Let's see if they commit them. Try to clear space onto A. Meteor with just a judge. Actually passes it over to Munchkin for the pit.
Flash coming through, and looks like fire will be met with fire. Seeker's going to be cleaned out, but Heron able to find 2, but Estrella answering back. Tries to keep them in this one, but ultimately it's going to be Genji with that man advantage. Helmymore able to give a parting gift kill over to Munchkin.
That's the pit.
Swiftly dealt with. The pit is going to be gone, but now Flipshider having to deal with Texture and Lakia. Sends out a shot. They know his position. They're playing a little bit more spread out there. Spite going to be sent down, trying to force him back, trying to stop him from wrapping around. Flips, you can tell he just has no idea where Texture's positioned. It's just back screen on the site, but he's just staying stalwart, staying statuesque. Sat in place, and as he tries to go for the drop down, the kill will be found. In round 8, Genji will finally get themselves a win.
And it's still not easy. It's still tooth and nail just to get that one round. I mean, that contest right at the bottom of ramp here. I mean, great stuff from Charon, and then Estrella answered right back. I mean, Estrella is really in it on this map. So quick, RRQ here, just able to reset so nicely after that tough loss on Icebox.
There's no chance to even try to celebrate off the back of that one. Stay focused up. I mean, Genji are in a potential spot where they could rescue this half. If they can make it up to 5, hell, even an 8-4, might feel pretty decent about it. But as that trap wire gets the reveal, Lakia gets struck down. Helmymore quick to collect. Spike now going to be picked up. Jemkin stopping Meteor from pushing forward, and Helmymore gets that retrigger, gets the kill. And Jemkin will find himself a second as well. Girl depth out. Karen surrounded. taken down, and in reply, RRQ, they find themselves with a flawless win to continue pushing forward. 8 rounds now for them.
And this is just RRQ happy to give up a little bit of space, and Meteor just pushing too far on his own, not able to win these duels that they so desperately need. Jemkin just waiting with open arms a little bit.
What a drag across.
Yeah, that was not easy to recorrect that aim. Able to do so. But again, they dodge all the early utility, and then they just wait back to say, come to us. And then it's that one trap wire that isn't accounted for that catches Lakia in transition with Spike, and that's the round just completely thrown into disarray and falling apart for Gen G.
Big change up here from Xfaro. Hasn't taken this position yet. Question is, does Meteor check for it on the entry? Or Texture, whichever one decides to go first. Do they go for the quick look left? Oh boy. Well, Sand Flash comes in, and yep, Texture, privy to it. Comes up with a kill. Just back down. A little bit of damage, but nothing too concerning. Drop down from Flips, he ends up getting full flash, but Jemkin suddenly on with 3 kills. Potential for an ace here. It's Karen so low, but Elmi Moore will be able to take him down, and that now means that it's all on Munchkin. Sheriff in hand, rotating through the defender's spawn. One shot will finish off the enemy raise, but Elmi Moore, with as snappy as he's been, going to prove to be a much more resilient target.
Are they going to be able to read this is the real question.
For the time being, neither of them playing in towards his sight line, so Munchkin has to come well out into the site. They're split apart, so...
Does he pit first?
It'd be so
30
risky.
seconds left.
It would give up the game so very swiftly, and it looks like, yeah, now Munchkin is watching for it, has noted it. Doesn't get the shots in the manner that he was looking for, but... Okay, the readjustment comes in. Munchkin able to find the kill, and Elmi Moore not trying to rush it down. Now he's in with a shout, but can't quite line up the head. Elmi Moore still standing, keeps them well in the lead.
It's just so tough for Gen G. I mean, everybody playing so well off of each other here for RRQ. What in the world, Jemkin? Just
absolutely disgusting.
Just ridiculous. And just, it seems like at every twist and turn that there's any opportunity for Gen G, it's just shut right down. Munchkin able to find at least the one, but yeah, I mean, you gotta.
Yeah, I mean, given just the disadvantage,
you need these 2
second
rounds.
timeout has to be burned. Gen G throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this one here to see if they can get something back. 9-3. I mean, that used to be the borderline, the absolute limits of feeling okay about old Split when it was so defender-sided. These days, when you're running a double duelist especially, not so much.
Exactly, and I'm just really curious to see how Gen G is going to adapt here. I mean, I think they just need to play for each other a little bit more. To keep it simple, if I'm a coach in this situation, I'm probably just saying just play off of each other, guys. It seems like a lot of times some of these fights get isolated, or you're not really communicating very well with who's positioned where and who's covering what angles. It seems like every once in a while RRQ able to find some opportunities to get some freebies. And that's really costly, especially on a map like Split, where small mistakes can completely throw a round into disarray. Another divide and pit, showstopper and divide on the other side for RRQ. So ults available. One away from a showstopper is Texture as well. See if they can make a play for him to get potentially that showstopper available, but instead they're just going to try to push up mid, and Flip's reading it pretty well here to at least buy a little bit of time and then bail out as he doesn't have any real assistance available from the other side.
Pulls back. Until they're still worried about that Viper wall, so concern with potential push up onto that A ramp. As Jemkin continues to hold forward. Looks like he's going to try to go off the back of this one.
Oop.
The dash away. Showstopper not going to be able to find much value. A little bit of damage. And it was pushed out there, but the heal comes in. Lakia getting Karen back up to full HP. I just don't think he was quite ready for how many people he saw outside of the garage. A little bit of a panic ult. Gives us regards to Rosa, as now Lakia going on a hunt, but won't come up with anything.
And it's all 5 of Gen G here, so RRQ has to turn their attention back towards Male because no one's watching it. They have to be aware of it, but now they can reset because there was nobody there to punish. And even though I said I want to see Gen G play as a team, you do need a little bit of a flank angle potentially. Let's see if Estrella can hold on.
Flash for flash, Estrella does manage to get caught by that one, but I mean the covering fire from Jemkin and Xfero, too damn good. Estrella out as well, finding his legs. The time is dwindling, the spike stranded out into the open, and that should just about do it. Karen needed to win that one to give Munchkin any hope in hell. He falls down, and RRQ, I mean the pain they are pushing out onto Gen G right now, it just absolutely continues.
It is just tremendous what they're doing. It is so impossible right now for Gen G to accomplish anything that they want to do. Trying different looks, and every twist and turn, you know, RRQ's so well dialed in, the communication so good. Hey, we don't have anybody watching, be heaven. We just got a bunch of contact. Look for the lurker, look for the flanker, seeing if they were trying to set up a crunch. Okay, it's not there. Let's get right back into position and set up for this B hit. And they just waiting with open arms.
Okay.
Shot goes wide from
Showstopper on the chase, and Texture finds Flipshider, taking him down, but Xfero peeking out of that nebula, able to find one. Gets caught by that full flash. Goes out once more, but Karon, nice shot from him. Shuts him down. Keeps Gen G with the bad advantage. Hit available, the Seekers let loose. The final round of the halves, of course, they're going to go ahead and invest everything. Elmore able to find one before getting taken down, but Jemkin arrives, takes out Texture. Karon still alive, still in this fight. Keeps him in with the advantage. Estrella, the latest player, the one who needs to try to get it done, can't make it happen. He ends up falling, and that is going to be a 10-2 half as Gen G hope and pray that they can replicate DRX's success versus Billy Gaming. On a very different map.
Never forget, yeah. It's very, very different. But, I mean, you see these comebacks on this map all the time, to be honest. I mean, if you can really get a groove like we just saw going on your defender side, you definitely can run it right back, send it into an overtime. No strangers to those. Or any region. Definitely used to be, right? Only bangers on split. But I'm not so sure right now. I think RRQ is a very different beast, a very different animal on this map. And Solo, not sure what he can do to rally the team as they were beat at almost every twist and turn. And even in that final round when they got the win, it was still scrappy. And Ewok's having a chuckle. I mean, those RRQ guys, they're a funny bunch.
Somebody was doing the Olay chant.
Ah, were they? That's it, yeah. Flips. I would bet money flips.
Well, I mean, every reason right now to be in high spirits on the side of RRQ, despite the loss, you know, close one on Icebox. This is a hell of a way to fire back. We very well could get our first look at Sunset properly here in VCT Pacific.
And Sunset was the map that Gen G was banning during Convergence, so kind of curious to see what they've been cooking. They didn't want to show it there. See what they have something saved. Look at Elmimore's scoreline.
I mean, he's just been a beast.
Whoa.
Yeah, is it the numbers that we saw from Texture in the last map? No. Is it still impressive?
There just aren't enough rounds available to get to those numbers.
I know, exactly. This has been so one-sided, you just can't make it happen. You'd have to be getting aces in every single round.
Yeah. Well, they try to go for the push, slowed up momentarily by the well.
Okay, Jemkin on that entry. Manages to plant his feet, finds Texture, looks for a little bit more, but Karon is even going to be able to find the kill. Finds 3, looks for the 4th, can't make it happen. But he's done so much work here for the team. Straying out. Last one standing, almost takes out Lockheed, puts him down to 5 HP. As Meteor watches for the ramp's approach, and it's actually going to be Munchkin who claims the kill. We will stay dead even in pistol rounds, but Gen G still a world of work to be done if they want to get themselves back into this. But that's the first step taken.
Munchkin's got a big smile on his face, so at least spirits remain high for Gen G. You know, sometimes you have a bad half. If you can just shake it off, things can quickly turn your way. Karon, oh my, lined up nicely there for you.
Everybody just pushing through that wall, shut down one after the other. Clean stuff from the new potential prodigy.
Chip damage there, helping out a bit as well. Meteor with the Marshall. We're back to normal. We're back to 2023 VCT Pacific.
Okay, well, hearing that forward push coming in, that's a lot of damage down to the Jemkin. Flip's not going to be catching any of that one, but Meteor back in mid will be able to find Elwing more. The jump shots coming through, looking to try to pressure him out, but Munchkin from above up on the Raptors able to find the kill. Shot from Jemkin will get Meteor taken down, which gives him a Marshall.
It feels like a bit of an overheat there from Meteor. Get that first kill and kind of
I mean, look, who
dive
knows?
deep. I mean, look,
Who
it is a Meteor.
knows when he's going to be able to play Jet again?
That's true.
You know, if people start banning Split, actually, I don't think after unless they run this back, I don't know if anyone's going to be banning Split against them. But
that's true. And remember that ace he had with the Marshall on Breeze.
Yeah,
he just pushed and just kept killing. So you know what? If anybody in the world is allowed to do it, it's him.
And Aspas. And
well, okay, yeah.
And
there's many, yes. There's many who it's allowed.
Buzz.
Yeah, Buzz isn't really that kind of player usually.
Nah, not really.
Not with a Marshall.
Well, Texture now looking to put an end to this round. Swing out. He is going to get clipped by that Marshall.
30 seconds left.
There's the team joining in. Jemkin going to get finished off as he just tries to grab that orb. Just the spray through. He'll be rewarded with the kill. Straight up, once again, last man standing. Seeing if he can find anything to top off that round. He cannot. Anti-Eco going the way of Gen G here. Now, we saw, that bonus get picked up from RRQ back over on Icebox. Can Gen G replicate the beginning of this map now? Can they stop it? Can they get the conversion and begin that monstrous streak to come back?
Yeah, and if they can, it starts to creep in the back of your head as RRQ that, oh boy, maybe neither team just really has an attacker side set up for each other. Texture.
He's very animated today.
He is very animated. This is, Texture is usually a little bit on the quieter side, but today, man, he wants this bad.
And I think that might be a testament to kind of the things that Gen G has been talking about in regards to just the team setup this season. The players are very openly admitting, last year, we weren't really getting along super well. And it seems like right now everybody's getting along. Because even with this 6-round deficit they find themselves in, they're still high-spirited and animated.
Yeah, and considering it's rather late here in Seoul, South Korea as well.
These are gamers.
That's true. None of these players are going to bed until like 3 or 4 hours from now anyway.
They're probably still going to go home and play solo queue after this.
100%.
Meteor does go for timing. Oh, Lakia does. Well, if you won't, I will. Finds the kill.
He got a hit.
Yeah. Jemkin clipped by that one, down to 15. Heals will come out. And it's just going to be the dry peaks coming in. And this time, he'll get finished off. Meteor good for the shot. Pop flash up over the top of the screen. Sparrow on the side. The spray through. Pulled him so very low. Meteor goes for the hip fire. Finds one. Once again, it's all on a strand. He can't make it happen. Meteor scoops up a 3K with a Marshall in hand, and Gen G do in fact convert the bonus.
I mean, it's madness. Neither team seems to really be able to break the other's defenses. I mean, this is so well read here by Lakia, able to then just readjust back behind the pillar to kind of set up this double angle with Meteor, and both of them playing it so well.
I get it now. It's because Lakia, he jumped down and did the spray. So as long as he jumps off a surface before spraying,
that's his superpower.
Lakia will get a kill.
He is one of the worst X-Men, but he's still an X-Men. Yeah.
Well, that is going to force the first timeout here from RRQ in this map. Still a very comfortable lead, but as we get ready to go into what should be a fairly low buy from them, they run the risk of allowing for Gen G to get back within touching distance. Initially, I was thinking maybe they were actually going to tie their most dominant map score versus Gen G. We saw them, 10-2 on Lotus before, or 13-2 on Lotus in the past versus Gen G, back in the LCQ.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought, okay, maybe they'll be able to tie that up. Now it's starting to get away from them.
Well, hide the playbook.
And that map was the only one that they were able to take away from Gen G last season.
Yeah, for sure.
But now, well, from Marshall to Operator, pain could very well continue here. This time being dished up at Gen G.
And now it's going to be RRQ who's going to be sitting on that back foot economically.
They're forcing up.
Yeah, they are.
Flip's just walking his way forward. Guiding light.
Nice little micro adjustment here from Meteor off that light contact, knowing that somebody could be close. Just going to be fully committing to backing off. Munchkin. Oh my word,
What
Munchkin.
in the hell? What are these reads?
Come on, man.
Munchkin catching Jemkin. I mean, that's just all your entry power taken away. That much more pressure on the rest of the team. Meteor up in the dash. One's over to the left. And in the meantime, Texture catching Elmore on the lurk. The push out of the poison orb.
down
Munchkin
mid.
claims the second one, just holding down mid. Now stranding the spike. And spots Australia as well. 3 kills, and suddenly it's just Flipshider. This force up doesn't get them much of anything. They'll avoid the flawless with that final kill coming across, but Gen G now 5 consecutive rounds across the halves.
Yeah, Lakia headbutted a bullet there for Meteor. I said, I'll take one for the team here, bro. Make sure we get this shot down. I mean, they're winning in all the same ways that RRQ was, just picking them apart at every point of contact, not really allowing any utility to affect them, and in some cases just, like you were saying, out-reading their opponents. I mean, how many kills have we seen through smokes that didn't really have a lot of information?
Not spotting anything, and Jemkin going to be taken down. Had the showstopper available. One of those big entry tools now gone. Meteor again avoids the flash. Flipshider able to find the kill. He's looking for the flick there. Flipshider will just end up getting taken out by the bite. Meteor, the stylish finish. A 3K for him. As Gen G just plowing on.
Today's an interesting day.
It really is.
I'm so glad you're here to enjoy this with me.
I think that this has just fully confirmed, though. Do I want to say this? Screw it. I accept the consequences. Everything has been going smoothly.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Since T1 got off stage.
Oh, that's where you're going with that.
So I think it really is just them cursed on opening matches.
I mean, it could
We need
be.
to stop putting them at the top of the schedule.
I kind of am starting to feel that way now, too. I mean, this has been a lot of good gameplay, a lot of enjoyable Valorant that we've been seeing.
Yes.
And I am a Valorant enjoyer, so this is going great. This push, though, now we're talking about that position earlier. Texture is going to be the one up there. He gets set up.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Jemkin tries to pull the showstopper, and Karen just shuts it down instantly. Flipshider able to find one, though, trading out for the enemy raise. Finds Texture, block it, finding one. Oh, flips. Snappy for the first. Couldn't quite adjust that vertical adjustment. Always so difficult as Lakia trying to send the pop flash. Spot him out. He does. Sparrow taken down. Elmore now trying to play for the win. Gets the tag out, but Lakia stands his ground. Gets himself a 4K, and you can see Gen G rallying back.
Lakia.
What are we witnessing?
Lakia stood up and gave him a little something, and it's a drop down. He came down.
It's been a while since we've seen it, but we know that Lakia's got the showmanship in him. It was him and Suggest cutting the ears off of Vanity at the end back in Reykjavik.
Oh my God, I had forgotten about that. Oh.
This is nice.
And he dropped down off a ledge that round. Just saying.
It's the superpower.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if it works.
Well, right now he's not playing around too many ledges. Let's see, goes rushing forward into mid. Let's take a bit of damage here, though. Lakia maybe getting a bit overzealous. We'll just go ahead and pull back here. Working towards heaven alongside Texture.
This round feels like it is a must-win for RRQ with so many of these ults in their hand.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if they don't, then they either have to Thrifty or it's going to be tied up at 10-10. Quick cancel on that Trailblazer as Estrella starts getting spammed through the box. Jemkin trying to hold that angle, maybe catch Munchkin swinging out. Just managed to back away.
I was kind of hoping Munchkin might pit there in mid to slow this up.
These lurks, these reads here from Karen.
You are divided.
Just picking them apart. Elmore not able to find any value. Now Munchkin dropping the pit over here on the A side. He wants to flush him right over into this thing. He puts down so much damage. Jemkin on 1 HP, but Xpharaoh there with the rescue. Takes him out, drops him, and Meteor. 2 quick pumps with the judge up over the top. Tries to find a third. Can't make it happen, but Texture will clean up the last 2 kills. The onslaught continues, and Gen G, they cannot be stopped.
What phenomenal movement there from Munchkin. What reactive play. Those Seekers come around. He knows he's screwed. He just holds down the trigger and says, if you guys push this angle, I'm going to at least do damage. He's able to even fall back, get down to the ground, soften them up for Meteor, and that gives him two, not, easy kills. They're easy because they're already so weak. Even at that range with the Judge, no problem. Meteor almost finds the third. Just fantastic individual effort there from Munchkin to set that up.
Hero rifle here for RRQ.
And look at this, the Outlaw, because they know that it has to be half armors or just, no armor because of the economy.
Painting a picture around him right now, but Flipshider, he finds the perfect timing. Now Showstopper is going to come through. Texture jumping forward, looking for him. That's just going to be Jemkin dead to rights.
I know exactly.
Now Neural Depth can be infested. Trying to stabilize that aim. Can't quite make it happen. Flipshider going to find himself a third. As well as a monstrous man advantage here for the side of RRQ. The flank around from Estrella completely unread. Takes him down, and now it's all to play for here for Lakia. Everything to do to stop RRQ from getting up to 11. The win streak has been massive for Gen G so far, but it could very well come to an end right here. Cash aplenty. No real reason to not play for it, especially given that Elmi Moore and Estrella far away from having those ults, but there you go. A thrifty of their own for RRQ to finally shut down what was an 8-round win streak from Gen G.
Massive stuff here for RRQ. Back on track, and Flips gets it started. Able to find a couple big kills. Texture gets the showstopper, but Estrella there on the lurk. Flips ready and waiting. Taking Meteor down, so really nicely handled. A little bit of a pacier hit. Meteor back into that operator now. Karen has a Cosmic Divide once again. He's been phenomenal here on this defender side, just reading the movements and the timings.
Okay, well. Cage sent. Heard the push up onto this one, so see only more drifting very far back. Trailblazer not spotting anything, which could lead them to believe that he's going to be in sewer. And there's the peek out. There's the shutdown. Meteor finding another first blood here for the team.
There.
But you still have Flips lurking, so a couple extra layers here that Gen G may have to consider. Lakia not going to be pressured as RRQ rethinks this hit. Karan going to set up, ready for this. Good communication now for Gen G.
Push up. Not sure if they saw the gun barrel there. Maybe it backed away in time to avoid being spotted, but Jemkin sending that boom bot over towards stairs. Karan now going to be noted, but Texture pushing forward, managing to find one. That blast pack offsetting Xfero allows him to get the kill. Munchkin quickly shutting down the push out from Flipshider. No HP to work with. Estrella will be the last one to fall. And Gen G continue to keep it close.
In this round, it's really good communication. They get the opening pick, and when Lakia isn't getting pressured through ropes, then he's like, okay guys, there might be the opportunity that they're gonna come through heaven. Be ready. Karan right on spot with his star, right where it needs to be. And a good attempt. Gravity well in there. The blast pack offsetting the aim, brilliantly worked by Texture. And then Munchkin got that first snappy kill, started feeling it, couldn't quite find it, eventually able to stabilize the aim. He even gives a little bit of a sigh, a little bit of tilt to the head there after he got that final kill. Probably felt like he should have gotten that a lot sooner. And RRQ, it's timeout. Woo. Well, we're back to banger territory.
It would seem that way. Both timeouts from Gen G in the first half, both from RRQ in the second. They'll try to get themselves at least up to that map point where that potential overtime could come into play. Eluded us in the first map, and that's what this timeout is all about. If they're not able to find the round win, could very well be the series just falling out from beneath them.
No doubt.
Cheers coming out. Players trying to rally back as the fans as well getting involved. And shout outs to all of them for sticking around as late and as long as it has been, as well as all of you who've been tuned in since the very beginning of the day.
And all the co-streamers who had to find ways to entertain their fans. Well done. Tip of the cap. All right, well,
here.
Meteor
I mean, there is
very
very little ambiguity about this one. Oh, the flash sent out. Snake bite in. Nate as well. Emmy Moore going to be able to find one, but Texture takes him down. The swing around. Meteor trying to get an angle. Finds it. Jemkin taken down. Scoop back in somehow. Estrella not able to find the punish. Not able to find the kill. Meteor dashing back. No! Gets the third shot! And Munchkin arrives to get Flipscheider. Meteor, how does he do it? Time and time again. Should have been dead to rights, but somehow he just slips away.
Just the brilliance. That's all that is. Just dodging everything that he knows could be coming, expecting the swing around the corner at elbow after this first shot. He might even caught a glimpse of a pixel there from Estrella and just is ready for it. So quick to react after dashing into screens above the snake bite. Just nuts. Absolutely nuts. And now he's going to the judge with a Blade Storm.
I mean, and that's the critical round right there. Okay, Xparrow will be able to find one. The push out from Texture over at Garage manages to find the kill. Cam set up as well, and Moore trying to dissuade them from pushing forward. This was a very early Cosmic Divide. Push up, Jemkin. Quick to respond, quick to readjust, finds Meteor, keeps RRQ with an advantage.
All that contact on the other side of the map, I think, gave Meteor a little bit of false confidence that he could push. And he paid the price. Jemkin had snuck up there underneath his nose.
Everything slowing down. RRQ.
Get your squats in.
Not looking to overextend, not looking to become overzealous here. Push on the corner. Not getting caught. Manages to stay safe, stay alive, stay healthy. Plant now coming down. As the rest of Gen G getting corralled up over here towards screens. Cosmic Divide now invested to try to go for the retake. It's going to be a solid start. Lockett pushing forward. Find Jemkin. Munchkin going to take it down at the same time as Xparrow tries to hold it. It's taken low. And down as it's now all on Karen. Doesn't read it though. Estrella striking. And now RRQ have map point in their hands, 12-11. Can they close it out? Or does Gen G give us a second overtime here today?
I mean, that's a nail biter. That Cosmic Divide, not very deep. Gen G's still able to get a few kills, giving themselves an opportunity, but Meteor there getting caught is painful after that tremendous round he had previously. Xparrow lining him up and at least getting one. Let's see now. Meteor back on that Marshall. Tried something a little bit different. Showstopper for Jemkin. He's gotten up and towards A heaven, but Meteor's waiting here. Boombot.
Just waiting out the Trailblazer there.
They're wanting to see this op.
That was a pretty shallow jiggle. He's not going wide enough to actually spot this. White will actually force them back. Showstopper up over the top. Texture finds Jemkin. Estrella taken down by Lakia. Counterpart Sky eliminated there, and now it's a 3v5 to try to close this map out. Otherwise, Gen G will be pushing us into overtime, elongating this series.
Gen G fully committed to that A hit. Now they have to shift back over.
I mean, they're so well poised. They just know. We wait. We wait for the plant, and then we get ready to strike. Allow for the rest of the team to come back over, go for that full five-pronged approach.
It's a little bit dicey, especially for Lakia. He's going to have to take his time coming through mid. They have no information in that part of the map, but pretty soon here, they're going to figure it out and have plenty of time to make this hit work.
Sphero going to be the only one playing here within the site. Double snake bite, poison orb is set up. As they go for the concuss. Now Elmi Moore going to go on a bit of a walkabout around, trying to get this flank through. Full flash coming across, and Xparrow not going to be able to find anything. The first bite going to be let loose. Time ticking away. They have to be able to get onto this one. Can't wall bang that one, but it doesn't matter. Elmi Moore able to find the kill and abuse. Being held, but there it is! RRQ replicate the scoreline from map number 1, but this time they get the win. 13-11, ladies and gentlemen. This evening does not end here. RRQ continue to seek their revenge.
I mean, that round looked like it should have Gen G written all over it. It looked like it should have overtime written all over it. And 2 players left, and they shut it out. I am flabbergasted with RRQ, the way that they're able to maintain their composure after a rough first map, you know, coming up so close, and now here coming back.
Yeah, well, we'll go ahead and throw down the analyst desk to break down some of the crazy action we just witnessed.
I was gonna say RRQ bounced back, but honestly, that was more like a pudding sort of wading through the mush, because it looked like they were just gonna clean sweep it, and then something happened. Gen G showed up with their double duelist comp, which we were also in doubt of, and it was this back and forth, and RRQ at the very last moment took it back into their hands.
I'm just so exhausted, and not because the night is long.
Emotional
and aside from, I've always had hope that I think RRQ's direction is good and their philosophy is good. It's just that we saw once again some of the weaknesses they had last year, which was they start to run out of steam, and once they run out of steam once, it's really hard for them to regroup. Now, obviously, result-wise, in this map, they eventually did it, but boy, like you said, it was a crawl, not a sprint across the finish line.
I mean, so many rounds, right? Especially on the second half, we were all saying these were rounds that they could have won. They should have won, in fact, but then somehow just not quite able to cross over that finishing line. Meanwhile, Gen G, I mean, the stats really show it. Texture was having a field day. Meteor was having a field day. They got a lot of first kills, and they managed to bring it really close. But towards the end, I mean, credit where it's due, RRQ still were able to close it out.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Meteor MVP for sure on the Gen G side. That was a little insane. Once you put an op in his he went ham, actually. That's what he did.
Yes, he did go ham with the operator in his hands. But here's the good news for Gen G. Despite the loss on map 2, okay, Meteor, once again saying, I'm still good with the operator. I can still, you know, somewhat do my job on Jet. Now, I would question how their attack rounds went, right? Because you have double duelists. There's more ways you could have utilized that explosive power. However, on defense, they understood that RQ doesn't have that firepower, right? So they can always spam through the smokes. They can always delay them. And then those couple rounds where actually Gen G would kind of push out on an offbeat that really caught RQ off guard. Once again, similar to Icebox, where RQ is like, well, Gen G doesn't do that. These players don't ever play aggressive. And it's like, no, now we do, because we're all really strong aimers. So I would say overall, you know, I think Gen G maybe had a better read on their specific opponent. But RRQ, I mean, also they picked defense on split, and then they picked a composition that's very heavy on defense. So if they didn't have those 10 rounds, I think this would have been over a long time.
That was one of the big things, at least for RRQ, because in the first half, you can really see they had that game plan. Not a lot of like individual crazy performances, not like what Meteor did, but as a team, they knew what Gen G was about to do. If they got information about a site hit that was incoming, they would vacate the site and just allow for that take to come through, and then pincer maneuver as Gen G tries to go in for that spike plant. A lot of rounds RRQ picked up on that first half. It was just the second half that felt so like, oh, it's just not there yet.
Oh, it was so painful. They finally, at the 11-11 round, they took it back and bringing us to the final map of tonight, Sunset, which we're actually very excited to see. Again, we didn't see any of these maps yet. We didn't see it from the previous match, and we definitely want to see how these two play it out on Sunset moving forward. Now, there are a lot of mistakes on both sides, especially on RRQ side in the second half. What are some things are we looking to see improved going into Sunset?
Well, I think they started to work off of these assumptions, right? Like assuming, okay, Gen G's gonna wait for a peak. They're just gonna hold the angle, and then they're getting spammed through the smokes. I would also say RRQ, I'm glad to see a team still gambling on the half armor economy to try to kind of build up for a longer run, but you're playing against a team with two guys who are known for their scopes play. They're picking up those outlaws again. I mean, I think these are risks that you have to kind of accommodate for your opponent. So I think after these two maps, recognizing, okay, this Gen G is different. They are living up to the expectations that a lot of the fans had. How do we adjust that on map 3?
It was in that VCT Pacific Outlaw video. Almy Moore is like, I'm not a fan of this half-hour thing. And then the Outlaw really does come in texture, and Meteor really showing us what they're capable of. But I mean, apart from all these little things about like, you know, assumptions or whatnot, I do think at the very least, both sides, they had several times individual players like Charon or Elmimore sometimes would individually peek to try to catch players off guard. It doesn't really work, especially when Gen G is, performing at this level. So I would like to see tighter gameplay at the very least.
I would also say it does seem like, again, these Sky changes are impacting some of the Sky play, right? You can be much more active with, you used to be able to be much more active with the Sky here on Split. And now, if you don't have the double duelist, once you use that like first Guiding Light or the first Trailers, you're like, whoa, like maybe we don't want to take this space because if we use it now and like there's no opposition, then like how do we get into the site? So, there's some questions to be had about composition as well. I'm sure they'll review that and see, do you change how you play or do you change the comp? But now going on to Sunset, I think we've seen, okay, Gen G, very revitalized, good aim as well, good operator, but my big question is, Cypher, once again, an agent that we've seen time and time on Sunset throughout the off-season. Clearly, Elmimore has always felt comfortable on the Cypher, but when it comes to Gen G, is Meteor ready to play that, or are they going to switch, maybe the Chamber comes out on Sunset as well? We've seen that during the off-season.
I'm thinking we're going to see some Gecko.
Yeah, that Gecko's definitely likely. Flips definitely showed us Gecko on Icebox at the very least. Both sides, in fact, Lakia picking that up as well. But the Chamber is definitely something that's on my mind right now. Meteor, we saw that op. It's going to come back, or, maybe on a Killjoy, in fact. And on a map like Sunset where there's just so many long angles, so much that you can block off, either agent can be useful.
Yes, and also I know some fans are looking at that scoreboard earlier of map 2 on splits, and even though RRQ won, they're probably like, oh, well, after a great performance on Icebox, Jemkin went 15 and 22. He bottom fragged for the team. Let us just remind you, he's still top fragged after having 0 kills on a map at Ascension. Sure, they eventually lost the match, but like this guy does not let a performance like that get to him. I am excited to see if he's once again able to prove that I'm in the game, I'm still focused, I'm in it for the long run.
I was totally not going to bring up that game, but I guess
well, everyone else is going to anyway, so we might as well just bite the bullet here on Des.
One thing is for sure, we're seeing a brilliant gameplay. Jemkin, Meteor, Texture have been completely on fire. It's been so impressive, and I have to say, it has us screaming here at the desk, both the Korean and the English desk right now. We had the Korean casters come over, and they were saying the moment Texture has his Raze ult in hand, that's it. RRQ's done for in that round. I'm really wondering how things are going to be playing out going to Sunset. We have not seen it in Pacific yet, obviously, because it was only launched after Champions last year. But we saw a bit of off-season. But coming into this now, what's in store?
Yeah, and again, I think when you look at the way the maps were played, I actually think I might lean towards Gen G looking a little bit better for the haul here for map 3. Just because I think even on Split, they're the team that showed us that they understand how to adapt to how their opponents are playing today on that stage. Whereas RRQ, like their set plays are good, their prep is good, some of their theory is good. Obviously, they were firing on all cylinders at the beginning of Split, but it felt much more like, hey, we gotta like get back to what we prepped, right? Rather than saying, hey, Gen G is doing this today, so how do we adapt to that? How do we counter that live on that stage? So within that regard, maybe if Gen G is able to do that again on Sunset, sure, but we all know momentum is a big thing. RRQ's the one who just clinched out that win and dragged out this best of 3.
It was dragged out by Gen G, though. That's the thing. So I think momentum on either side. Although RRQ won the last few rounds on Split, Gen G might be feeling a little bit hot coming from that as well. So
look at this party pooper.
I'm just gonna. Okay, Arthur, calm down.
Okay, I have to ask. Whoever wins this is going to be facing against our Pacific champions, Paper Rex. And that is no small ordeal. That might be getting ahead of myself. How do you think that's going to play out? Does Gen G or RRQ, are they going to stand a strong chance to beat Paper Rex? And who are we going to see, in the lower bracket? Are these two teams going to face again? Or is it going to be a Paper X, Gen G, Paper X, RRQ
my predictions were that if RRQ wins, they are beating Paper X as well. However, if you're going to have to show Sunset, if you're showing this full best of 3, Paper X is the real winner here, able to identify all that. And Gen G, Meteor will be playing that Cypher, so it's back to the single duelist. Meanwhile, RRQ, okay, it's going to be the double controller, the Omen and the Harbor. Not an Omen and a Viper, not anything else. It's Omen and Harbor. So a lot more fluidity in terms of how they're able to take space here.
Which is amazing, but apart from that, just Estrella on that fade. You don't have flashes.
You're
going to have to be really careful with how you execute, and that's what I want to see from RRQ.
All right, the sun has long since set, but we're going to go to the sunset anyway with Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Alrighty, here we go. Let's top off this evening nice and proper as we go into map 3 of what is now our final series here of the evening. Let's see who is going to be walking away with that win and who's going to be falling down to the lower bracket. Because this is the first meeting of the season of these two teams, but given that Paper X is the other team in the group, they could be meeting again. You never know.
Yeah, that is a possibility here. And if my memory is correct and my brain isn't oversleepy, I don't think either team's played Sunset yet. I mean, RRQ certainly hasn't.
We haven't seen anything from RRQ on this one, and I don't believe that we saw it from Gen G at Convergence either, so it's going to be a bit of a first look here for them, and obviously some very different things going on here with that bait. Either trying to hold the line, able to come up with one, but Elmimore with a nice pivot, finds himself another kill, and with that crossfire coming in from Xpharaoh, they get the punish on the textures. The 2 members going to be gone here from RRQ, 3 on the side of Gen G. As the spike gets wrapped around, through Belbet now in towards this B site. Keeping things quiet, waiting for Karan to get a little bit closer. As RRQ trying to suss out where they could be. We'll leave Xpharaoh in this forward position. Play first contact, it would seem.
Where's the smoke gonna go? And now you have to deal with this as well.
Paranoia comes out, a little bit of damage gonna be found there. Elmimore will be able to finish off Munchkin. Can he get that fourth? The answer's gonna be no. Estrella takes it away. 2 members left standing here for the side of RRQ is, well, once again, first pistol round of the map, they managed to pick it up.
Yeah, it's a good hit, and Elmimore is, once again, picking up right where he left off on Split with some very clean shooting. Now upgrading to a Bulldog. A few others in there. Guardian for flips. 1 Sheriff in the hand of Texture. Back to Texture being the lone duelist, back on the raise. Wasn't able to find as much impact as he did with that Jet on Icebox. Meteor shifting into the Cypher role. To be spotted there by Elmimore.
Can't quite see the camera.
That ain't it.
There.
Close.
It doesn't. I think he now has it, or it was reclaimed. Either way, not in play. Jump in. Swinging around, Prowler. Over, shop door was shut, now going to be broken down. Given Gen G's affinity for these, thrifty rounds in the game so far, don't blame RRQ for taking their time with this one. There's Texture drifting back. Puts himself behind the box, waiting to see if he can find the headshot. No, he does. What a high-value target it is. Flipshot are going to be taken down. That's going to be half the smokes eliminated. It's now just Xpharaoh's walls remain. Texture shifting over towards Alley. Has to clear out the boombot, however, so pulls away from the angle. Doesn't find any further kills yet. Shells getting sent. Elmimore able to find Karan. Prowler spotting one back sight. Texture. 1 shot from finishing off Jemkin, who will fall to Munchkin's hand.
30 seconds left.
Then get flushed out. Meteor, Munchkin trying to play through this one as the safe point goes in towards backside. Munchkin with the classic finds one. Plant committed to by Xpharaoh. The push forward, can he get the transfer? Yes, he can. Xpharaoh will be able to close out the round. RRQ move up 2-0, but it damn near cost them everything.
Yeah, it's just a phenomenal hold here from Texture. Just buying time, buying time. Initial crosshair placement, really, really good. Catching RRQ just enough off guard. Some good util to soften up some members of RRQ as well to get those classics a little bit of value. And a chance there for Munchkin at the end, but tough with a classic. And we are potentially in for an interesting one. Doesn't seem like we're gonna have a repeat of Split, potentially. Now, oh, Texture.
Hello.
Texture is really having a good start now. Much better.
Here's just what the additional setup may have been. Maybe he was full flash and didn't realize that the paint shells were on top of him, but it's a high value kill to be found. So far, RRQ have been able to convert every first bonus round.
Elmimore is also very good with the Sheriff.
Oh yeah. That has been a known quantity for quite some time. Prowler going out, Texture. Pushing up here along the wall is Texture! comes up with 3 more kills in the blink of an eye to make it a 4K. And yeah, you can see Lucky's eyes going wide there for a moment. He's like, damn. Unbelievable.
It's that little stutter step he does on the back of this cascade. I think you're right. That flash just kind of. He might have got stuck, or
I think he got bogged as he was trying to exit. Was flashing.
Look at the timing. Look at the timing on the back of that cascade by Texture, and then his turn, the 180 to mow 2 more down. Yeah, no wonder Lakia's eyes went wide.
There was a split second, I believe, at the end of Texture's player cam where he just was like. Obviously, the audience can't see what face I made, but hey, you can always rewind it and screen grab it because it was damn hilarious.
It was good.
Well, now, Gen.G getting a bonus. It's not as strong of a start here that we've been seeing from RRQ. Still in the driver's seat as they have the full buy coming through. Reckoning also available here for Xfero. Scarin's basically lone anchoring A. Not too far off this meteor, though. On that June peak, he will get spotted. Blinded up there by the Prowler. Just a couple shots into the back.
And a lot of the Cypher utility going to have to be dealt with. Camera way on the back of the site. Over on A, a couple traps crisscrossed. It's going to be the Reckoning to try to clear that space, and I don't think Meteor cares too much.
Jump forward, Trapwire comes in, but Jemkin able to find Karen before getting taken down by Lakia, who's then traded by Flips. Meteor toggling back into the cam, finding the tag. Down that. Cyber Cage here. Wants to push up, trying to intercept. Right as he hears that spike plant coming through. Showstopper out. Shadow not ready for the angle. Ends up falling, but Texture now. They know he's right here on the site. Boombot sent. Not going to be able to scout too much. Texture just had a whale of a round. Can do it again. That's a good start. Finds one. Ellie Moore taken down. The plant now coming through. Looks like he thought maybe they had faked their way back over towards the B site. The paint shells don't go high enough to get over the wall. He's got to clear out both. Straight low at 59 HP. Certainly is workable for him. Avoids the haunt. Pushes the wall. Slowly creeping up. They're playing together, though. Can he get them both? Spots the gun barrel. 1. Texture. Is it back-to-back 4Ks? Yes, it is! Back on the duelist. Back at the top. Texture absolutely dominating.
Munchkin just had to take a step away from the computer there. He couldn't believe what he saw. I can't believe what I saw. I mean, the showstopper to kick things off and then able to navigate his way back through using that smoke against RRQ. This guy is truly, truly feeling it today. That is just absolutely
10-2-1.
Bananas, dude.
This goes here.
Unreal performance from him so far, and we're just 4 rounds in. Let's see how he fares going into the 5th. Meteor again trying to hold things down, and he does. Only more taken out. Gen.G trying to stomp out any hope of a Thrifty. It's Jemkin. Singer in hand, but Judge on the opposite side. And yeah, I don't think that is a fight that you really want to take. Paranoia will get sent through, though. The push on the back end isn't found. Texture just spraying away, trying to find something. Push into the smoke. Jemkin finding one, but as he launches his way back into mid, he's completely and utterly surrounded. Flips. It's very swiftly dealt with. Xfero saying, well, guys, I'm just going to get us a little bit of extra cash. Does get the spike planted. Spots the cam. Paint shells. Sends him back out in towards the open. Finds a great headshot right as the bounce is getting ready to come through, but don't get too much other than that. Gen.G now taking the lead as they string 3 rounds together.
Yeah, Gen.G really reads this nicely. This crunch they set up towards mid, towards the courtyard, really very challenging to deal with. And because they're able to get so far pushed up with Meteor and Munchkin there, that they're able to bail out what might have been a potential problem for Gen.G, as they're just going to step in and clean up what Jemkin was trying to start.
Already the timeout coming through.
Yeah.
Just trying to tackle this nice and early. Ewok looking to try to turn this around, even though they're only down by just the 1 round so far, but I think he's not liking the trends that he's seeing in the play right now.
Yeah, and I think it's stuff like the early picks that they're giving over to Gen G. That's something that has to be addressed like now. And they can't be giving over those first bloods. You know, Meteor pushed around that corner just enough to get that first kill, and then they try to displace the other players and it doesn't really do much. Gives them a little space, but towards courtyard, and they can't really get through. And yeah, it's really hard because, again, we have zero info on how any of these teams, either of these teams, want to run this map. So they're kind of feeling each other out. I was a little surprised I didn't see a Gecko on one side or another, especially with the Harbor in there. I thought maybe you could combo that for RRQ. Get some of those plants down and that kind of thing. Jemkin with a showstopper, Texture with a showstopper, Neural Theft for Meteor, Seekers for Lakia. And not too far away from a pit is Munchkin.
Yep. Stuff to work with here. Strat nearly with that Nightfall as showstopper sent. Texture finding one. Elmimore with a quick reply, however, will shut him down. Not allowing for any more of this 4K nonsense to come in. Finds the kill, but where's the pivot going to be? Elmimore for now drifting his way over here in towards the market. And as he swings in, oh, Munchkin wasn't quite prepared for him.
Oh, the ring around the rosy.
In towards this. Is the showstopper going to be let loose? Munchkin still comes away with a kill. Elmimore unable to find the kill early enough to prevent his teammate's death. And now Meteor finds one. Location ping still coming through from that Neural Theft. We go into the 2v2. The re-ping. So he's not going to find anybody.
Great trades on both sides. Gen G going to readjust. Try to come from Boba.
This is a huge round here for RRQ. Gen G break their banks pretty considerably on a couple of the players yet again.
Yeah. One smoke left here for Karon to block off.
The tap, the spray. Not quite good. They don't find the diffuser. They realize this, but no, Lakia, he pulls off it anyway. The retap coming through, ping's coming down. As this time Estrella will just push out of the smoke to finish the job. Tied up now, 3-3. The timeout able to help get the win here for RRQ. Can they break away, or will Gen G just retake the lead?
It felt like it might slip out of RRQ's fingers. Estrella there catching Meteor right as he's throwing the Neural Theft. But Munchkin, again, just so tricky to deal with. He's so cagey. He's so difficult to keep track of. He plays around his opponent's utility or his own utility very, very well. And we saw him on controllers a lot last year, and this year, moving over, on Sentinels, now on controllers, he's looking really good.
And the reckoning for the rush here onto the A side. Texture gets himself a collat. Jemkin and Estrella both going to be taken down. RRQ trying to rush forward, but
well,
not enough. It is going to be a 3v3 as Flips manages to find Meteor. Still, they have their work cut out for them here. See, they're wary about potential wrap back over towards that B site, right? As Lakia finds Xfero, Flips will fall. Elmimore now the last man standing. Clears up the Trailblazer. One flash left available here for Lakia. Goes for the jump peek. With that smoke down, he's got to rush out of it. Elmimore finding one. The pop flash, he can't turn from it. He has no idea where Lakia is. And Lakia will finish the job.
This is a great little timing push from Lakia, sensing that he's in a pretty difficult spot. Turns the corner and says, Karon, you got to hold. You got to hold the elbow. And this is just, I mean, lined up for Texture. Texture just disrespecting that reckoning. Lakia, great little pop flash. Finish the job. Knows he's got his opponent out in the open.
I will find
and plays it to perfection.
This goes here.
Texture once again able to invest in that operator. Things getting a little dicey on the economy for RRQ. They're on the back foot. 2 rifles in terms of a Guardian and a Phantom. Neural Theft there, but hit for Munchkin. This is interesting. Munchkin hasn't been opting to invest it early to try to control space. He looks to kind of use it against his opponents deeper into the round.
Just holding on to it for now. The shots to try to just get a corner check there. See if they can find a stray headshot. Bite at the ready. Trying to shut down this push. Is the paranoia. Munchkin trying to exit. Takes a couple of tags on the way out as Jemkin blast packing out. Stinger still manages to steady that aim to find the kill. It's quickly traded back here by Meteor. Prowler coming through. Meteor finding one. Straight up. Blind spraying out of that cyber cage, does trade it back, does keep this into a 3v3. As they scoop up some weaponry to try to even the score. Spike now planted. Spare, however, low on HP. Needs to try to stay alive. Door shut. Estrella trying to bait this one, but Texture able to get the catch, swaps out the weapon, sprays down the door, pushes through, but is not ready for Xpero to be right up against it. Kills found. Flips for the TP. Does he try to reposition? It's one tag across. They're knocked down to 60. The spray in. He's going to manage to hold this one to half. Does finally fall, but he gives a fighting chance here for Lakia. TP forward, the push in. Lakia gets the kill and plays off the setup defuse. Gen G barely scraping by with the round win, but they're keeping themselves out in the lead.
I mean, every round so close now. I mean, what a jump out from Jemkin, able to get one. Texture, nice little flick down. Right around the corner though, waiting behind that door, was a member of RRQ. No contact on that flash. Here's the TP. Lakia, no problem at all there to finish the job.
I mean, he believed it. He was like, okay, I fully trust that you are TPing away from me and not going for a bait.
Yep.
Good read. Calling the bluff. Seeing through a potential one.
I really want to see what Munchin's going to do with his pit. I feel like our Vipers have been making interesting decisions with their Vipers pits today. Let's put it that way.
Well, for now, he's just holding it. Maybe it's like a comfort blanket. Just hold on to that one. Locky in the meantime, though, able to find 2 quick kills. Xpero and LB Moore going to be taken down. It's just a bloodbath in mid. Jemkin trying to play off the back of that boom bot. Estrella coming up with 2. Jemkin with the third, suddenly into a 2v2. He takes a forward position, just crouched down. Nightfall going across. I don't think it gets a connection onto 1. Okay, so Caron does get caught by that. Just going to be waiting this out. Seems like maybe the double market approach.
Have to make that operator sing for Texture.
Well, this could be painful though. Jemkin not watching the angle. There you go. Sings a nice little tune as Strand tries to swing out, tries to take the fight. The Gen G continue to persevere. 6-3 now. Putting themselves in a strong position thus far here on Sunset.
And it almost completely flipped on its head because, you know, this is a great push out from Lakia. Boom, double kill. And then they're all like, okay, we're all going to go down market and line right up for this crossfire that RRQ had set up, just waiting with open arms. And they lose 3, they get mowed down, and all of a sudden it's a much more difficult round. I think Gen G there needs to get a little more info before they start making those clumped up pushes. Could have cost them that round, but tons of ults now for Gen G. Did I mention that Munchkin has a Viper's Pit?
Maybe once.
Well, now he doesn't.
Well, no, he does in death. Jemkin finding the kill. RQ, can they rally back to try and deliver a more even score line? It's a good start. This Meteor is very much changing up the playbook. Super far forward lurk here in mid. Seeker's on the hunt. Smoke here in mid, getting ready to expire. Texture off still in hand, managing to find a kill. Flip's gonna be taken down now. Meteor pushing forward, finds the elimination. Throws down that Nero theft. The reveal comes in. Jemkin able to get the punish there on a Meteor and stands his ground to take out Caron as well. Smacks away, but locking out, identifying the spike location and Texture, taking down his counterpart Raze. Trailblazer more than identifying Estrella's position. Spike is in hand, but I think footsteps may be heard. Texture set up on the corner, and this would have to be one hell of a shot. He manages to whip that one. Estrella is waiting for him to re-peek, but Texture says, you got to come to me.
30 seconds left.
You got 30 seconds. And pretty much all the util to try to force him off the angle has been burned. The face, the shot, not connecting. He jumps across the gap, manages to get himself over to the site and can have this plant come down, but how does he play this on the back end? The haunt is at the ready, the showstopper drawn out. That is just about gonna be it. No, it doesn't go deep enough. He's trying to buy the time. Lakia, he's not believing in it, now swings in, and oh boy, Estrella nearly managed to get the weapon back out. And see that they're having a mighty fine chuckle about it, but that round almost catastrophically got away from them.
Texture now showing us exactly what happened in that round. Very uncharacteristic of Texture to miss that first shot. The second one was just Estrella reading the situation well, knowing that that angle is going to be held, kind of playing with Texture a little bit, able to at least get into a position where he makes it a contest. Every round so darn close.
They are, but they continuously are going the way of Gen G. 4 rounds consecutively now. All these ultimates to work with on the side of RRQ. How many does it take to piece together a round win? It's Texture now 19-7-2. Showstopper out, but Texture, doesn't matter if he doesn't have the off, manages to find one, and okay, Karen manages to just TP right into the Showstopper so Jemkin gets maximum value. Push out of that Cyber Cage, however, Munchkin is able to find Elmi more. As the pings come down, man advantage should do more than enough to set up RRQ for the round win.
Yeah, Munchkin's gonna readjust. Going to try to come up through Link instead. But it seems to be all angles covered here for RRQ. Munchkin, man, you never know.
Gotta clear this one out first, though. And Estrella is here to back him up.
Find you.
The Haunt over the top to push in. Nearly gets him, puts quite a bit of damage in, but as Meteor falls, RRQ, they will finally be able to break the streak. Keeping themselves in this game. Potential for a 7-5 half.
Just able to kind of break things down pretty early. Jemkin, yeah, that's nice. I mean, that's a gift. Karan under pressure from the other side, and Jemkin able to pinch in and squeeze out a couple kills. That's such a huge momentum swing now for RRQ, but now their ults are going to be a little bit out of cycle. Yes, you owed.
Yeah, I mean, Texture, he's just going glass cannon.
Yeah, why not?
Buying a rifle for his teammate, being handed over the operator.
He's
been
good enough
with it so far. Here's the ultimate question.
Yeah.
Do we see the pit? Does he use it in this half? Or does it just go completely unutilized?
It seems to be in Gen G's playbook that the Viper's pit actually doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's about the implication. It's the implication of danger. Judge in hand, Jemkin swinging the corner, able to find the quick headshot there to shut down Karen to making sure that he can't find any more value, but Lakia still managing to take out 2. Even numbers. Sees finding no one. As the Haunt will get cleared. Meteor snapping, finds one, finds the other, and now it is all on Xpharaoh. Spike planted, just a cove to work with. The Tide still 25 seconds away. Looks like he wants to go on a walkabout, but he's getting ready to rotate potentially over into Texture's line of sight, but Texture pulls off the angle now.
I mean, I feel like, though, with the Judge in hand, that Munchkin was actually considering the pit this round. Potentially, although that might have been just a cost-cutting measure to get Texture and Operator. Why? Why no pit? Why no pit to cover this? Please.
There it is.
Okay, thank you, God.
Pit sent, Texture, Shorty in hand. That'll be the thing that finishes the half. 8-4, Gen G out in front as we get ready to swap sides.
It's that last round. That's the only round you need the pit for. That's it. I mean, whatever. They're winning. And Texture is, when he is kind of freed up to do his thing, especially with those operators, tremendous player. And early on, getting himself started with those 4Ks. Again, setting the pace, setting the tone for Gen G. This team, when I predicted this team today, it was almost purely on the back of firepower. Like, in my gut, I'm like, there's just way too many nutso players. And I'm not saying that RRQ isn't just as good, essentially, as we have seen here today. They are, pound for pound, basically at the same caliber, but Gen G just seems to have a little bit more steadiness, especially in that operator department. That is really, Texture is really setting Gen G apart from RRQ right now.
Well, it's not over until it's over. We saw the very close run back from Gen G. The attempt there on split. Managed to go from 10-2 to, an 11-13 loss. RRQ not in quite as desperate of a situation, but still not where they want to be. Is that a sign asking if someone wants to come over from ramen?
No, he was saying he wants to. He's going to take the first train.
Oh, I thought I saw ramen.
Oh, did you?
I
think it's a Tom Yon.
Oh, you know, I glanced at it, and my brain is also at about 20% capacity currently. So,
and you're already usually running pretty low.
That's true. It's 20% of my usual capacity.
Yeah.
So that's, we're into the low fractions here.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what Gen G can do on this attacker side. Anemic were they on split?
They've been good about getting the second half pistols.
Oh, Jemkin.
He's in such a far forward position.
I think
Lockett kind of staring into this corner. Seems like he might have a decent idea that they're taking these spots on the map.
Exactly what I was just thinking, man. I think they at least have an awareness of it. I think that might have spotted him. Yep. Look at that.
There's the paranoia. The counter swing not coming through. Three players now, four, all vanishing in the blink of an eye. Estrella, the only one left, is just going to be the full send over now towards that B site. It's going to be 3-3 in pistols at the end of the day here. But Gen G are going to be the ones moving up to 9 rounds.
At the worst possible moment. Yes, Estrella gets one. Meteor answers right back with the frenzy of his own. I mean, what I liked about this round, I had to give a clap there. I was just kind of, because Gen G takes it slow. They wait until they get their information, and then it's an instant response from Karon with that paranoia. It hits a bunch of people.
Yeah.
And you know, Elmimore tries to swing to bail it out, but Locky is accounting for it instantly. So everybody doing their job, everybody being on point for Gen G. Communication good, Meteor feeling good.
Everybody vibing here. Let's see, the kill picked up, but it's just going to be that one Sheriff coming in Estrella's hands. Texture rushing forward, grabs this orb, but Xmero doesn't want to give his position away at all. Decides not to go for any kind of spray.
The old Paper X here.
Oh boy.
Grab the orb and then immediately shift over to the other side of the map.
Very low. Only more down to 25. So making their way now through B main. Paint shells to try to slow them up. Estrella does manage to find the headshot. Meteor going to be taken down. Smaller weapon he had, but 4v4, but wildly outgunned.
They're just going to go for post plants. They've got a lot of utility available here.
Yeah, double snake bite here in their back pocket. Munchkin, the only one who's really tagged up at all, down to 79. Even then, going up against widely classics, still relatively healthy. And to try to check. Dart might have been stuck there onto one player, but now they're just trying to rush them down. They'll try to be able to find one before falling. Headshot there. Nicely done from Estrella. It's finding some extra value, and honestly, you know, the scoreline is not going well for them, but as far as this is concerned, Estrella, he's got no time. Wants to try to chase in for the kill, but widely, I mean, the damage dealt here is fantastic for them.
Exactly. I mean, that's yet another rifle there with that Sheriff shot taken away from Gen G. So that's tremendous value. So yeah, okay. It's kind of reminiscent of the other side of the map where RRQ takes the pistol and immediately has a very difficult eco. They just barely scrape by, and Gen G just replicated that.
This goes here.
Let's see. Now everything's all squared up in terms of guns and shields, but the bank still there for Gen G.
Flies in. Texture again, rushing forward. But the paranoia timing is absolutely gorgeous. Jemkin strikes him down. Flipshider swinging out. Will catch Meteor as well before he gets traded out by Lakia. Things very much slow down here for Gen G.
Gonna be a little bit tricky to get through. I mean, any utility should just kind of give it away, but they're just gonna slow push. Oh my.
Yep, they had the double face. Stray ends up falling. 3v3 now, back into a winnable position for Gen G.
I like what they're doing here, though. They're not giving away any information, any cues. They're going to snag an orb, then maybe rethink to the other side of the map. Throw up the toxic screen to buy a little bit of extra time, keep maybe a player or two planted. Yeah, it is going to be Elmimore watching through mid, but if you just wrap all the way around the other side of the map, you know, you've got a pretty decent chance here that you're only going to have one player to worry about. If you can isolate and eliminate that player, all of a sudden this round becomes
30 seconds
Gen
left.
G favored.
There's no early detect system in place right now, really, for
not.
RRQ. The trap wire, that's going to be the first thing that they encounter.
And by then it'll be probably too late. I mean, now Omimore might be hearing that utility. I don't think he
seem
can.
like it. Yeah.
And they TP past it.
I think maybe they were concerned as to whether or not this was just going to be a save, but
yeah,
even the non-rotates. But now the Seekers coming through. 2 of them going to be cleared out very swiftly. As look at this, Lakia going on the flank.
Followed the Seeker.
Rotating his way around. Cyber Cage coming through just to try to obfuscate as much as they possibly can. The Paranoia at the ready, now going to be invested. Snakebite sent out. Elmimore down, so very low in HP. Spotted. Shoulders enough to get the kill. Blast Pack's not going to be finding much of anything here. The Cope set up. Jemkin managing to hold the angle there on the flank. To get the defuse to half. Shots coming down at the wall. Will fall. Munchkin finding the kill. And now it is all on Jemkin to try to get this done, but he's just running out of time. He's running out of life. And that's going to be him taken down as Gen G continue upward and onward, trying to bring this night to a close.
Yeah, again, fantastic calling for Gen G. Assumption is it's still Lakia doing the IGLing, but sometimes those things shift around unbeknownst to us. But look, this is just great stuff because they buy a lot of time. Again, when you start using utility, like that gives away your position, and they get that extra kill because they don't use any utility. They slow walk it up. And that gives them the freedom to move around the map, and they make great decisions with it.
Well, drop wire, but Texture spotting the hand. Takes out one. Sparrow still lurking now within the smoke. Is going to be good for the kill. Finds it, but then the rest of the players is coming from behind. Garrett spraying down into the smoke. Takes him out. Man advantage already here in the hands of Gen G. This round win takes them up to match point. Swing out. Garrett with a great headshot. A bit of a quieter map from him thus far. Very nice value to be found. Paint shells to try to clear them out, pushes them out into the open. Estrella able to find one. Paint shells from Jemkin takes down the other. Showstopper infested! Jemkin with a 3K when the team needed him the most. He'll be the one to dive in on top of the Snakebite and help get the round victory. So it's not over yet. We're not going to be seeing Gen G getting that match point locked in. RQ staying afloat, but barely.
Yeah, and maybe now you can get that economy under control for RRQ. It's been bottom of the barrel, just scraping by with some of these rounds, and now you have to invest a lot here. The showstopper as well has to be used to make sure that it gets done, but that's fine because at this point it's going to take everything in the kitchen sink to claw your way back into this.
Yep. And see, finally, a dent dealt here to Gen G's economy. 2 rifles, 2 sheriffs. Just quickly on the Classic, keeping that Vandal hidden for the time being, but given the cash, you can expect that there's going to be at least a hero rifle in this. There's the swing out. Jemkin good to shut it down. Looking for a little bit more as they go backpedaling. And Estrella pushing fun of the headshot. Runs out of bullets, has to pull away. Lakia with a nice answering headshot. We'll take out Jemkin, making sure they don't get away scot-free. Estrella just backing away over onto the site. Smoke coming down, cutting off that alley access. Lakia says, well, I might as well take this orb because if I give it to Munchkin, he won't use the pit. So what's the use?
Yep, that's precisely, I believe, the mentality. I mean, what an interesting situation that Gen G found themselves in. They rattled off, what, 4 in a row here to start, and they're already back on an eco. So, I mean, that's how close it has been, even though the scoreline doesn't indicate it.
It's a crossfire setup there. Munchkin will be able to find one more for his troubles. And I mean, again, cash on both sides, not very strong. So any damage that either side finds is still going to be overall quite good. But RRQ, they managed to string 2 rounds together.
I mean, it's been crazy, crazy close the whole day. And now maybe RRQ is going to push us into another deep second half. Unexpected on split in a way, and Gen G just answered the call, almost taking us to overtime. It's going to be RRQ's turn to rattle off a bunch of rounds in a row. Texture so deep.
Oh, yeah, I mean, pretty sure his feet were spotted. Flipshatter just hanging out on top of Market. Manages to avoid the Trailblazer. No stun to be found. Paranoia sent in, swings the corner, finds Texture, looks for a little bit more, and he manages to get him with one bullet left in the clip. Meter now lurked forward, revealed, takes so much damage, and swiftly finished off by Elmi Moore. Karan now the last one standing is RRQ. Now, you just posed the question. I think they replied. They are looking to run this back. They are looking to make this an elongated map.
No doubt. And they are right back in it. All of a sudden, it looks like Gen G's the ones who's a little bit off kilter, a little off balance, not really able to react in time. Now RRQ's starting to play off of each other, starting to hit their shots when they need them. We're seeing that RRQ that we saw so often on their defender side on split, where every reaction, every decision seemed to be nearly flawless. And here it's going to come down to Karan. Really probably would like to save this gun.
I think he's going to have to.
Ideal situation.
And just hold on to it, pass it to, Texture.
Yeah.
As a hero rifle into the next round.
I'd like to see a timeout here from Gen G.
I'm curious as to when they're going to decide to do that. Maybe this is the moment as they get ready to go into, a pseudo-thrifty attempt in the next round.
Yeah. I think now's the time.
And they have that full loss bonus coming through, so we'll see what they can scrape together. The call might be, let's go for like a half armor purchase, something like that, Bulldogs in the mix, etc. We'll have to just wait and see, though. But for now, 4 rounds separating. RQ need to keep up this momentum.
Yeah, and RRQ has kind of found a lot of the success that I think we saw on Split, where they're absorbing a lot of the early utility, putting themselves
right before the smoke bloomed.
That second shot was nuts, and then doesn't have many bullets left and puts them to good use. So, but they're doing a good job of. Okay. Yes, thank you, Solo. He heard my cries.
It doesn't want this to get any closer than it already has. So far, this is only one time out apiece, so
yeah.
As things continue to get closer, one team tries to stretch away from the other, we could see the rest of those utilized here very quickly.
Oh, for sure. It's so important.
Yeah. Gen G win the next round, RRQ.
Yeah.
No choice but to use that timeout.
And it's, we've talked about it a couple times today, but just how incredibly fast and furious this kickoff is, how little room for error there is to get yourself to Masters Madrid, which is so important for getting those championship points.
Yeah.
To try to get yourself to Champions Korea, which is nice to say that now.
That's true. We can say that out loud.
We can say that out loud.
Oh, my God. It feels amazing.
It's no longer the quiet part. It is now the out loud part.
Well, Gen G, they're putting their proficiency for pulling off thrifty wins on display throughout the first 2 maps.
And you nailed it. They just gave Texture the rifle. They're like, here you go.
Yep. Also has that showstopper. Looks like he's just baiting, trying to see if anyone's going to swing off that Prowler, but seems like RRQ knowing better.
Satchel out.
Quick bounce over here in towards that alley. Showstopper at the ready. Could find an immense amount of value.
Still have one more flash to clear an extra angle. Here to use that Paranoia to clear the right-hand corner of elbow. But they're kind of playing with RRQ's mind here a little bit, because a lot of times it's either been kind of like fast hits or they get contact, but they're pulling up and they're waiting, and now trying to get back into the mix is Estrella.
Showing in the corner for now. I think they've quite spotted him out yet, but maybe with that spray fire coming through, maybe they had. Mont still at the ready. Paranoia has been used. Lakia, the first one to push up, and that's going to be spike noted. Texture in the meantime, sat up on top of the box, swings out, but Xfero is a little bit faster, managing to find the kill. Estrella taking down Meteor on the flank. Seems like they're going to be good for this one. Now set for a flawless RRQ. Just need to find this last player. Karan has his work cut out for him to try to find any sort of value right now. 2 within the smoke. The camera not spotting anything. The Paranoia going to go wide. He gets the dink, but cannot get the kill. The counter swing out. Xfero will find the last elimination as RRQ, now 4 rounds consecutively here for themselves. They continue the run back.
Yeah, Jemkin just spamming that box, just keeping Estrella's position hidden long enough that eventually it pays dividends. See all those bullets in that box. That's all Jemkin there, just baiting for Estrella, just diverting all the attention of Gen G up to his direction. Simple plays like that can benefit you mightily. Your opponents don't recognize it. Okay, Gen G's turn for a lot of ultimates and a buy, and this one, you know, you really want to get this one for Gen G. You can set yourself up to that 12th round, get a little bit of extra economy, a little bit of extra cushion. Get those ults cycled back in if this goes really sideways.
Oh, Texture jumping forward with that showstopper. Now sees him. Flipshider is paranoid, actually. Didn't know where he was running. Ends up getting taken down. Boombot goes off inside of the smoke. It's a little bit of damage as the reveal comes through. Texture pulling away, however. Not looking to get spammed out, as the pit will be invested.
Oh, hell yeah.
Munchkin decides to use it, but now the Reckoning coming through, just trying to force them back. Fight's still at the ready. One since used. Paint shells now flying from either side. Cove is thrown down. Jemkin finding one, pushes up, takes out Karen, but now fight in to delay. The Cove gets broken down. The spot for Meteor. A 3K pickup as he finds Xparrow. Estrella's just sat within the pit, 1 HP, and no hope in hell. Creeping forward, he will be found, and Gen G, they will break the win streak, as well as the Spears as they move themselves up to match point.
Yeah, a pacey hit here for Gen G. The pit implemented once they can get just enough space so it covers the tip of the site. They're able to get that plant down quickly and force the hand of RRQ where they have to contest that pit. But there's enough room in the back that Munchkin can stay obscured. Once that initial utility, once that initial barrage of mollies is dodged by Gen G, then that pit is so difficult to displace. So many crossfires. Everybody on RRQ is sitting at 1 HP because of the decay. I mean, just exactly what I've been really wanting to see from Gen G since I started noticing the pits were being neglected.
We're lacking.
Yeah.
Well, the last time out here for RRQ, Gen G still have one more. So even if this does come down to an 11 and 12 scoreline, they can once again pump the brakes and try to come up with a solid game plan to turn things around and finally close things out.
And they'll probably get another ult or two back into cycle by then. Most likely.
Sure.
It can depend, but there's a pretty good chance of that. So that's exactly why that round was so huge for Gen G. So much was riding on that, both in terms of money economy and ult economy.
Yeah. And they had to invest absolutely everything into it. With the 3K picked up on the back end, Meteor decently close, halfway now to that Neural Theft, which is the only ult that we have available right now for the side of RRQ. 2 away from the showstopper if Jem can get the ball rolling here in the round. So for now it's just going to be clear out on the Haunton. Big wraparound over in towards mid here from Estrella, leaving Elmi Moore very much on an island.
Now they're trying to just gain all this mid control off the back of the High Tide, and they're being given it as it's just a trap wire to watch Gen G's back. This is a full-on A commit.
Oh, and Elmi Moore down to 10 HP. Munchkin at the same time, finding Estrella, takes him down. The paint shells come through, and Gen G might just be ready to finish this one out. The trap wire around the back. Gonna give the reveal. Now they know. Munchkin turning his sights over there for a brief little moment. Now just retreats in towards the site itself. Allows for Texture to move up. Get tucked away. Center able to find one. Meteor gone. The wall raised. Texture. Maybe look at the push off the back of this one. Oh! And there it is! What is that transfer? Texture coming up with 2. And it's all on Flipshider. Everybody corralled in the same position, but he has just no damn idea. Jumps forward, gets into the smoke. Tap on the spike, pushes out, finds one, but Munchkin, he's seen enough, he's had enough. He finishes the job. 13-8 here on Sunset. Gen G once again shut down the hopes and dreams of RRQ.
It's unbelievable. I mean, yet another absolute nail biter between these two teams. This rivalry delivers once again, but if you're an RRQ fan, it is another heartbreaker. So close, so many times here today, so many rounds that were on the precipice of going their way. They were often one player away from taking Gen G out of a round that could have maybe swung the whole match. Instead, Gen G holds firm. Texture there in that last round with a great flash from Lakia to set him up for the push out, and then a beautiful transfer as well. He was just had so many highlight reel plays today. I mean, Texture right back into his comfort zone of being a duelist and showing you why we thought very highly of him for years when we were just VCT Korea before we grew into the Pacific.
For sure. I mean, we've had our eyes on him for a very, very long time, and right now he is very much in the spotlight. A very solid effort here from the side of RRQ, but yes, unfortunately, not able to find their revenge here today. 3-0 as far as the orgs are concerned in their overall head-to-heads across last season and now today. Gen G is not allowing them to get that win. 2 maps is all they've allowed so far.
It's crazy. It is crazy to think about. I mean, it is a very different Gen G from last year, and a somewhat different, you know, with Estrella coming through. And I mean, but this Gen G is wildly different. I mean, just Meteor is the holdover. You know, you've got some players who played with each other from time to time on Gen G.
Yeah.
But truly impressive, the way that they're already gelling, they're already coming together. You know, you can kind of see glimpses of it at Convergence, but this was certainly the bigger test, and they stood up to it. Oh,
Fist
and
bumps exchanged.
I'm the only person who's undefeated in predictions.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
Yep.
And I bite my thumb at you, good sir. But anyway, as we can see, we've got a player making his way out onto the stage, so we will go ahead and get ready to hand it over to Jen, who is standing by with Meteor for a winner's interview.
Come on in. All right, good. More the merrier. Who wants the bear? 누가 곰돌이 가지실래요? Okay, greedy Texture. Congratulations, Gen G. I'm standing here with Meteor and Texture. Congratulations once again, guys. Now today, it was a long day, but first off, Texture, you were firing on all cylinders. You know, do you have a secret for today's performance? 오늘 텍스처 선수 너무너무 잘했습니다. 뭔가 아까 먼치킨 선수와 색다른 이야기를 나누고 나서 갑자기 또 퍼포먼스가 확 올라가는 느낌이었거든요. 오늘 좀 잘할 수 있었던 비결이 있을까요?
좀 뭐라 해야 되지? 지금 배가 좀 많이 고파서 빨리 끝내고 싶은 마음에 좀 빡 집중했던 것 같습니다.
I was really hangry, so I was telling the guys, come on, let's go, let's have some food, close it out, and I was able to put up big numbers, focus on the game, and finally I get to have dinner. Well then, what's for dinner? 그럼 이제 가서 뭐 먹을 거예요?
그거는 이제 좀 정해야 말을 따로 하지 않았어요.
네.
정하려고요.
네. Undecided, soon to be decided. Well, I'm gonna turn to you, Meteor. Congratulations to you too. Are you satisfied with Genji's performance today? 오늘 경기 젠지가 정말 무서운 모습을 보여줬는데요. 경기력 만족스러우신가요?
사실 2대0으로 이길 수 있을 거라 생각했는데 좀 저희가 너무 실수가 많았어가지고 아쉬움이 좀 남는 경기인 것 같습니다.
We expected it to be 2-0. It could have been a 2-0, but we made some mistakes. So there's still a little bit of regret, and I feel like we have some stuff to work on when we get back. Well, Meteor, kind of giving up the primary duelist role, it's not an easy thing to do for any players. So can you talk to me about the decision to do so and your transition into more of a duelist and other flex players type of role? 그러면 이제 미디어 선수, 메테오 선수, 사실 팀의 메인 듀얼리스트 자리를 좀 이렇게 내려놓는다는 게 조금은 어려울 수도 있는 결정이잖아요. 이런 결정과 그리고 이제 다른 요원들을 좀 습득하는 과정에 대해서도 얘기해 주시죠.
사실 아직까지도 엔트리에 욕심이 좀 있는데 그래도 어차피 저나 나라나 둘 중 한 명은 이제 그 자리를 놓아야 하는 상황이라서 그냥 감독님이 결정해 주신 대로 놓게 되었고 그리고 지금 감시자 아직 배울 게 많아가지고 형들이나 이제 같은 멤버들이 도와주고 있어서 좀 더 노력해야 될 것 같습니다.
네, 오늘 너무너무 잘하신 것 같아요. Oh, well, yeah, it wasn't an easy decision, and I still kind of miss the duelist role, but somebody had to give up on our team, and well, our coach told me to, take on the sentinel roles, and there's still a lot more to learn, but my teammates are helping me a lot, so yeah, definitely I do enjoy playing both roles, and there's still more work to be done. Well, Texture, I'm gonna turn to you again. Gen.G looks like they're taking an aggressive approach this year. So can you talk to me about the team identity or the play style that Gen.G is trying to build this year? 이제 Gen.G가 공격적이고 화끈한 스타일을 좀 추구하는 것 같아 보이거든요. 올 시즌 팀 컬러나 플레이 스타일에 대해서 얘기를 좀 해주시죠.
좀 공격적이게 할 때는 하고. 아니면은 이제 좀 수비적으로 할 때는 수비적으로 하고 그냥 좀 그때그때 좀 맞춰서 하는 것 같아요. 저희가 공격적으로도 잘하고 좀 이제 그냥 말 맞춰가지고 그냥 운영하는 것도 되게 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 해서 그냥 그때그때 맞춰서 하는 것 같습니다.
Well, it really depends from time to time. I think we're both good at being aggressive or playing it more disciplined. We're pretty confident in either style, so yeah, I think we're gonna be good to go for the future. Well, congratulations once again, guys, and it's time to sign the bear. So I'm gonna start with you holding the bear and Meteor signing the bear. Okay, right on the forehead. 이마에 사인을 해주고 있고요. Alright, and Texture? Sign the bear. What is this? Hold on. Okay. Okay, a little hard too. Wait, I'm gonna go to the camera and
나는 잘했어.
this is what you get when you stay on site all day. Alright, who's gonna be your lucky winner? 누가 던지실래요? Okay, it's gonna be Meteor throwing the Tech the Bear. Make some noise! 무대 가까이 가서 던져주시면 돼요. 무대 가까이 가서. Alright. Okay. And we have our lucky winners. Well, thank you guys for the interview. Go get some food, go get some sleep. Good luck to you in the future.
Okay.
And that is the last interview for today. I'm going to toss it over to the desk for one last time.
Thank you, Jen. That's right. The texture insanity is back on Duelist. Apparently, all it takes is a bit of hanger